This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Harris. The Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 1, The Venetian Years, by Giacomo Casanova. Episode 3, Military Career. Chapter 13. I had been careful, on my arrival in Bologna, to take up my quarters at a small inn, so as not to attract any notice, and as soon as I had dispatched my letters to Teresa and the French officer, I thought of purchasing some linen, as it was at least doubtful whether I should ever get my trunk. I deemed it expedient to order some clothes likewise. I was thus ruminating, when it suddenly struck me that I was not likely now to succeed in the church, but feeling great uncertainty as to the profession I ought to adopt, I took a fancy to transform myself into an officer, as it was evident that I had not to account to anyone for my actions. It was a very natural fancy at my age, for I had just passed through 2 armies in which I had seen no respect paid to any garb but to the military uniform, and I did not see why I should not cause myself to be respected likewise. Besides, I was thinking of returning to Venice, and felt great delight at the idea of showing myself there in the garb of honour, for I had been rather ill-treated in that of religion. I inquired for a good tailor. Death was brought to me, for the tailor sent to me was named Morte. I explained to him how I wanted my uniform made, I chose the cloth, he took my measure, and the next day I was transformed into a follower of Mars. I procured a long sword, and with my fine cane in hand, with a well-brushed hat ornamented with a black cockade, and wearing a long false pigtail, I sallied forth and walked all over the city. I bethought myself that the importance of my new calling required a better and more showy lodging than the one I had secured on my arrival, and I moved to the best inn. I like even now to recollect the pleasing impression I felt when I was able to admire myself full length in a large mirror. I was highly pleased with my own person. I thought myself made by nature to wear and to honor the military costume, which I had adopted through the most fortunate impulse. Certain that nobody knew me, I enjoyed by anticipation all the conjectures which people would indulge in respecting me when I made my first appearance in the most fashionable café of the town. My uniform was white, the vest blue, a gold and silver shoulder knot, and a sword knot of the same material. Very well pleased with my grand appearance, I went to the coffee room, and, taking some chocolate, began to read the newspapers, quite at my ease, and delighted to see that everybody was puzzled. A bold individual, in the hope of getting me into conversation, came to me and addressed me. I answered him with a monosyllable, and I observed that everyone was at a loss what to make of me. When I had sufficiently enjoyed public admiration in the coffee room, I promenaded in the busiest thoroughfares of the city, and returned to the inn, where I had dinner by myself. I had just concluded my repast when my landlord presented himself with the traveller's book, in which he wanted to register my name. Casanova. Your profession, if you please, sir? Officer. In which service? None. Your native place? Venice. Where do you come from? That is no business of yours. This answer, which I thought was in keeping with my external appearance, had the desired effect. The landlord bowed himself out, and I felt highly pleased with myself, for I knew that I should enjoy perfect freedom in Bologna, and I was certain that mine host had visited me at the instance of some curious person eager to know who I was. The next day I called on M. Orsi, the banker, to cash my bill of exchange, and took another for 600 sequins on Venice, and 100 sequins in gold, after which I again exhibited myself in the public places. 2 days afterwards, whilst I was taking my coffee after dinner, the banker Orsi was announced. I desired him to be shown in, and he made his appearance accompanied by Monsignor Cornaro, whom I feigned not to know. M. Orsi remarked that he had called to offer me his services for my letters of exchange, and introduced the prelate. I rose and expressed my gratification at making his acquaintance. "But we have met before," he replied, "at Venice and Rome." Assuming an air of blank surprise, I told him he must certainly be mistaken. The prelate, thinking he could guess the reason of my reserve, did not insist, and apologized. I offered him a cup of coffee, which he accepted, and, on leaving me, he begged the honor of my company to breakfast the next day. I made up my mind to persist in my denials, and called upon the prelate, who gave me a polite welcome. He was then apostolic prothonotary in Bologna. Breakfast was served, and as we were sipping our chocolate, he told me that I had most likely some good reasons to warrant my reserve, but that I was wrong not to trust him, the more so that the affair in question did me great honor. "I do not know," said I, "what affair you are alluding to." He then handed me a newspaper, telling me to read a paragraph which he pointed out. My astonishment may be imagined when I read the following correspondence from Pesaro. M. di Casanova, an officer in the service of the Queen, has deserted after having killed his captain in a duel. The circumstances of the duel are not known. All that has been ascertained is that M. di Casanova has taken the road to Rimini, riding the horse belonging to the captain, who was killed on the spot. In spite of my surprise and of the difficulty I had in keeping my gravity at the reading of the paragraph, in which so much untruth was blended with so little that was real, I managed to keep a serious countenance, and I told the prelate that the Casanova spoken of in the newspaper must be another man. "That may be, but you are certainly the Casanova I knew a month ago at Cardinal Acquaviva's, and 2 years ago at the house of my sister, Madame Lovedan, in Venice. Besides, the Ancona banker speaks of you as an ecclesiastic in his letter of advice to M. Orsi." "Very well, Monsignor, your Excellency compels me to agree to my being the same Casanova, but I entreat you not to ask me any more questions, as I am bound in honor to observe the strictest reserve." "That is enough for me, and I am satisfied. Let us talk of something else." I was amused at the false reports which were being circulated about me, and I became from that moment a thorough skeptic on the subject of historical truth. I enjoyed, however, very great pleasure in thinking that my reserve had fed the belief of my being the Casanova mentioned in the newspaper. I felt certain that the prelate would write the whole affair to Venice, where it would do me great honor, at least until the truth should be known, and in that case my reserve would be justified. Besides, I should then most likely be far away. I made up my mind to go to Venice as soon as I heard from Thérèse, as I thought that I could wait for her there more comfortably than in Bologna, and in my native place there was nothing to hinder me from marrying her openly. In the meantime the fable from Pesaro amused me a good deal, and I expected every day to see it denied in some newspaper. The real officer Casanova must have laughed at the accusation brought against him of having run away with the horse, as much as I laughed at the caprice which had metamorphosed me into an officer in Bologna, just as if I had done it for the very purpose of giving to the affair every appearance of truth. On the 4th day of my stay in Bologna, I received by express a long letter from Thérèse. She informed me that, on the day after my escape from Rimini, Baron Vais had presented to her the Duke de Castropignano, who, having heard her sing, had offered her 1,000 ounces a year, and all travelling expenses paid, if she would accept an engagement as prima donna at the San Carlo Theatre at Naples, where she would have to go immediately after her Rimini engagement. She had requested and obtained a week to come to a decision. She enclosed 2 documents. The first was the written memorandum of the Duke's proposals, which she sent in order that I should peruse it, as she did not wish to sign it without my consent. The second was a formal engagement, written by herself, to remain all her life devoted to me and at my service. She added in her letter that, if I wished to accompany her to Naples, she would meet me anywhere I might appoint, but that, if I had any objection to return to that city, she would immediately refuse the brilliant offer, for her only happiness was to please me in all things. For the first time in my life I found myself in need of thoughtful consideration before I could make up my mind. Teresa's letter had entirely upset all my ideas, and, feeling that I could not answer it at once, I told the messenger to call the next day. Two motives of equal weight kept the balance wavering: self-love and love for Teresa. I felt that I ought not to require Teresa to give up such prospects of fortune, but I could not take upon myself either to let her go to Naples without me, or to accompany her there. On one side, I shuddered at the idea that my love might ruin Teresa's prospects. On the other side, the idea of the blow inflicted on my self-love, on my pride, if I went to Naples with her, sickened me. How could I make up my mind to reappear in that city, in the guise of a cowardly fellow living at the expense of his mistress or his wife? What would my cousin Antonio, Don Polo, and his dear son Don Lelio Carafa, and all the patricians who knew me have said? The thought of Lucrezia and of her husband sent a cold shiver through me. I considered that, in spite of my love for Teresa, I should become very miserable if everyone despised me. Linked to her destiny as a lover or as a husband, I would be a degraded, humbled, and mean sycophant. Then came the thought, is this to be the end of all my hopes? The die was cast, my head had conquered my heart. I fancied that I had hit upon an excellent expedient, which at all events made me gain time, and I resolved to act upon it. I wrote to Teresa, advising her to accept the engagement for Naples, where she might expect me to join her in the month of July, or after my return from Constantinople. I cautioned her to engage an honest-looking waiting woman, so as to appear respectably in the world, and to lead such a life as would permit me to make her my wife on my return, without being ashamed of myself. I foresaw that her success would be insured by her beauty even more than by her talent, and, with my nature, I knew that I could never assume the character of an easy-going lover or of a compliant husband. Had I received Teresa's letter 1 week sooner, it is certain that she would not have gone to Naples, for my love would then have proved stronger than my reason. But in matters of love, as well as in all others, time is a great teacher. I told Teresa to direct her answer to Bologna, and 3 days after I received from her a letter, loving and at the same time sad, in which she informed me that she had signed the engagement. She had secured the services of a woman whom she could present as her mother, she would reach Naples towards the middle of May, and she would wait for me there till she heard from me that I no longer wanted her. 4 days after the receipt of that letter, the last but one that Teresa wrote me, I left Bologna for Venice. Before my departure I had received an answer from the French officer, advising me that my passport had reached Pesaro, and that he was ready to forward it to me with my trunk, if I would pay M. Marcello Berna, the proveditore of the Spanish army, whose address he enclosed, the sum of 50 doubloons for the horse which I had run away with, or which had run away with me. I repaired at once to the house of the proveditore, well pleased to settle that affair, and I received my trunk and my passport a few hours before leaving Bologna. But as my paying for the horse was known all over the town, Monsignor Cornaro was confirmed in his belief that I had killed my captain in a duel. To go to Venice it was necessary to submit to a quarantine, which had been adhered to only because the two governments had fallen out. The Venetians wanted the Pope to be the first in giving free passage through his frontiers, and the Pope insisted that the Venetians should take the initiative. The result of this trifling pique between the two governments was great hindrance to commerce, But very often that which bears only upon the private interest of the people is lightly treated by the rulers. I did not wish to be quarantined, and determined on evading it. It was rather a delicate undertaking, for in Venice the sanitary laws are very strict, but in those days I delighted in doing, if not everything that was forbidden, at least everything which offered real difficulties. I knew that between the state of Mantua and that of Venice the passage was free, and I knew likewise that there was no restriction in the communication between Mantua and Modena. If I could therefore penetrate into the state of Mantua by stating that I was coming from Modena, my success would be certain, because I could then cross the Po and go straight to Venice. I got a carrier to drive me to Revero, a city situated on the river Po, and belonging to the state of Mantua. The driver told me that, if he took the crossroads, he could go to Revero and say that we came from Mantua, and that the only difficulty would be in the absence of the sanitary certificate which is delivered in Mantua, and which was certain to be asked for in Revero. I suggested that the best way to manage would be for him to say that he had lost it, and a little money removed every objection on his part. When we reached the gates of Revero, I represented myself as a Spanish officer going to Venice to meet the Duke of Modena, whom I knew to be there, on business of the greatest importance. The sanitary certificate was not even demanded. Military honors were duly paid to me, and I was most civilly treated. A certificate was immediately delivered to me, setting forth that I was traveling from Revero, and with it I crossed the Po without any difficulty, at Ostiglia, from which place I proceeded to Legnago. There I left my carrier, as much pleased with my generosity as with the good luck which had attended our journey, and, taking post horses, I reached Venice in the evening. I remarked that it was the end of April, 1744, the anniversary of my birth, which, 10 times during my life, has been marked by some important event. The very next morning I went to the Exchange in order to procure a passage to Constantinople, but I could not find any passenger ship sailing before 2 or 3 months, and I engaged a berth in a Venetian ship called Our Lady of the Rosary, Commander Zane, which was to sail for Corfu in the course of the month. Having thus prepared myself to obey my destiny, which, according to my superstitious feelings, called me imperiously to Constantinople, I went to St. Mark's Square in order to see and to be seen, enjoying by anticipation the surprise of my acquaintances at not finding me any longer an abbé. I must not forget to state that at Revero I had decorated my hat with a red cockade. I thought that my first visit was, by right, due to the Abbé Grimani. The moment he saw me he raised a perfect shriek of astonishment, for he thought I was still with Cardinal Acquaviva, on the road to a political career, and he saw standing before him a son of Mars. He had just left the dinner table as I entered, and he had company. I observed amongst the guests an officer wearing the Spanish uniform, but I was not put out of countenance. I told the Abbé Grimani that I was only passing through Venice, and that I had felt it a duty and a pleasure to pay my respects to him. "I did not expect to see you in such a costume." "I have resolved to throw off the garb which could not procure me a fortune likely to satisfy my ambition." "Where are you going?" "To Constantinople, and I hope to find a quick passage to Corfu, as I have dispatches from Cardinal Acquaviva." "Where do you come from now?" "From the Spanish army, which I left 10 days ago." These words were hardly spoken, when I heard the voice of a young nobleman exclaiming, "That is not true!" "The profession to which I belong," I said to him with great animation, "does not permit me to let any one give me the lie." And upon that, bowing all round, I went away, without taking any notice of those who were calling me back. I wore a uniform. It seemed to me that I was right in showing that sensitive and haughty pride which forms one of the characteristics of military men. I was no longer a priest. I could not bear being given the lie, especially when it had been given to me in so public a manner. I called upon Madame Manzoni, whom I was longing to see. She was very happy to see me, and did not fail to remind me of her prediction. I told her my history, which amused her much, but she said that if I went to Constantinople I should most likely never see her again. After my visit to Madame Manzoni, I went to the house of Madame Orio, where I found worthy M. Rosa, Nanette, and Marton. They were all greatly surprised, indeed petrified, at seeing me. The two lovely sisters looked more beautiful than ever, but I did not think it necessary to tell them the history of my 9 months' absence, for it would not have edified the aunt or pleased the nieces. I satisfied myself with telling them as much as I thought fit, and amused them for 3 hours. Seeing that the good old lady was carried away by her enthusiasm, I told her that I should be very happy to pass under her roof the 4 or 5 weeks of my stay in Venice, if she could give me a room and supper, but on condition that I should not prove a burden to her or to her charming nieces. "I should be only too happy," she answered, "to have you so long, but I have no room to offer you." "Yes, you have one, my dear," exclaimed M. Rosa, "and I undertake to put it to rights within 2 hours." It was the room adjoining the chamber of the two sisters. Nanette said immediately that she would come downstairs with her sister, but Madame Orio answered that it was unnecessary, as they could lock themselves in their room. "There would be no need for them to do that, madam," I said, with a serious and modest air. "And if I am likely to occasion the slightest disturbance, I can remain at the inn." "There will be no disturbance whatever, but forgive my nieces, they are young prudes, and have a very high opinion of themselves." Everything being satisfactorily arranged, I forced upon Madame Orio a payment of 15 sequins in advance, assuring her that I was rich, and that I had made a very good bargain, as I should spend a great deal more if I kept my room at the inn. I added that I would send my luggage, and take up my quarters in her house on the following day. During the whole of the conversation I could see the eyes of my two dear little wives sparkling with pleasure, and they reconquered all their influence over my heart in spite of my love for Thérèse, whose image was, all the same, brilliant in my soul. This was a passing infidelity, but not inconstancy. On the following day I called at the War Office, but, to avoid every chance of unpleasantness, I took care to remove my cockade. I found in the office Major Pelodoro, who could not control his joy when he saw me in a military uniform, and hugged me with delight. As soon as I had explained to him that I wanted to go to Constantinople, and that, although in uniform I was free, he advised me earnestly to seek the favor of going to Turkey with the bailo, who intended to leave within 2 months, and even to try to obtain service in the Venetian army. His advice suited me exactly, and the Secretary of War, who had known me the year before, happening to see me, summoned me to him. He told me that he had received letters from Bologna, which had informed him of a certain adventure, entirely to my honor, adding that he knew that I would not acknowledge it. He then asked me if I had received my discharge before leaving the Spanish army. I could not receive my discharge, as I was never in the service. "And how did you manage to come to Venice without performing quarantine?" "Persons coming from Mantua are not subject to it." "True, but I advise you to enter the Venetian service, like Major Pelodoro." As I was leaving the ducal palace, I met the Abbé Grimani, who told me that the abrupt manner in which I had left his house had displeased everybody. "Even the Spanish officer?" "No, for he remarked that, if you had truly been with the army, you could not act differently, and he has himself assured me that you were there, and to prove what he asserted, he made me read an article in the newspaper, in which it is stated that you killed your captain in a duel. Of course it is only a fable?" "How do you know that it is not a fact?" "Is it true, then?" "I do not say so, but it may be true, quite as true as my having been with the Spanish army 10 days ago." "But that is impossible, unless you have broken through the quarantine." "I have broken nothing. I have openly crossed the Po at Revero, and here I am. I am sorry not to be able to present myself at your Excellency's palace, but I cannot do so until I have received the most complete satisfaction from the person who has given me the lie. I could put up with an insult when I wore the livery of humility, but I cannot bear one now that I wear the garb of honor." "You are wrong to take it in such a high tone. The person who attacked your veracity is M. Valmarana, the Proveditore of the Sanitary Department, and he contends that, as nobody can pass through the cordon, it would be impossible for you to be here. Satisfaction indeed! Have you forgotten who you are?" "No, I know who I am, and I know likewise that, if I was taken for a coward before leaving Venice, now that I have returned no one shall insult me without repenting it." "Come and dine with me." "No, because the Spanish officer would know it." "He would even see you, for he dines with me every day." "Very well, then I will go, and I will let him be the judge of my quarrel with M. Valmarana." I dined that day with Major Pelodoro and several other officers, who agreed in advising me to enter the service of the Republic, and I resolved to do so. "I am acquainted," said the major, "with a young lieutenant whose health is not sufficiently strong to allow him to go to the East, and who would be glad to sell his commission, for which he wants 100 sequins, but it would be necessary to obtain the consent of the Secretary of War." "Mention the matter to him," I replied. "The 100 sequins are ready." The major undertook the commission. In the evening I went to Madame Orio, and I found myself very comfortably lodged. After supper the aunt told her nieces to show me to my room, and, as may well be supposed, we spent a most delightful night. After that they took the agreeable duty by turns, and, in order to avoid any surprise in case the aunt should take it into her head to pay them a visit, we skilfully displaced a part of the partition, which allowed them to come in and out of my room without opening the door. But the good lady believed us 3 living specimens of virtue, and never thought of putting us to the test. 2 or 3 days afterwards M. Grimani contrived an interview between me and M. Valmarana, who told me that, if he had been aware that the sanitary line could be eluded, he would never have impugned my veracity, and thanked me for the information I had given him. The affair was thus agreeably arranged, and until my departure I honored M. Grimani's excellent dinner with my presence every day. Towards the end of the month I entered the service of the Republic in the capacity of ensign in the Bela regiment, then at Corfu. The young man who had left the regiment through the magical virtue of my 100 sequins was lieutenant, but the Secretary of War objected to my having that rank for reasons to which I had to submit if I wished to enter the army. But he promised me that, at the end of the year, I would be promoted to the grade of lieutenant, and he granted me a furlough to go to Constantinople. I accepted, for I was determined to serve in the army. M. Pierre Vendramin, an illustrious senator, obtained me the favor of a passage to Constantinople with the Chevalier Venier, who was proceeding to that city in the quality of bailo; but as he would arrive in Corfu a month after me, the Chevalier very kindly promised to take me as he called at Corfu. A few days before my departure I received a letter from Thérèse, who informed me that the Duke de Castropignano escorted her everywhere. "The Duke is old," she wrote, "but even if he were young you would have no cause for uneasiness on my account. Should you ever want any money, draw upon me from any place where you may happen to be, and be quite certain that your letters of exchange will be paid, even if I had to sell everything I possess to honor your signature." There was to be another passenger on board the ship of the line on which I had engaged my passage, namely a noble Venetian, who was going to Zante in the quality of counsellor, with a numerous and brilliant retinue. The captain of the ship told me that, if I was obliged to take my meals alone, I was not likely to fare very well, and he advised me to obtain an introduction to the nobleman, who would not fail to invite me to share his table. His name was Antonio Dolfin, and he had been nicknamed Bucentoro, in consequence of his air of grandeur and the elegance of his toilet. Fortunately, I did not require to beg an introduction, for M. Grimani offered, of his own accord, to present me to the magnificent counsellor, who received me in the kindest manner, and invited me at once to take my meals at his table. He expressed a desire that I should make the acquaintance of his wife, who was to accompany him in the journey. I called upon her the next day, and I found the lady perfect in manners, but already of a certain age, and completely deaf. I had therefore but little pleasure to expect from her conversation. She had a very charming young daughter whom she left in a convent. She became celebrated afterwards, and she is still alive, I believe, the widow of Procurator Iron, whose family is extinct. I have seldom seen a finer looking man, or a man of more imposing appearance, than M. Dolfin. He was eminently distinguished for his wit and politeness. He was eloquent, always cheerful when he lost at cards, the favourite of ladies, whom he endeavoured to please in everything, always courageous, and of an equal temper, whether in good or in adverse fortune. He had ventured on travelling without permission, and had entered a foreign service, which had brought him into disgrace with the government, for a noble son of Venice cannot be guilty of a greater crime. For this offence he had been imprisoned in the Leads, a favour which destiny kept also in reserve for me. Highly gifted, generous, but not wealthy, M. Dolfin had been compelled to solicit from the Grand Council a lucrative governorship, and had been appointed to Zante, but he started with such a splendid suite that he was not likely to save much out of his salary. Such a man as I have just portrayed could not make a fortune in Venice, because an aristocratic government cannot obtain a state of lasting, steady peace at home unless equality is maintained amongst the nobility, and equality, either moral or physical, cannot be appreciated in any other way than by appearances. The result is that the man who does not want to lay himself open to persecution, and who happens to be superior or inferior to the others, must endeavour to conceal it by all possible means. If he is ambitious, he must feign great contempt for dignities. If he seeks employment, he must not appear to want any. If his features are handsome, he must be careless of his physical appearance. He must dress badly, wear nothing in good taste, ridicule every foreign importation, make his bow without grace, be careless in his manner, care nothing for the fine arts, conceal his good breeding, have no foreign cook, wear an uncombed wig, and look rather dirty. M. Dolfin was not endowed with any of those eminent qualities, and therefore he had no hope of a great fortune in his native country. The day before my departure from Venice I did not go out. I devoted the whole of the day to friendship. Madame Orio and her lovely nieces shed many tears, and I joined them in that delightful employment. During the last night that I spent with both of them, the sisters repeated over and over, in the midst of the raptures of love, that they never would see me again. They guessed rightly, but if they had happened to see me again, they would have guessed wrongly. Observe how wonderful prophets are. I went on board on the 5th of May, with a good supply of clothing, jewels, and ready cash. Our ship carried 24 guns and 200 Sclavonian soldiers. We sailed from Malamocca to the shores of Istria during the night, and we came to anchor in the harbor of Orsera to take ballast. I landed with several others to take a stroll through the wretched place where I had spent 3 days 9 months before, a recollection which caused me a pleasant sensation when I compared my present position to what it was at that time. What a difference in everything, health, social condition, and money! I felt quite certain that in the splendid uniform I was now wearing nobody would recognize the miserable looking abbé who, but for Friar Stefano, would have become God knows what. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14. An amusing meeting in Osera. Journey to Corfu. My stay in Constantinople, Bonneval, my return to Corfu, Madame F, the false prince, I run away from Corfu, my frolics at Casopo, I surrender myself a prisoner, my speedy release and triumph, my success with Madame F. I affirm that a stupid servant is more dangerous than a bad one, and a much greater plague, for one can be on one's guard against a wicked person, but never against a fool. You can punish wickedness, but not stupidity, unless you send away the fool, male or female, who is guilty of it, and if you do so you generally find out that the change has only thrown you out of the frying pan and into the fire. This chapter and the two following ones were written. They gave at full length all the particulars which I must now abridge, for my silly servant has taken the 3 chapters for her own purposes. She pleaded as an excuse that the sheets of paper were old, written upon, covered with scribbling and erasures, and that she had taken them in preference to nice clean paper, thinking that I would care much more for the last than for the first. I flew into a violent passion, but I was wrong, for the poor girl had acted with a good intent. Her judgment alone had misled her. It is well known that the first result of anger is to deprive the angry man of the faculty of reason, for anger and reason do not belong in the same family. Luckily, passion does not keep me long under its sway. Irasci celerum tanum e placibium esse. After I had wasted my time in hurling at her bitter reproaches, the force of which did not strike her, and in proving to her that she was a stupid fool, she refuted all of my arguments by the most complete silence. There was nothing to do but to resign myself, and although not yet in the best of tempers, I went to work. What I am going to write will probably not be so good as what I had composed when I felt in the proper humour, but my readers must be satisfied with it. They will, like the engineer, gain in time what they lose in strength. I landed at Osera while our ship was taking ballast, as a ship cannot sail well when she is too light, and I was walking about when I remarked a man who was looking at me very attentively. As I had no dread of any creditor, I thought that he was interested by my fine appearance. I could find no fault in such a feeling, and kept walking on, but as I passed him he addressed me. "Might I presume to inquire whether this is your first visit to Osera, captain?" "No, sir, it is my second visit to this city." "Were you not here last year?" "I was." "But you were not in uniform then?" "True enough, but your questions begin to sound rather indiscreet." "Be good enough to forgive me, sir, for my curiosity is the offspring of gratitude. I am indebted to you for the greatest benefits, and I trust that Providence has brought you here again only to give me the opportunity of making greater still my debt of gratitude to you." "What on earth have I done, and what can I do for you? I am at a loss to guess your meaning." "Will you be so kind as to come and breakfast with me? My house is near at hand. My refosco is delicious. Please taste it, and I will convince you in a few words that you are truly my benefactor, and that I have a right to expect that you have returned Osera to load me with fresh benefits." I could not suspect the man of insanity, but as I could not make him out, I fancied that he wanted me to purchase some of his refosco, so I accepted his invitation. We went up to his room, and he left me for a few moments to order breakfast. I observed several surgical instruments, which made me suppose that he was a surgeon, and I asked him when he returned. "Yes, captain, I have been practising surgery in this place for 20 years, and in a very poor way, for I had nothing to do except a few cases of bleeding, of cupping, and occasionally some slight excoriation to dress or a sprained ankle to put to rights. I did not even earn the poorest living, but since last year a great change has taken place. I have made a great deal of money. I have laid it out advantageously, and it is to you, captain, and to you, may God bless you, that I am indebted for my present comforts." "But how so?" "In this way, captain. You had a connection with Don Jerome's housekeeper, and you left her, when you went away, a certain souvenir which she communicated to a friend of hers, who, in perfect faith, made a present of it to his wife. The lady did not wish, I suppose, to be selfish, and she gave the souvenir to a libertine, who in his turn was so generous with it that in less than a month I had about 50 clients. The following months were not less fruitful, and I gave the benefit of my attendance to everybody, of course, for a consideration. There are a few patients still under my care, but in a short time there will be no more, as the souvenir left by you has now lost all its virtue. You can easily realize now the joy I felt when I saw you. You are a bird of good omen. May I hope that your visit will last long enough to enable you to renew the source of my fortune?" I laughed heartily, but he was grieved to hear that I was in excellent health. He remarked, however, that I was not likely to be so well off on my return, because in the country where I was going there was an abundance of damaged goods, but that no one knew better than he how to root out the venom left by such bad merchandise. He begged that I would depend upon it, and not trust myself in the hands of quacks, who would be sure to palm their remedies upon me. I promised him everything, and taking leave of him with many thanks, I returned to the ship. I related the whole affair to M. Dolphin, who was highly amused. We sailed on the following day, but on the fourth day, on the other side of Curzola, we were visited by a storm which very nearly cost me my life. This is how it happened. The chaplain of the ship was a Sclavonian priest, very ignorant, insolent, and coarse-mannered, and as I turned him into ridicule whenever the opportunity offered, he had naturally become my sworn enemy. Tant de fil entre, till dans l'âme d'un dévot. When the storm was at its height, he posted himself on the quarter-deck, and, with book in hand, proceeded to exorcise all the spirits of hell whom he thought he could see in the clouds, and to whom he pointed for the benefit of the sailors, who, believing themselves lost, were crying, howling, and giving way to despair, instead of attending to the workings of the ship, then in great danger on account of the rocks and of the breakers which surrounded us. Seeing the peril of our position, and the evil effect of his stupid incantations upon the minds of the sailors, whom the ignorant priest was throwing into the apathy of despair, instead of keeping up their courage, I thought it prudent to interfere. I went up the rigging, calling upon the sailors to do their duty cheerfully, telling them that there were no devils, and that the priest who pretended to see them was a fool. But it was in vain that I spoke in the most forcible manner, in vain that I went to work myself, and showed that safety was only to be ensured by active means. I could not prevent the priest declaring that I was an atheist, and he managed to rouse against me the anger of the greatest part of the crew. The wind continued to lash the sea into fury for the 2 following days, and the knave contrived to persuade the sailors, who listened to him, that the hurricane would not abate as long as I was on board. Imbued with that conviction, one of the men, thinking that he had found a good opportunity of fulfilling the wishes of the priest, came up to me as I was standing at the extreme end of the forecastle, and pushed me so roughly that I was thrown over. I would have been irretrievably lost, but the sharp point of an anchor, hanging alongside the ship, catching in my clothes, prevented me from falling in the sea, and proved truly my sheet anchor. Some men came to my assistance, and I was saved. A corporal then pointed out to me the sailor who had tried to murder me, and taking a stout stick, I treated the scoundrel to a sound thrashing. But the sailors, headed by the furious priest, rushed towards us when they heard his screams, and I would have been killed if the soldiers had not taken my part. The commander and M. Dolphin then came on deck, but they were compelled to listen to the chaplain, and to promise, in order to pacify the vile rabble, that they would land me at the first opportunity. But even this was not enough. The priest demanded that I should give up to him a certain parchment that I had purchased from a Greek at Malamocco just before sailing. I had no recollection of it, but it was true. I laughed and gave it to M. Dolphin. He handed it to the fanatic chaplain, who, exulting in his victory, called for a large pan of live coals from the cook's gallery, and made an auto da fe of the document. The unlucky parchment, before it was entirely consumed, kept writhing on the fire for half an hour, and the priest did not fail to represent those contortions as a miracle, and all the sailors were sure that it was an infernal manuscript given to me by the devil. The virtue claimed for that piece of parchment by the man who sold it to me was that it ensured its lucky possessor the love of all women. But I trust my readers will do me the justice to believe that I had no faith whatsoever in amorous philtres, talismans, or amulets of any kind. I had purchased it only for a joke. You can find throughout Italy, in Greece, and generally in every country, the inhabitants of which are yet wrapped in primitive ignorance, a tribe of Jews, of Greeks, of astronomers, and of exorcists, who sell their dupes rags and toys to which they boastingly attach wondrous virtues and properties, amulets which render invulnerable, scraps of cloth which defend from witchcraft, small bags filled with drugs to keep away goblins, and thousands of gewgaws of the same description. These wonderful goods have no marketable value whatever in France, in England, in Germany, and throughout the north of Europe generally, but in revenge the inhabitants of those countries indulge in knavish practices of a much worse kind. The storm abated just as the innocent parchment was writhing on the fire, and the sailors, believing that the spirits of hell had been exorcised, thought no more of getting rid of my person, and after a prosperous voyage of a week we cast anchor at Corfu. As soon as I had found a comfortable lodging I took my letters to his eminence the Provedor General, and to all the naval commanders to whom I was recommended, and after paying my respects to my colonel, and making the acquaintance of the officers of my regiment, I prepared to enjoy myself until the arrival of the Chevalier Vignier, who had promised to take me to Constantinople. He arrived towards the middle of June, but in the meantime I had been playing basset, and had lost all my money, and sold and pledged all of my jewellery. Such must be the fate awaiting every man who has a taste for gambling, unless he should know how to fix fickle fortune by playing with a real advantage derived from calculation or from adroitness which defies chance. I think that a cool and prudent player can manage both without exposing himself to censure or deserving to be called a cheat. During the month that I spent in Corfu, awaiting for the arrival of M. Vignier, I did not devote any time to the study, either moral or physical, of the country, for, excepting the days on which I was on duty, I passed my life at the coffee house, intent upon the game, and sinking, as a matter of course, under the adverse fortune which I braved with obstinacy. I never won, and I had not the moral strength to stop till all my means were gone. The only comfort I had, and a sorry one truly, was to hear the banker himself call me, perhaps sarcastically, a fine player, every time I lost a large stake. My misery was at its height, when new life was infused in me by the booming of the guns fired in honour of the arrival of the bailo. He was on board the Europa, a frigate of 72 guns, and he had taken only 8 days to sail from Venice to Corfu. The moment he cast anchor, the bailo hoisted to the port. The Chevalier Vignier, who had with him his distinguished and brilliant suite, Count Annibal Gambara, Count Charles Zenobio, both Venetian noblemen and of the first class, and the Marquis de Anchotti of Brezin, who accompanied him to Constantinople for their own amusement. The bailo remained a week in Corfu, and all the naval authorities entertained him and his suite in turn, so there was a constant succession of balls and suppers. When I presented myself to his excellency, he informed me that he had already spoken to the proveditore, who had granted me a furlough of 6 months to enable me to accompany him to Constantinople as his adjutant, and as soon as the official document for my furlough had been delivered to me, I set my small stock of worldly goods on board the Europa, and we weighed anchor early the next day. We sailed with a favourable wind, which remained steady and brought us in 6 days to Cerigo, where we stopped to take in some water. Feeling some curiosity to visit the ancient Cythera, I went on shore with the sailors on duty, but it would have been better for me if I remained on board, for in Cerigo I made a bad acquaintance. I was accompanied by the captain of marines. The moment we set foot on shore, 2 men, very poorly dressed and of unprepossessing appearance, came to us and begged for assistance. I asked them who they were, and one, quicker than the other, answered, "We are sentenced to live, and perhaps to die, in this island by the despotism of the Council of 10. There are 40 others as unfortunate as ourselves, and we are all born subjects of the Republic. The crime of which we have been accused, which is not considered a crime anywhere, is that we were in the habit of living with our mistresses, without being jealous of our friends, when, finding our ladies handsome, they obtained their favours with our ready consent. As we were not rich, we felt no remorse in availing ourselves of the generosity of our friends in such cases, but it was said that we were carrying on an illicit trade, and we have been sent to this place, where we receive every day 10 sous in moneta lunga. We are called mangiameroni, and are worse off than galley slaves, for we are dying of ennui, and we are often starving without knowing how to stay our hunger. My name is Don Antonio Puccini. I am of a noble Paduan family, and my mother belongs to the illustrious family of Campo San Piero." We gave them some money, and went about the island, returning to the ship after we visited the fortress. I shall have to speak of that Puccini in a few years. The wind continued in our favour, and we reached the Dardanelles in 8 or 10 days. The Turkish barges met us there to carry us to Constantinople. The sight offered by that city at a distance of a league is truly wonderful, and I believe that a more magnificent panorama cannot be found in any part of the world. It was that splendid view which was the cause of the fall of the Roman and the rise of the Greek Empire. Constantine the Great, arriving at Byzantium by sea, was so much struck by the wonderful beauty of its position that he exclaimed, "Here is the proper seat of the empire of the whole world." And in order to secure the fulfilment of his prediction, he left Rome for Byzantium. If he had known the prophecy of Horace, or rather if he had believed it, he would not have been guilty of such folly. The poet had said that the downfall of the Roman Empire would begin only when one of the successors of Augustus bethought him removing the capital of the empire to where it had originated. The road is not far distant from Thrace. We arrived at the Venetian embassy in Pera toward the middle of July, and, for a wonder, there was no talk of the plague in Constantinople just then. We were all provided with very comfortable lodgings, but the intensity of the heat induced the bailli to seek for a little coolness in a country mansion which had been hired by the Baillo d'Anna. It was situated at Boiodere. The very first order laid upon me was to never go out unknown to the Baillo, and without being escorted by a janizary, and this order I obeyed to the letter. In those days the Russians had not tamed the insolence of the Turkish people. I am told that foreigners can now go about as much as they please in perfect security. The day after our arrival I took a janizary to accompany me to Asim Pasha of Caramania, the name assumed by Count de Bonneval ever since he had adopted the turban. I sent in my letter, and was immediately shown into an apartment on the ground floor, furnished in the French fashion, where I saw a stout elderly gentleman, dressed like a Frenchman, who, as I entered the room, came to meet me with a smiling countenance, and asked me how he could serve the protege of a cardinal of the Roman Catholic Church, which he could no longer call his mother. I gave him all the particulars of my circumstances, which, in a moment of despair, had induced me to ask the cardinal for letters of introduction for Constantinople, and I added that, the letters once in my possession, my superstitious feelings had made me believe that I was bound to deliver them in person. "Then without this letter," he said, "you would never have come to Constantinople, and you have no need of me?" "True, but I consider myself fortunate in having made the acquaintance of a man who has attracted the attention of the whole of Europe, and still commands that attention." His excellency made some remark respecting the happiness of young men, who, like me, without care, without any fixed purpose, abandon themselves to fortune with that confidence which knows no fear, and telling me that the cardinal's letter made it desirable that he should do something for me, he promised to introduce me to 3 or 4 of his Turkish friends who deserved to be known. He invited me to dine with him every Thursday, and undertook to send me a janizary who would protect me from the insults of the rabble, and show me everything worth seeing. The cardinal's letter representing me as a literary man, the Pasha observed that I ought to see his library. I followed him through the garden, and we entered a room furnished with grated cupboards, curtains which could be seen behind the wirework. The books were most likely behind the curtains. Taking a key out of his pocket, he opened one of the cupboards, and instead of folios I saw long rows of bottles of the finest wines. We both laughed heartily. "Here are," said the Pasha, "my library and my harem. I am old, women would only shorten my life, but good wine will prolong it, or at least make it more agreeable." "I imagine your excellency has obtained a dispensation from the Mufti?" "You are mistaken, for the Pope of the Turks is very far from enjoying so great a power as the Christian Pope. He cannot in any case permit what is forbidden by the Koran, but everybody is at liberty to work out his own damnation if he likes. The Turkish devotees pity the libertines, but they do not persecute them. There is no inquisition in Turkey. Those who do not know the precepts of religion, say the Turks, will suffer enough in the life to come. There is no need to make them suffer in this life. The only dispensation I have asked, and obtained, has been respecting circumcision, although it can hardly be called so, because at my age it might have proved dangerous. That ceremony is generally performed, but is not compulsory." During the 2 hours that we spent together, the Pasha inquired after several of his friends in Venice, particularly after Marc Antonio Dieto. I told him that his friends were still faithful to their affection for him, and did not find fault with his apostasy. He answered that he was a Mahometan, as he had been a Christian, and that he had not been better acquainted with the Koran than he had been with the Gospel. "I am certain," he added, "that I shall die calmer and much happier than Prince Eugene. I have had to say that God is God, and that Mahomet is the Prophet. I have said it, and the Turks care very little whether I believe it or not. I wear the turban as the soldier wears the uniform. I was nothing but a military man. I have not turned my hand to any other profession. I made up my mind to become Lieutenant General of the Grand Turk only when I found myself entirely at a loss how to earn my living. When I left Venice, the pitcher had gone too often to the well. It was broken at last, and if the Jews had offered me command of an army of 50,000 men, I would have gone and besieged Jerusalem. Bonneval was handsome, but too stout. He had received a sabre cut in the lower part of his abdomen, which compelled him to wear constantly a bandage supported by a silver plate. He had been exiled to Asia, but only for a short time, for, as he told me, the cabals are not as tenacious in Turkey as they are in Europe, and particularly at the court of Vienna. As I was taking leave of him, he was kind enough to say that since his arrival in Turkey he had never passed 2 hours as pleasantly as those he had just spent with me, and would compliment the Baello about me. The Baello Donna, who had known him intimately in Venice, desired me to be the bearer of all his friendly compliments for him, and M. Vanier expressed his deep regret at not being able to make his acquaintance. The second day after my visit to him, being a Thursday, the Pasha did not forget to send a janizary according to his promise. It was about 11 in the morning when the janizary called for me. I followed him, and this time I found Bonneval dressed in the Turkish style. His guests soon arrived, and we sat down to dinner, 8 of us, all very well disposed to be cheerful and happy. The dinner was entirely French in cooking and service. His steward and cook were both worthy French renegades. He had taken care to introduce me to all his guests, and at the same time to let me know who they were, but he did not give me an opportunity of speaking before dinner was nearly over. The conversation was entirely kept up in Italian, and I remarked that the Turks did not utter a single word in their own language, even to say the most ordinary thing. Each guest had near him a bottle, which might well have contained either white wine or hydromel. All I know is that I drank, as well as M. Bonneval, next to whom I was seated, some excellent white Burgundy. The guests got me on the subject of Venice, and particularly of Rome, and the conversation very naturally fell upon religion, but not upon dogmatic questions. The discipline of religion and liturgical questions were alone discussed. One of the guests, who was addressed as Effendi because he had been secretary for foreign affairs, said that the ambassador from Venice to Rome was a friend of his, and spoke of him in the highest manner. I told him that I shared his admiration for that ambassador, who had given me a letter of introduction for a Turkish nobleman, whom he had represented as an intimate friend. He inquired for the name of the person to whom the letter was addressed, but I could not recollect it, and took the letter out of my pocket book. The Effendi was delighted to find out that the letter was for himself. He begged leave to read it at once, and after he perused it, he kissed the signature and came to embrace me. This scene pleased M. de Bonneval and all his friends. The Effendi, whose name was Ismail, entreated the Pasha to come dine with him, and to bring me. Bonneval accepted, and fixed the day. Notwithstanding all the politeness of the Effendi, I was particularly interested during our charming dinner in a fine elderly man of about 60, whose countenance breathed at the same time the greatest sagacity and the most perfect kindness. 2 years afterwards I found again the same features on the handsome face of M. de Bragadin, a Venetian senator of whom I shall have to speak at length when we come to that period of my life. That elderly gentleman had listened to me with the greatest attention, but without uttering one word. In society, a man whose face and general appearance excite your interest stimulates strongly your curiosity if you remain silent. When we left the dining room, I inquired from de Bonneval who he was. He answered that he was wealthy, a philosopher, a man of acknowledged merit, of great purity of morals, and strongly attached to his religion. He advised me to cultivate his acquaintance if he made any advances to me. I was pleased with his advice, and when, after a walk under the shady trees of the garden, we returned to a drawing room furnished in the Turkish fashion, I purposely took a seat near Yusuf Ali. Such was the name of the Turk for whom I felt so much sympathy. He offered me his pipe in a very graceful manner. I refused it politely, and took one brought to me by one of M. de Bonneval's servants. Whenever I have been among smokers, I have smoked or left the room, otherwise I would have fancied that I was swallowing the smoke of others, and that idea, which is true and unpleasant, disgusted me. I have never been able to understand how in Germany the ladies, otherwise so polite and delicate, could inhale the suffocating fumes of a crowd of smokers. Yusuf, pleased to have me near him, at once led the conversation to subjects similar to those which had been discussed at table, and particularly to the reasons which had induced me to give up the peaceful profession of the church and to choose a military life; and in order to gratify his curiosity without losing his good opinion, I gave him, but with proper caution, some of the particulars of my life, for I wanted him to be satisfied that, if I had first entered the career of the holy priesthood, it had not been through any vocation of mine. He seemed pleased with my recital, speak of natural vocations as a Stoic philosopher, and I saw that he was a fatalist, but I was careful not to attack his system openly. He did not dislike my objections, most likely because he thought himself strong enough to overthrow them. I must have inspired the honest Mussulman with very great esteem, for he thought me worthy of becoming his disciple. It was not likely that he could entertain the idea of becoming himself the disciple of a young man of 19, lost, as he thought, in a false religion. After spending an hour in examining me, and listening to my principles, he said that he believed me fit to know the real truth, because he saw that I was seeking for it, and that I was not certain of having obtained it so far. He invited me to come and spend a whole day with him, naming the days when I would be certain to find him at home, but he advised me to consult the Pasha Osman before accepting his invitation. I told him that the Pasha had already mentioned him to me, and spoke very highly of his character. He seemed much pleased. I fixed the day for my visit, and left him. I informed M. de Bonneval of all that had occurred. He was delighted, and promised that his janizary would be every day at the Venetian palace, ready to execute my orders. I received the congratulations of the bailli upon the excellent acquaintances I had already made, and M. Venier advised me not to neglect such friends in a country where weariness of life was more deadly to foreigners than the plague. On the day appointed, I went early to Yusuf's palace, but he was out. His gardener, who had received his instructions, shewed me every attention, and entertained me very agreeably for 2 hours in doing the honours of his master's splendid garden, where I found the most beautiful flowers. This gardener was a Neapolitan, and had belonged to Yusuf for 30 years. His manners made me suspect that he was well born and well educated, but he told me frankly that he had never been taught even to read, that he was a sailor when he was taken into slavery, and that he was so happy in the service of Yusuf that liberty would be a punishment to him. Of course I did not venture to address him any questions about his master, for his reserve might have put my curiosity to the blush. Yusuf had gone out on horseback. He returned, and after the usual compliments we dined alone in a summer house, from which we had a very fine view of the sea, and in which the heat was cooled by a delightful breeze which blows regularly at the same hour every day from the north-west, and is called the Mistral. We had a good dinner. There was no prepared dish except for the caromen, a particular delicacy of the Turks. I drank water and hydromel, and I told Yusuf that I preferred the last to wine, of which I never took too much at that time. Your hydromel, I said, is very good, and the Mussulmans who offend against the law by drinking wine do not deserve any indulgence. I believe they drink wine only because it is forbidden. Many of the true believers, he answered, think that they could take it as a medicine. The Grand Turk's physician has brought it into vogue as a medicine, and it has been the cause of his fortune, for he has captivated the favour of his master, who is in reality constantly ill, because he is always in a state of intoxication. I told Yusuf that in my country drunkards were scarce, and that drunkenness was a vice to be found only among the lowest people. He was much astonished. I cannot understand, he said, why wine is allowed by all religions, when its use deprives man of his reason. All religions, I answered, forbid excess in drinking wine, and the crime is only in the abuse. I proved him the truth of what I said by telling him that opium produced the same results as wine, but more powerfully, and consequently Mahomet ought to have forbidden the use of it. He observed that he had never taken either wine or opium in the course of his life. After dinner pipes were brought in, and we filled them ourselves. I was smoking with pleasure, but at the same time was expectorating. Yusuf, who smoked like a Turk, that is to say without spitting, said, "The tobacco you are now smoking is of a very fine quality, and you ought to swallow its balsam which is mixed with the saliva." I suppose you are right. Smoking cannot truly be enjoyed without the best tobacco. That is true to a certain extent, but the enjoyment found in smoking good tobacco is not the principal pleasure, because it only pleases our senses. True enjoyment is that which works upon the soul, and is completely independent of the senses. I cannot realize pleasures enjoyed by the soul without the instrumentality of the senses. Listen to me. When you fill your pipe, do you feel any pleasure? Yes. Whence does that pleasure arise, if it is not from your soul? Let us go further. Do you not feel pleased when you give up your pipe, after having smoked all the tobacco in it, when you see that nothing is left but some ashes? It is true. Well, there are two pleasures in which your senses have certainly nothing to do, but I want you to guess the third and the most essential. The most essential? It is the perfume. No, it is the pleasure of the organ of smelling, a sensual pleasure. Then I do not know. Listen, the principal pleasure derived from tobacco smoking is the sight of the smoke itself. You must never see it go out of the bowl of your pipe, but only from the corner of your mouth, at regular intervals which must not be too frequent. It is so truly the greatest pleasure connected with the pipe, that you cannot find anywhere a blind man who smokes. Try yourself the experiment of smoking a pipe in your room at night and without a light. You would soon lay the pipe down. It is all perfectly true, yet you must forgive me if I give the preference to several pleasures, in which my senses are interested, over those which afford enjoyment only to my soul. 40 years ago I was of the same opinion, and in 40 years, if you succeed in acquiring wisdom, you will think like me. Pleasures which give activity to our senses, my dear son, disturb the repose of our soul, a proof that they do not deserve the name of real enjoyments. But if I feel them to be real enjoyments, it is enough to prove that they are truly so. Granted, but if you would take the trouble of analyzing them after you tasted them, you would not find them unalloyed. It may be so, but why should I take the trouble which would only lessen my enjoyment? A time will come when you will feel pleasure in that very trouble. It strikes me, dear father, that you prefer mature age to youth. You may boldly say old age. You surprise me. Must I believe that your early life has been unhappy? Far from it. I was always fortunate in good health, and the master of my own passions. But all I saw in my equals was for me a good school, in which I have acquired the knowledge of man, and learned the real road to happiness. The happiest of men is not the most voluptuous, but the one who knows how to choose the highest standards of voluptuousness, which can be found, I say again, not in the pleasures which excite our senses, but in those which give greater repose to the soul. This is the voluptuousness which you consider unalloyed? Yes, and such is the sight of a vast prairie all covered with grain. The green color, so strongly recommended by our divine prophet, strikes my ears, and at the same moment I feel that my soul is wrapped up in a calm so delightful that I fancy myself nearer the Creator. I enjoy the same peace, the same repose, when I am seated on the banks of a river, when I look upon the water so quiet, yet always moving, which flows constantly, yet never disappears from my sight, never loses any of its clearness in spite of its constant motion. It strikes me as an image of my own existence, and the calm which I require for my life in order to reach, like the water I am gazing upon, the goal which I do not see, and which can only be found at the other end of the journey. Thus did the Turk reason, and we passed 4 hours in this sort of conversation. He had buried 2 wives, and he had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, having received his patrimony, had established himself in the city of Salonica, where he was a wealthy merchant. The other was in the seraglio, in the service of the Grand Turk, and his fortune was in the hands of a trustee. His daughter, Zelmi, then 15 years of age, was to inherit all his remaining property. He had given her all the accomplishments which could minister to the happiness of the man whom heaven had destined for her husband. We shall hear more of that daughter anon. The mother of the 3 children was dead, and 5 years previous to the time of my visit, Yusuf had taken another wife, a native of Scio, young and very beautiful, but he told me himself that he was too old now, and could not hope to have any child by her. Yet he was only 60 years of age. Before I left, he made me promise to spend at least 1 day every week with him. At supper, I told the Balii how pleasantly the day had passed. "We envy you," they said, "the prospect you have before you of spending agreeably 3 or 4 months in this country, while, in the quality of our ministers, we must pine away with melancholy." A few days afterwards, M. de Bonneville took me with him to dine at Ismail's house, where I saw Asiatic luxury on a grand scale. But there were a great many guests, and the conversation was held almost entirely in the Turkish language, a circumstance which annoyed me, and M. de Bonneville also. Ismail saw it, and he invited me to breakfast whenever I felt disposed, assuring me that he would have much pleasure in receiving me. I accepted the invitation, and I went 10 or 12 days afterwards. When we reach that period, my readers must kindly accompany me to that breakfast. For the present I must return to Yusuf, who, during my second visit, displayed a character which inspired me with the greatest esteem and the warmest affection. We had dined alone as before, and the conversation happened to turn upon the fine arts. I gave my opinion on one of the precepts in the Koran, by which the Mahometans are deprived of the innocent enjoyment of paintings and statues. He told me that Mahomet, a very sagacious legislator, had been right in removing all images from the sight of the followers of Islam. No one ever worshipped an image as an image. The deity of which that image is a representation is what is worshipped. I may grant that, but God cannot be matter, and it is right to remove from the thoughts of the vulgar the idea of a material divinity. You are the only men, you Christians, who believe that you see God. It is true, we are sure of it, but observe that faith alone gives us that certainty. I know it, but you are idolaters, for you see nothing but material representation, and yet you have a complete certainty that you see God, unless you should tell me that faith disaffirms it. God forbid I should tell such a thing. Faith, on the contrary, affirms our certainty. We thank God that we have no need of such self-delusion, and there is not one philosopher in the world who could prove to me that you require it. That would not be the province of philosophy, dear father, but of theology, a very superior science. You are now speaking the language of our theologians, who differ from yours only in this: they use their science to make clearer the truths we ought to know, whilst your theologians try and render those truths more obscure. Recollect, dear father, that they are mysteries. The existence of God is a sufficiently important mystery to prevent men from daring to add anything to it. God can only be simple. Any kind of combination would destroy his essence. Such is the God announced by our prophet, who must be the same for all men and in all times. Agree with me that we can add nothing to the simplicity of God. We say that God is one. That is the image of simplicity. You say that he is one and three at the same time, and such a definition strikes us as contradictory, absurd, and impious. It is a mystery. Do you mean God or the definition? I am speaking only of the definition, which ought not to be a mystery or absurd. Common sense, my son, must consider as absurd an assertion which is substantially nonsensical. Prove to me that three is not a compound, that it cannot be a compound, and I will become a Christian at once. My religion tells me to believe without arguing, and I shudder, my dear Yusuf, when I think that, through some specious reasoning, I might be led to renounce the creed of my fathers. I first must be convinced that they lived in error. Tell me whether, respecting my father's memory, I ought to have such a good opinion of myself as to sit in judgment over him, with the intention of giving my sentence against him. My lively remonstrance moved Yusuf deeply, but after a few instances of silence, he said to me, "With such feelings, my son, you are sure to find grace in the eyes of God, and you are, therefore, one of the elect. If you are in error, God alone can convince you of it, for no just man on earth can refute the sentiment that you have just given expression to." We spoke of many other things in a friendly manner, and in the evening we parted with the often repeated assurance of the warmest affection and the most perfect devotion. But my mind was full of our conversation, and as I went on pondering over the matter, I thought that Yusuf might be right in his opinion as to the essence of God, for it seemed evident that the Creator of all things ought to be perfectly simple. But I thought at the same time how impossible it would be for me, because the Christian religion had made a mistake, to accept the Turkish creed, which might perhaps have just a conception of God, but which caused me to smile when I recollected that the man who had given birth to it had been an arrant impostor. I had not the slightest idea, however, that Yusuf wished to make a convert of me. The third time I dined with him, religion was again the subject of conversation. "Do you believe, dear father, that the religion of Mahomet is the only one in which salvation can be secured?" "No, my dear son, I am not certain of it, and no man can have such a certainty. But I am sure that the Christian religion is not the true one, because it cannot be universal." "Why not?" "Because there is neither bread nor wine to be found in 3/4 of the world. Observe that the precepts of the Koran can be followed everywhere." I did not know how to answer, and I would not equivocate. If God cannot be matter, I said, then he must be a spirit. We know what he is not, but we do not know what he is. Man cannot affirm that God is a spirit, because he cannot realize the idea in an abstract manner. God immaterial, that is the extent of our knowledge, and it can never be greater. I was reminded of Plato, who said exactly the same thing, and most certainly Yusuf had never read Plato. He added that the existence of God could be useful only to those who do not entertain a doubt of that existence, and that, as a natural consequence, atheists must be the most miserable of men. God has made in his man his own image in order that, amongst all the animals created by him, there should be no one that can understand and confess the existence of the Creator. Without man, God would have no witness of his own glory, and man must therefore understand his first and highest duty is to glorify God, by practicing justice and trusting to his providence. Observe, my son, that God never abandons the man who, in the midst of misfortunes, falls down in prayer before him, and he often allows the wretch who has no faith in prayer to die miserably. Yet we meet with atheists who are fortunate and happy. True, but in spite of their tranquility, I pity them because they have no hope beyond this life, and are on a level with animals. Besides, if they are philosophers, they must linger in dark ignorance, and if they never think, they have no consolation, no resource when adversity reaches them. God has made man in such a manner that he cannot be happy unless he entertains no doubt of the existence of his divine Creator. In all stations of life, man is naturally prone to believe in that existence. Otherwise, man would never have admitted one God, creator of all beings and of all things. I should like to know why atheism only existed in the systems of the learned, and never as a national creed. Because the poor feel their wants much more than the rich. There are amongst us a great many impious men who deride the true believers because they have faith in the pilgrimage to Mecca. Wretches that they are, they ought to respect the ancient customs which, exciting the devotion of fervent souls, feed religious principles, and impart courage under all misfortunes. Without such consolation, people would give way to all the excesses of despair. Much pleased with the attention I gave to all he said, Yusuf would thus yield to the inclination he felt to instruct me, and on my side, feeling myself drawn towards him by the charm which amiable goodness exerts upon all hearts, I would often go and spend the day with him, even without any previous invitation, and Yusuf's friendship soon became one of my most precious treasures. One morning I told my janissary to take me to the palace of Ismail Effendi, in order to fulfil my promise to breakfast with him. He gave me the most friendly welcome, and after an excellent breakfast he invited me to take a walk in his garden. We found there a pretty summer house which we entered, and Ismail attempted some liberties which were not at all to my taste, and which I resented by rising in a very abrupt manner. Seeing that I was angry, the Turk affected to approve my reserve, and said that he had only been joking. I left him after a few minutes, with the intention of not visiting him again, but I was compelled to do so, as I will explain by and by. When I saw M. de Bonneval, I told him what had happened, and he said that, according to Turkish manners, Ismail had intended to give me great proof of his friendship, but that I need not be afraid of the offence being repeated. He added that politeness required that I should visit him again, and that Ismail was, in spite of his failing, a perfect gentleman, who had at his disposal the most beautiful female slaves in Turkey. 5 or 6 weeks after the commencement of our intimacy, Yusuf asked me one day whether I was married. I answered that I was not. The conversation turned upon several moral questions, and last fell upon chastity, which in his opinion could be accounted a virtue only if considered from one point of view, namely that of total abstinence, but he added that it would not be acceptable to God, because it transgressed against the very first precept he had given to him. I would like to know, for instance, he said, what name can be given to the chastity of your Knights of Malta? They take a vow of chastity, but it does not mean that they will renounce women altogether. They renounce marriage only. Their chastity, and therefore chastity in general, is violated only by marriage, and yet I observe that marriage is one of your sacraments. Therefore, those Knights of Malta promise not to give way to lustful incontinence in the only case in which God might forgive it, but they reserve the license of being lustful unlawfully as often as they please, and whenever an opportunity may offer itself, and that immoral, illicit license is granted to them to such an extent that they are allowed to acknowledge legally a child which can be born to them only through a double crime. The most revolting part of it is that these children of crime, who are of course perfectly innocent themselves, are called natural children, as if children born in wedlock come into this world in an unnatural manner. In one word, my dear son, the vow of chastity is so much opposed to divine precepts and to human nature, that it can be agreeable neither to God nor to society, nor to those who pledge themselves to keep it, and being in such opposition to every divine and human law, it must be a crime. He inquired for the second time whether I was married. I replied in the negative, and added that I had no idea of ever getting married. "What!" he exclaimed, "I must then believe that you are not a perfect man, or that you intend to work out your own damnation, unless you should tell me that you are a Christian only outwardly." I am a man in the very strongest sense of the word, and I am a true Christian. I must confess that I adore women, and that I have not the slightest idea of depriving myself of the most delightful of all pleasures. According to your religion, damnation awaits you. I feel certain of the contrary, because when we confess our sins, our priests are compelled to give us absolution. I know that, but you must agree with me that it is absurd to suppose that God will forgive a crime which you would, perhaps, not commit, if you did not think that, after confession, a priest, a man like you, will give you absolution. God forgives only the repenting sinner. No doubt of it, and confession supposes repentance. Without it, absolution has no effect. Is onanism a crime amongst you? Yes, even greater than lustful and illegitimate copulation. I am aware of it, and it has always caused me great surprise, for the legislator who enacts a law, the execution of which is impossible, is a fool. A man in good health, if he cannot have a woman, must necessarily have recourse to onanism, whenever impious nature demands it, and the man who, from fear of polluting his soul, would abstain from it, would only draw upon himself a mortal disease. We believe exactly the reverse. We think that young people destroy their constitutions and shorten their lives through self-abuse. In several communities they are closely watched, and are as much as possible deprived of every opportunity of indulging in that crime. Those who watch them are ignorant fools, and those who pay the watchers for such a service are even more stupid, because prohibition must excite the wish to break through such a tyrannical law, to set at naught an interdiction so contrary to nature. Yet it seems to me that self-abuse in excess must be injurious to health, for it must weaken and enervate. Certainly, because excess in everything is prejudicial and pernicious, but all such excess is the result of our severe prohibition. If girls are not interfered with in the matter of self-abuse, I don't see why boys should be. Because girls are very far from running the same risk. They do not lose a great deal in the action of self-abuse, and what they lose does not come from the same source whence flows the germinal liquid in men. I do not know, but we have some physicians who say that chlorosis in girls is the result of that pleasure indulged in to excess. After many such conversations, in which he seemed to consider me as endowed with reason and talent, even when I was not of his opinion, Yusuf Ali surprised me greatly one day by the following proposition: "I have 2 sons and a daughter. I no longer think of my sons, because they have received their share of my fortune. As far as my daughter is concerned, she will, after my death, inherit all of my possessions, and I am, besides, in a position, while I am alive, to promote the fortune of the man who may marry her. 5 years ago I took a young wife, but she has not given me any progeny, and I know to a certainty that no offspring will bless our union. My daughter, whose name is Zelmi, is now 15. She is handsome, her eyes are black, and lovely like her mother's. Her hair is the color of the raven's wing, her complexion is animated alabaster. She is tall, well made, and of a sweet disposition. I have given her an education which would make her worthy of our master, the Sultan. She speaks Greek and Italian fluently. She sings delightfully, and accompanies herself on the harp. She can draw and embroider, and is always contented and cheerful. No living man can boast of having seen her features, and she loves me so dearly that my will is hers. My daughter is a treasure, and I offer her to you if you will consent to go for 1 year to Adrianople to reside with a relative of mine, who will teach you our religion, our language, and our manners. You will return at the end of 1 year, and as soon as you become a Mussulman, my daughter shall be your wife. You will find a house ready furnished, slaves of your own, and an income which will enable you to live in comfort. I have no more to say at present. I do not wish you to answer me either today or tomorrow or on any fixed day. You will give me your decision whenever you feel yourself called upon by your genius to give it, and you need not give me an answer unless you accept my offer, for, should you refuse it, it is not necessary that the subject should be mentioned again. I do not ask you to give full consideration to my proposal, for now that I have thrown the seed in your soil, it must fructify. Without hurry, without delay, without anxiety, you can but obey the decrees of God and follow the immutable decision of fate. Such as I know you, I believe that you only require the possession of Zelmi to be completely happy, and you will become one of the pillars of the Ottoman Empire. Saying these words, Yusuf pressed me affectionately in his arms, and left me by myself to avoid any answer I might be inclined to make. I went away in such wonder at all I had just heard, that I found myself at the Venetian embassy without knowing how I had reached it. The bailli found me very pensive, and asked whether anything was the matter with me, but I did not feel disposed to gratify their curiosity. I found that Yusuf had indeed spoken truly. His proposal was of such importance that I felt it was my duty not only not to mention it to anyone, but even to abstain from thinking it over until my mind had recovered its calm sufficiently to give me assurance that no external consideration would weigh in the balance and influence my decision. I had to silence all my passions, prejudices, principles already formed. Love, and even self-interest, were to remain in a state of complete inaction. When I awoke the next morning, I began to think the matter over, and I soon discovered that, if I wanted to come to a decision, I ought not to ponder it over, as the more I considered, the less likely I should be to decide. This was truly a case for the sequere deum of the Stoics. I did not visit Yusuf for 4 days, and when I called on him on the 5th day we talked cheerfully without once mentioning his proposal, although it was very evident that we were both thinking of it. We remained thus for a fortnight, without ever alluding to the matter which engrossed all our thoughts. But our silence was not caused by dissimulation, nor by any feeling contrary to our mutual esteem and friendship, and one day Yusuf suggested that very likely I had communicated his proposal to some wise friend, in order to obtain good advice. I immediately assured him it was not so, and that in a matter of so delicate a nature I thought I ought not to ask anybody's advice. I have abandoned myself to God, dear Yusuf, and, full of confidence in him, I feel certain that I shall decide for the best, whether I make up my mind to become your son, or believe that I ought to remain what I am now. In the meantime my mind ponders over it day and night, whenever I am quiet and feel myself composed and collected. When I come to a decision I will impart it to you alone, and from that moment you shall have over me the authority of a father. At these words, the worthy Yusuf, his eyes wet with tears, placed his left hand over my head, and the first 2 fingers of his right on my forehead, saying, "Continue to act in that way, my dear son, and be certain that you can never act wrongly." "But," I said to him, "one thing might happen, Zelmi might not accept me." "Have no anxiety about that. My daughter loves you. She, as well as my wife and her nurse, sees you every time that we dine together, and she listens to you with pleasure. Does she know that you are thinking of giving her to me as my wife? She knows that I ardently wish you to become a true believer, so as to enable me to link her destiny to yours. I am glad that your habits do not permit you to let me see her, because she might dazzle me with her beauty, and then passion would have too much weight in the scale. I could no longer flatter myself that my decision had been taken in all the unbiased purity of my soul." Yusuf was highly delighted at hearing me speak in that manner, and I spoke in perfect good faith. The mere idea of seeing Zelmi caused me to shudder. I felt that, if I had fallen in love with her, I might have become a Mussulman in order to possess her, and that I might have soon repented such a step, for the language of Mahomet presented to my eyes and to my mind nothing but a disagreeable picture, as well for this life as for a future one. As for wealth, I did not think it deserved the immense sacrifice demanded from me. I could find equal wealth in Europe, without stamping my forehead with the shameful brand of apostasy. I cared very deeply for the esteem of the persons of distinction who knew me, and did not want to render myself unworthy of it. Besides, I felt an immense desire to obtain fame among civilized and polite nations, either in the fine arts or in literature or in some other honourable profession, and I could not reconcile myself to the fact of abandoning to my equals the triumph which I might win if I lived amongst them. It seemed to me, and I am still of the same opinion, that the decision of wearing the turban befits only a Christian despairing of himself and at the end of his wits, and fortunately I was lost not in that predicament. My greatest objection was to spend a year in Adrianople to learn a language for which I did not feel any liking, and which I should therefore have learned but imperfectly. How could I, at my age, renounce the prerogative, so pleasant to my vanity, of being reputed a fine talker, and I had secured that reputation wherever I was known. Then I would often think that Zelmi, the eighth wonder of creation in the eyes of her father, might not appear such in my eyes, and it would have been enough to make me miserable, for Yusuf was likely to live 20 years longer, and I felt that gratitude, as well as respect, would never have permitted me to give that excellent man any cause for unhappiness by ceasing to shew myself a devoted and faithful husband to his daughter. Such were my thoughts, and, as Yusuf could not guess them, it was useless to make a confidant of him. A few days afterwards I dined with the Pasha Osman, and met my Effendi Ismail. He was very friendly to me, and I reciprocated his attentions, though I paid no attention to the reproaches he addressed to me for not having come to breakfast with him for such a long time. I could not refuse to dine at his house with Bonneval, and he treated me to a very pleasing sight. Neapolitan slaves, men and women, performed a pantomime and some Calabrian dances. M. de Bonneval happened to mention the dance called Forlana, and Ismail, expressing a great wish to know it, I told him that I could give him that pleasure if I had a Venetian woman to dance with and a fiddler who knew the time. I took a violin and played the Forlana, but, even if the partner had been found, I could not play it and dance at the same time. Ismail whispered a few words to one of his eunuchs, who went out of the room and returned soon with some message that he delivered to him. The Effendi told me that he had found the partner I wanted, and I answered that the musician could be had easily if he would send the note to the Venetian embassy, and this was done at once. The bailo donna sent one of his men who played the violin well enough for dancing purposes. As soon as the musician was ready, a door was thrown open, and a fine-looking woman came in, her face covered with a black velvet mask, such as we call Moretta in Venice. The appearance of that beautiful masked woman surprised and delighted every one of the guests, for it was impossible to imagine a more interesting object, not only on account of the beauty of that part of the face which the mask left exposed, but also for the elegance of her shape, the perfection of her figure, and the exquisite taste displayed in her costume. The nymph took her place, I did the same, and we danced the Forlana 6 times without stopping. I was in perspiration and out of breath, for the Forlana is the most violent of our national dances, but my beautiful partner stood near me without betraying the slightest fatigue, and seemed to challenge me to a new performance. At the round of the dance, which is the most difficult step, she seemed to have wings. I was astounded, for I had never seen anyone, even in Venice, dance the Forlana so splendidly. After a few minutes' rest, rather ashamed of my feeling tired, I went up to her, and said, "Ancora sei, a poi basta, a non volete vedermi amore." She would have answered me if she had been able to, but she wore one of those cruel masks which forbid speech, but a pressure of her hand which nobody could see made me guess all I wanted to know. The moment we finished dancing the eunuch opened the door, and my lovely partner disappeared. Ismail could not thank me enough, but it was I who owed him my thanks, for it was the only real pleasure which I enjoyed in Constantinople. I asked him whether the lady was from Venice, but he only answered by a significant smile. "The worthy Ismail," said M. de Bonneval to me, as we were leaving the house late in the evening, "has been to day the dupe of his vanity, and I have no doubt that he is very sorry already for what he has done. To bring out his beautiful slave to dance with you, according to the prejudices of this country, it is injurious to his dignity, for you are sure to have kindled an amorous flame in the poor girl's breast. I would advise you to be careful and to keep on your guard, because she will try to get up some intrigue with you. But be prudent, for intrigues are always dangerous in Turkey." I promised to be prudent, but I did not keep my promise, for, 3 or 4 days afterwards, an old slave woman met me in the street, and offered to sell me for 1 piaster a tobacco bag embossed in gold, and as she put it in my hand she contrived to make me feel that there was a letter in the bag. I observed that she tried to avoid the eyes of the janizary who was walking behind me. I gave her 1 piaster, she left me, and I proceeded towards Yusuf's house. He was not at home, and I went to his garden to read the letter with perfect freedom. It was sealed and without any address, and the slave might have made a mistake, but my curiosity was excited to the highest pitch. I broke the seal, and found the following note written in good enough Italian. Should you wish to see the person with whom you danced the Forlana, take a walk towards evening in the garden behind the fountain, and contrive to become acquainted with the old servant of the gardener by asking her for some lemonade. You may perchance manage to see your partner in the Forlana without running any risk. Even if you should happen to meet Ismael, she is a native of Venice. Be careful not to mention this invitation to any human being." "I'm not such a fool, my lovely countrywoman," I exclaimed, as if she had been present, and put the letter in my pocket. But at that very moment a fine-looking elderly woman came out of the thicket and pronounced my name, and inquired what I wanted and how I had seen her. I answered that I had been speaking to the wind, and not supposing that anyone could hear me, and without any more preparation she abruptly told me that she was very glad of the opportunity of speaking with me, that she was from Rome, that she had brought up Zelmi, and taught her to sing and play the harp. She then highly praised the beauty and excellent qualities of her pupil, and saying that, if I saw her, I would certainly fall in love with her, and expressing how much she regretted that the law should not allow it. "She sees us at this very moment," she added, "from behind the green window blind, and we loved you ever since Yusuf has informed us that you may, perhaps, become Zelmi's husband." "May I mention our conversation to Yusuf?" I inquired. "No." Her answer in the negative made me understand that, if I pressed her a little, she would have allowed me to see her lovely pupil, and perhaps it was with that intention that she contrived to speak with me. But I felt a great reluctance to do anything to displease my worthy host. I had another reason of even greater importance. I was afraid of entering an intricate maze in which seeing the sight of a turban hovering over me made me shudder. Chapter 14. Yusuf came home, and far from being angry when he saw me with the woman, he remarked that I must have found much pleasure in conversing with a native of Rome, and he congratulated me upon the delight I must have felt in dancing with one of the beauties from the harem of the voluptuous Ismael. "Then it must be a pleasure seldom enjoyed if it is so much talked of." "Very seldom indeed, for there is amongst us an invisible prejudice against exposing our lovely women to the eyes of other men. But everybody may do so as he pleases in his own house. Ismael is very worthy and a very intelligent man." "Is the lady with whom I danced known?" "I believe not. She wore a mask, and everyone knows that Ismael possesses half a dozen slaves of surpassing beauty." I spent a pleasant day with Yusuf, and when I left him I ordered my janissary to take me to Ismael's. As I was known by his servants, they allowed me to go in, and I proceeded to the spot described in the letter. The eunuch came to me, informed me that his master was out, but that he would be delighted to hear of me having taken a walk in the garden. I told him that I would like a glass of lemonade, and he took me to the summer house, where I recognized the old woman who sold me the tobacco pouch. The eunuch told her to give me a glass of some liquid which I found delicious, and would not allow me to give her any money. We then talked together towards the fountain, but he told me abruptly that we were to go back, for he saw 3 ladies, to whom he pointed, adding that, for the sake of decency, it was necessary to avoid them. I thanked him for his attentions, left my compliments for Ismael, and went away not dissatisfied with my first attempt, and with the hope of being more fortunate another time. The next morning I received a letter from Ismael, inviting me to go fishing with him on the following day, and stating that he intended to enjoy the sport by moonlight. I immediately gave way to my suppositions, and I went so far as to fancy that Ismael might be capable of arranging an interview between me and the lovely Venetian. I did not mind his being present. I begged permission of Chevalier Venier to stop out of the palace for one night, but he granted it with the greatest difficulty, for he was afraid of some love affair and the results it might have. I took care to calm his anxiety as much as I could, but without acquainting him with all the circumstances of the case, for I thought I was wise in being discreet. I was exact to the appointed time, and Ismael received me with the utmost cordiality, but I was surprised when I found myself alone with him in the boat. We had 2 rowers and a man to steer. We took some fish, fried in oil, and ate it in the summer house. The moon shone brightly, the night was delightful. Alone with Ismael, and knowing his unnatural tastes, I did not feel very comfortable, for, in spite of what M. de Bonneval had told me, I was afraid lest the Turk should take a fancy to give me too great a proof of his friendship, and I did not relish our tete-a-tete, but my fears were groundless. "Let us leave this place quietly," said Ismael. "I have just heard a slight noise which heralds something that will amuse us." He dismissed his attendants and took my hand, saying, "Let us go to a small room, the key of which I luckily have with me, but let us be careful not to make any noise. The room has a window overlooking the fountain. where I think that 2 or 3 of my beauties have just gone to bathe. We will see them and enjoy a very pleasing sight, for they do not imagine that anyone is looking at them. They know that the place is forbidden to everyone except me. We entered the room, we went to the window, and the moon was shining right over the basin of the fountain. We saw 3 nymphs who, now swimming, now standing or sitting on the marble steps, offered themselves to our eyes in every possible position and with all the attitudes of graceful voluptuousness. Dear reader, I must not paint in too vivid colour the details of that beautiful picture, but if nature has endowed you with an ardent imagination and with equally ardent senses, you will easily imagine the fearful havoc which that unique, wonderful, and enchanting sight must have made upon my poor body. A few days after that delightful fishing and bathing party by moonlight, I called upon Yusuf early in the morning. As it was raining, I could not go to the garden, and I went into the dining room, in which I had never seen anyone. The moment I entered the room, a charming female form rose, covered her features with a thick veil which fell to the feet. A slave was sitting near the window, doing some tambour work, but she did not move. I apologized and turned to leave the room, but the lady stopped me, observing with a sweet voice that Yusuf had commanded her to entertain me before going out. She invited me to be seated, pointed to a rich cushion placed upon 2 larger ones, and I obeyed. While crossing her legs, she sat down upon another cushion opposite to me. I thought I was looking upon Zelmi, and fancied that Yusuf had made up his mind to shew me that he was not less courageous than Ismail. Yet I was surprised, for by such a proceeding he strongly contradicted his maxims, and ran the risk of impairing the unbiased purity of my consent by throwing love in the balance. But I had no fear of that, because, to become enamoured, I should have required to see her face. "I suppose," said the veiled beauty, "that you do not know who I am?" I could not guess if I tried. "I have been for the last 5 years the wife of your friend, and I am a native of Scio. I was 13 years of age when I became his wife." I was greatly astonished to find that my Mussulman philosopher had gone so far as to allow me to converse with his wife, but I felt more at ease after I had received that information, and I fancied that I might carry the adventure farther, but it would be necessary to see the lady's face, for a finely dressed body, the head of which is not seen, excites but very feeble desires. The fire lighted by amorous desires is like the fire of straw; the moment it burns up it is near its end. I had before me a magnificent appearance, but I could not see the soul of the image, for a thick gauze concealed it from my hungry gaze. I could see arms as white as alabaster, and hands like those of Alcina, dove ne nodo appiasse se viene a cede, and my imagination fancied that all the rest was in harmony with these beautiful specimens, for the graceful folds of the muslin, leaving the outline all its perfection, hid from me only the living satin of the surface. There was no doubt that everything was lovely, but I wanted to see, in the expression of her eyes, that all my imagination created had life and was endowed with feeling. The oriental costume is a beautiful varnish placed upon a porcelain vase to protect it from the touch of the colours of the flowers and of the design, without lessening the pleasure of the eyes. Yusuf's wife was not dressed like the Sultana; she wore the costume of Scio, with a short skirt which concealed neither the perfection of the legs, nor the round form of the thigh, nor the voluptuous plump fall of the hips, nor the slender, well-made waist, encompassed in a splendid band embroidered in silver and covered with arabesques. Above all these beauties I could see the shape of 2 globes, which Apelles would have taken for the model of those of his lovely Venus, and the rapid, unequal movement of which proved to me that those ravishing hillocks were animated. The small valley left between them, and which my eyes greedily feasted upon, seemed to me to be a lake of nectar, in which my burning lips longed to quench with thirst with more ardour than they would have drunk from the cup of the gods. Enraptured, unable to control myself, I thrust an arm forward by a movement almost independent of my will, and my hand, too audacious, was on the point of lifting the hateful veil, but she prevented me by raising herself quickly on tiptoe, upbraiding me at the same time for my perfidious boldness with a voice as commanding as her attitude. "Dost thou deserve," she said, "Yusuf's friendship when thou abusest the sacred laws of hospitality by insulting his wife?" "Madam, you must kindly forgive me, for I never had an intention to insult you. In my country the lowest of men may fix his eyes upon the face of a queen." "Yes, but he cannot tear off her veil if she chooses to wear it. Yusuf shall avenge me." The threat and the tone in which it was pronounced frightened me. I threw myself at her feet and succeeded in calming her anger. "Take a seat," she said. And she sat down herself, crossing her legs with so much freedom that I caught a glimpse of charms which would have caused me to lose all self-control over myself if the delightful sight had remained one moment longer exposed to my eyes. I then saw that I had gone the wrong way to work, and I felt vexed with myself, but it was too late. "Art thou excited?" she asked. "How could I be otherwise," I answered, "when thou art scorching me with an ardent fire?" I had become more prudent, and I seized her hand without thinking any more of her face. "Here is my husband," she said, and Yusuf came into the room. We rose, Yusuf embraced me, I complimented him, and the slave left the room. Yusuf thanked his wife for having entertained me, and offered her his arm to take her to her own apartment. She took it, but when she reached the door she raised her veil, and kissing her husband she allowed me to see her lovely face, as if it had been done unwittingly. I followed her with my eyes as long as I could, and Yusuf, coming back to me, said with a laugh that his wife had offered to dine with us. "I thought," I said to him, "that I had Zelmi before me." "That would have been too much against our established rules. What I have done is not much, but I do not know an honest man who would be bold enough to bring his daughter into the presence of a stranger." "I think your wife must be handsome. Is she more beautiful than Zelmi?" "My daughter's beauty is cheerful, sweet, and gentle. That of Sophia is proud and haughty. She will be happy after my death. The man who will marry her will find a virgin." I gave an account of my adventure to M. de Bonneval, somewhat exaggerating the danger I had to run in trying to raise the veil of the handsome daughter of Scio. "She was laughing at you," said the count, "and you ran no danger. She felt very sorry, believe me, to have to deal with a novice like you. You have been playing the comedy in the French fashion, when you ought to have gone straight to the point. What on earth did you want to see her nose for? She knew very well that she would have gained nothing by allowing you to see her. You ought to have secured the essential point. If I were young, I would perhaps manage to give her revenge, and to punish my friend Yusuf. You have given that lovely woman a poor opinion of Italian valour. The most reserved of Turkish women has no modesty except on her face, and with her veil over it, she knows to a certainty that she will not blush at anything. I am certain that your beauty keeps her face covered whenever our friend Yusuf wishes to joke with her." "Yet she is a virgin." "Rather a difficult thing to admit, my good friend, but I know the daughters of Scio. They have a talent for counterfeiting virginity." Yusuf never paid me a similar compliment again, and he was quite right. A few days later I happened to be in the shop of an Armenian merchant looking at some beautiful goods, when Yusuf entered the shop and praised my taste, and although I had admired a great many things I did not buy because I thought they were too dear. I said so to Yusuf, but he remarked that they were, on the contrary, very cheap, and he purchased them all. We parted company at the door, and the next morning I received all the beautiful things he had bought. It was a delicate attention of my friend, and to prevent my refusal of such a splendid present, he had enclosed a note stating that, on my arrival in Corfu, he would let me know to whom the goods were to be delivered. He had thus sent me gold and silver filigrees from Damascus, portfolios, scarfs, belts, handkerchiefs, and pipes, the whole worth 400 or 500 piasters. When I called to thank him, I compelled him to confess that it was a present offered by his friendship. The day before my departure from Constantinople, the most excellent man burst into tears as I bade him adieu, and my grief was as great as his own. He told me that, by not accepting the offer of his daughter's hand, I had so strongly captivated his esteem that his feelings for me could not have been warmer if I had become his son. When I went on board ship with Bailo Jean Dona, I found another case given to me by him, containing 2 quintals of the best Mocha coffee, 100 pounds of tobacco leaves, 2 large flagons filled, one with Zabendi tobacco, the other with Camussa, and a magnificent pipe tube of jessamine wood, covered with gold filigrane, which I sold in Corfu for 100 sequins. I had it not in my power to give my generous Turk any mark of my gratitude until I reached Corfu, but there I did not fail to do so. I sold all his beautiful presents, which made me the possessor of a small fortune. Ismail gave me a letter for the Chevalier de Lezé, but I could not forward it to him because I had unfortunately lost it. He presented me with a barrel of hydromel, which I turned likewise into money. M. de Bonneval gave me a letter for Cardinal Acquaviva, which I sent to Rome with an account of my journey, but his eminence did not think fit to acknowledge the receipt of either. Bonneval made me a present of 12 bottles of Malmsey from Ragusa, and 12 bottles of General Scopolo, a great rarity, with which I made a present in Corfu which proved very useful to me, as the reader will discover. The only foreign minister I saw much in Constantinople was the Lord Marshal of Scotland, the celebrated Keith, who represented the King of Prussia, who, 6 years later, was of great service to me in Paris. We sailed from Constantinople in the beginning of September in the same man of war which had brought us, and we reached Corfu in 14 days. The Bailo Dana did not land. He had with him 8 splendid Turkish horses. I saw 2 of them still alive in Gorizia in the year 1773. As soon as I had landed with my luggage and had engaged a rather mean lodging, I presented myself to M. André Dauphine, the Proveditore Generale, who promised me again that I should be promoted to a lieutenancy. After my visit to him, I called upon M. Camporese, my captain, and was well received by him. My third visit was to the commander of Gallices, M. D R, to whom M. Antonio Dolfin, with whom I had travelled from Venice to Corfu, had kindly recommended me. After a short conversation, he asked me if I would remain with him with the title of adjutant. I did not hesitate one instant, but accepted, saying how deeply honoured I felt by his offer, and assuring him that he would always find me ready to carry out his orders. He immediately had me taken to my room, and the next day I found myself established in his house. I obtained for my captain a French soldier to serve me, and I was well pleased when I found that the man was a hairdresser by trade, and a great talker by nature, for he could take care of my beautiful head of hair, and I wanted to practice French conversation. He was a good-for-nothing fellow, a drunkard and a debauchee, a peasant from Picardy, and he could hardly read or write, but I did not mind that at all. All I wanted from him was to serve me, to talk to me, and his French was pretty good. He was an amusing rogue, knowing by heart a quantity of erotic songs and of smutty stories, which he could tell in the most laughable manner. When I had sold my stock of goods from Constantinople, except the wines, I found myself the owner of nearly 500 sequins. I redeemed all the articles which I had pledged in the hands of Jews, and turned into money everything of which I had no need. I was determined not to play any longer as a dupe, but to secure in gambling all the advantages which a prudent young man could obtain without sullying his honour. I must now make my readers acquainted with the sort of life we were at the time leading in Corfu. As to the city itself, I will not describe it, because there are already many descriptions better than the one I could offer in these pages. We had then in Corfu the Proveditore Generale, who had sovereign authority, and lived in a style of great magnificence. That post was then filled by M. André Dauphine, a man 60 years of age, strict, headstrong, and ignorant. He no longer cared for women, but liked to be courted by them. He received every evening, and the supper table was always laid for 24 persons. We had 3 field officers of the marines who did duty on the galleys, 3 field officers for the troops of the line on board the men of war. Each galleasse had a captain called sopracomito, and we had 10 of those captains. We had likewise 10 commanders, 1 for each man of war, including 3 capi di mare, or admirals. They all belonged to the nobility of Venice. 10 young Venetian noblemen from 20 to 22 years of age were at Corfu as midshipmen in the navy. We had besides about a dozen civil clerks in the police of the island, or in the administration of justice, entitled grandi ufficiali di terra. Those who were blessed with handsome wives had the pleasure of seeing their houses very much frequented by admirers who aspired to win the favours of the ladies. But there was not much heroic love-making, perhaps for the reason that there were then in Corfu many Aspasias whose favours could be had for money. Gambling was allowed everywhere, and all that absorbing passion was very prejudicial to the emotions of the heart. The lady who was then most eminent for beauty and gallantry was Madame F. Her husband, captain of a galley, had come to Corfu with her the year before, and the madam had greatly astonished all the naval officers. Thinking that she had the privilege of choice, she gave the preference to M. D R, and had dismissed all the suitors who presented themselves. M. F had married her on the very day she had left the convent. She was only 17 years of age then, and he had brought her on board his galley immediately after the marriage ceremony. I saw her for the first time at the dinner table, on the very day of my installation at Monsieur D R's, and she made a very great impression upon me. I thought I was gazing at a supernatural being, so infinitely above all the women I had ever seen that it seemed impossible to fall in love with her. She appeared to me of a nature different and so greatly superior to mine that I did not see the possibility of rising up to her. I even went so far as to persuade myself that nothing but a platonic friendship could exist between her and Monsieur D R, and that Monsieur F was quite right not to shew any jealousy. Yet that Monsieur F was a perfect fool, and certainly not worthy of such a woman. The impression made upon me by Madame F was too ridiculous to last long, and the nature of it soon changed, but in a novel manner, at least as far as I was concerned. My position as adjutant procured me the honour of dining at Monsieur D R's table, but nothing more. The other adjutant, like me, an ensign in the army, but the greatest fool I had ever seen, shared that honour with me. We were not, however, considered as guests, for nobody ever spoke to us, and what more, nobody ever honoured us with a look. It used to put me in a rage. I knew very well that people acted in that manner, through no real contempt for us, but it went very hard with me. I could very well understand that my colleague, Sanzonio, should not complain of such treatment, because he was a blockhead, but I did not feel disposed to allow myself to be put on a par with him. At the end of 8 or 10 days, Madame F, not having condescended to cast one glance on my person, began to appear disagreeable to me. I felt piqued, vexed, provoked, and the more so because I could not suppose that the lady acted in that manner wilfully and purposely. I would have been highly pleased if there had been some premeditation on her part. I felt satisfied that I was a nobody in her estimation, and as I was conscious of being somebody, I wanted to let her know it. At last a circumstance offered itself in which, thinking that she could address me, she was compelled to look at me. Monsieur D R, having observed that a very, very fine turkey had been placed before me, told me to carve it, and I immediately went to work. I was not a skilful carver, and Madame F, laughing at my want of dexterity, told me that, if I had not been certain of performing my task with credit to myself, I ought not to have undertaken it. Full of confusion, and unable to answer her as my anger prompted, I sat down, with my heart overflowing with spite and hatred against her. To crown my rage, having one day to address me, she asked me what was my name. She had seen me every day for a fortnight, ever since I had been the adjutant of Monsieur D R, therefore she ought to have known my name. Besides, I had been very lucky at the gaming table, and I had become rather famous in Corfu. My anger against Madame F was at its height. I had placed my money in the hands of a certain Maroli, a major in the army and a gamester by profession, who held the faro bank at the coffee house. We were partners. I helped him when he dealt, and he rendered me the same office when I held the cards, which was often the case, because he was not generally liked. He used to hold the cards in a way which frightened the punters. My manners were very different, and I was very lucky. Besides, I was easy and smiling when my bank was losing, and I won without shewing any avidity, and that is a manner which always pleases the punters. This Maroli was the man who had won all my money during my first stay in Corfu, and finding, when I returned, that I was resolved not to be duped any more, he judged me worthy of sharing the wise maxims without which gambling must necessarily ruin all those who meddle with it. But as Maroli had won my confidence only to a very slight extent, I was very careful. We made up our accounts every night, and as soon as playing was over, the cashier kept the capital of the bank, the winnings were divided, and each took his own share away. Lucky at play, enjoying good health and the friendship of my comrades, who, whenever the opportunity offered, always found me generous and ready to serve them, I would have been very well pleased with my position if I had been a little more considered at the table of Monsieur D R, and treated with less haughtiness by his lady, who, without any reason, seemed disposed to humiliate me. My self-love was deeply hurt. I hated her, and, with such a disposition of mind, the more I admired the perfection of her charms, the more I found her deficient in wit and intelligence. She might have made the conquest of my heart without bestowing hers upon me, for all I wanted was not to be compelled to hate her, and I could not understand what pleasure it could be for her to be detested, while with only a little kindness she could have been adored. I could not ascribe her manner to a spirit of coquetry, for I had never given her the slightest proof of the opinion I entertained of her beauty, and I could not therefore attribute her behaviour to a passion which might have rendered me disagreeable in her eyes. M. D R seemed to interest her only in a very slight manner, and as to her husband she cared nothing for him. In short, that charming woman made me very unhappy, and I was angry with myself because I felt that, if it had not been for the manner in which she treated me, I would not have thought of her, and my vexation was increased by the feeling of hatred entertained by my heart against her, a feeling which until then I had never known to exist in me, and the discovery of which overwhelmed me with confusion. One day a gentleman handed me, as we were leaving the dinner table, a roll of gold that he had lost upon trust. Madame F saw it, and said to me very abruptly, "What do you do with your money?" "I keep it, madam, as a provision against possible losses." "But as you do not indulge in any expense, it would be better for you not to play; it is time wasted." "Time given to pleasure is never time lost, madam. The only time which a young man wastes is that which he is consumed in weariness, because when he is a prey to ennui he is likely to fall a prey to love, and to be despised by the object of his affection." "Very likely, but you amuse yourself with hoarding up your money, and shew yourself to be a miser, and a miser is not less contemptible than a man in love. Why do you not buy yourself a pair of gloves?" You may be sure that at these words the laughter was all on her side, and my vexation was all the greater because I could not deny that she was right. It was the adjutant's business to give the ladies an arm to their carriages, and it was not proper to fulfil that duty without gloves. I felt mortified, and the reproach of avarice hurt me deeply. I would 1,000 times rather that she had laid my error to a want of education, and yet, so full of contradictions is the human heart, instead of making amends by adopting an appearance of elegance which the state of my finances enabled me to keep up, I did not purchase any gloves, and I resolved to avoid her and to abandon her to the insipid and dull gallantry of Sanzonio, who sported gloves, but whose teeth were rotten, whose breath was putrid, who wore a wig, and whose face seemed to be covered with shrivelled yellow parchment. I spent my days in a continual state of rage and spite, and the most absurd part of it all was that I felt unhappy because I could not control my hatred for that woman whom, in good conscience, I could not find guilty of anything. She had for me neither love nor dislike, which was quite natural, but being young and disposed to enjoy myself, I had become, without any wilful malice on her part, an eyesore to her and the butt of her bantering jokes, which my sensitiveness exaggerated greatly. For all that I had an ardent wish to punish her and to make her repent, I thought of nothing else. At one time I would think of devoting my intelligence and all my money to kindling an amorous passion in her heart, and then to revenge myself by treating her with contempt. But I soon realized the impracticability of such a plan, for even supposing that I should succeed in finding my way to her heart, was I the man to resist my own success with such a woman? I certainly could not flatter myself that I was so strong minded. But I was the pet child of fortune, and my position was suddenly altered. M. D R having sent me with dispatches to M. de Condulmer, captain of a galeza, I had to wait until midnight to deliver them, and when I returned I found that M. D R had retired to his apartment for the night. As soon as he was visible in the morning I went to him to render my account of my mission. I had been with him only a few minutes when his valet brought a letter saying that Madame F 's adjutant was waiting for an answer. M. D R read the note, tore it to pieces, and in his excitement stamped with his foot upon the fragments. He walked up and down the room for a little time, then wrote an answer and rang for the adjutant, to whom he delivered it. He then recovered his usual composure, concluded the perusal of the dispatch sent by M. de Condulmer, and told me to write a letter. He was looking it over when the valet came in, telling me that Madame F desired to see me. M. D R told me that he did not require my services any more for the present, and that I might go. I left the room, but I had not gone 10 yards when he called me back to remind me that my duty was to know nothing. I begged to assure him that I was very well aware of that fact. I ran to Madame F 's house, very eager to know what she wanted with me. I was introduced immediately, and I was greatly surprised to find her sitting up in bed. her countenance flushed and excited, and her eyes red from the tears that she had evidently been shedding. My heart was beating quickly, yet I did not know why. "Pray be seated," she said, "I wish to speak with you." "Madam," I answered, "I am not worthy of so great a favour, and I have not done anything to deserve it. Allow me to remain standing." She very likely recollected that she had never been so polite before, and dared not press me any further. She collected her thoughts for an instant or two, and said to me, "Last evening my husband lost 200 sequins upon trust at your faro bank. He believed that amount to be in my hands, and I must therefore give it to him immediately, as he is bound in honour to pay his losses to-day. Unfortunately I have disposed of the money, and I am in very great trouble. I thought you might tell Maroli that I have paid you the amount lost by my husband. Here is a ring of some value. Keep it until the 1st of January, when I will return the 200 sequins, for which I am ready to give you my note of hand." "I accept the note of hand, madam, but I cannot consent to deprive you of your ring. I must also tell you that M. F must go himself to the bank, or send some one there to redeem his debt. Within 10 minutes you shall have the amount you require." I left her without waiting for an answer, and I returned within a few minutes with 200 ducats, which I handed to her, and putting in my pocket her note of hand which she had just written, I bowed to take my leave, but she addressed to me these precious words: "I believe, sir, that if I had known you were so well disposed to oblige me, I could not have made up my mind to beg that service from you." "Well, madam, for the future be quite certain that there is not a man in the world capable of refusing you such an insignificant service whenever you will condescend to ask for it in person." "What you say is very complimentary, but I trust never to find myself again under the necessity of making such a cruel experiment." I left Madame F , thinking of the shrewdness of her answer. She had not told me that I was mistaken, as I expected she would, for that would have caused her some humiliation. She knew that I was with M. D R when the adjutant had brought her letter, and she could not doubt that I was aware of the refusal she met with. The fact of her not mentioning it proved to me that she was jealous of her own dignity. It afforded me great gratification, and I thought her worthy of adoration. I saw clearly that she could have no love for M. D R, and that she was not loved by him, and the discovery made me leap for joy. From that moment I felt I was in love with her, and conceived the hope that she might return my ardent affection. The first thing I did when I returned to my room was to cross out with ink every word of her note of hand, except her name, in such a manner that it was impossible to guess at the contents, and putting it in an envelope carefully sealed, I deposited it in the hands of a public notary, who stated, in the receipt he gave me of the envelope, that he would deliver it only to Madame F whenever she would request its delivery. The same evening M. F came to the bank, paid me, played with the cash in hand, and won some 50 ducats. What caused me the greatest surprise was that M. D R continued to be very gracious to Madame F, and that she remained exactly the same towards him as she used to be before. He did not even enquire what she wanted when she sent for me. But if she did not seem to change her manner towards my master, it was in a very different case with me, for whenever she was opposite to me at dinner, she often addressed herself to me, and thus gave me many opportunities of shewing my education and my wit in amusing stories or in remarks, in which I took care to blend instruction with witty jests. At that time F had the great talent of making others laugh, while I kept a serious countenance myself. I had learned that accomplishment from M. de Malipiero, my first master in the art of good breeding, who used to say to me that if you wish your audience to cry, you must shed tears yourself, but if you wish to make them laugh, you must contrive to look as serious as a judge. In everything I did, in every word I uttered in the presence of Madame F, the only aim I had was to please her, but I did not wish her to suppose so, and I never looked at her unless she spoke to me. I wanted to force her curiosity, to compel her to suspect, nay, to guess my secret, but without giving her any advantage over me. It was necessary for me to proceed by slow degrees. In the meantime, and until I should have a greater happiness, I was glad to see that my money, that magic talisman, and my good conduct obtained me a consideration much greater than I could have hoped to obtain either through my position, or from my age, or in consequence of any talent I might have shewn in the profession I had adopted. Towards the middle of November, the soldier who acted as my servant was attacked with inflammation of the chest. I gave notice of it to the captain of his company, and he was carried to the hospital. On the fourth day I was told that he would not recover, and that he had received the last sacraments. In the evening I happened to be at his captain's when the priest who had attended him came to announce his death, and to deliver a small parcel which the dying man had entrusted to him to be given up to his captain only after his death. The parcel contained a brass seal engraved with ducal arms, a certificate of baptism, and a sheet of paper covered with writing in French. Captain Camporese, who only spoke Italian, begged me to translate the paper, the contents of which were as follows: "My will is that this paper, which I have written and signed with my own hand, shall be delivered to my captain only after I have breathed my last. Until then my confessor shall not make any use of it, for I entrust it to his hands only under the seal of confession. I entreat my captain to have me buried in a vault, from which my body can be exhumed in case the duke, my father, should request its exhumation. I entreat him likewise to forward my certificate of baptism, the seal with the armorial bearings of my family, and a legal certificate of my birth to the French ambassador in Venice, who will send the whole to the duke, my father, my rights of primogeniture belonging, after my demise, to the prince, my brother. In faith of which I have signed and sealed these presents. Francois IV, Charles Philippe, Louis Foucault, Prince de la Rochefoucauld." The certificate of baptism, delivered at Saint Sulpice, gave the same names, and the title of the father was Francois V. The name of his mother was Gabrielle de Plessis. As I was concluding my translation, I could not help bursting into loud laughter, but the foolish captain, who thought my mirth out of place, hurried out to render an account of the affair to the proveditore generale, and I went to the coffee house, not doubting for one moment that his excellency would laugh at the captain, and that the post mortem buffoonery would greatly amuse the whole of Corfu. I had known in Rome, at Cardinal Acquaviva's, the Abbé de Liancourt, great-grandson of Charles, whose sister Gabrielle de Plessis had been the wife of Francois V, but that dated from the beginning of the last century. I had made a copy from the records of the cardinal of the account of certain circumstances which the Abbé de Liancourt wanted to communicate to the court of Spain, and in which there was a great many particulars respecting the house of Du Plessis. I thought at the same time that the singular imposture of La Valeur, such was the name by which my soldier generally went, was absurd and without a motive, since it was known only after his death, and could not therefore prove of any advantage to him. Half an hour afterwards, as I was opening up a fresh pack of cards, the adjutant Sanzozio came in, and told the important news of the most serious manner. He had just come from the office of the proveditore, where Captain Camporese had run, in the utmost hurry, to deposit in the hands of his excellency the seals and paper of the deceased prince. His excellency had immediately issued the orders for the burial of the prince in a vault, with all honours due to his exalted rank. Another half hour passed, and M. Minolto, adjutant of the proveditore generale, came in to inform me that his excellency wanted to see me. I passed the cards to Major Maroli, and went to his excellency's house. I found him at supper with several ladies, 3 or 4 naval commanders, Madame F and M. D R. "So your servant was a prince," said the old general to me. "Your excellency, I would never have suspected it, and even now that he is dead I do not believe it." "Why? He is dead, but he was not insane. You have seen his armorial bearings, his certificate of baptism, as well as what he wrote with his own hand. When a man is so near death he does not fancy practical jokes." "If your excellency is satisfied of the truth, then it is my duty to remain silent." "The story cannot be anything but true, and your doubts surprise me." "I doubt, monsignor, because I happen to have positive information respecting the families of La Rochefoucauld and Du Plessis. Besides, I have seen too much of the man. He was not a madman, but he was certainly an extravagant jester. I have never seen him write, and he has told me himself a score of times that he has never learned. The paper he has written proves the contrary. His arms have the ducal bearings. But perhaps you are not aware that M. de la Rochefoucauld is a duke and a peer of the French realm." "I beg your eminence's pardon, I know all about it. I know even more, for I know that Francois IV married a daughter of the house of Vivonne." "You know nothing." When I heard this remark,
as foolish as it was rude, I resolved on remaining silent, and it was with some pleasure that I observed the joy felt by all the male guests at what they thought an insult and a blow to my vanity. An officer remarked that the deceased was a fine man, a witty man, and had shown wonderful cleverness in keeping up his assumed character so well that no one ever had the faintest suspicion of what he really was. A lady said that, if she had known him, she would have been certain to find him out. Another flatterer, belonging to that mean, contemptible race always to be found near the great and wealthy of the earth, assured us that the late prince had always shown himself cheerful, amiable, obliging, devoid of haughtiness towards his comrades, and that he used to sing beautifully. "He was only 25 years of age," said Madame Sagredo, looking at me full in the face, "and if he was endowed with all those qualities, you must have discovered them." "I can only give you, madame, a true likeness of the man such as I have known him. Always gay, often even to a folly, for he could throw a somersault beautifully, singing songs of a very erotic kind, full of stories and popular tales of magic, miracles, and ghosts, and a thousand marvellous feats which common sense refused to believe, and which, for that very reason, provoked the mirth of his hearers. His fault was that he was drunken, dirty, quarrelsome, dissolute, and something of a cheat. I put up with all his deficiencies, because he dressed my hair to my taste, and his constant chattering offered me the opportunity of practising the colloquial French which cannot be acquired from books. He has always assured me that he was born in Picardy, the son of a common peasant, and that he had deserted from the French army. He may have deceived me when he said that he could not write." Just then Camporese rushed into the room, and announced that La Valeur was yet breathing. The general, looking at me significantly, said that he would be delighted if the man could be saved. "And I likewise, monsieur, but his confessor will certainly kill him tonight." "Why should the father confessor kill him?" "To escape the galleys to which your excellency would not fail to send him for having violated the secrecy of the confessional." Everybody burst out laughing, but the foolish old general knitted his brows. The guests retired soon afterwards, and Madame F , whom I had preceded to the carriage, M. D R having offered her his arm, invited me to get in with her, saying that it was raining. It was the first time that she had bestowed such an honour upon me. "I am of your opinion about that prince," she said, "but you have incurred the displeasure of the proveditore." "I am very sorry, madam, but it could not have been avoided, for I cannot help speaking the truth openly." "You might have spared him," remarked M. D R , "the cutting jest of the confessor killing the false prince." "You are right, sir, but I thought it would make him laugh, as well as made the madam and your excellency. In conversation people generally do not object to a witty jest causing merriment and laughter." "True, only those who have not wit enough to laugh do not like the jest." "I bet 100 sequins that the madman will recover, and that, having the general on his side, he will reap all the advantages of his imposture. I long to see him treated as a prince, and making love to Madame Sagredo." Hearing the last words, Madame F , who did not like Madame Sagredo, laughed heartily, and as we were getting out of the carriage, M. D R invited me to accompany them upstairs. He was in the habit of spending half an hour alone with her at her house, when they had taken supper together with the general, for her husband never shewed himself. It was the first time that the happy couple admitted a third person to their tete-a-tete. I felt very proud of the compliment thus paid to me, and I thought it might have important results for me. My satisfaction, which I concealed as well as I could, did not prevent me from being very gay, and from giving a comic turn to every subject brought forth by the lady or by her lord. We kept our pleasant trio for 4 hours, and returned to the mansion of M. D R only at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was during that night that Madame F and M. D R really made my acquaintance. Madame F told him that she had never laughed so much, and that she had never imagined that a conversation, in appearance so simple, can afford so much pleasure and merriment. On my side, I discovered in her so much wit and cheerfulness, that I became deeply enamoured, and went to bed fully satisfied that, in the future, I could not keep up the show of indifference which I had so far assumed towards her. When I woke up the next morning, I heard from the new soldier who served me that La Valeur was better, and had been pronounced out of danger by the physician. At dinner the conversation fell upon him, but I did not open my lips. 2 days afterwards the general gave orders to have him removed to a comfortable apartment, sent him a servant, clothed him, and the overly credulous proveditore having paid him a visit, all the naval commanders and officers thought it their duty to imitate him, and to follow his example. The general curiosity was excited. There was a rush to see the new prince. M. D R followed his leaders, and Madame Sagredo having set the ladies in motion, they all called upon him, with the exception of Madame F , who told me laughingly that she would not pay him a visit unless I would consent to introduce her. I begged to be excused. The knave was called your highness, and the wonderful prince styled Madame Sagredo his princess. M. D R tried to persuade me to call upon the rogue, but I told him that I had said too much, and that I was neither courageous nor mean enough to retract my words. The whole imposture would soon have been discovered if anyone had possessed a peerage, but it just happened that there was not a copy in Corfu, and the French consul, a fat blockhead, like many other consuls, knew nothing of family trees. The madcap La Valeur began to walk out a week after his metamorphosis into a prince. He dined and had supper every day with the general, and every evening he was present at the reception, during which, owing to his intemperance, he always went fast asleep. Yet there were two reasons which kept up the belief of his being a prince. The first was that he did not seem afraid of the news expected from Venice, where the proveditore had written immediately after the discovery. The second was that he solicited from the bishop the punishment of the priest who had betrayed his secret by violating the seal of confession. The poor priest had already been sent to prison, and the proveditore did not have the courage to defend him. The new prince had been invited to dinner by all the naval officers, but M. D R had not made up his mind to imitate them so far, because Madame F had clearly warned him that she would dine at her own house on the day he was invited. I had likewise respectfully intimated that, on the same occasion, I would take the liberty of dining somewhere else. I met the prince one day as I was coming out of the old fortress leading to the Esplanade. He stopped and reproached me for not having called upon him. I laughed, and advised him to think of his safety before the arrival of the news which would expose all the imposture, in which case the proveditore was certain to treat him very severely. I offered to help him in his flight from Corfu, and to get a Neapolitan captain, whose ship was ready to sail, to conceal him on board, but the fool, instead of accepting my offer, loaded me with insults. He was courting Madame Sagredo, who treated him very well, feeling proud that a French prince would have given her preference over all the other ladies. One day that she was dining in great ceremony at M. D R's house, she asked me why I had advised the prince to run away. "I have it from his own lips," she added, "and he cannot make out your obstinacy in believing him an impostor." "I had given him that advice, madam, because my heart is good and my judgment sane." "Then are we all of us as many fools, the proveditore included?" "That deduction would not be right, madam. An opinion contrary to that of another does not necessarily make a fool of the person who entertains it. It might possibly turn out, in 10 or 12 days, that I have been entirely mistaken myself, but I shall not consider myself a fool in consequence. In the meantime, a lady of your intelligence must have discovered whether that man is a peasant or a prince by his education and manners. For instance, does he dance well?" "He does not know one step, but he is the first to laugh about it. He said he would never learn dancing." "Does he behave well at table?" "Well, he does not stand on ceremony, he does not want his plate to be changed, he helps himself with his spoon out of the dishes, he does not know how to check an eructation or a yawn, and if he feels tired he leaves the table. It is evident that he was very badly brought up." "And yet he is very pleasant, I suppose. Is he clean and neat?" "No, but then he is not very well provided with linen." "I am told that he is very sober." "You are joking. He leaves the table intoxicated twice a day, but he ought to be pitied, for he cannot drink wine and keep his head clear. Then he swears like a trooper, and we all laugh, but he never takes offence." "Is he witty?" "He has a wonderful memory, for he tells us new stories every day." "Does he speak of his family?" "Very often of his mother, whom he loved tenderly. She was a Duplessis." If his mother is still alive, she must be 150 years old. What nonsense! Not at all. She was married in the days of Marie de Medici. But the certificate of baptism names the prince's mother, and his seal. Do you know the armorial bearings he has on that seal? Do you doubt it? Very strongly, or rather I am certain that he knows nothing about it. We left the table, and the prince was announced. He came in, and Madame Sagredo lost no time in saying to him, "Prince, here is Monsieur Casanova. He pretends that you do not know your own armorial bearings." Having heard these words, he came up to me sneering, called me a coward, and gave me a smack on the face which almost stunned me. I left the room very slowly, not forgetting my hat and my cane, and went downstairs, while Monsieur D R was loudly ordering the servants to throw the madman out of the window. I left the palace and went to the esplanade in order to wait for him. The moment I saw him I ran to meet him, and I beat him so violently with my cane that one blow alone ought to have killed him. He drew back, and found himself being brought to a stand between two walls, where, to avoid being beaten to death, his only resource was to draw his sword. But the cowardly scoundrel did not even think of his weapon, and I left him on the ground covered in blood. The crowd formed a line for me to pass, and I went to the coffee house, where I drank a glass of lemonade, without sugar, to precipitate the bitter saliva which rage had brought up from my stomach. In a few minutes I found myself surrounded by all the young officers of the garrison, who joined in the general opinion that I ought to have killed him, and they at last annoyed me, for it was not my fault if I had not done so, and I would certainly have taken his life if he had drawn his sword. I had been in the coffee house for half an hour when the general's adjutant came to tell me that his excellency ordered me to put myself under arrest on board the bastarda, a galley on which the prisoners had their legs in irons like galley slaves. The dose was rather too strong to be swallowed, and I did not feel disposed to submit to it. "Very good, adjutant," I replied, "it shall be done." He went away, and I left the coffee house a moment after him, but when I reached the end of the street, instead of going towards the esplanade, I proceeded quickly towards the sea. I walked along the beach for a quarter of an hour, and finding a boat empty, but with a pair of oars, I got in her and unfastened her, and I rowed as hard as I could towards a large caicco, sailing towards the wind with 6 oars. As soon as I had come up to her, I went on board and asked the carabouchieri to sail before the wind and to take me to a large wherry which could be seen at some distance going towards Vido Rock. I abandoned the rowboat, and after paying the master of the caicco generously, I got into the wherry, made a bargain with the skipper, who unfurled 3 sails, and in less than 2 hours we were 15 miles away from Corfu. The wind having died away, I made the men row against the current, but towards midnight they told me that they could not row any longer; they were worn out with fatigue. They advised me to sleep until daybreak, but I refused to do so, and for a trifle I got them to put me on shore, without asking where I was, in order not to raise their suspicions. It was enough for me to know that I was at a distance of 20 miles from Corfu, and in a place where nobody could imagine me to be.
End of chapter 14, part B.
The moon was shining, and I saw a church with a house adjoining, a long barn open on both sides, a plain of about 150 yards confined by hills, and nothing more. I found some straw in the barn, and laying down myself, I slept until daybreak in spite of the cold. It was the 1st of December, and although the climate is very mild in Corfu, I felt benumbed when I awoke, as I had no cloak over my thin uniform. The bells began to toll, and I proceeded towards the church. The long-bearded papa, surprised at my sudden apparition, enquires whether I am Romeo, a Greek. I tell him that I am Fragico, Italian, but he turns his back upon me and goes into the house, the door of which he shuts without condescending to listen to me. I then turned towards the sea, and saw a boat leaving a tartan lying at anchor within 100 yards of the island. The boat had 4 oars and landed her passengers. I came up to them and met a good-looking Greek, a woman, and a young boy 10 or 12 years old. Addressing myself to the Greek, I asked him whether he has had a pleasant passage, and where he comes from. He answers in Italian that he had sailed from Cephalonia. with his wife and his son, and that he is bound for Venice. He had landed to hear mass at the church of Our Lady of Casopo, in order to ascertain whether his father-in-law was still alive, and whether he would pay the amount he had promised him for the dowry of his wife. But how can you find it out? The Papa del Dimopolo will tell me. He will communicate faithfully with the oracle of the Holy Virgin. I say nothing, and follow him into the church. He speaks to the priest, and gives him some money. The Papa says the mass, and enters the sanctum sanctorum, comes out again in a quarter of an hour, ascends the step of the altar, and turns towards his audience, and, after meditating for a minute, and stroking his long beard, he delivers his oracle in a dozen words. The Greek of Cephalonia, who certainly cannot boast of being as wise as Ulysses, appears very well pleased, and gives more money to the impostor. We leave the church, and I ask him whether he feels satisfied with the oracle. Oh, quite satisfied. I know now that my father-in-law is alive, and that he will pay me the dowry, if I consent to leave my child with him. I am aware that it is his fancy, and I will give him the boy. Does the Papa know you? No, he is not even acquainted with my name. Have you taken any fine goods on board your tartan? Yes, come and breakfast with me. You can see all that I have. Very willingly. Delighted at hearing that oracles were not yet defunct, and satisfied that they will endure as long as there are in this world simple-minded men and deceitful, cunning priests, I follow the good man, who took me to his tartan and treated me to an excellent breakfast. His cargo consisted of cotton, linen, currants, oil, and excellent wines. He also had a stock of nightcaps, stockings, cloaks in the Eastern fashion, umbrellas, and sea biscuits, of which I was very fond. In those days I had 30 teeth, and it would have been very difficult to find a finer set. Alas, I have but 2 left now. The other 28 are gone, with the other tools quite as precious. But dum vita super est, bene est. I bought a small stock of everything he had, except cotton, for which I had no use, and without discussing his price I paid him the 35 or 40 sequins he demanded, and seeing my generosity he made me a present of 6 beautiful botargos. I happened during our conversation to praise the wine of Zante, which he called Genorides, and told me that if I would accompany him to Venice he would give me a bottle of that wine every day, including the quarantine. Always superstitious, I was on the point of accepting, and that for the most foolish reason, namely, that there would be no premeditation in that strange resolution, and that it might be the impulse of fate. Such was my nature in those days. Alas, it is very different now. They say that it is because wisdom comes with old age, but I cannot reconcile myself to cherish the effect of a most unpleasant cause. Just as I was going to accept his offer, he proposes to sell me a very fine gun for 10 sequins, saying that in Corfu anybody would be glad of it for 12. The word Corfu upsets all my ideas on the spot. I fancy I hear the voice of my genius telling me to go back to that city. I purchase the gun for 10 sequins, and my honest Cephalonian, admiring my fair dealing, gives me, over and above our bargain, a beautiful Turkish pouch, well filled with powder and shot. Carrying my gun, with a good warm cloak over my uniform, and with a large bag containing all my purchases, I take leave of the worthy Greek, and am landed on the shore, determined on obtaining a lodging from the cheating Papa, by fair means or foul. The good wine of my friend the Cephalonian had excited me just enough to make me carry my determination into immediate execution. I had in my pockets 400 or 500 copper gazzette, which were very heavy, but which I had procured from the Greek, foreseeing that I might want them during my stay on the island. I store my bag away in the barn, and I proceed, gun in hand, towards the house of the priest. The church was closed. I must give my readers some idea of the state I was in at that moment. I was quite hopeless. The 300 or 400 sequins I had with me did not prevent me from thinking that I was not in very great security on the island. I could not remain long, I would soon be found out, and being guilty of desertion I would be treated accordingly. I did not know what to do, and that is always an unpleasant predicament. It would be absurd for me to return to Corfu of my own accord. My flight would then be useless. I should be thought a fool, for my return would be a proof of cowardice or stupidity. Yet I did not feel the courage to desert altogether. The chief reason of my decision was not that I had 1,000 sequins in the hands of the faro banker, or my well-stocked wardrobe, or the fear of not getting a living somewhere else, but the unpleasant recollection that I should leave behind me a woman whom I loved to adoration, and for whom I had not yet obtained any favour, not even of kissing her hand. In such distress of mind I could not do anything else but abandon myself to chance, whatever the reason might be, and the most essential thing for the present was to secure a lodging and my daily food. I knock at the door of the priest's dwelling. He looks out of a window and shuts it without listening to me. I knock again, I swear, I call out loudly, all in vain. Giving way to my rage, I took aim at the poor sheep grazing with several others at a short distance, and kill it. The herdsman begins to scream. The papa shows himself at the window, calling out, "Thieves! Murder!" and orders the alarm bell to be rung. 3 bells are immediately set in motion. I foresee a general gathering. What is going to happen? I do not know, but happen what will, I load my gun and wait coming events. In less than 8 or 10 minutes I see a crowd of peasants coming down the hills, armed with guns, pitchforks, or cudgels. I withdraw inside the barn, but without the slightest fear, for I cannot suppose that, seeing me alone, these men will murder me without listening to me. The first 10 or 12 peasants come forward, gun in hand and ready to fire. I stop them by throwing down my gazette, which they lose no time in picking up from the ground, and I keep on throwing money down as the men came forward, until I had no more left. The clowns were looking at each other in great astonishment, not knowing what to make out of a well-dressed young man, looking very peaceful and throwing his money to them with such generosity. I could not speak to them until the deafening noise of the bells should cease. I quietly sit down on my large bag and keep still, but as soon as I can be heard I begin to address the men. The priest, however, assisted by his beadle and his herdsman, interrupts me, and all the more easily that I was speaking Italian. My 3 enemies, who talked all at once, were trying to excite the crowd against me. One of the peasants, an elderly and reasonable-looking man, comes up to me and asks in Italian why I have killed the sheep. "To eat it, my good fellow, but not before I have paid for it." "But his holiness the Papa might choose to charge 1 sequin for it." "Here is 1 sequin." The priest takes the money and goes away. The war is over. The peasant tells me that he had served on the campaign of 1716, and that he was at the defence of Corfu. I compliment him, and ask him to find me a lodging, and a man able to prepare my meals. He answers that he will procure me a whole house, that he will be the cook himself, but I must go up the hill. No matter, he calls 2 stout fellows, one takes my bag, the other shoulders my sheep, and forward. As we are walking along, I tell him, "My good man, I would like to have in my service 24 fellows. Like these, under military discipline, I would give each man 20 gazzette a day, and I would have 40 as my lieutenant." "I will," says the old soldier, "raise for you this very day a bodyguard of which you will be proud." We reach a very convenient house, containing on the ground floor 3 rooms and a stable, which I immediately turned into a guard room. My lieutenant went to get what I wanted, and particularly a needlewoman to make me some shirts. In the course of the day I had furniture, bedding, kitchen utensils, a good dinner, 24 well-equipped soldiers, a superannuated seamstress, and several young girls to make my shirts. After supper I found my position highly pleasant, being surrounded with some 30 persons, who looked upon me as their sovereign, although they could not make out what had brought me to their island. The only thing which struck me as disagreeable was that the young girls could not speak Italian, and I did not know Greek enough to enable me to make love to them. The next morning my lieutenant had the guard relieved, and I could not help bustling into a merry laugh. They were like a flock of sheep, all fine men, well made and strong, but without uniform and without discipline. The finest band is all but a herd. However, they quickly learned how to present arms and to obey the orders of their officer. I ordered 3 sentinels to be placed, 1 before the guard room, 1 at my door, and a 3rd where he could have a good view of the sea. This sentinel was to give me warning of the approach of any armed boat or vessel. For the first 2 or 3 days I considered all this as mere amusement, but thinking that I might really want the men to repel force by force, I had some idea of making my army take an oath of allegiance. I did not do so, however, although my lieutenant assured me that I had only to express my wishes, for my generosity had captured the love of all the islanders. My seamstress, who had procured some young needlewomen to sew my shirts, had expected that I would fall in love with one and not with all, but my amorous zeal overstepped her hopes, and all the pretty ones had their turn, and they were all well satisfied with me. The seamstress was rewarded for her good offices. I was leading a delightful life, for my table was supplied with excellent dishes, juicy mutton, and snipe so delicious that I have never tasted their like except in St. Petersburg. I drank Scopolo wine, or the best muscatel of the archipelago. My lieutenant was my only table companion. I never took a walk without him, and two of my bodyguard, in order to defend myself against the attacks of a few young men who had a spite against me because they fancied, not without some reason, that my needlewomen, their mistress, had left them on my account. I often thought while I was rambling about the island that without money I should have been unhappy, and that I was indebted to my gold for all the happiness that I was enjoying, but it was right to suppose at the same time, if I had not left my purse pretty heavy, I would not have been likely to leave Corfu. I had thus been playing the petty king with success for a week or 10 days, when, towards 10 o'clock at night, I heard the sentinel's challenge. My lieutenant went out, and returned announcing that an honest-looking man who spoke Italian wished to see me on important business. I brought him in, and in the presence of my lieutenant he told me in Italian: "Next Sunday the Papa del Dimopolo will fulminate against you, the Cata Romanacea. If you do not prevent him, a slow fever will send you into the next world in 6 weeks." I have never heard of such a drug. It is not a drug, it is a curse pronounced by a priest with the host in his hands, and is sure to be fulfilled. What reason can that priest have to murder me? You disturb the peace and discipline of his parish. You have seduced several young girls, and now their lovers refuse to marry them. I made him drink, and thanking him heartily, wished him good night. His warning struck me as deserving my attention, for, if I had no fear of the Cata Romanacea, in which I had not the slightest faith, I feared certain poisons by which they might be far more efficient. I passed a very quiet night, but at daybreak I got up, and without saying anything to my lieutenant, I went straight to the church, where I found the priest, and addressed him in the following words, uttered in a tone likely to enforce conviction: "On the first symptom of fever I will shoot you like a dog. Throw over me a curse which will kill me instantly, or make your will. Farewell." Having thus warned him, I returned to my royal palace. Early on the following Monday the Papa called on me. I had a slight headache. He inquired after my health, and when I told him that my head felt rather heavy, he made me laugh by the air of anxiety with which he assured me that it could be caused by nothing else than the heavy atmosphere of the island of Casopo. 3 days after his visit, the advanced sentinel gave the war cry. The lieutenant went out to reconnoitre, and after a short absence he gave me notice that the long boat of an armed vessel had just landed an officer. Danger was at hand. I go out myself. I call my men to arms, and, advancing a few steps, I see an officer, accompanied by a guide, who was walking towards my dwelling. As he was alone, I had nothing to fear. I returned to my room, giving orders to my lieutenant to receive him with all military honours, and to introduce him. Then, girding my sword, I waited for my visitor. In a few minutes, Adjutant Minolto, the same who had brought me the order to put myself under arrest, makes his appearance. "You are alone," I say to him, "and therefore you come as a friend. Let us embrace." I must come as a friend, for, as an enemy, I should not have enough men. But what I see seems a dream. "Take a seat and dine with me. I will treat you splendidly." "Most willingly, and after dinner we will leave the island together." "You may go alone if you like, but I will not leave this place until I have the certainty, not only that I should not be sent to the bastarda, but also that I shall have every satisfaction from the knave whom the general ought to send to the galleys." "Be reasonable, and come with me of your own accord. My orders are to take you by force, but as I have not enough men to do so, I shall make my report, and the general will, of course, send a force sufficient to arrest you." "Never. I will not be taken alive." You must be mad. Believe me, you are in the wrong. You have disobeyed the order I brought you to go to the bastarda, and in that you acted wrongly. And in that alone, for in every other respect you were perfectly right. The general himself says so. Then I ought to have put myself under arrest? Certainly. Obedience is necessary in our profession. Would you have obeyed if you had been in my place? I cannot and will not tell you what I would have done, but I know that if I had disobeyed orders I should be guilty of a crime. But if I surrendered now, I should be treated like a criminal, and much more severely than if I had obeyed that unjust order. I think not. Come with me, and you will know everything. What? Go, without knowing what fate may be in store for me? Do not expect it. Let us have dinner. If I am guilty of such a dreadful crime that violence must be used against me, I will surrender only to irresistible force. I cannot be worse off, but there may be blood spilled. You are mistaken. Such conduct would only make you more guilty. But I say, like you, let us have dinner. A good meal will very likely render you more disposed to listen to reason. Our dinner was nearly over when we heard some noise outside. The lieutenant came in and informed me that the peasants were gathering in the neighbourhood of my house to defend me, because a rumour had spread through the island that the felucca had been sent with orders to arrest me and to take me to Corfu. I told him to undeceive the good fellows and to send them away, but to give them first a barrel of wine. The peasants went away satisfied, but to show their devotion to me they all fired their guns. It is all very amusing, said the adjutant, but it will turn out very serious if you let me go away alone, for my duty compels me to give an exact account of all I have witnessed. I will follow you, if you give me your word of honour to land me free in Corfu. I have orders to deliver you to the person of Monsieur Foscari, on board the bastarda. Well, you should not execute your orders this time. If you do not obey the commands of the general, his honour will compel him to use violence against you, and of course he can do it. But tell me, what would you do if the general should leave you in this island for the sake of the joke? There is no fear of that, however, and after the report which I must give, the general will certainly make up his mind to stop the affair without shedding blood. Without a fight it will be difficult to arrest me, for with 500 peasants in such a place as this I would not be afraid of 3,000 men. One man will prove enough. You will be treated as a leader of rebels. All these peasants may be devoted to you, but they cannot protect you against one man who will shoot you for the sake of earning a few pieces of gold. I can tell you more than that. Amongst all those men who surround you there is not one who would not murder you for 20 sequins. Believe me, go with me. Come to enjoy the triumph which is awaiting for you in Corfu. You will be courted and applauded. You will narrate yourself all your mad frolics. People will laugh, and at the same time will admire you for having listened to reason the moment I came here. Everybody feels esteem for you, and Monsieur D R thinks a great deal of you. He praises very highly the command you have shown over your passion in refraining from thrusting your sword through that insolent fool, in order not to forget the respect you owe to his house. The general himself must esteem you, for he cannot forget what you told him of that knave. What has become of him? 4 days ago, Major Sardina's frigate arrived with dispatches, in which the general must have found all the proof of the imposture, for he caused the fake duke or prince to disappear very suddenly. Nobody knows where he has been sent to, and nobody ventures to mention the fellow before the general, for he has made the most egregious blunder respecting him. But was the man received in society after the thrashing I gave him? God forbid! Do you not recollect that he wore a sword? From that moment no one would receive him. His arm was broken, and his jaw shattered to pieces. But in spite of the state he was in spite of what he must have suffered, his excellency had him removed a week after you treated him so severely. But your flight is what everyone has been wondering over. It was thought for 3 days that Monsieur D R had concealed you in his house, and he was openly blamed for doing so. He had to declare loudly at the general's table that he was in the most complete ignorance of your whereabouts. His excellency even expressed his anxiety about your escape, and it was only yesterday that your place of refuge was made known by a letter addressed by the priest of this island to the protopapa Bulgari, in which he complained that an Italian officer had invaded the island of Casopo a week before, and had committed unheard of violence. He accused you of seducing all the girls, and of threatening to shoot him if he dares to pronounce cataromachia against you. This letter, which was read publicly in the evening reception, made the general laugh, but he ordered me to arrest you all the same. Madame Sagredo was the cause of all it. True, but she is well punished for it. You ought to call upon her with me tomorrow. Tomorrow? Are you then certain I shall not be placed under arrest? Yes, for I know that the general is a man of honour. I am of the same opinion. Let us go on board your felucca. We will embark together after midnight. Well, why not now? Because I will not run the risk of spending the night on board M. Foscari's bastarda. I want to reach Corfu by daylight, so as to make your victory more brilliant. But what shall we do for the next 8 hours? We will pay a visit to some beauties of a species unknown in Corfu, and have a good supper. I ordered my lieutenant to send plenty to eat and to drink to the men on board the felucca, to prepare a splendid supper, and to spare nothing, as I should leave the island at midnight. I made him a present of all my provisions, except such as I wanted to take with me. These I sent on board. My janissaries, to whom I gave a week's pay, insisted upon escorting me, fully equipped, as far as the boat, which made the adjutant laugh all the way. We reached Corfu by 8 in the morning, and we went alongside the bastarda. The adjutant consigned me to M. Foscari, assuring me that he would immediately give notice of my arrival to M. D R, send my luggage to his house, and report the success of his expedition to the general. M. Foscari, commander of the bastarda, treated me very badly. If he had been blessed with any delicacy of feeling, he would not have been in such a hurry to put me in irons. He might have talked to me, and have thus delayed for a quarter of an hour that operation which greatly vexed me. But without uttering a single word he sent me to the capo di scalo, which made me sit down, and told me to put my foot forward to receive the irons, which, however, did not dishonour anyone in that country, not even the galley slaves, for they are better treated than soldiers. My right leg was already in irons, and the left one was in the hands of the man for the completion of that unpleasant ceremony, when the adjutant of his excellency came to tell the executioner to set me at liberty and to return me my sword. I wanted to present my compliments to the noble M. Foscari, but the adjutant, rather ashamed, assured me that his excellency did not expect me to do so. The first thing I did was to pay my respects to the general, without saying one word to him, but he told me with a very serious countenance to be more prudent for the future, and to learn that a soldier's first duty was to obey, and above all to be modest and discreet. I understood perfectly the meaning of the last 2 words, and acted accordingly. When I made my appearance at M. D R's, I could see pleasure on everybody's face. Those moments have always been so dear to me that I have never forgotten them. They have afforded me consolation in the times of adversity. If you would relish pleasure, you must endure pain, and delights are in proportion to the privations which we have suffered. M. D R was so glad to see me that he came up to me and warmly embraced me. He presented me with a beautiful ring which he took from his own finger, and told me that I had acted quite rightly in not letting anyone, and particularly himself, know where I had taken refuge. But you can't think, he added frankly, how interested Madame F was in your fate. She would be really delighted if you would call on her immediately. How delightful to receive such advice from his own lips! But the word immediately annoyed me, because, having passed the night on board the felucca, I was afraid that the disorder of my toilet might injure me in her eyes. Yet I could neither refuse M. D R nor tell him the reasons of my refusal, and I bethought myself that I would make a merit of it in the eyes of Madame F. I therefore went at once to her house. The goddess was not yet visible, but her attendant told me to come in, assuring me that her mistress's bell would soon be heard, and that she would be very sorry if I did not wait to see her. I spent half an hour with that young and indiscreet person, who was a very charming girl, and learned from her many things which caused me great pleasure, and particularly all that had been said respecting my escape. I found that throughout the affair my conduct had met with general approbation. As soon as Madame F had seen her maid, she desired me to be shewn in. The curtains were drawn aside, and I thought I saw Aurora, surrounded with roses and the pearls of morning. I told her that if it had not been for the order I had received from M. D R I would not have presumed to present myself before her in my travelling costume, and in the most friendly tone she answered that M. D R, knowing all the interest she felt in me, had been quite right to tell me to come, and she assured me that M. D R had the greatest esteem for me. I do not know, madam, how I have deserved such great happiness, for all I have dared to aim was at toleration. We all admired the control you kept over your feelings when you refrained from killing that insolent madman on the spot. He would have been thrown out the window if he had not beat a hurried retreat. I should certainly have killed him, madam, if you had not been present. A very pretty compliment, but I can hardly believe that you thought of me in such a moment. I did not answer, but cast my eyes down, and gave a deep sigh. She observed my new ring, and, in order to change the subject of conversation, she praised M. D R very highly as soon as I had told her how he had offered it to me. She desired me to give her an account of my life on the island, and I did so, but I allowed my pretty needlewoman to remain under a veil, for I had already learnt that in this world the truth must often remain untold. All my adventures amused her very much, and she greatly admired my conduct. "Would you have the courage," she said, "to repeat all you have just told me, and exactly in the same terms, before the Proveditore Generale?" "Most certainly, madam, provided that he asked me himself." "Well, then, prepare to redeem your promise. I want our excellent general to love you, and to become your warmest protector, so as to shield you against every injustice, and to promote your advancement. Leave it all to me." Her reception fairly overwhelmed me with happiness, and on leaving her house I went to Major Maroli to find out the state of my finances. I was glad to hear that after my escape he no longer considered me a partner in the faro bank. I took 400 sequins from the cashier, and, reserving the right to become again a partner should circumstances prove at any time favourable. In the evening I made a careful toilet, and called for the adjutant Minoloto, in order to pay with him a visit to Madame Sagredo, the general's favourite. With the exception of Madame F, she was the greatest beauty of Corfu. My visit surprised her, because, as she had been the cause of all that had happened, she was very far from expecting it. She imagined that I had a spite against her. I undeceived her, speaking to her very candidly, and she treated me most kindly, inviting me to come now and then to spend an evening at her house. But I neither accepted nor refused her amiable invitation, knowing that Madame F disliked her, and how could I be a frequent guest at her house with such a knowledge? Besides, Madame Sagredo was very fond of gambling, and, to please her, it was necessary either to lose or to make her win. But to accept such conditions one must be in love with the lady, or to wish her conquest. I had not the slightest idea of either. The adjutant Minoloto never played, but he had captivated the lady's good graces by his services in the character of Mercury. When I returned to the palace I found Madame F alone, M. D R being engaged with his correspondence. She asked me to sit near her, and to tell her of my adventures in Constantinople. I did so, and I had no occasion to repent it. My meeting with Yusuf's wife pleased her extremely, but the bathing scene by moonlight made her blush with excitement. I veiled as much as I could the too brilliant colours of my picture, but if she did not find me clear she would oblige me to be more explicit, and if I made myself better understood by giving to my recital a touch of voluptuousness which I had borrowed from her looks rather than from my own recollection, she would scold me and tell me that I might have disguised a little more. I felt that the way she was talking would give her a liking for me, and I was satisfied that the man who can give birth to amorous desires is easily called upon to gratify them. It was the reward I was ardently longing for, and I dared to hope it would be mine, although I could see it only looming in the distance. It happened on that day M. D R had invited a large company to supper. I had, as a matter of course, to engross all conversation, and to give the fullest particulars of all that had taken place from the moment I received the order to place myself under arrest up to the time of my release from the bastarda. Monsieur Foscari was seated next to me, and the last part of my narrative was not, I suppose, particularly agreeable to him. The account I gave of my adventures pleased everybody, and it was decided that the proveditore generale must have the pleasure of hearing my tale from my own lips. I mentioned that hay was very plentiful in Casopo, and as that article was very scarce in Corfu, M. D R told me that I ought to seize the opportunity of making myself agreeable to the general by informing him of that circumstance without delay. I followed his advice the very next day, and was very well received, for his excellency immediately ordered a squad of men to go to the island and to bring large quantities of hay to Corfu. A few days later the adjutant Minolto came to me in the coffee house, and told me that the general wished to see me. This time I promptly obeyed his commands.
End of chapter 14, part C.
Episode 3. Military Career. Chapter 15, Part 1. Progress of my amour. My journey to Otranto. I enter the service of Madame F. A fortunate excoriation. The room I entered was full of people. His Excellency, seeing me, smiled and drew upon me the attention of all his guests by saying aloud, "Here comes that young man who is good judge of princes. My lord, I have become a judge of nobility by frequenting the society of men like you. The ladies are curious to know all you have done from time of your escape from Corfu up to your return." "Then you sentence me, Monsignor, to make a public confession?" "Exactly, but as it is to be a confession, be careful not to omit the most insignificant circumstance, and suppose that I am not in the room. On the contrary, I wish to receive absolution only from your Excellency, but my history will be a long one." "If such is the case, your confessor gives you permission to be seated." I gave all the particulars of my adventures, with the exception of my dalliance with the nymphs of the island. "Your story is a very instructive one," observed the general. "Yes, my lord, for the adventures show that a young man is never so near his utter ruin than when, excited by some great passion, he finds himself able to minister to it, thanks to the gold in his purse." I was preparing to take my leave, when the major domo came to inform me that his Excellency desired me to remain to supper. I had therefore the honour of a seat at his table, but not the pleasure of eating, for I was obliged to answer the questions addressed to me from all quarters, and I could not contrive to swallow a single mouthful. I was seated next to the proto-papa Bulgari, and I entreated his pardon for having ridiculed Deldimopulo's oracle. "It is nothing else but regular cheating," he said, "but it is very difficult to put a stop to it. It is an old custom." A short time afterwards, Madame F whispered a few words to the general, who turned to me and said that he would be glad to hear me relate what had occurred to me in Constantinople, with the wife of the Turk Yusuf, and at another friend's house, where I had seen bathing by moonlight. I was rather surprised at such an invitation, and told him that such frolics were not worth listening to, and the general not pressing me no more was said about it. But I was astonished at Madame F 's indiscretion. She had no business to make my confidences public. I wanted her to be jealous of her own dignity, which I loved even more than her person. 2 or 3 days later she said to me, "Why did you refuse to tell your adventures in Constantinople before the general?" "Because I do not wish everybody to know that you allow me to tell you such things. What I may dare, madam, to say to you when we are alone, I would certainly not say to you in public. And why not? It seems to me, on the contrary, that if you are silent in public out of respect for me, you ought to be all the more silent when we are alone. I wanted to amuse you, and have exposed myself to the danger of displeasing you, but I can assure you, madam, that I will not run such a risk again. I have no wish to pry into your intentions, but it strikes me that if your wish was to please me, you ought not to have run the risk of obtaining the opposite result. We take supper with the General this evening, and M. D R has been asked to bring you. I feel certain that the General will ask you again for your adventures in Constantinople, and this time you cannot refuse him. M. D R came in, and we went to the General's. I thought as we were driving along that, although Madame F seemed to have intended to humiliate me, I ought to accept it all as a favour of fortune, because, by compelling me to explain my refusal to the General, Madame F had, at the same time, compelled me to a declaration of my feelings, which was not without importance. The Proveditore Generale gave me a friendly welcome, and kindly handed me a letter which had come with the official dispatches from Constantinople. I bowed my thanks, and put the letter in my pocket, but he told me that he was himself a great lover of news, and that I could read my letter. I opened it. It was from Yusuf, who announced the death of Count de Bonneval. Hearing the name of the worthy Yusuf, the General asked me to tell him my adventure with his wife. I could not now refuse, and I began a story which amused and interested the General and his friends for an hour or so, but which was from beginning to end the work of my imagination. Thus I continued to respect the privacy of Yusuf, to avoid implicating the good fame of Madame F, and to shew myself in a light which was tolerably advantageous to me. My story, which was full of sentiment, did me a great deal of honour, and I felt very happy when I saw from the expression of Madame F.'s face that she was pleased with me, although somewhat surprised. When we found ourselves again in her house she told me, in the presence of M. D R, that the story I had related to the General was certainly very pretty, although purely imaginary; that she was not angry with me, because I had amused her, but that she could not help remarking my obstinacy in refusing compliance with her wishes. Then, turning to M. D R, she said: "M. Casanova pretends that if he had given an account of his meeting with Yusuf's wife, without changing anything, everybody would think that I allowed him to entertain me with indecent stories. I want you to give your opinion about it. Will you?" she added, speaking to me. "Be so good as to relate immediately the adventure in the same words which you have used when you told me of it." "Yes, madam, if you wish me to do so." Stung to the quick by an indiscretion which, as I did not yet know women thoroughly, seemed to me without example, I cast all fears of displeasing to the winds, related the adventure with all the warmth of an impassioned poet, and without disguising or attenuating in the least the desires which the charms of the Greek beauty had inspired me with. "Do you think," said M. D R to Madame F, "that if he ought to have related that adventure before all our friends, as he has just related it to us?" If it be wrong for him to tell it in public, it is also wrong to tell it to me in private. You are the only judge of that. Yes, if he has displeased you. No, if he has amused you. As for my own opinion, here it is. He has just now amused me very much, but he would have greatly displeased me if he had related the same adventure in public. Then, exclaimed Madame F., I must request you never to tell me in private anything that you cannot repeat in public. I promise, madam, to act always according to your wishes. It being understood, added M. D R, smiling, that madam reserves all rights of repealing that order whenever she may think fit. I was vexed, but I contrived not to shew it. A few minutes more, and we took leave of Madame F. I was beginning to understand that charming women, and to dread the ordeal to which she would subject me, but love was stronger than fear, and fortified with hope. I had the courage to endure the thorns, so as not to gather the rose at the end of my sufferings. I was particularly pleased to find that M. D R was not jealous of me, even when she seemed to dare him to it. This was a point of the greatest importance. A few days afterwards, as I was entertaining her on various subjects, she remarked how unfortunate it had been for me to enter the lazaretto at Ancona without any money. In spite of my distress, I said, I fell in love with a young and beautiful Greek slave, who very nearly contrived to make me break through all the sanitary laws. How so? You are alone, madam, and I have not forgotten your orders. Is it a very improper story? No, yet I would not relate it to you in public. Well, she said, laughing, I repeal my order, as M. D R said I would. Tell me all about it. I told my story, and, seeing that she was pensive, I exaggerated the misery I had felt at not being able to complete my conquest. What do you mean by your misery? I think that the poor girl was more to be pitied than you. You have never seen her since. I beg your pardon, madam. I met her again, but I dare not tell you when or how. Now you must go on. It is all nonsense for you to stop. Tell me all. I expect you have been guilty of some black deed. Very far from it, madam, for it was a very sweet, although incomplete enjoyment. Go on, but do not call things exactly by their names. It is not necessary to go into details. Emboldened by the renewal of her order, I told her, without looking her in the face, of my meeting with the Greek slave in the presence of Bellino, and of the act which was cut short by the appearance of her master. When I had finished my story, Madame F. remained silent, and I turned the conversation into a different channel, for though I felt myself on an excellent footing with her, I knew likewise that I had to proceed with great prudence. She was too young to have lowered herself before, and she would certainly look upon a connection with me as lowering of her dignity. Fortune, which had always smiled upon me in the most hopeless cases, did not intend to ill-treat me on this occasion, and procured me, on that very same day, a favour of a very peculiar nature. My charming lady-love, having pricked her finger rather severely, screamed loudly, and stretched her hand towards me, entreating me to suck the blood flowing from the wound. You may judge, dear reader, whether I was long in seizing that beautiful hand, and if you are, or if you have ever been in love, you will easily guess the manner in which I performed my delightful work. What is a kiss? Is it not an ardent desire to inhale a portion of the being we love? Was not the blood I was sucking from that charming wound a portion of the woman I worshipped? When I had completed my work, she thanked me affectionately, and told me to spit out the blood I had sucked. "Is it here?" I said, placing my hand on my heart, "and God alone knows what happiness it has given me." "You have drunk my blood with happiness. Are you then a cannibal?" "I believe not, madam, but it would have been sacrilege in my eyes if I had suffered one single drop of your blood to be lost." One evening there was an unusually large attendance at M. D R 's assembly, and we were talking of the carnival which was near at hand. Everybody was regretting the lack of actors, and the impossibility of enjoying the pleasures of the theatre. I immediately offered to procure a good company at my expense, if the boxes were at once subscribed for, and the monopoly of the faro bank granted to me. No time was to be lost, for the carnival was approaching, and I had to go to Otranto to engage a troupe. My proposal was accepted with great joy, and the Proveditore General placed a felucca at my disposal. The boxes were all taken in 3 days, and a Jew took the pit, 2 nights a week excepted, which I reserved for my own profit. The carnival being very long that year, I had every chance of success. It is said generally that the profession of theatrical manager is difficult, but, if that is the case, I have not found it so by experience, and am bound to affirm the contrary. I left Corfu in the evening, and having a good breeze in my favour, I reached Otranto by daybreak the following morning, without the oarsman having had to row a stroke. The distance from Corfu to Otranto is only about 15 leagues. I had no idea of landing, owing to the quarantine which is always enforced for any ship or boat coming to Italy from the east. I only went to the parlour of the lazaretto, where, placed behind a grating, you can speak to any person who calls, and who must stand behind another grating placed opposite, at a distance of 6 feet. As soon as I announced that I had come for the purpose of engaging a troupe of actors to perform in Corfu, the managers of the 2 companies then in Otranto came to the parlour to speak to me. I told them at once that I wished to see all the performers, one company at a time. The 2 rival managers gave me then a very comic scene, each manager wanting the other to bring his troupe first. The harbour master told me that the only way to settle the matter was to say myself which of the 2 companies I would see first. One was from Naples, the other from Sicily. Not knowing either, I gave the preference to the first. Don Fastidio, the manager, was very vexed, while Battipaglia, the director of the second, was delighted because he hoped that, after seeing the Neapolitan troupe, I would engage his own. An hour afterwards, Fastidio returned with all his performers, and my surprise may be imagined when amongst them I recognized Petronio and his sister Marina, who, the moment she saw me, screamed for joy, jumped over the grating, and threw herself in my arms. A terrible hubbub followed, and high words passed between Fastidio and the harbour master. Marina being in the service of Fastidio, the captain compelled him to confine her to the lazaretto, where she would have to perform quarantine at his expense. The poor girl cried bitterly, but I could not remedy her imprudence. I put a stop to the quarrel by telling Fastidio to show me all his people, one after the other. Petronio belonged to his company, and performed the lovers. He told me that he had a letter for me from Thérèse. I was also glad to see a Venetian of my acquaintance who played the pantaloon in the pantomime, three tolerably pretty actresses, a Pulcinella and a Scaramouch. Altogether the troupe was a decent one. I told Fastidio to name the lowest salary he wanted for all his company, assuring him that I would give the preference to his rival, if he should ask me too much. "Sir," he answered, "we are 20, and shall require 6 rooms with 10 beds, 1 sitting room for all of us, and 30 Neapolitan ducats a day, all travelling expenses paid. Here is my stock of plays, and we will perform those that you may choose." Thinking of poor Marina, who would have to remain in the lazaretto before she could reappear on the stage at Otranto, I told Fastidio to get the contract ready, as I wanted to go away immediately. I had scarcely pronounced these words than war broke out again between the manager-elect and his unfortunate competitor. Battipaglia, in his rage, called Marina a harlot, and said that she had arranged beforehand with Fastidio to violate the rules of the lazaretto in order to compel me to choose their troupe. Petronio, taking his sister's part, joined Fastidio, and the unlucky Battipaglia was dragged outside and treated to a generous dose of blows and fisticuffs, which was not exactly the thing to console him for a lost engagement. Soon afterwards, Petronio brought me Thérèse's letter. She was ruining the Duke, getting rich accordingly, and waiting for me in Naples. Everything being ready towards evening, I left Otranto with 20 actors, and 6 large trunks containing their complete wardrobes. A light breeze which was blowing from the south might have carried us to Corfu in 10 hours, but when we had sailed about 1 hour, my Cavaliere informed me that he could see by the moonlight a ship which might prove to be Corsair, and get hold of us. I was unwilling to risk anything, so I ordered them to lower the sails and return to Otranto. At daybreak we sailed again, with a good westerly wind, which would also have taken us to Corfu. But after we had gone 2 or 3 hours, the captain pointed out to me a brigantine, evidently a pirate, for she was shaping her course so as to get to windward of us. I told him to change the course, and to go by starboard, to see if the brigantine would follow us, but she immediately imitated our manoeuvre. I could not go back to Otranto, and I had no wish to go to Africa, so I ordered the men to shape our course, so as to land on the coast of Calabria, by hard rowing and at the nearest point. The sailors, who were frightened to death, communicated their fears to my comedians, and soon I heard nothing but weeping and sobbing. Every one of them was calling earnestly upon some saint, but not one single prayer to God did I hear. The bewailings of Scaramouch, the dull and spiritless despair of Fastidio, offered a picture which would have made me laugh heartily if the danger had been imaginary and not real. Marina alone was cheerful and happy, because she did not realize the danger we were running, and she laughed at the terror of the crew and of her companions. Chapter 15. Part 1. Episode 3. Military Career. Chapter 15 Part 2. A strong breeze sprang up towards evening, so I ordered them to clap on all sail and scud before the wind, even if it should get stronger. In order to escape the pirate, I had made up my mind to cross the gulf. We took the wind through the night, and in the morning we were 80 miles from Corfu, which I determined to reach by rowing. We were in the middle of the gulf, and the sailors were worn out with fatigue, but I had no longer any fear. A gale began to blow from the north, and in less than an hour it was blowing so hard that we were compelled to sail close to the wind in a fearful manner. The felucca looked every moment as if it must capsize. Every one looked terrified, but kept complete silence, for I had enjoined it on penalty of death. In spite of our dangerous position, I could not help laughing when I heard the sobs of the cowardly Scaramouch. The helmsman was a man of great nerve, and the gale being steady, I felt we would reach Corfu without mishap. At daybreak we sighted the town, and at 9 in the morning we landed at Mandrachia. Everybody was surprised to see us arrive that way. As soon as my company was landed, the young officers naturally came to inspect the actresses, but they did not find them very desirable, with the exception of Marina, who received uncomplainingly the news that I could not renew my acquaintance with her. I felt certain that she would not lack admirers, but my actresses, who had appeared ugly at the landing, produced a very different effect on the stage, and particularly the pantaloon's wife. M. Duodo, commander of a man of war, called upon her, and finding Master Pantaloon intolerant on the subject of his better half, gave him a few blows with his cane. Fastidio informed me the next day that the Pantaloon and his wife refused to perform any more, but I made them alter their mind by giving them a benefit night. The Pantaloon's wife was much applauded, but she felt insulted because, in the midst of the applause, the pit called out, "Bravo, Duodo!" She presented herself to the general in his own box, in which I was generally, and complained of the manner in which she was treated. The general promised her, in my name, another benefit night for the close of the carnival, and I was of course compelled to ratify his promise. The fact is, that, to satisfy the greedy actors, I abandoned to my comedians, one by one, the 17 nights I had reserved for myself. The benefit I gave to Marina was at the special request of Madame F., who had taken her into great favour since she had had the honour of breakfasting alone with M. D R in a villa outside of the city. My generosity cost me 400 sequins, but the faro bank brought me 1,000 and more, although I never held the cards, my management of the theatre taking up all my time. My manner with the actresses gained me great kindness. It was clearly seen that I carried on no intrigue with any of them, although I had every facility for doing so. Madame F. complimented me, saying that she had not entertained such a good opinion of my discretion. I was too busy through the carnival to think of love, even of the passion which filled my heart. It was only at the beginning of Lent, and after the departure of the comedians, that I could give rein to my feelings. One morning Madame F. sent a messenger who summoned me to her presence. It was 11 o'clock. I immediately went to her, and inquired what I could do for her service. I wanted to see you, she said, to return the 200 sequins which you lent me so nobly. Here they are. Be good enough to give me back my note of hand. Your note of hand, madam, is no longer in my possession. I have deposited it in a sealed envelope with the notary who, according to this receipt of his, can return it only to you. Why did you not keep it yourself? Because I was afraid of losing it, or of having it stolen, and in the event of my death I did not want such a document to fall into any other hands but yours. A great proof of your extreme delicacy, certainly, but I think you ought to have reserved the right of taking it out of the notary's custody yourself. I did not foresee the possibility of calling for it myself. Yet it was a very likely thing. Then I can send word to the notary to transmit it to me? Certainly, madam. You alone can claim it. She sent to the notary, who brought there himself. She tore the envelope open, and found only a piece of paper besmeared with ink, quite ineligible, except her own name, which had not been touched. You have acted, she said, most nobly, but you must agree with me that I cannot be certain that this piece of paper is really my note of hand, although I see my name on it. True, madam, and if you are not certain of it, I confess myself in the wrong. I must be certain of it, and I am so, but you must grant that I could not swear to it. Granted, madam. During the following days it struck me that her manner towards me was singularly altered. She never received me in her dishabille, and I had to wait with great patience until her maid had entirely dressed her before being admitted into her presence. If I related any story, any adventure, she pretended not to understand, and affected not to see the point of an anecdote or a jest. Very often she would purposely not look at me, and then I was sure to relate badly. If M. D R laughed at something I had just said, she would ask what he was laughing for, and when he had told her, she would say it was insipid or dull. If one of her bracelets became unfastened, I offered to fasten it again, but either she would not give me so much trouble, or I did not understand the fastening, and the maid was called to do it. I could not help showing my vexation, but she did not seem to take the slightest notice of it. If M. D R excited me to say something amusing or witty, and I did not speak immediately, she would say that my budget was empty, laughing, and adding that the wit of poor M. Casanova was worn out. Full of rage, I would plead guilty by my silence to her taunting accusation, but I was thoroughly miserable, for I did not see any cause for that extraordinary change in her feelings, being conscious that I had not given her any motive for it. I wanted to show her openly my indifference and contempt, but whenever an opportunity offered, my courage would forsake me, and I would let it escape. One evening M. D R asking me whether I had often been in love, I answered, 3 times, my lord. And always happily, of course? Always unhappily. The first time, perhaps, being because an ecclesiastic, I durst not to speak openly of my love. The second, because a cruel, unexpected event compelled me to leave the woman I loved at the very moment in which my happiness would have been complete. The third time, because of the feeling of pity with which I inspired the beloved object, induced her to cure me of my passion, instead of crowning my felicity. But what specific remedies did she use to effect your cure? She has ceased to be kind. I understand she has treated you cruelly, and you call that pity, do you? You are mistaken." "Certainly," said Madame F. "A woman may pity the man she loves, but she would not think of ill treating him to cure him of his passion. That woman has never felt any love for you." "I cannot, I will not believe it, madam." "But are you cured?" "Oh, thoroughly, for when I happen to think of her, I feel nothing but indifference and coldness. But my recovery was long." "Your convalescence lasted, I suppose, until you fell in love with another?" "With another, madam? I thought I had just told you that the third time I loved was the last." A few days after that conversation, M. D R told me that Madame F was not well, that he could not keep her company, and that I ought to go to her, as he was sure she would be glad to see me. I obeyed, and told Madame F what M. D R had said. She was lying on a sofa. Without looking at me she told me she was feverish, and would not ask me to remain with her, because I would feel weary. "I could not experience any weariness in your society, madam. At all events, I can leave you only by your express command, and in that case I must spend the next 4 hours in your ante room, for M. D R has told me to wait for him here. If so, you must take a seat." Her cold and distant manner repelled me, but I loved her, and I had never seen her so beautiful. A slight fever animating her complexion, which was then truly dazzling in its beauty. I kept where I was, dumb and as motionless as a statue, for a quarter of an hour. Then she rang for her maid, and asked me to leave her alone for a moment. I was called back soon after, and she said to me, "What has become of your cheerfulness?" "If it has disappeared, madam, it can only be by your will." "Call it back, and you will see it return in force." "What must I do to obtain that result?" "Only be towards me as you were when I returned from Casanova. I have been disagreeable to you for the last 4 months, and as I do not know why, I feel deeply grieved." "I am always the same. In what do you find me changed?" "Good heavens! In everything, except in beauty. But I have taken my decision." "And what is it?" "To suffer in silence, without allowing any circumstance to alter the feelings with which you have inspired me; to wish ardently to convince you of my perfect obedience to your commands; to be ever ready to give you fresh proofs of my devotion." "I thank you, but I cannot imagine what you can have to suffer in silence on my account. I take an interest in you, and I always listen with pleasure to your adventures. As a proof of it, I am extremely curious to hear the history of your 3 loves." I invented on the spot 3 purely imaginary stories, making a great display of tender sentiments and of ardent love, but without alluding to amorous enjoyment, particularly when she seemed to expect me to do so. Sometimes delicacy, sometimes respect of duty, interfered to prevent the crowning pleasure, and I took care to observe, at such moments of disappointment, that a true lover does not require that all-important item to feel perfectly happy. I could easily see that her imagination was travelling farther than my narrative, and that my reserve was agreeable to her. I believed I knew her nature well enough to be certain that I was taking the best road to induce her to follow me where I wished to lead her. She expressed a sentiment which moved me deeply, but I was careful not to show it. We were talking of my third love, of the woman who, out of pity, had undertaken to cure me, and she remarked: "If she truly loved you, she may have wished not to cure you, but to cure herself." On the day following this partial reconciliation, M. F., her husband, begged my commanding officer, D.R., to let me go with him to Butintro for an excursion of 3 days, his own adjutant being seriously ill. Butintro is 7 miles from Corfu, almost opposite to that city. It is the nearest point to the island from the mainland. It is not a fortress, but only a small village of Epirus or Albania, as it is now called, and belonging to the Venetians. Acting on the political axiom that "neglected right is lost right," the Republic sends every year 4 galleys to Butintro with a gang of galley slaves to fell trees, cut them, and load them on the galleys, while the military keep a sharp lookout to prevent them from escaping to Turkey and becoming Mussulmans. One of the 4 galleys were commanded by M. F., who, wanting an adjutant for the occasion, chose me. I went with him, and on the 4th day we came back to Corfu with a large provision of wood. I found M. D R alone on the terrace of his palace. It was Good Friday. He seemed thoughtful, and, after a silence of a few minutes, he spoke the following words, which I can never forget. "M. F., whose adjutant died yesterday, has just been entreating me to give you to him until he can find another officer. I have told him that I had no right to dispose of your person, and that he ought to apply to you, assuring him that, if you asked me to leave to go with him, I would not raise any objection, although I require 2 adjutants. Has he not mentioned the matter to you?" "No, Monsignor. He has only tendered me his thanks for having accompanied him to Butintro, nothing else." "He is sure to speak to you about it. What do you intend to say?" "Simply that I will never leave the service of your excellency without your express command to do so. I never will give you such an order." As M. D R was saying the last word, M. and Madame F. came in. Knowing that the conversation would most likely turn upon the subject which had just been broached, I hurried out of the room. In less than a quarter of an hour I was sent for, and M. F. said to me confidentially: "Well, Monsieur Casanova, would you not be willing to live with me as my adjutant?" "Does his excellency dismiss me from his service?" "Not at all," observed M. D R, "but I leave you the choice." "My lord, I could not be guilty of ingratitude." And I remained there standing, uneasy, keeping my eyes on the ground, not even striving to conceal my mortification, which was, after all, very natural in such a position. I dreaded looking at Madame F., for I knew that she could easily guess all my feelings. An instant after, her foolish husband coldly remarked that I should certainly have a more fatiguing service with him than with M. D R, and that, of course, it was more honourable to serve the General Governor of the Gauls than a simple sopra committo. I was on the point of answering, when Madame F. said, in a graceful and easy manner: "Monsieur Casanova is right. and she changed the subject. I left the room, revolving in my mind all that had just taken place. My conclusion was that M. F had asked M. D R to let me go with him at the suggestion of his wife, or at least with her consent, and it was highly flattering to my love and to my vanity. But I was bound in honour not to accept the post, unless I had a perfect assurance that it would not be disagreeable to my present patron. I will accept, I said to myself, if M. D R tells me positively that I shall please him by doing so. It is for M. F to make him say it. End of chapter 15, part 2. Episode 3, Military Career. Chapter 15, part 3. On the same night I had the honour of offering my arm to Madame F during the procession which takes place in commemoration of the death of our Lord and Saviour, which was then attended on foot by all the nobility. I expected she would mention the matter, but she did not. My love was in despair, and through the night I could not close my eyes. I feared she had been offended by my refusal, and was overwhelmed with grief. I passed the whole of the next day without breaking my fast, and did not utter a single word during the evening reception. I felt very unwell, and I had an attack of fever which kept me in bed on Easter Sunday. I was very weak on the Monday, and intended to remain in my room, when a messenger from Madame F came to inform me that she wished to see me. I told the messenger not to say that he had found me in bed, and dressing myself rapidly, I hurried to her house. I entered her room, pale, looking very ill, yet she did not inquire after my health, and kept silent a minute or two, as if she had been trying to recollect what she had to say to me. "Ah, yes, you are aware that our adjutant is dead, and that we want to replace him. My husband, who has a great esteem for you, and feels that M. D R leaves you perfectly free to make your choice, has taken the singular fancy that you will come, if I ask you myself to do us that pleasure. Is he mistaken? If you would come to us, you would have that room." She was pointing to a room adjoining the chamber in which she slept, and so situated that, to see her in every part of her room, I should not even inquire to place myself at the window. "M. D R," she continued, "will not love you less, and as he will see you here every day, he will not be likely to forget his interest in your welfare. Now, tell me, will you come or not?" "I wish I could, madam, but indeed I cannot." "You cannot? That is singular. Take a seat, and tell me what there is to prevent you, when, in accepting my offer, you are sure to please M. D R as well as us." "If I was certain of it, I would accept immediately, but all I have heard from his lips was that he left me free to make a choice." "Then you are afraid to grieve him, if you come to us?" "It might be, and for nothing on earth." "I am certain of the contrary." "Will you be so good as to obtain that he says so to me himself, and then you will come?" "Oh, madam, that very minute." But the warmth of my exclamation might mean a great deal, and I turned my head round so as not to embarrass her. She asked me to give her her mantle to go to church, and we went out. As we were going down the stairs, she placed her ungloved hand upon mine. It was the first that she had granted me such a favour, and it seemed to me a good omen. She took off her hand, asking me whether I was feverish. "Your hand," she said, "is burning." When we left the church, M. D R 's carriage happened to pass, and I assisted her to get in, and as soon as she had gone, hurried to my room in order to breathe freely and to enjoy all the felicity which filled my soul, for I no longer doubted her love for me, and I knew that, in this case, M. D R was not likely to refuse her anything. What is love? I have read plenty of ancient verbiage on the subject. I have read likewise most of what has been said by modern writers, but neither all that has been said, nor what I have thought about it when I was young and now that I am no longer so, nothing, in fact, can make me agree that love is a trifling vanity. It is a sort of madness, I grant that, but a madness over which philosophy is entirely powerless. It is a disease to which man is exposed at all times, no matter at what age, and which cannot be cured, if he is attacked by it in his old age. Love being sentiment which cannot be explained, God of all nature, bitter and sweet feeling, love, charming monster which cannot be fathomed, God who, in the midst of all the thorns with which thou plaguest us, strewest so many roses on our path that, without thee, existence and death would be united and blended together. 2 days after, M. D R told me to go and take orders from M. F on board his galley, which was ready for a 5 or 6 days' voyage. I quickly packed a few things, and called for my new patron, who received me with great joy. We took our departure without seeing Madam, who was not yet visible. We returned on the 6th day, and I went to establish myself in my new home, for, as I was preparing to go to M. D R to take his orders, after our landing, he came himself, and asking M. F and me whether we were pleased with each other, he said to me, "Casanova, as you suit each other so well, you may be certain that you will greatly please me by remaining in the service of M. F." I obeyed respectfully, and in less than 1 hour I had taken possession of my new quarters. Madame F told me how delighted she was to see that great affair ended according to her wishes, and I answered with a deep reverence. I found myself like the salamander in the very heart of the fire for which I had been longing so ardently. Almost constantly in the presence of Madame F, dining often alone with her, accompanying her in her walks, even when M. D R was not with us, seeing her from my room, or conversing with her in her chamber, always reserved and attentive without pretension. The first night passed by without any change being brought about by that constant intercourse. Yet I was full of hope, and to keep up my courage I imagined that love was not yet powerful enough to conquer her pride. I expected everything from some lucky chance, which I promised myself to improve as soon as it should present itself, for I was persuaded that a lover is lost if he does not catch fortune by the forelock. But there was one circumstance which annoyed me. In public, she seized every opportunity of treating me with distinction, while, when we were alone, it was exactly the reverse. In the eyes of the world I had all the appearance of a happy lover, but would rather have had less of the appearance of happiness and more of the reality. My love for her was disinterested, vanity had no share in my feelings. One day, being alone with me, she said, "You have enemies, but I silenced them last night. They are envious, madam, and they would pity me if they could read the secret pages of my heart. You could easily deliver me from those enemies. How can you be an object of pity for them, and how could I deliver you from them? They believe me happy, and I am miserable. You would deliver me from them by ill-treating me in their presence. Then you would feel my bad treatment less than the envy of the wicked?" "Yes, madam, provided your bad treatment in public were compensated by your kindness when we are alone, for there is no vanity in the happiness I feel in belonging to you. Let others pity me. I will be happy on condition that others are mistaken. That's a part that I can never play. I would often be indiscreet enough to remain behind the curtain of the window in my room, looking at her when she thought herself perfectly certain that nobody saw her. But the liberty I was thus guilty of never proved of great advantage to me. Whether it was because she doubted my discretion or from habitual reserve, she was so particular that, even when I saw her in bed, my longing eyes never could obtain a sight of anything but her head. One day, being present in her room while her maid was cutting off the points of her long and beautiful hair, I amused myself in picking up all those pretty bits, and put them all, one after the other, on her toilet table, with the exception of one small lock which I slipped into my pocket, thinking that she had not taken any notice of my keeping it. But the moment we were alone she told me quietly, but rather too seriously, to take out of my pocket the hair I had picked up from the floor. Thinking she was going too far, and such rigour appearing to me as cruel as it was unjust and absurd, I obeyed, but threw the hair on the toilet table with an air of supreme contempt. "Sir, you forget yourself." "No, madam, I do not, for you might have feigned not to have observed such an innocent theft. Feigning is tiresome." "Was such petty larceny a very great crime?" "No crime, but it was an indication of feelings which you have no right to entertain for me." "Feelings which you are at liberty not to return, madam, but which hatred or pride can alone forbid my heart to experience. If you had a heart you would not be the victim of either of those two fearful passions, but you have only head, and it must be a very wicked head, judging by the care it takes to heap humiliation upon me. You have surprised my secret, madam, you may use it as you think proper, but in the meantime I have learned to know you thoroughly. That knowledge will prove more useful than your discovery, for perhaps it will help me to become wiser." After this violent tirade I left her, and as she did not call me back, retired to my room. In the hope that sleep would bring calm, I undressed and went to bed. In such moments a lover hates the object of his love, and his heart distills only contempt and hatred. I could not go to sleep, and when I was sent for at supper time, I answered that I was ill. The night passed off without my eyes being visited by sleep, and feeling weak and low I thought I would wait to see what ailed me, and refused to have my dinner, sending word that I was still very unwell. Towards evening I felt my heart leap for joy when I heard my beautiful lady love enter my room. Anxiety, want of food and sleep, gave me truly the appearance of being ill, and I was delighted that it should be so. I sent her away very soon, by telling her with perfect indifference that it was nothing but a bad headache to which I was subject, and that repose and diet would effect a speedy cure. But at 11 o'clock she came back with her friend M. D R, and coming to my bed, she said, affectionately, "What ails you, my poor Casanova?" "A very bad headache, madam, which will be cured to-morrow." "Why should you wait until to-morrow? You must get better at once. I have ordered a basin of broth and 2 new laid eggs for you." "Nothing, madam. Complete abstinence can alone cure me." "He is right," said M. D R , "I know those attacks." I shook my head slightly. M. D R having just then turned round to examine an engraving, she took my hand, saying that she would like me to drink some broth, and I felt that she was giving me a small parcel. She went to look at the engraving with M. D R . I opened the parcel, but feeling that it contained hair, I hurriedly concealed it under the bedclothes. At the same moment the blood rushed to my head with such violence, that it actually frightened me. I begged for some water. She came to me with M. D R , and then were both frightened to see me so red, when they had seen me pale and weak only 1 minute before. Madame F gave me a glass of water in which she put some eau de carmes, which instantly acted as a violent emetic. 2 or 3 minutes after I felt better, and asked for something to eat. Madame F smiled. The servant came in with the broth and the eggs, and while I was eating I told the history of Pandolfin. M. D R thought it was all a miracle, and I could read on the countenance of the charming woman love, affection, and repentance. If M. D R had not been present it would have been the moment of my happiness, but I felt certain that I should not have long to wait. M. D R told Madame F that, if he had not seen me so sick, he would have believed my illness to be all sham, for he did not think it possible for anyone to rally so rapidly. "It is all owing to my eau de carmes," said Madame F, looking at me, "and I will leave you my bottle." "No, madam, be kind enough to take it with you, for the water would have no virtue without your presence." "I am sure of that," said M. D R , "so I will leave you here with your patient." "No, no, he must go to sleep now." I slept all night, but in my happy dreams I was with her, and the reality itself would hardly have procured me greater enjoyment than I had during my happy slumbers. I saw I had taken a very long stride forward, for 24 hours of abstinence gave me the right to speak to her openly of my love, and the gift of her hair was an irrefutable confession of her own feelings. On the following day, after presenting myself before M. F, I went to have a little chat with the maid, to wait until her mistress was visible, which was not long, and I had the pleasure of hearing her laugh when the maid told her I was there. As soon as I went in, without giving me time to say a single word, she told me how delighted she was to see me looking so well, and advised me to call upon M. D R. It is not only in the eyes of a lover, but also in those of every man of taste, that a woman is 1,000 times more lovely at the moment she comes out of the arms of Morpheus than when she has completed her toilet. Around Madame F more brilliant beams were blazing than around the sun when he leaves the embrace of Aurora. Yet the most beautiful woman thinks as much of her toilet as the one who cannot do without it, very likely because more human creatures possess, the more they want. In the order given to me by Madame F. to call on M. D R, I saw another reason to be certain of approaching happiness, for I thought that, by dismissing me so quickly, she had only tried to postpone the consummation which I might have pressed upon her, and which she could not have refused. Rich in the possession of her hair, I held a consultation with my love to decide what I ought to do with it, for Madame F., very likely to her wish to atone for the miserly sentiment which had refused me a small bit, had given me a splendid lock, full a yard and a half long. Having thought it over, I called upon a Jewish confectioner, whose daughter was a skilful embroiderer, and I made her embroider before me, on a bracelet of green satin, the 4 initial letters of our names, and make a very thin chain with the remainder. I had a piece of black ribbon added to one end of the chain, in the shape of a sliding noose, with which I could easily strangle myself if ever love should reduce me to despair, and I passed it round my neck. As I did not want to lose even the smallest particle of so precious a treasure, I cut with a pair of scissors all the small bits which were left, and devoutly gathered them together. Then I reduced them into a fine powder, and ordered the Jewish confectioner to mix the powder in my presence with a paste made of amber, sugar, vanilla, angelica, alkermes and storax, and I waited until the comfits prepared with that mixture were ready. I had some more made with the same composition, but without any hair. I put the first in a beautiful sweetmeat box of fine crystal, and the second in a tortoise shell box. From the day when, by giving me her hair, Madame F. had betrayed the secret feelings of her heart, I no longer lost my time in relating stories or adventures. I only spoke to her of my cove, of my ardent desires. I told her that she must either banish me from her presence, or crown my happiness, but the cruel, charming woman would not accept that alternative. She answered that happiness could not be obtained by offending every moral law, and by swerving from our duties. If I threw myself at her feet to obtain by anticipation her forgiveness for the loving violence I intended to use against her, she would repulse me more powerfully than if she had had the strength of a female Hercules, for she would say, in a voice full of sweetness and affection, "My friend, I do not entreat you to respect my weakness, but be generous enough to spare me for the sake of all the love I feel for you." What? You love me, and you refuse to make me happy? It is impossible. It is unnatural. You compel me to believe that you do not love me. Only allow me to press my lips one moment upon your lips, and I ask no more. No, dearest, no, it would only excite the ardour of your desires, shake my resolution, and we should then find ourselves more miserable than we are now. Chapter 15. Part 3. Episode 3. Military Career. Chapter 15. Part 4. Thus did she every day plunge me in despair, and yet she complained that my wit was no longer brilliant in society, that I had lost that elasticity of spirits which had pleased her so much after my arrival from Constantinople. Monsieur D R, who often jestingly waged war against me, used to say that I was getting thinner and thinner every day. Madame F told me one day that my sickly looks were very disagreeable to her, because wicked tongues would not fail to say that she treated me with cruelty. Strange, almost unnatural thought! On it I composed an idyll which I cannot read, even now, without feeling tears in my eyes. "What," I answered, "you acknowledge your cruelty towards me? You are afraid of the world guessing all your heartless rigour, and yet you continue to enjoy it. You condemn me unmercifully to the torments of Tantalus. You would be delighted to see me gay, cheerful, happy, even at the expense of a judgment by which the world would find you guilty of a supposed but false kindness towards me, and yet you refuse me even the slightest favours." "I do not mind people believing anything, provided it is not true." "What a contrast! Would it be possible for me not to love you, for you to feel nothing for me? Such contradictions strike me as unnatural. But you are growing thinner yourself, and I am dying. It must be so. We shall both die before long, you of consumption, I of exhausting decline. For I am now reduced to enjoying your shadow during the day, during the night, always, everywhere, except when I am in your presence." At that passionate declaration, delivered with all the ardour of an excited lover, she was surprised, deeply moved, and I thought that the happy hour had struck. I folded her in my arms, and was already tasting the first fruits of enjoyment. The sentinel knocked twice. Oh, fatal mischance! I recovered my composure and stood in front of her. M. D R made his appearance, and this time he found me in so cheerful a mood that he remained with us until 1 o'clock in the morning. My comforts were beginning to be the talk of our society. M. D R, Madame F and I were the only ones who had a box full of them. I was stingy with them, and no one durst beg any from me, because I had said that they were very expensive, and that in all Corfu there was no confectioner who could make, or physician who could analyse them. I never gave one out of my crystal box, and Madame F remarked it. I certainly did not believe them to be amorous philtre, and I was very far from supposing that the addition of the hair made them taste more delicious; but a superstition, the offspring of my love, caused me to cherish them, and it made me happy to think that a small portion of the woman I worshipped was thus becoming a part of my being. Influenced perhaps by some secret sympathy, Madame F was exceedingly fond of the comfits. She asserted before all her friends that they were the universal panacea, and knowing herself perfect mistress of the inventor, she did not inquire after the secret of the composition. But having observed that I gave away only the comfits which I kept in my tortoiseshell box, and that I never eat any but those from the crystal box, she one day asked me what reason I had for that. Without taking time to think, I told her that in those I kept for myself there was a certain ingredient which made the partaker love her. "I do not believe it," she answered. "But are they different from those I eat myself?" "They are exactly the same, with the exception of the ingredient I have just mentioned, which has been put only in mine." "Tell me what the ingredient is." "It is a secret which I cannot reveal to you." "Then I will never eat any of your comfits." Saying which, she rose, emptied her box, and filled it again with chocolate drops, and for the next few days she was angry with me, and avoided my company. I felt grieved, I became low-spirited, but I could not make up my mind to tell her that I was eating her hair. She inquired why I looked so sad. "Because you refuse to take my comforts. You are master of your secret, and I am mistress of my diet. That is my reward for having taken you into my confidence." And I opened my box, emptied its contents in my hand, and swallowed the whole of them, saying, "Two more doses like this, and I shall die mad with love for you. Then you will be revenged for my reserve. Farewell, madam." She called me back, made me take a seat near her, and told me not to commit follies which would make her unhappy; that I knew how much she loved me, and that it was not owing to the effect of any drug. "To prove to you," she added, "that you do not require anything of the sort to be loved, here is a token of my affection." And she offered me her lovely lips, and upon them mine remained pressed until I was compelled to draw a breath. I threw myself at her feet, with tears of love and gratitude blinding my eyes, and told her that I would confess my crime if she would promise to forgive me. "Your crime? You frighten me. Yes, I forgive you, but speak quickly, and tell me all." "Yes, everything. My comforts contain your hair reduced to a powder, here on my arm. See this bracelet on which our names are written with your hair, and round my neck this chain of the same material, which will help me to destroy my life when your love fails me. Such is my crime, but I would not have been guilty of it if I had not loved you." She smiled, and, bidding me rise from my kneeling position, she told me that I was indeed the most criminal of men, and she wiped away my tears, assuring me that I should never have any reason to strangle myself with the chain. After that conversation, in which I had enjoyed the sweet nectar of my divinity's first kiss, I had the courage to behave in a very different manner. She could see the ardour which consumed me. Perhaps the same fire burned in her veins, but I abstained from any attack. "What gives you," she said one day, "the strength to control yourself? After the kiss which you granted to me of your own accord, I felt that I ought not to wish any favour unless your heart gave it as freely. You cannot imagine the happiness that kiss has given me." "I not imagine it, you ungrateful man! Which of us has given that happiness?" "Neither you nor I, angel of my soul. That kiss so tender, so sweet, was the child of love. Yes, dearest, of love, the treasures of which are inexhaustible." The words were scarcely spoken, when our lips were engaged in happy concert. She held me so tight against her bosom that I could not use my hands to secure other pleasures, but I felt myself perfectly happy. After that delightful skirmish, I asked her whether we were never to go any further. "Never, dearest friend, never. Love is a child which must be amused with trifles. Too substantial food would kill it." "I know love better than you. It requires that substantial food, and unless it can obtain it, love dies of exhaustion. Do not refuse me the consolation of hope." "Hope as much as you please, if it makes you happy. What should I do if I had no hope? I hope, because I know you have a heart." "Ah, yes. Do you recollect the day, when in your anger you told me that I had only a head, but no heart, thinking you were insulting me grossly?" Oh yes, I recollect. How heartily I laughed when I had time to think. Yes, dearest, I have a heart, or I should not feel as happy as I feel now. Let us keep our happiness, and be satisfied with it, as it is, without wishing for anything else. Obedient to her wishes, but every day more deeply enamoured, I was in hope that nature at last would prove stronger than prejudice, and would cause a fortunate crisis. But, besides nature, fortune was my friend, and I owed my happiness to an accident. Madame F. was walking one day in the garden, leaning on M. D R.'s arm, and was caught by a large rose bush, and the prickly thorns left a deep cut on her leg. M. D R. bandaged the wound with his handkerchief, so as to stop the blood which was flowing abundantly, and she had to be carried home in a palanquin. In Corfu, wounds on the legs are dangerous when they are not well attended to, and very often the wounded are compelled to leave the city to be cured. Madame F. was confined to her bed, and my lucky position in the house condemned me to remain constantly at her orders. I saw her every minute, but, during the first 3 days, visitors succeeded each other without intermission, and I never was alone with her. In the evening, after everybody had gone, and her husband had retired to his own apartment, M. D R remained another hour, and for the sake of propriety, I had to take my leave at the same time that he did. I had much more liberty before the accident, and I told her so half seriously, half jestingly. The next day, to make up for my disappointment, she contrived a moment of happiness for me. An elderly surgeon came every morning to dress her wound, during which operation her maid only was present, but I used to go in the morning, dishabille, to the girl's room, and to wait there, so as to be the first to hear how my dear one was. That morning, the girl came to tell me to go in as the surgeon was dressing the wound. See whether my leg is less inflamed. To give an opinion, madam, I ought to have seen it yesterday. True, I feel great pain, and I am afraid of erysipelas. Do not be afraid, madam, said the surgeon, keep your bed, and I answer for your complete recovery. The surgeon being busy preparing a poultice at the other end of the room, and the maid out, I inquired whether she felt any hardness in the calf of the leg, and whether the inflammation went up the limb, and naturally my eyes and my hands kept pace with my questions. I saw no inflammation, I felt no hardness, but, and the lovely patient hurriedly let the curtain fall, smiling, and allowing me to take a sweet kiss, the perfume of which I had not enjoyed for many days. It was a sweet moment, a delicious ecstasy. From her mouth my lips descended to her wound, and satisfied in that moment that my kisses were the best of medicines. I would have kept my lips there, if the noise made by the maid coming back had not compelled me to give up my delightful occupation. When we were left alone, burning with intense desires, I entreated her to grant happiness at least to my eyes. I felt humiliated, I said to her, by the thought that the felicity I have just enjoyed was only a theft. But supposing you were mistaken? The next day I was again present at the dressing of the wound, and as soon as the surgeon had left, she asked me to arrange her pillows, which I did at once, as if to make that pleasant office easier. She raised the bedclothes to support herself, and she thus gave me a sight of beauties which intoxicated my eyes. and I protracted the easy operation without her complaining of my being too slow. When I had done I was in a fearful state, and I threw myself in an armchair opposite her bed, half dead, in a sort of trance. I was looking at that lovely being who, almost artless, was continually granting me greater and still great favours, and yet never allowed me to reach the goal for which I was so ardently longing. "What are you thinking of?" she said. "Of the supreme felicity I have just been enjoying. You are a cruel man." "No, I am not cruel, for, if you love me, you must not blush for your indulgence. You must know, too, that, loving you passionately, I must not suppose that it is to be a surprise that I am indebted for my happiness in the enjoyment of the most ravishing sights. For if I owed it only to mere chance, I should be compelled to believe that any other man in my position might have had the same happiness, and such an idea would be misery to me. Let me be indebted to you for having proved to me this morning how much enjoyment I can derive from one of my senses. Can you be angry with my eyes?" "Yes, they belong to you. Tear them out." The next day, the moment the doctor had gone, she sent her maid out to make some purchases. "Ah," she said a few minutes after, "my maid has forgotten to change my chemise. Allow me to take her place." "Very well, but recollect that I give permission only to your eyes to take a share in the proceedings." "Agreed." She unlaced herself, took off her stays and her chemise, and told me to be quick and put on the clean one. But I was not speedy enough, being too much engaged by all I could see. "Give me my chemise," she exclaimed. "It is there on that small table." "Where?" "There, near the bed." "Well, I will take it myself." She leaned over towards the table, and exposed almost everything I was longing for, and, turning slowly round, she handed me the chemise, which I could hardly hold, trembling all over with fearful excitement. She took pity on me. My hands shared the happiness of my eyes. I fell in her arms, our lips fastened together, and, in a voluptuous ardent pressure, we enjoyed an amorous exhaustion not sufficient to allay our desires, but delightful enough to deceive them for the moment. With greater control over herself than women have generally under similar circumstances, she took care to let me reach only the porch of the temple, without granting me yet a free entrance to the sanctuary. End of chapter 15, part 4.
Episode 4. Return to Venice. Chapter 16. The wound was rapidly healing up, and I saw near at hand the moment when Madame F. would leave her bed and resume her usual avocations. The governor of the galleasses having issued orders for a general review at Goyne, M.F. left for that place in his galley, telling me to join him there early on the following day with the felucca. I took supper alone with Madame F., and I told her how unhappy it made me to remain one day away from her. "Let us make up tonight for tomorrow's disappointment," she said, "and let us spend it together in conversation. Here are the keys. When you know that my maid has left me, come to me through my husband's room." I did not fail to follow her instructions to the letter, and we found ourselves alone with 5 hours before us. It was the month of June, and the heat was intense. She had gone to bed. I folded her in my arms, she pressed me to her bosom, but, condemning herself to the most cruel torture, she thought I had no right to complain if I was subjected to the same privation which she imposed upon herself. My remonstrances, my prayers, my entreaties were of no avail. "Love," she said, "must be kept in check with a tight hand, and we can laugh at him, since, in spite of the tyranny which we force him to obey, we succeed all the same in gratifying our desires." After the first ecstasy our eyes and lips unclose together, and a little apart from each other we take delight in seeing the mutual satisfaction beaming on our features. Our desires revive. She casts a look upon my state of innocence entirely exposed to her sight. She seems vexed at my want of excitement, and throwing off everything which makes the heat unpleasant and interferes with our pleasure, she bounds upon me. It is more than amorous fury, it is desperate lust. I share her frenzy. I hug her with a sort of delirium. I enjoy a felicity which is on the point of carrying me to the regions of bliss. But, at the very moment of completing the offering, she fails me, moves off, slips away, and comes back to work off my excitement with a hand which strikes me as cold as ice. "Ah, thou cruel, beloved woman! Thou art burning with the fire of love, and thou deprivest thyself of the only remedy which could bring calm to thy senses. Thy lovely hand is more humane than thou art, but thou hast not enjoyed the felicity that thy hand has given me. My hand must owe nothing to thine. Come, darling light of my heart, come. Love doubles my existence in the hope that I will die again, but only in that charming retreat from which you have ejected me in the very moment of my greatest enjoyment." While I was speaking thus, her very soul was breathing forth the most tender sighs of happiness, and as she pressed me tightly in her arms, I felt that she was weltering in an ocean of bliss. Silence lasted rather a long time, but that unnatural felicity was imperfect, and increased my excitement. "How canst thou complain," she said tenderly, "when it is to that very imperfection of our enjoyment that we are indebted for its continuance? I loved thee a few minutes since, now I love thee 1,000 times more, and perhaps I should love thee less if thou hadst carried my enjoyment to its highest limit." "Oh, how much art thou mistaken, lovely one, how great is thy error! Thou art feeding upon sophisms, and thou leavest reality aside. I mean nature, which alone can give real felicity. Desires constantly renewed and never fully satisfied are more terrible than the torments of hell." "But are not these desires happiness when they are always accompanied by hope?" "No, if that hope is always disappointed. It becomes hell itself, because there is no hope, and hope must die when it is killed by constant deception." "Dearest, if hope does not exist in hell, desires cannot be found there either, for to imagine desires without hopes would be more than madness." "Well, answer me. If you desire to be mine entirely, and if you feel the hope of it, which, according to your way of reasoning, is a natural consequence, why do you always raise an impediment to your own hope? Cease, dearest, cease to deceive yourself by absurd sophisms. Let us be as happy as it is in nature to be, and be quite certain that the reality of happiness will increase our love, and that love will find a new life in our very enjoyment." "What I see proves the contrary. You are alive with excitement now, but if your desires had been entirely satisfied, you would be dead, benumbed, motionless. I know it by experience. If you had breathed the full ecstasy of enjoyment, as you desired, you would have found a weak ardor only at long intervals." "Ah, charming creature, your experience is but very small. Do not trust to it. I see that you have never known love. That which you call love's grave is the sanctuary in which it receives life, the abode which makes it immortal. Give way to my prayers, my lovely friend, and then you shall know the difference between love and Hymen. You shall see that, if Hymen likes to die in order to get rid of life, love, on the contrary, expires only to springing up again into existence, and hastens to revive, so as to savor new enjoyment. Let me undeceive you, and believe me when I say that the full gratification of desires can only increase 100-fold the mutual ardor of two beings who adore each other." "Well, I must believe you, but let us wait. In the meantime let us enjoy all the trifles, all the sweet preliminaries of love. Devour thy mistress, dearest, but abandon to me all thy being. If this night is too short, we must console ourselves to-morrow by making arrangements for another one." "And if our intercourse should be discovered?" "Do we make a mystery of it? Everybody can see that we love each other, and those who think that we do not enjoy the happiness of lovers are precisely the only persons we have to fear. We must only be careful to guard against being surprised in the very act of proving our love. Heaven and nature must protect our affection, for there is no crime when two hearts are blended in true love. Since I have been conscious of my own existence, love has always seemed to me the god of my being, for every time I saw a man I was delighted. I thought that I was looking upon one half of myself, because I felt I was made for him and he for me. I longed to be married. It was that uncertain longing of the heart which occupies exclusively a young girl of 15. I had no conception of love, but I fancied that it naturally accompanied marriage. You can therefore imagine my surprise when my husband, in the very act of making a woman of me, gave me a great deal of pain without giving me the slightest idea of pleasure. My imagination in the convent was much better than the reality I had been condemned to by my husband. The result has naturally been that we have become very good friends, but a very indifferent husband and wife, without any desires for each other. He has every reason to be pleased with me, for I always show myself docile to his wishes, but enjoyment not being in those cases seasoned by love, he must find it without flavor, and he seldom comes to me for it. When I found out that you were in love with me, I felt delighted, and gave you every opportunity of becoming every day more deeply enamored of me, thinking myself certain of never loving you myself. As soon as I felt that love had likewise attacked my heart, I ill-treated you to punish you for having made my heart sensible. Your patience and constancy have astonished me, and have caused me to be guilty, for after the first kiss I gave you, I had no longer any control over myself. I was indeed astounded when I saw the havoc made by one single kiss, and I felt that my happiness was wrapped up in yours. That discovery flattered and delighted me, and I have found out, particularly tonight, that I cannot be happy unless you are so yourself. That is, my beloved, the most refined of all sentiments experienced by love, but it is impossible for you to render me completely happy without following in everything the laws and the wishes of nature. The night was spent in tender discussions and in exquisite voluptuousness, and it was not without some grief that at daybreak I tore myself from her arms to go to Goyne. She wept for joy when she saw that I left her without having lost a particle of my vigor, for she did not imagine such a thing possible. After that night, so rich in delights, 10 or 12 days passed without giving us any opportunity of quenching even a small particle of the amorous thirst which devoured us, and it was then that a fearful misfortune befell me. One evening after supper, M.D.R. having retired, M.F. used no ceremony, and although I was present, told his wife that he intended to pay her a visit after writing 2 letters which he had to dispatch early the next morning. The moment he had left the room, we looked at each other, and with one accord fell into each other's arms. A torrent of delights rushed through our souls without restraint, without reserve, but when the first ardor had been appeased, without giving me time to think or to enjoy the most complete, the most delicious victory, she drew back, repulsed me, and threw herself, panting, distracted, upon a chair near her bed. Rooted to the spot, astonished, almost mad, I tremblingly looked at her, trying to understand what had caused such an extraordinary action. She turned round towards me and said, her eyes flashing with the fire of love, "My darling, we were on the brink of the precipice." "The precipice! Ah, cruel woman, you have killed me. I feel myself dying, and perhaps you will never see me again." I left her in a state of frenzy, and rushed out, towards the esplanade, to cool myself, for I was choking. Any man who has not experienced the cruelty of an action like that of Madame F., and especially in the situation I found myself in at that moment, mentally and bodily, can hardly realize what I suffered, and, although I have felt that suffering, I could not give an idea of it. I was in that fearful state when I heard my name called from a window, and, unfortunately, I condescended to answer. I went near the window, and I saw, thanks to the moonlight, the famous Melulla standing on her balcony. "What are you doing there at this time of night?" I inquired. "I am enjoying the cool evening breeze. Come up for a little while." This Melulla, of fatal memory, was a courtesan from Zamti, of rare beauty, who for the last 4 months had been the delight and the rage of all the young men in Corfu. Those who had known her agreed in extolling her charms. She was the talk of all the city. I had seen her often, but, although she was very beautiful, I was very far from thinking her as lovely as Madame F., putting my affection for the latter on one side. I recollect seeing in Dresden, in the year 1790, a very handsome woman who was the image of Melulla. I went upstairs mechanically, and she took me to a voluptuous boudoir. She complained of my being the only one who had never paid her a visit, when I was the man she would have preferred to all others, and I had the infamy to give way. I became the most criminal of men. It was neither desire, nor imagination, nor the merit of the woman, which caused me to yield, for Melulla was in no way worthy of me. No, it was weakness, indolence, and the state of bodily and mental irritation in which I then found myself. It was a sort of spite, because the angel whom I adored had displeased me by a caprice, which, had I not been unworthy of her, would only have caused me to be still more attached to her. Melulla, highly pleased with her success, refused the gold I wanted to give her, and allowed me to go after I had spent 2 hours with her. When I recovered my composure, I had but one feeling, hatred for myself and for the contemptible creature who had allured me to be guilty of so vile an insult to the loveliest of her sex. I went home the prey to fearful remorse, and went to bed, but sleep never closed my eyes throughout that cruel night. In the morning, worn out with fatigue and sorrow, I got up, and as soon as I was dressed, I went to M.F., who had sent for me to give me some orders. After I had returned, and had given him an account of my mission, I called upon Madame F., and finding her at her toilet, I wished her good morning, observing that her lovely face was breathing the cheerfulness and the calm of happiness. But suddenly, her eyes meeting mine, I saw her countenance change, and an expression of sadness replace her looks of satisfaction. She cast her eyes down as if she was deep in thought, raised them again as if to read my very soul, and breaking our painful silence, as soon as she had dismissed her maid, she said to me, with an accent full of tenderness and of solemnity, "Dear one, let there be no concealment either on my part or on yours. I felt deeply grieved when I saw you leave me last night, and a little consideration made me understand all the evil which might accrue to you in consequence of what I had done. With a nature like yours, such scenes might cause very dangerous disorders, and I have resolved not to do again anything by halves. I thought that you went out to breathe the fresh air, and I hoped it would do you good. I placed myself at my window, where I remained more than an hour without seeing a light in your room. Sorry for what I had done, loving you more than ever, I was compelled, when my husband came to my room, to go to bed with the sad conviction that you had not come home. This morning M.F. sent an officer to tell you that he wanted to see you, and I heard the messenger inform him that you were not yet up, and that you had come home very late. I felt my heart swell with sorrow. I am not jealous, dearest, for I know that you cannot love any one but me. I only felt afraid of some misfortune. At last, this morning, when I heard you coming, I was happy, because I was ready to show my repentance. But I looked at you, and you seemed a different man. Now I am still looking at you, and, in spite of myself, my soul reads upon your countenance that you are guilty, that you have outraged my love. Tell me at once, dearest, if I am mistaken. If you have deceived me, say so openly. Do not be unfaithful to love and to truth. Knowing that I was the cause of it, I should never forgive myself, but there is an excuse for you in my heart, in my whole being. More than once, in the course of my life, I have found myself under the painful necessity of telling falsehoods to the woman I loved. But in this case, after so true, so touching an appeal, how could I be otherwise than sincere? I felt myself sufficiently debased by my crime, and I could not degrade myself still more by falsehood. I was so far from being disposed to such a line of conduct that I could not speak, and I burst out crying. "What, my darling, you are weeping! Your tears make me miserable. You ought not to have shed any with me but tears of happiness and love. Quick, my beloved, tell me whether you have made me wretched. Tell me what fearful revenge you have taken on me, who would rather die than offend you. If I have caused you any sorrow, it has been in the innocence of a loving and devoted heart." My own darling angel, I never thought of revenge, for my heart, which can never cease to adore you, could never conceive such a dreadful idea. It is against my own heart that my cowardly weakness has allured me to the commission of a crime which, for the remainder of my life, makes me unworthy of you. "Have you, then, given yourself to some wretched woman?" "Yes, I have spent 2 hours in the vilest debauchery, and my soul was present only to be the witness of my sadness, of my remorse, of my unworthiness." "Sadness and remorse! Oh, my poor friend! I believe it, but it is my fault. I alone ought to suffer. It is I who must beg you to forgive me." Her tears made mine flow again. "Divine soul," I said, "the reproaches you are addressing to yourself increase twofold the gravity of my crime. You would never have been guilty of any wrong against me if I had been really worthy of your love." I felt deeply the truth of my words. We spent the remainder of the day apparently quiet and composed, concealing our sadness in the depths of our hearts. She was curious to know all the circumstances of my miserable adventure, and, accepting it as an expiation, I related them to her. Full of kindness, she assured me that we were bound to ascribe that accident to fate, and that the same thing might have happened to the best of men. She added that I was more to be pitied than condemned, and that she did not love me less. We both were certain that we would seize the first favorable opportunity, she of obtaining her pardon, I of atoning for my crime, by giving each other new and complete proofs of our mutual ardor. But Heaven in its justice had ordered differently, and I was cruelly punished for my disgusting debauchery. On the 3rd day, as I got up in the morning, an awful pricking announced the horrid state into which the wretched Melulla had thrown me. I was thunderstruck. And when I came to think of the misery which I might have caused if, during the last 3 days, I had obtained some new favor from my lovely mistress, I was on the point of going mad. What would have been her feelings if I had made her unhappy for the remainder of her life? Would any one, then, knowing the whole case, have condemned me if I had destroyed my own life in order to deliver myself from everlasting remorse? No, for the man who kills himself from sheer despair, thus performing upon himself the execution of the sentence he would have deserved at the hands of justice, cannot be blamed either by a virtuous philosopher or by a tolerant Christian. But of one thing I am quite certain. If such a misfortune had happened, I should have committed suicide. Overwhelmed with grief by the discovery I had just made, but thinking that I should get rid of the inconvenience as I had done 3 times before, I prepared myself for a strict diet which would restore my health in 6 weeks without any one having any suspicion of my illness. But I soon found out that I had not seen the end of my troubles. Melulla had communicated to my system all the poisons which corrupt the source of life. I was acquainted with an elderly doctor of great experience in those matters. I consulted him, and he promised to set me to rights in 2 months. He proved as good as his word. At the beginning of September I found myself in good health, and it was about that time that I returned to Venice. The first thing I resolved on, as soon as I discovered the state I was in, was to confess everything to Madame F. I did not wish to wait for the time when a compulsory confession would have made her blush for her weakness, and given her cause to think of the fearful consequences which might have been the result of her passion for me. Her affection was too dear to me to run the risk of losing it through a want of confidence in her. Knowing her heart, her candor, and the generosity which had prompted her to say that I was more to be pitied than blamed, I thought myself bound to prove by my sincerity that I deserved her esteem. I told her candidly my position, and the state I had been thrown in, when I thought of the dreadful consequences it might have had for her. I saw her shudder and tremble, and she turned pale with fear when I added that I would have avenged her by killing myself. "Villainous, infamous Melulla!" she exclaimed. And I repeated those words, but turning them against myself when I realized all I had sacrificed through the most disgusting weakness. Every one in Corfu knew of my visit to the wretched Melulla, and every one seemed surprised to see the appearance of health on my countenance, for many were the victims that she had treated like me. My illness was not my only sorrow. I had others which, although of a different nature, were not less serious. It was written in the book of fate that I should return to Venice a simple ensign as when I left. The general did not keep his word, and the bastard son of a nobleman was promoted to the lieutenancy instead of myself. From that moment the military profession, the one most subject to arbitrary despotism, inspired me with disgust, and I determined to give it up. But I had another still more important motive for sorrow in the fickleness of fortune which had completely turned against me. I remarked that, from the time of my degradation with Melulla, every kind of misfortune befell me. The greatest of all, that which I felt most, but which I had the good sense to try and consider a favor, was that a week before the departure of the army, M.D.R. took me again for his adjutant, and M.F. had to engage another in my place. On the occasion of that change, Madame F. told me, with an appearance of regret, that in Venice we could not, for many reasons, continue our intimacy. I begged her to spare me the reasons, as I foresaw that they would only throw humiliation upon me. I began to discover that the goddess I had worshipped was, after all, a poor human being like all other women, and to think that I should have been very foolish to give up my life for her. I probed in one day the real worth of her heart, for she told me, I cannot recollect in reference to what, that I excited her pity. I saw clearly that she no longer loved me. Pity is a debasing feeling, which cannot find a home in a heart full of love, for that dreary sentiment is too near a relative of contempt. Since that time I never found myself alone with Madame F. I loved her still. I could easily have made her blush, but I did not do it. As soon as we reached Venice, she became attached to M.Fr., whom she loved until death took him from her. She was unhappy enough to lose her sight 20 years after. I believe she is still alive. During the last 2 months of my stay in Corfu, I learned the most bitter and important lessons. In after years I often derived useful hints from the experience I acquired at that time. Before my adventure with the worthless Malula, I enjoyed good health, I was rich, lucky at play, liked by everybody, beloved by the most lovely woman of Corfu. When I spoke, everybody would listen and admire my wit, my words were taken for oracles, and everyone coincided with me in everything. After my fatal meeting with the courtesan, I rapidly lost my health, my money, my credit, cheerfulness, consideration, wit, everything, even the faculty of eloquence vanished with fortune. I would talk, but people knew that I was unfortunate, and I no longer interested or convinced my hearers. The influence I had over Madame F. faded away little by little, and, almost without her knowing it, the lovely woman became completely indifferent to me. I left Corfu without money, although I had sold or pledged everything I had of any value. Twice I had reached Corfu rich and happy, twice I left it poor and miserable. But this time I had contracted debts, which I have never paid, not through want of will, but through carelessness. Rich and in good health, everyone received me with open arms. Poor and looking sick, no one showed me any consideration. With a full purse and the tone of a conqueror, I was thought witty, amusing. With an empty purse and a modest air, all I said appeared dull and insipid. If I had become rich again, how soon I would have been again accounted the eighth wonder of the world! O men! O fortune! Everyone avoided me as if the ill luck which crushed me down was infectious. We left Corfu towards the end of September, with 5 galleys, 2 galleasses, and several smaller vessels under the command of M. Renier. We sailed along the shores of the Adriatic, towards the north of the Gulf, where there are a great many harbors, and we put in one of them every night. I saw Madame F. every evening. She always came with her husband to take supper on board our galleass. We had a fortunate voyage, and cast anchor in the harbor of Venice on the 14th of October, 1745, and after having performed quarantine on board our ships, we landed on the 25th of November. 2 months afterwards the galleasses were set aside altogether. The use of these vessels could be traced very far back in ancient times. Their maintenance was very expensive, and they were useless. A galleass had the frame of a frigate, with the rowing apparatus of the galley, and when there was no wind, 500 slaves had to row. Before simple good sense managed to prevail and to enforce the suppression of these useless carcasses, there were long discussions in the Senate, and those who opposed the measure took their principal ground of opposition in the necessity of respecting and conserving all the institutions of olden times. That is the disease of persons who can never identify themselves with the successive improvements born of reason and experience, worthy persons who ought to be sent to China or to the dominions of the Grand Lama, where they would certainly be more at home than in Europe. That ground of opposition to all improvements, however absurd it may be, is a very powerful one in a republic, which must tremble at the mere idea of novelty, either in important or in trifling things. Superstition has likewise a great part to play in these conservative views. There is one thing that the Republic of Venice will never alter. I mean the galleys, because the Venetians truly require such vessels to ply, in all weathers and in spite of the frequent calms, in a narrow sea, and because they would not know what to do with the men sentenced to hard labor. I have observed a singular thing in Corfu, where there are often as many as 3,000 galley slaves. It is that the men who row on the galleys, in consequence of a sentence passed upon them for some crime, are held in a kind of opprobrium, whilst those who are there voluntarily are, to some extent, respected. I have always thought it ought to be the reverse, because misfortune, whatever it may be, ought to inspire some sort of respect. But the vile fellow who condemns himself voluntarily and as a trade to the position of a slave seems to me contemptible in the highest degree. The convicts of the Republic, however, enjoy many privileges, and are, in every way, better treated than the soldiers. It very often occurs that soldiers desert, and give themselves up to a sopracomito to become galley slaves. In those cases, the captain who loses a soldier has nothing to do but to submit patiently, for he would claim the man in vain. The reason of it is that the Republic has always believed galley slaves more necessary than soldiers. The Venetians may perhaps now, I am writing these lines in the year 1797, begin to realize their mistake. A galley slave, for instance, has the privilege of stealing with impunity. It is considered that stealing is the least crime they can be guilty of, and that they ought to be forgiven for it. "Keep on your guard," says the master of the galley slave, "and if you catch him in the act of stealing, thrash him, but be careful not to cripple him. Otherwise you must pay me the 100 ducats the man has cost me." A court of justice could not have a galley slave taken from a galley without paying the master the amount he has disbursed for the man. As soon as I had landed in Venice I called upon Madame Orio, but I found the house empty. A neighbor told me that she had married the procurator Rosa, and had removed to his house. I went immediately to M. Rosa, and was well received. Madame Orio informed me that Nanette had become Countess R., and was living in Guastalla with her husband. 4 years afterwards I met her eldest son, then a distinguished officer in the service of the Infante of Parma. As for Marton, the grace of heaven had touched her, and she had become a nun in the convent at Muran. 2 years afterwards I received from her a letter full of unction, in which she adjured me, in the name of our Saviour and of the Holy Virgin, never to present myself before her eyes. She added that she was bound by Christian charity to forgive me for the crime I had committed in seducing her, and she felt certain of the reward of the elect, and she assured me that she would ever pray earnestly for my conversion. I never saw her again, but she saw me in 1754, as I will mention when we reach that year. I found Madame Manzoni still the same. She had predicted that I would not remain in the military profession, and when I told her that I had made up my mind to give it up, because I could not be reconciled to the injustice I had experienced, she burst out laughing. She inquired about the profession I intended to follow after giving up the army, and I answered that I wished to become an advocate. She laughed again, saying that it was too late, yet I was only 20 years old. When I called upon M. Grimani I had a friendly welcome from him, but, having inquired after my brother Francois, he told me that he had had him confined in Fort St. Andre, the same to which I had been sent before the arrival of the Bishop of Martorano. "He works for the major there," he said. "He copies Simonetti's battle pieces, and the major pays him for them. In that manner he earns his living, and is becoming a good painter." "But he is not a prisoner?" "Well, very much like it, for he cannot leave the fort. The major, whose name is Spiridion, is a friend of Rosetta, who could not refuse him the pleasure of taking care of your brother." I felt it a dreadful curse that the fatal Rosetta should be the tormentor of all my family, but I concealed my anger. "Is my sister," I inquired, "still with him?" "No, she has gone to your mother in Dresden." This was good news. I took a cordial leave of the Abbé Grimani, and I proceeded to Fort St. Andre. I found my brother hard at work, neither pleased nor displeased with his position, and enjoying good health. After embracing him affectionately, I inquired what crime he had committed to be thus a prisoner. "Ask the major," he said, "for I have not the faintest idea." The major came in just then, so I gave him the military salute, and asked by what authority he kept my brother under arrest. "I am not accountable to you for my actions." "That remains to be seen." I then told my brother to take his hat, and to come and dine with me. The major laughed, and said that he had no objection, provided the sentinel allowed him to pass. I saw that I should only waste my time in discussion, and I left the fort fully bent on obtaining justice. The next day I went to the War Office, where I had the pleasure of meeting my dear Major Pelodoro, who was then commander of the fortress of Chiozza. I informed him of the complaint I wanted to prefer before the Secretary of War respecting my brother's arrest, and of the resolution I had taken to leave the army. He promised me that, as soon as the consent of the Secretary for War could be obtained, he would find a purchaser for my commission at the same price I had paid for it. I had not long to wait. The War Secretary came to the office, and everything was settled in half an hour. He promised his consent to the sale of my commission as soon as he ascertained the abilities of the purchaser, and Major Spiridion happened to make his appearance in the office while I was still there. The secretary ordered him rather angrily to set my brother at liberty immediately, and cautioned him not to be guilty again of such reprehensible and arbitrary acts. I went at once for my brother, and we lived together in furnished lodgings. A few days afterwards, having received my discharge and 100 sequins, I threw off my uniform and found myself once more my own master. I had to earn my living in one way or another, and I decided for the profession of gamester. But Dame Fortune was not of the same opinion, for she refused to smile upon me from the very first step I took in the career, and in less than a week I did not possess a groat. What was to become of me? One must live, and I turned fiddler. Dr. Gozzi had taught me well enough to enable me to scrape on the violin in the orchestra of a theater, and having mentioned my wishes to M. Grimani, he procured me an engagement at his own theater of St. Samuel, where I earned a crown a day, and supported myself while I awaited better things. Fully aware of my real position, I never showed myself in the fashionable circles which I used to frequent before my fortune had sunk so low. I knew that I was considered as a worthless fellow, but I did not care. People despised me, as a matter of course, but I found comfort in the consciousness that I was worthy of contempt. I felt humiliated by the position to which I was reduced after having played so brilliant a part in society. But as I kept the secret to myself, I was not degraded, even if I felt some shame. I had not exchanged my last word with Dame Fortune, and was still in hope of reckoning with her some day, because I was young, and youth is dear to fortune. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17. I turn out a worthless fellow. My good fortune. I become a rich nobleman. With an education which ought to have ensured me an honorable standing in the world, with some intelligence, wit, good literary and scientific knowledge, and endowed with those accidental physical qualities which are such a good passport into society, I found myself, at the age of 20, the mean follower of a sublime art, in which, if great talent is rightly admired, mediocrity is as rightly despised. I was compelled by poverty to become a member of a musical band, in which I could expect neither esteem nor consideration, and I was well aware that I should be the laughingstock of the persons who had known me as a doctor in divinity, as an ecclesiastic, and as an officer in the army, and had welcomed me in the highest society. I knew all that, for I was not blind to my position, but contempt, the only thing to which I could not have remained indifferent, never showed itself anywhere under a form tangible enough for me to have no doubt of my being despised, and I set it at defiance, because I was satisfied that contempt is due only to cowardly, mean actions, and I was conscious that I had never been guilty of any. As to public esteem, which I have been ever anxious to secure, my ambition was slumbering, and satisfied with being my own master, I enjoyed my independence without puzzling my head about the future. I felt that, in my first profession, as I was not blessed with the vocation necessary to it, I should have succeeded only by dint of hypocrisy, and I should have been despicable in my own estimation, even if I had seen the purple mantle on my shoulders, for the greatest dignities cannot silence a man's own conscience. If, on the other hand, I had continued to seek fortune in a military career, which is surrounded by a halo of glory, but is otherwise the worst of professions for the constant self-abnegation, for the complete surrender of one's will which passive obedience demands, I should have required a patience to which I could not lay claim, as every kind of injustice was revolting to me, and as I could not bear to feel myself dependent. Besides, I was of opinion that a man's profession, whatever it might be, ought to supply him with enough money to satisfy all his wants, and the very poor pay of an officer would never have been sufficient to cover my expenses, because my education had given me greater wants than those of officers in general. By scraping my violin I earned enough to keep myself without requiring anybody's assistance, and I have always thought that the man who can support himself is happy. I grant that my profession was not a brilliant one, but I did not mind it, and, calling prejudices all the feelings which rose in my breast against myself, I was not long in sharing all the habits of my degraded comrades. When the play was over, I went with them to the drinking booth, which we often left intoxicated to spend the night in houses of ill fame. When we happened to find these places already tenanted by other men, we forced them by violence to quit the premises, and defrauded the miserable victims of prostitution of the mean salary the law allows them, after compelling them to yield to our brutality. Our scandalous proceedings often exposed us to the greatest danger. We would very often spend the whole night rambling about the city, inventing and carrying into execution the most impertinent practical jokes. One of our favourite pleasures was to unmoor the patricians' gondolas, and let them float at random along the canals, enjoying by anticipation all the curses that gondoliers would not fail to indulge in. We would rouse up hurriedly, in the middle of the night, an honest midwife, telling her to hasten to Madame So and so, who, not even being pregnant, was sure to tell her that she was a fool when she called at the house. We did the same with physicians, whom we often sent half dressed to some nobleman who was enjoying excellent health. The priests fared no better. We would send them to carry the last sacraments to married men who were peacefully slumbering near their wives, and not even thinking of extreme unction. We were in the habit of cutting the wires of the bells in every house, and if we chanced to find a gate open, we would go up the stairs in the dark and frighten the sleeping inmates by telling them very loudly that the house door was not closed, after which we would go down, making as much noise as we could, and leave the house with the gate wide open. During a very dark night we formed a plot to overturn the large marble table of St. Angelo's Square, on which it is said that in the days of the League of Cambrai the commissaries of the Republic were in the habit of paying the bounty to the recruits who engaged to fight under the standard of St. Mark, a circumstance which secured for the table a sort of public veneration. Whenever we could contrive to get into a church tower, we thought it great fun to frighten all the parish by ringing the alarm bell, as if some fire had broken out; but that was not all. We always cut the bell ropes, so that in the morning the churchwardens had no means of summoning the faithful to early mass. Sometimes we would cross the canal, each of us in a different gondola, and take to our heels without paying as soon as we landed on the opposite shore, in order to make the gondoliers run after us. The city was alive with complaints, and we laughed at the useless search made by the police to find out those who disturbed the peace of the inhabitants. We took good care to be careful, for if we had been discovered we stood a very fair chance of being sent to practice rowing at the expense of the Council of 10. We were 7, sometimes 8, because, being much attached to my brother Francois, I gave him a share now and then in our nocturnal orgies. But at last fear put a stop to our criminal jokes, which in those days I used to call only the frolics of young men. This is the amusing adventure which closed our exploits. In every one of the 72 parishes of the city of Venice there is a large public house called Magazzino. It remains open all night, and wine is retailed there at a cheaper price than in all the other drinking houses. People can likewise eat in the Magazzino, but they must obtain what they want from the pork butcher near by, who has the exclusive sale of eatables, and likewise keeps his shop open throughout the night. The pork butcher is usually a very poor cook, but he is cheap. Poor people are willingly satisfied with him, and these resorts are considered very useful to the lower class. The nobility, the merchants, even workmen in good circumstances, are never seen in the Magazzino, for cleanliness is not exactly worshipped in such places. Yet there are a few private rooms which contain a table surrounded with benches, in which a respectable family or a few friends can enjoy themselves in a decent way. It was during the carnival of 1745, after midnight. We were, all the 8 of us, rambling about together with our masks on, in quest of some new sort of mischief to amuse us, and we went into the Magazzino of the parish of the Holy Cross to get something to drink. We found the public room empty, but in one of the private chambers we discovered 3 men quietly conversing with a young and pretty woman, and enjoying their wine. Our chief, a noble Venetian, belonging to the Balbi family, said to us, "It would be a good joke to carry off those 3 blockheads, and to keep the pretty woman in our possession." He immediately explained his plan, and under cover of our masks we entered their room, Balbi at the head of us. Our sudden appearance rather surprised the good people, but you may fancy their astonishment when they heard Balbi say to them, "Under penalty of death, and by order of the Council of 10, I command you to follow us immediately, without making the slightest noise. As to you, my good woman, you need not be frightened, you will be escorted to your house." When he had finished his speech, 2 of us got hold of the woman to take her where our chief had arranged beforehand, and the others seized the 3 poor fellows, who were trembling all over, and had not the slightest idea of opposing any resistance. The waiter of the Magazzino came to be paid, and our chief gave him what was due, enjoining silence under penalty of death. We took our 3 prisoners to a large boat. Balbi went to the stern, ordered the boatman to stand at the bow, and told him he need not inquire where we were going, that he would steer himself whichever way he thought fit. Not one of us knew where Balbi wanted to take the 3 poor devils. He sails all along the canal, gets out of it, takes several turnings, and in a quarter of an hour we reach St. George, where Balbi lands our prisoners, who are delighted to find themselves at liberty. After this the boatman is ordered to take us to St. Genevieve, where we land after paying for the boat. We proceed at once to Palombo Square, where my brother and another of our band were waiting for us with our lovely prisoner, who was crying. "Do not weep, my beauty," says Balbi to her. "We will not hurt you. We intend only to take some refreshment at the Rialto, and then we will take you home in safety." "Where is my husband?" "Never fear, you shall see him again tomorrow." Comforted by that promise, and as gentle as a lamb, she followed us to the Two Swords. We ordered a good fire in a private room, and everything we wanted to eat and drink having been brought to us, we sent the waiter away, and remain alone. We take off our masks, and the sight of 8 young, healthy faces seems to please the beauty we had so unceremoniously carried off. We soon managed to reconcile her to her fate by the gallantry of our proceedings. Encouraged by a good supper and by the stimulus of wine, prepared by our compliments and by a few kisses, she realizes what is in store for her, and does not seem to have any unconquerable objection. Our chief, as a matter of right, claims the privilege of opening the ball, and by dint of sweet words he overcomes the very natural repugnance she feels at consummating the sacrifice in so numerous company. She, doubtless, thinks the offering agreeable, for when I present myself as the priest appointed to sacrifice a second time to the god of love, she receives me almost with gratitude, and she cannot conceal her joy when she finds out that she is destined to make us all happy. My brother Francois alone exempted himself from paying the tribute, saying that he was ill, the only excuse which could render his refusal valid, for we had established as a law that every member of our society was bound to do whatever was done by the others. After that fine exploit, we put on our masks, and the bill being paid, escorted the happy victim to St. Job, where she lived, and did not leave her till we had seen her safe in her house, and the street door closed. My readers may imagine whether we felt inclined to laugh when the charming creature bade us good night, thanking us all with perfect good faith.
2 days afterwards our nocturnal orgy began to be talked of. The young woman's husband was a weaver by trade, and so were his two friends. They joined together to address a complaint to the Council of Ten. The complaint was candidly written, and contained nothing but the truth, but the criminal portion of the truth was veiled by a circumstance which must have brought a smile on the grave countenances of the judges, and highly amused the public at large, the complaint setting forth that the 8 masked men had not rendered themselves guilty of any act disagreeable to the wife, and went on to say that the 2 men who had carried her off had taken her to such a place where they had, an hour later, been met by the other 6, and that they had all repaired to the 2 Swords, where they had spent an hour in drinking. The said lady, having been handsomely entertained by the 8 masked men, had been escorted to her house, where she had been politely requested to excuse the joke perpetrated upon her husband. The 3 plaintiffs had not been able to leave the island of St. George until daybreak, and the husband, on reaching his house, had found his wife quietly asleep in her bed. She had informed him of all that had happened. She complained of nothing but of the great fright she had experienced on account of her husband, and on that account she entreated justice and the punishment of the guilty parties. That complaint was comic throughout, for the 3 rogues showed themselves very brave in writing, stating that they would certainly have not given way so easily if the dread authority of the council had not been put forth by the leader of the band. The document produced 3 different results. In the first place, it amused the town. In the second, all the idlers of Venice went to St. Job to hear the account of the adventure from the lips of the heroine herself, and she got many presents from her numerous visitors. In the third place, the Council of Ten offered a reward of 500 ducats to any person giving such information as would lead to the arrest of the perpetrators of the practical joke, even if the informer belonged to the band, providing he was not the leader. The offer of that reward would have made us tremble if our leader, precisely the one who alone had no interest in turning informer, had not been a patrician. The rank of Balbi quieted my anxiety at once, because I knew that, even supposing one of us were vile enough to betray our secret for the sake of the reward, the tribunal would have done nothing in order not to implicate a patrician. There was no cowardly traitor amongst us, although we were all poor, but fear had its effect, and our nocturnal pranks were not renewed. 3 or 4 months afterwards, the Chevalier Nicholas Iron, then one of the inquisitors, astonished me greatly by telling me the whole story, giving the names of all the actors. He did not tell me whether any one of the band had betrayed the secret, and I did not care to know, but I could clearly see the characteristic spirit of the aristocracy, for which the solo mihi is the supreme law. Towards the end of April of the year 1746, Messer Girolamo Cornaro, the eldest son of the family Cornario della Reine, married a daughter of the house of Soranzo de Saint Pol, and I had the honour of being present at the wedding, as a fiddler. I played the violin in one of the numerous bands engaged for the balls which were given for 3 consecutive days in the Soranzo palace. On the 3rd day, towards the end of the dancing, an hour before daybreak, feeling tired, I left the orchestra abruptly, and as I was going down the stairs I observed a senator, wearing his red robes, on the point of getting into a gondola. In taking his handkerchief out of his pocket, he let a letter drop on the ground. I picked it up, and coming up to him just as he was going down the steps, I handed it to him. He received it with many thanks, and inquired where I lived. I told him, and he insisted upon my coming with him in the gondola, saying that he would leave me at my house. I accepted gratefully, and sat down near him. A few minutes afterwards he asked me to rub his left arm, which, he said, was so benumbed that he could not feel it. I rubbed it with all my strength, but he told me in a sort of indistinct whisper that the numbness was spreading all along the left side, and that he was dying. I was greatly frightened. I opened the curtain, took the lantern, and found him almost insensible, and the mouth drawn on one side. I understood that he was seized with an apoplectic stroke, and called out to the gondoliers to land me at once, in order to procure a surgeon to bleed the patient.
I jumped out of the gondola, and found myself on the very spot where 3 years before I had taught Rosetta such a forcible lesson. I inquired for a surgeon at the first coffee house, and ran to the house that was pointed out to me. I knocked as hard as I could. The door was at last opened, and I made the surgeon follow me in his dressing gown as far as the gondola, which was waiting. He bled the senator while I was tearing my shirt to make the compress and the bandage. The operation being performed, I ordered the gondoliers to row as fast as possible, and we reached St. Marina. The servants were roused up, and taking the sick man out of the gondola, we carried him to his bed, almost dead. Taking everything upon myself, I ordered a servant to hurry out for a physician, who came in a short time, and ordered the patient to be bled again, thus approving the first bleeding prescribed by me. Thinking I had the right to watch the sick man, I settled myself near his bed to give him every care he required. An hour later, two noblemen, friends of the senator, came in, one a few minutes after the other. They were in despair; they had enquired about the accident from the gondoliers, and having been told that I knew more than they did, they loaded me with questions which I answered. They did not know who I was, and did not like to ask me, whilst I thought it better to preserve a modest silence. The patient did not move; his breathing alone shewed that he was still alive. Fomentations were constantly applied, and the priest who had been sent for, and was of very little use during such circumstances, seemed to be there only to see him die. All visitors were sent away by my advice, and the two noblemen and myself were the only persons in the sick man's room. At noon we partook silently in some dinner which was served in the sick room. In the evening one of the two friends told me that if I had any business to attend to I could go, because they would both pass the night on a mattress near the patient. "And I, sir," I said, "will remain near his bed in this armchair, for if I went away the patient would die, and he will live as long as I am near him." This sententious answer struck them with astonishment, as I expected it would, and they looked at each other in great surprise. We had supper, and in the little conversation we had I gathered the information that the senator, their friend, was M. de Bragadin, the only brother of the procurator of that name. He was celebrated in Venice not only for his eloquence and his great talents as a statesman, but also for the gallantries of his youth. He had been very extravagant with women, and more than one of them had committed many follies for him. He had gambled and lost a great deal, and his brother was his most bitter enemy, because he was infatuated with the idea that he had tried to poison him. He had accused him of that crime before the Council of Ten, which after an investigation of 8 months had brought in a verdict of not guilty. But that just sentence, although given unanimously by that high tribunal, had not the effect of destroying his brother's prejudices against him. M. de Bragadin, who was perfectly innocent of such a crime and oppressed by an unjust brother who deprived him of half his income, spent his days like an amiable philosopher, surrounded by his friends, amongst whom were the two noblemen who were then watching him. One belonged to the Dandolo family, the other was a Barbaro, and both were excellent men. M. de Bragadin was handsome, learned, cheerful, and most kindly disposed. He was then about 50 years old. The physician who attended him was named Tero. He thought, by some peculiar train of reasoning, that he could cure him by applying a mercurial ointment to the chest, to which no one raised any objection. The rapid effect of the remedy delighted the two friends, but it frightened me, for in less than 24 hours the patient was labouring under great excitement of the brain. The physician said that he had expected that effect, but on the following day the remedy would act less on the brain, and diffuse its beneficial action through the whole of the system, which required to be invigorated by a proper equilibrium in the circulation of the fluids. At midnight the patient was in a state of high fever, and a fearful state of irritation. I examined him closely, and found him hardly able to breathe. I roused up his two friends, and declared that in my opinion the patient would die unless the fatal ointment was at once removed. Without waiting for their answer I bared his chest, took off the plaster, washed the skin carefully with lukewarm water, and in less than 3 minutes he breathed freely and fell into a quiet sleep. Delighted with such a fortunate result, we lay down again. The physician came very early in the morning, and was much pleased to see his patient so much better. But when M. Dandolo informed him what had been done, he was angry, saying it was enough to kill his patient, and asked who had been so audacious as to destroy the effect of his prescription. M. de Bragadin, speaking for the first time, said to him, "Doctor, the person who has delivered me from your mercury, which was killing me, is a more skilled physician than you." And, saying these words, he pointed to me. It would be hard to say who was the more astonished, the doctor, when he saw an unknown young man, whom he must have taken for an impostor, declared more learned than himself, or I, when I saw myself transformed into a physician at a moment's notice. I kept silent, looking very modest, but hardly able to control my mirth, whilst the doctor was staring at me with a mixture of astonishment and of spite, evidently thinking me some bold quack who had tried to supplant him. At last, turning towards M. de Bragadin, he told him coldly that he would leave him in my hands. He was taken at his word. He went away, and, behold, I had become the physician of the most illustrious member of the Venetian Senate. I must confess that I was very glad of it, and I told my patient that a proper diet was all he needed, and that nature, assisted by the approaching fine season, would do the rest. The dismissed physician related the affair throughout the town, and, as M. de Bragadin was rapidly improving, one of his relations who came to see him told him that everybody was astonished at his having chosen for his physician a fiddler from the theatre. But the senator put a stop to his remarks by answering that a fiddler could know more than all the doctors in Venice, and that he owed his life to me. The worthy nobleman considered me as his oracle. His two friends listened to me with the deepest attention. Their infatuation encouraged me. I spoke like a learned physician. I dogmatized. I quoted authors whom I had never read. M. de Bragadin, who had the weakness to believe in the occult sciences, told me one day that, for a young man of my age, he thought my learning too extensive, and that he was certain that I was the possessor of some supernatural endowment. He entreated me to tell him the truth. What extraordinary things will sometimes occur from mere chance, or from the force of circumstances! Unwilling to hurt his vanity by telling him that he was mistaken, I took the wild resolution of informing him, in the presence of his two friends, that I possessed a certain numeral calculus, which gave answers, also in numbers, to any questions I liked to put. M. de Bragadin said that it was Solomon's key, vulgarly called cabalistic science, and he asked me from whom I had learnt it. "From an old hermit," I answered, "who lives in the Campagna mountains, and whose acquaintance I made quite by chance when I was a prisoner in the Spanish army." "The hermit," remarked the senator, "has, without informing you of it, linked an invisible spirit to the calculus he has taught you, for simple numbers cannot have the power of reason. You possess a real treasure, and you may derive great advantages from it." "I do not know," I said, "in what way I can make my science useful, because the answers given by the numerical figures are often so obscure that I have felt discouraged, and I have very seldom tried to make use of my calculus. Yet it is very true that, if I had not formed my pyramid, I should never have had the happiness of knowing your excellency." "How so?" "On the second day, during the festivities of the Soranzo palace, I enquired of my oracle whether I should meet at the ball anyone whom I should not care to see. The answer I obtained was this: 'Leave the ball room at precisely 4 o'clock.' I obeyed implicitly, and met your excellency." The three friends were astounded. M. Dandolo asked me whether I would answer a question he would ask, the interpretation of which would belong only to him, as he was the only person acquainted with the subject of the question. I declared myself quite willing, for it was necessary to brazen it out, after having ventured as far as I had done. He wrote the question and gave it to me. I read it. I could not understand either the subject or the meaning of the words, But it did not matter, I had to give an answer. If the question was so obscure that I could not make out the sense of it, it was natural that I should not understand the answer. I therefore answered in ordinary figures, 4 lines of which he alone could be the interpreter, not caring much, at least in appearance, how they would be understood. M. Dandolo read them twice over, seemed astonished, said it was all very plain to him, it was divine, it was unique, it was a gift from heaven, the numbers being only the vehicle, but the answer emanating evidently from an immortal spirit. M. Dandolo was so well pleased that his 2 friends very naturally wanted also to make an experiment. They asked questions on all sorts of subjects, and my answers, perfectly unintelligible to myself, were all held as divine by them. I congratulated them on their success, and congratulated myself in their presence upon being the possessor of a thing to which I had until then attached no importance whatsoever, but which I promised to cultivate carefully, knowing that I could thus be of some service to their excellencies. They all asked me how long I would require to teach them the rules of my sublime calculus. Not very long, I answered, and I will teach you as you wish, although the hermit assured me that I would die suddenly within 3 days if I communicated my science to anyone, but I have no faith whatever in that prediction. M. de Bragadin, who believed in it more than I did, told me in a serious tone that I was bound to have faith in it, and from that day they never asked me again to teach them. They very likely thought that, if they could attach me to them, it would answer the purpose as well as if they possessed the science themselves. Thus I became the hierophant of these 3 worthy and talented men, who, in spite of their literary accomplishments, were not wise, since they were infatuated with occult and fabulous sciences, and believed in the existence of phenomena impossible in the moral as well as in the physical order of things. They believed that through me they possessed the philosopher's stone, the universal panacea, the intercourse with all the elementary, heavenly, and infernal spirits, and they had no doubt whatever that, thanks to my sublime science, they could find out the secrets of every government in Europe. After they had assured themselves of the reality of my cabalistic science by questions respecting the past, they decided to turn it to some use by consulting it upon the present and upon the future. I had no difficulty in shewing myself a good guesser, because I always gave answers with a double meaning, one of the meanings being carefully arranged by me, so as not to be understood until after the event. In that manner my cabalistic science, like the oracle of Delphi, could never be found in fault. I saw how easy it must have been for the ancient heathen priests to impose upon ignorant, and therefore credulous mankind. I saw how easy it will always be for impostors to find dupes, and I realized, even better than the Roman orator, why 2 augurs could never look at each other without laughing. It was because they both had an equal interest in giving importance to the deceit they perpetrated, and from which they derived such immense profits. But what I could not, and probably never shall understand, was the reason for which the fathers, who were not so simple or so ignorant as our evangelists, did not feel able to deny the divinity of oracles, and, in order to get out of the difficulty, ascribe them to the devil. They would never have entertained such a strange idea if they had been acquainted with cabalistic science. My 3 worthy friends were like holy fathers; they had intelligence and wit, but they were superstitious and no philosophers. But, although believing fully in my oracles, they were too kind-hearted to think them the work of the devil, and it suited their natural goodness better to believe my answers inspired by some heavenly spirit. They were not only good Christians and faithful to the church, but even real devotees and full of scruples. They were not married, and, after having renounced all commerce with women, they had become the enemies of the female sex, perhaps a strong proof of the weakness of their minds. They imagined that chastity was the condition sine qua non, exacted by the spirits from those who wished to have intimate communication or intercourse with them. They fancied that spirits excluded women, and vice versa. With all these oddities, the three friends were truly intelligent and even witty, and at the beginning of my acquaintance with them I could not reconcile these antagonistic points. But a prejudiced mind cannot reason well, and the faculty of reasoning is the most important of all. I often laughed when I heard them talk on religious matters. They would ridicule those whose intellectual faculties were so limited that they could not understand the mysteries of religion. The incarnation of the Word, they would say, was a trifle for God, and therefore easy to understand, and the resurrection was so comprehensible that it did not appear to them wonderful, because, as God cannot die, Jesus Christ was naturally certain to rise again. As for the Eucharist, transubstantiation, the real presence, it was all no mystery to them, but palpable evidence, and yet they were not Jesuits. They were in the habit of going to confession every week without feeling the slightest trouble about their confessors, whose ignorance they kindly regretted. They thought themselves bound to confess only what was sin in their opinion, and in that, at least, they reasoned with good sense. With those three extraordinary characters, worthy of esteem and respect for their moral qualities, their honesty, their reputation, and their age, as well as for their noble birth, I spent my days in a very pleasant manner, although in their thirst for knowledge they often kept me hard at work for 10 hours running, all four of us being locked up together in a room, and unapproachable to everybody, even to friends or relatives. I contemplated the conquest of their friendship by relating to them the whole of my life, only with some proper reserve, so as not to lead them into any capital sins. I confess candidly that I deceived them as the Papa del Demopolo used to deceive the Greeks, who applied to him for the oracles of the Virgin. I certainly did not act towards them with a true sense of honesty, but if the reader to whom I confess myself is acquainted with the world and with the spirit of society, I entreat him to think before judging me, and perhaps I may meet with some indulgence at his hands. I might be told that if I had wished to follow the rules of pure morality, I ought either to have declined intimate intercourse with them, or to have undeceived them. I cannot deny these premises, but I will answer that I was only 20 years of age. I was intelligent, talented, and had been a poor fiddler. I should have lost my time in trying to cure them of their weakness. I should not have succeeded, for they would have laughed in my face, deplored my ignorance, and the result of it all would have been my dismissal. Besides, I had no mission, no right, to constitute myself an apostle, and if I had heroically resolved on leaving them as soon as I knew them to be foolish visionaries, I should have shown myself a misanthrope, the enemy of those worthy men for whom I could procure innocent pleasures, and my own enemy at the same time, because as a young man I liked to live well, and to enjoy all the pleasures natural to youth and to a good constitution. By acting in that manner, I should have failed in common politeness. I should perhaps have caused or allowed M. de Bragadin's death, and I should have exposed those three honest men to becoming the victims of the first bold cheat, who, ministering to their monomania, might have won their favour, and would have ruined them by inducing them to undertake the chemical operations of the great work. There is also another consideration, dear reader, and as I love you, I will tell you what it is. An invincible self-love would have prevented me from declaring myself unworthy of their friendship, either by my ignorance or by my pride, and I should have been guilty of great rudeness if I had ceased to visit them. I took, at least it seemed so to me, the best, the most natural, the noblest decision, if we consider the disposition of their mind, when I decided upon the plan of conduct which ensured me the necessaries of life. And of those necessities, who could be a better judge than your very humble servant? Through the friendship of those three men, I was certain of obtaining consideration and influence in my own country. Besides, I found it very flattering to my vanity to become the subject of the speculative chattering of empty fools who, having nothing else to do, and always trying to find out the cause of every moral phenomenon they meet with, which their narrow intellect cannot understand. People racked their brain in Venice trying to find out how my intimacy with three men of that high character could possibly exist. They were wrapped up in heavenly aspirations. I was a world's devotee, They were very strict in their morals. I was thirsty of all pleasures. At the beginning of summer, M. de Bragadin was once more able to take his seat in the Senate, and the day before he went out for the first time he spoke to me thus: "Whoever you may be, I am indebted to you for my life. Your first protectors wanted to make you a priest, a doctor, an advocate, a soldier, and ended by making a fiddler of you. Those persons did not know you. God has evidently instructed your guardian angel to bring you to me. I know you and appreciate you. If you will be my son, you have only to acknowledge me for your father, and for the future until my death. I will treat you as my own child. Your apartment is ready. You may send your clothes. You shall have a servant, a gondola at your orders, my own table, and 10 sequins a month. It is the sum I used to receive from my father when I was your age. You need not think of the future. Think only of enjoying yourself, and take me as your adviser in everything that may happen to you, in everything you may wish to undertake, and you may be certain of always finding me your friend." I threw myself at his feet, to assure him of my gratitude, and embraced him, calling him my father. He folded me in his arms, called me his dear son. I promised to love him and to obey him. His 2 friends, who lived in the same palace, embraced me affectionately, and we swore eternal fraternity. Such is the history of my metamorphosis, and of the lucky stroke which, taking me from the vile profession of a fiddler, raised me to the rank of a grandee. Chapter 17.
Episode 4. Return to Venice. Chapter 18. Part 1. Fortune, which had taken pleasure in giving me a specimen of its despotic caprice, and had ensured my happiness through means which sages would disavow, had not the power to make me adopt a system of moderation and prudence which alone could establish my future welfare on a firm basis. At the house of Madame Avogadro, a woman full of wit in spite of her 60 years, I made the acquaintance of a young Polish nobleman called Zawoyski. He was expecting money from Poland, but in the meantime the Venetian ladies did not let him want for any, being all very much in love with his handsome face and his Polish manners. We soon became good friends. My purse was his, but 20 years later he assisted me to a far greater extent in Munich. Zawoyski was honest. He had only a small dose of intelligence, but it was enough for his happiness. He died in Trieste 5 or 6 years ago, the ambassador of the Elector of Treves. I will speak of him in another part of these memoirs. This amiable young man, who was a favorite with everybody, and was thought a free thinker because he frequented the society of Angelo Carini and Leonardo Venier, presented me one day, as we were out walking, to an unknown countess who took my fancy very strongly. We called on her in the evening, and after introducing me to her husband, Count Rinaldi, she invited us to remain and have supper. The Count made a faro bank in the course of the evening. I punted with his wife as a partner, and won some 50 ducats. Very much pleased with my new acquaintance, I called alone on the Countess the next morning. The Count, apologizing for his wife who was not up yet, took me to her room. She received me with graceful ease, and her husband having left us alone, she had the art to let me hope for every favor, yet without committing herself. When I took leave of her, she invited me to supper for the evening. After supper I played, still in partnership with her, won again, and went away very much in love. I did not fail to pay her another visit the next morning, but when I presented myself at the house, I was told that she had gone out. I called again in the evening, and after she had excused herself for not having been at home in the morning, the faro bank began, and I lost all my money, still having the Countess for my partner. After supper, and when the other guests had retired, I remained with Zawoyski, Count Rinaldi having offered to give us our revenge. As I had no more money, I played upon trust, and the Count threw down the cards after I had lost 500 sequins. I went away in great sorrow. I was bound in honor to pay the next morning, and I did not possess a groat. Love increased my despair, for I saw myself on the point of losing the esteem of a woman by whom I was smitten, and the anxiety I felt did not escape Monsieur de Bragadin when we met in the morning. He kindly encouraged me to confess my troubles to him. I was conscious that it was my only chance, and candidly related the whole affair, and I ended by saying that I should not survive my disgrace. He consoled me by promising that my debt would be cancelled in the course of the day, if I would swear never to play again upon trust. I took an oath to that effect, and kissing his hand, I went out for a walk, relieved from a great load. I had no doubt that my excellent father would give me 500 sequins during the day, and I enjoyed my anticipation the honor I would derive, in the opinion of the lovely Countess, by my exactitude and prompt discharge of my debt. I felt that it gave new strength to my hopes, and that feeling prevented me from regretting my heavy loss, but grateful for the great generosity of my benefactor, I was fully determined on keeping my promise. I dined with the 3 friends, and the matter was not even alluded to. But as we were rising from the table, a servant brought Monsieur de Bragadin a letter and a parcel. He read the letter, asked me to follow him into his study, and the moment we were alone, he said, "Here is a parcel for you." I opened it, and found some 40 sequins. Seeing my surprise, Monsieur de Bragadin laughed merrily and handed me the letter, the contents of which ran thus: "Monsieur de Casanova may be sure that our playing last night was only a joke. He owes me nothing. My wife begs to send him half of the gold which he has lost in cash. Count Rinaldi." I looked at Monsieur de Bragadin, perfectly amazed, and he burst out laughing. I guessed the truth, thanked him, and embracing him tenderly, I promised to be wiser for the future. The mist I had before my eyes was dispelled. I felt that my love was defunct, and I remained rather ashamed when I realized that I had been the dupe of the wife as well as of the husband. "This evening," said my clever physician, "you can have a gay supper with the charming Countess. This evening, my dear respected benefactor, I will have supper with you. You have given me a masterly lesson. The next time you lose money upon trust, you had better not pay it." "But I should be dishonored." "Never mind. The sooner you dishonor yourself, the more you will save, for you will always be compelled to accept your dishonor whenever you find yourself utterly unable to pay your losses. It is therefore more prudent not to wait until then. It is much better still to avoid that fatal impossibility by never playing otherwise than with money in hand. No doubt of it, for then you will save both your honor and your purse. But as you are fond of games of chance, I advise you never to punt. Make the bank, and the advantage must be on your side. Yes, but only a slight advantage. As slight as you please, but it will be on your side, and when the game is over, you will find yourself a winner and not a loser. The punter is excited, the banker is calm. The last says, "I bet you do not guess," while the first says, "I bet I can guess." Which is the fool, and which is the wise man? The question is easily answered. I adjure you to be prudent, but if you should punt and win, recollect that you are only an idiot if at the end you lose. "Why an idiot? Fortune is very fickle." "It must be necessarily so. It is a natural consequence. Leave off playing, believe me, the very moment you see luck turning, even if you should, at that moment, win but 1 groat. I had read Plato, and I was astonished at finding a man who could reason like Socrates. The next day, Zawoyski called on me very early to tell me that I had been expected to supper, and that Count Rinaldi had praised my promptness in paying my debts of honor. I did not think it necessary to undeceive him, but I did not go again to Count Rinaldi's, whom I saw 16 years afterwards in Milan. As to Zawoyski, I did not tell him the story till I met him in Carlsbad, old and deaf, 40 years later. 3 or 4 months later, Monsieur de Bragadin taught me another of his masterly lessons. I had become acquainted, through Zawoyski, with a Frenchman called Labadie, who was then soliciting from the Venetian government the appointment of Inspector of the Armies of the Republic. The Senate appointed, and I presented him to my protector, who promised him his vote, but the circumstance I am going to relate prevented him from fulfilling his promise. I was in need of 100 sequins to discharge a few debts, and I begged Monsieur de Bragadin to give them to me. Why, my dear son, do you not ask Monsieur de Labadie to render you that service? I should not dare to do so, dear father. Try him. I am certain that he will be glad to lend you that sum. I doubt it, but I will try. I called upon Labadie on the following day, and after a short exchange of compliments, I told him the service I expected from his friendship. He excused himself in a very polite manner, drowning his refusal in that sea of commonplaces which people are sure to repeat when they cannot or will not oblige a friend. Zawoyski came in as he was still apologizing, and I left them together. I hurried at once to Monsieur de Bragadin, and told him my want of success. He merely remarked that the Frenchman was deficient in intelligence. It just happened that it was the very day on which the appointment of the inspectorship was to be brought before the Senate. I went out to attend to my business, I ought to say to my pleasure, and as I did not return home till after midnight, I went to bed without seeing my father. In the morning I said in his presence that I intended to call upon Labadie to congratulate him upon his appointment. You may spare yourself that trouble. The Senate has rejected his nomination. How so? 3 days ago Labadie felt sure of his success. He was right then, for he would have been appointed if I had not made up my mind to speak against him. I have proved to the Senate that a right policy forbade the government to trust such an important post to a foreigner. I am much surprised, for your Excellency was not of that opinion the day before yesterday. Very true, but then I did not know Monsieur de Labadie. I found out only yesterday that the man was not sufficiently intelligent to fill the position he was soliciting. Is he likely to possess a sane judgment when he refuses to lend you 100 sequins? That refusal has cost him an important appointment and an income of 3,000 crowns, which would now be his. When I was taking my walk on the same day, I met Zawoyski with Labadie, and did not try to avoid them. Labadie was furious, and he had some reason to be so. "If you had told me," he said angrily, "that the 100 sequins were intended as a gag to stop Monsieur de Bragadin's mouth, I would have contrived to procure them for you. If you had an inspector's brains, you would have easily guessed it." The Frenchman's resentment proved very useful to me, because he related the circumstance to everybody. The result was that from that time those who wanted the patronage of the senator applied to me. Comment is needless. This sort of thing has long been in existence, and will long remain so, because very often to obtain the highest of favors, all that is necessary is to obtain the goodwill of a minister's favorite or even of his valet. It was about that time that my brother Jean came to Venice with Guarienti, a converted Jew, a great judge of paintings, who was traveling at the expense of His Majesty the King of Poland and the Elector of Saxony. It was the converted Jew who had purchased for His Majesty the gallery of the Duke of Modena for 100,000 sequins. Guarienti and my brother left Venice for Rome, where Jean remained in the studio of the celebrated painter Raphael Mengs, whom we shall meet again hereafter. Now, as a faithful historian, I must give my readers the story of a certain adventure in which were involved the honor and happiness of one of the most charming women in Italy, who would have been unhappy if I had not been a thoughtless fellow. In the early part of October 1746, the theaters being opened, I was walking about with my mask on, when I perceived a woman, whose head was well enveloped in the hood of her mantle, getting out of the Ferrara barge, which had just arrived. Seeing her alone, and observing her uncertain walk, I felt myself drawn towards her, as if an unseen hand had guided me. I came up to her, and offered my services if I can be of any use to her. She answers timidly that she only wants to make some inquiries. "We're not here in the right place for conversation," I say to her, "but if you would be kind enough to come with me to a café, you would be able to speak and explain your wishes." She hesitates. I insist, and she gives way. The tavern was close at hand. We go in, and we are alone in a private room. I take off my mask, and out of politeness she must put down the hood of her mantle. A large muslin headdress conceals half of her face, but her eyes, her nose, and her pretty mouth are enough to let me see on her features beauty, nobleness, sorrow, and that candor which gives youth such an undefinable charm. I need not say that, with such a good letter of introduction, the unknown at once captivated my warmest interest. After wiping away a few tears which are flowing, in spite of all her efforts, she tells me that she belongs to a noble family, and that she has run away from her father's house, alone, trusting in God, to meet a Venetian nobleman who had seduced her and then deceived her, thus sealing her everlasting misery. You have then some hope of recalling him to the path of duty? I suppose he has promised you marriage? He has engaged his faith to me in writing. The only favor I claim from your kindness is to take me to his house, to leave me there, and to keep my secret. You may trust, madam, to the feelings of a man of honor. I am worthy of your trust. Have entire confidence in me, for I already take a deep interest in all your concerns. Tell me his name. Alas, sir, I give way to fate. With these words, she takes out of her bosom a paper which she gives me. I recognize the handwriting of Zanetto Stefani. It was a promise of marriage by which he engaged his word of honor to marry within a week in Venice the young Countess A.S. When I have read the paper, I return it to her, saying that I knew the writer quite well, that he was connected with the Chancellor's office, known as a great libertine, and deeply in debt, but that he would be rich after his mother's death. For God's sake, take me to his house. I will do anything you wish, but have entire confidence in me, and be good enough to hear me. I advise you not to go to his house. He's already done you great injury, and even supposing that you should happen to find him at home, he might be capable of receiving you badly. If he should not be at home, it is most likely that his mother would not exactly welcome you if you should tell her who you are and what is your errand. Trust to me, and be quite certain that God has sent me on your way to assist you. I promise you that tomorrow at the latest you shall know whether Stefani is in Venice, what he intends to do with you, and what we may compel him to do. Until then, my advice is not to let him know your arrival in Venice. Good God! Where shall I go tonight? To a respectable house, of course. I will go to yours if you are married. I am a bachelor. I knew an honest widow who resided in a lane, and who had 2 furnished rooms. I persuade the young Countess to follow me, and we take a gondola. As we are gliding along, she tells me that 1 month before Stefani had stopped in her neighborhood for necessary repairs to his traveling carriage, and that on the same day he made her acquaintance at a house where she had gone with her mother for the purpose of offering their congratulations to a newly married lady. I was unfortunate enough, she continued, to inspire him with love, and he postponed his departure. He remained 1 month in C., never going out but in the evening, and spending every night under my windows conversing with me. He swore 1,000 times that he adored me, that his intentions were honorable. I entreated him to present himself to my parents to ask me in marriage, but he always excused himself by alleging some reason, good or bad, assuring me that he could not be happy unless I showed him entire confidence. He would beg of me to make up my mind to run away with him, unknown to everybody, promising that my honor should not suffer from such a step because 3 days after my departure everybody should receive notice of my being his wife, and he assured me that he would bring me back on a visit to my native place shortly after our marriage. Alas, sir, what shall I say now? Love blinded me. I fell into the abyss. I believed him. I agreed to everything. He gave me the paper which you have read, and the following night I allowed him to come into my room through the window under which he was in the habit of conversing with me. I consented to be guilty of a crime which I believed would be atoned for within 3 days, and he left me, promising that the next night he would be again under my window, ready to receive me in his arms. Could I possibly entertain any doubt after the fearful crime I had committed for him? I prepared a small parcel, and waited for his coming, but in vain. Oh, what a cruel long night it was! In the morning I heard that the monster had gone away with his servant 1 hour after sealing my shame. You may imagine my despair. I adopted the only plan that despair could suggest, and that, of course, was not the right one. 1 hour before midnight I left my father's roof alone, thus completing my dishonor, but resolved on death if the man who has cruelly robbed me of my most precious treasure, and whom a natural instinct told me I could find here, does not restore me the honor which he alone can give me back. I walked all night and nearly the whole day without taking any food until I got into the barge, which brought me here in 24 hours. I traveled in the boat with 5 men and 2 women, but no one saw my face or heard my voice. I kept constantly sitting down in a corner, holding my head down, half asleep, and with this prayer book in my hands. I was left alone. No one spoke to me, and I thanked God for it. When I landed on the wharf, you did not give me time to think how I could find out the dwelling of my perfidious seducer, but you may imagine the impression produced upon me by the sudden apparition of a masked man who, abruptly and as if placed there purposely by Providence, offered me his services. It seemed to me that you had guessed my distress, and far from experiencing any repugnance, I felt that I was acting rightly in trusting myself in your hands, in spite of all prudence which, perhaps, ought to have made me turn a deaf ear to your words, and refuse the invitation to enter alone with you the house to which you took me. You know all now, sir, but I entreat you not to judge me too severely. I have been virtuous all through my life. 1 month ago I had never committed a fault which could call a blush upon my face, and the bitter tears which I shed every day will, I hope, wash out my crime in the eyes of God. I have been carefully brought up, but love and the want of experience have thrown me into the abyss. I am in your hands, and I feel certain that I shall have no cause to repent it. I needed all she had just told me to confirm me in the interest which I had felt in her from the first moment. I told her unsparingly that Steffani had seduced and abandoned her of malice aforethought, and that she ought to think of him only to be revenged of his perfidy. My words made her shudder, and she buried her beautiful face in her hands. We reached the widow's house. I established her in a pretty, comfortable room, and ordered some supper for her, desiring the good landlady to shew her every attention and let her want for nothing. I then took an affectionate leave of her, promising to see her early in the morning. On leaving this interesting but hapless girl, I proceeded to the house of Steffani. I heard from one of his mother's gondoliers that he had returned to Venice 3 days before, but that 24 hours after his return he had gone away again without any servant, and nobody knew his whereabouts, not even his mother. The same evening, happening to be seated next to an abbé from Bologna at the theatre, I asked him several questions respecting the family of my unfortunate protégé. The abbé being intimately acquainted with them, I gathered from him all the information I required, and amongst other things I heard that the young countess had a brother, then an officer in the papal service. Very early the next morning I called upon her. She was still asleep. The widow told me that she had made a pretty good supper, but without speaking a single word, and that she had locked herself up in her room immediately afterwards. As soon as she had opened her door, I entered her room, and cutting short her apologies for having kept me waiting, I informed her of all I had heard. Her features bore the stamp of deep sorrow, but she looked calmer, and her complexion was no longer pale. She thought it unlikely that Steffani would have left for any place but for sea. Admitting the possibility that she might be right, I immediately offered to go to sea myself, and to return without loss of time to fetch her in case Steffani should be there. Without giving her time to answer, I told her all the particulars I had learned concerning her honorable family, which caused her real satisfaction. "I have no objection," she said, "to your going to sea, and I thank you for the generosity of your offer, but I beg you will postpone your journey. I still hope that Steffani will return, and then I can take a decision." "I think you are quite right," I said. "Will you allow me to have some breakfast with you?" "Do you suppose I could refuse you?" "I should be very sorry to disturb you in any way. How did you used to amuse yourself at home?" "I'm very fond of books and music. My harpsichord was my delight." I left her after breakfast, and in the evening I came back with a basketful of good books and music, and I sent her an excellent harpsichord. My kindness confused her, but I surprised her much more when I took out of my pocket 3 pairs of slippers. She blushed and thanked me with great feeling. She had walked a long distance, her shoes were evidently worn out, her feet sore, and she appreciated the delicacy of my present. As I had no improper design with regard to her, I enjoyed her gratitude, and felt pleased at the idea she evidently entertained of my kind attentions. I had no other purpose in view but to restore calm to her mind, and to obliterate the bad opinion which the unworthy Steffani had given her of men in general. I never thought of inspiring her with love for me, and I had not the slightest idea that I could fall in love with her. She was unhappy, and her unhappiness, a sacred thing in my eyes, called all the more for my honorable sympathy because, without knowing me, she had given me her entire confidence. Situated as she was, I could not suppose her heart susceptible of harboring a new affection, and I would have despised myself if I had tried to seduce her by any means in my power. I remained with her only a quarter of an hour, being unwilling that my presence should trouble her at such a moment, as she seemed to be at a loss how to thank me and express all her gratitude. I was thus engaged in a rather delicate adventure, the end of which I could not possibly foresee, but my warmth for my protégée did not cool down, and having no difficulty in procuring the means to keep her, I had no wish to see the last scene of the romance. That singular meeting, which gave me the useful opportunity of finding myself endowed with generous dispositions, stronger even than my love for pleasure, flattered my self-love more than I could express. I was then trying a great experiment, and conscious that I wanted sadly to study myself, I gave up all my energies to acquire the great science of the X. On the third day, in the midst of expressions of gratitude which I could not succeed in stopping, she told me that she could not conceive why I showed her so much sympathy, because I ought to have formed but a poor opinion of her in consequence of the readiness with which she had followed me into the café. She smiled when I answered that I could not understand how I had succeeded in giving her so great a confidence in my virtue, when I appeared before her with a mask on my face, in a costume which did not indicate a very virtuous character. "It was easy for me, madam," I continued, "to guess that you were a beauty in distress, when I observed your youth, the nobleness of your countenance, and more than all, your candor. The stamp of truth was so well affixed to the first words you uttered that I could not have the shadow of a doubt left in me as to your being the unhappy victim of the most natural of all feelings, and as to your having abandoned your home through a sentiment of honor. Your fault was that of a warm heart, seduced by love, over which reason could have no sway, and your flight, the action of a soul crying for reparation or for revenge, fully justifies you. Your cowardly seducer must pay with his life the penalty due to his crime, and he ought never to receive by marrying you an unjust reward, for he is not worthy of possessing you after degrading himself by the vilest conduct. Everything you say is true. My brother, I hope, will avenge me." "You are greatly mistaken if you imagine that Steffani will fight your brother. Steffani is a coward who will never expose himself to an honorable death." As I was speaking, she put her hand in her pocket and drew forth, after a few moments' consideration, a stiletto 6 inches long, which she placed on the table. "What is this?" I exclaimed. "It is a weapon upon which I reckoned until now to use against myself in case I should not succeed in obtaining reparation for the crime I have committed. But you have opened my eyes. Take away, I entreat you, this stiletto, which henceforth is useless to me. I trust in your friendship, and I have an inward certainty that I shall be indebted to you for my honor as well as for my life." I was struck by the words she had just uttered, and I felt that those words, as well as her looks, had found their way to my heart, besides enlisting my generous sympathy. I took the stiletto, and left her with so much agitation that I had to acknowledge the weakness of my heroism, which I was very near turning into ridicule. Yet I had the wonderful strength to perform, at least by halves, the character of a Cato until the 7th day. I must explain how a certain suspicion of the young lady arose in my mind. That doubt was heavy on my heart, for, if it had proved true, I should have been a dupe, and the idea was humiliating. She had told me that she was a musician. I had immediately sent her a harpsichord, and yet, although the instrument had been at her disposal for 3 days, she had not opened it once, for the widow had told me so. It seemed to me that the best way to thank me for my attentive kindness would have been to give me a specimen of her musical talent. Had she deceived me? If so, she would lose my esteem. But unwilling to form a hasty judgment, I kept on my guard, with a firm determination to make good use of the first opportunity that might present itself to clear up my doubts. I called upon her the next day after dinner, which was not my usual time, having resolved on creating the opportunity myself. I caught her seated before a toilet glass, while the widow dressed the most beautiful auburn hair I had ever seen. I tendered my apologies for my sudden appearance at an unusual hour, She excused herself for not having completed her toilet, and the widow went on with her work. It was the first time I had seen the whole of her face, her neck, and half of her arms, which the Graces themselves had molded. I remained in silent contemplation. I praised, quite by chance, the perfume of the pomatum, and the widow took the opportunity of telling her that she had spent in combs, powder, and pomatum the 3 livres she had received from her. I recollected that she had told me the first day that she had left C with 10 paoli. I blushed for very shame, for I ought to have thought of that. As soon as the widow had dressed her hair, she left the room to prepare some coffee for us. I took up a ring which had been laid by her on the toilet table, and I saw that it contained a portrait exactly like her. I was amused at the singular fancy she had of having her likeness taken in a man's costume, with black hair. "You are mistaken," she said. "It is a portrait of my brother. He is 2 years older than I, and is an officer in the papal army." I begged her permission to put the ring on her finger. She consented, and when I tried, out of mere gallantry, to kiss her hand, she drew it back, blushing. I fear she might be offended, and I assured her of my respect. "Ah, sir," she answered, "in the situation in which I am placed, I must think of defending myself against my own self, much more than against you." The compliment struck me as so fine and so complimentary to me that I thought it better not to take it up, but she could easily read in my eyes that she would never find me ungrateful for whatever feelings she might entertain in my favor. Yet I felt my love taking such proportions that I did not know how to keep it a mystery any longer. Soon after that, as she was again thanking me for the books I had given her, saying that I had guessed her taste exactly because she did not like novels, she added, "I owe you an apology for not having sung to you yet, knowing that you are fond of music." These words made me breathe freely. Without waiting for any answer, she sat down before the instrument and played several pieces with a facility, with a precision, with an expression of which no words can convey any idea. I was in ecstasy. I entreated her to sing. After some little ceremony, she took one of the music books I had given her, and she sang at sight in a manner which fairly ravished me. I begged that she would allow me to kiss her hand, and she did not say yes, but when I took it and pressed my lips on it, she did not oppose any resistance. I had the courage to smother my ardent desires, and the kiss I imprinted on her lovely hand was a mixture of tenderness, respect, and admiration. I took leave of her, smitten, full of love, and almost determined on declaring my passion. Reserve becomes silliness when we know that our affection is returned by the woman we love, but as yet I was not quite sure. End of Chapter 18.
Episode 4. Return to Venice. Chapter 18, Part 2. The disappearance of Steffani was the talk of Venice, but I did not inform the charming Countess of that circumstance. It was generally supposed that his mother had refused to pay his debts and that he had run away to avoid his creditors. It was very possible, but whether he returned or not, I could not make up my mind to lose the precious treasure I had in my hands. Yet I did not see in what manner, in what quality, I could enjoy that treasure, and I found myself in a regular maze. Sometimes I had an idea of consulting my kind father, but I would soon abandon it with fear, for I had made a trial of his empiric treatment in the Rinaldi affair, and still more in the case of Labadie. His remedies frightened me to that extent that I would rather remain ill than be cured by their means. One morning I was foolish enough to inquire from the widow whether the lady had asked her who I was. What an egregious blunder! I saw it when the good woman, instead of answering me, said, "Does she not know who you are?" "Answer me, and do not ask questions," I said, in order to hide my confusion. The worthy woman was right. Through my stupidity she would now feel curious. The tittle-tattle of the neighborhood would of course take up the affair and discuss it, and all through my thoughtlessness. It was an unpardonable blunder. One ought never to be more careful than in addressing questions to half-educated persons. During the fortnight that she had passed under my protection, the Countess had shown me no curiosity whatever to know anything about me, but it did not prove that she was not curious on the subject. If I had been wise, I should have told her the very first day who I was, but I made up for my mistake that evening better than anybody else could have done it, and after having told her all about myself, I entreated her forgiveness for not having done so sooner. Thanking me for my confidence, she confessed how curious she had been to know me better, and she assured me that she would never have been imprudent enough to ask any questions about me from her landlady. Women have a more delicate, a surer tact than men, and her last words were a home thrust for me. Our conversation having turned to the extraordinary absence of Steffani, she said that her father must necessarily believe her to be hiding with him somewhere. He must have found out, she added, that I was in the habit of conversing with him every night from my window, and he must have heard of my having embarked for Venice on board the Ferrara barge. I feel certain that my father is now in Venice, making secretly every effort to discover me. When he visits this city, he always puts up at Bon Cousin. Will you ascertain whether he is there? She never pronounced Steffani's name without disgust and hatred, and she said she would bury herself in a convent, far away from her native place, where no one could be acquainted with her shameful history. I intended to make some inquiries the next day, but it was not necessary for me to do so, for in the evening at supper-time Monsieur Barbaro said to us, "A nobleman, a subject of the Pope, has been recommended to me, and wishes me to assist him, with my influence, in a rather delicate and intricate matter. One of our citizens has, it appears, carried off his daughter, and has been hiding somewhere with her for the last fortnight, but nobody knows where. The affair ought to be brought before the Council of 10, but the mother of the ravisher claims to be a relative of mine, and I do not intend to interfere." I pretended to take no interest in Monsieur Barbaro's words, and early the next morning I went to the young Countess to tell her the interesting news. She was still asleep, but, being in a hurry, I sent the widow to say that I wanted to see her only for 2 minutes, in order to communicate something of great importance. She received me, covering herself up to the chin with the bedclothes. As soon as I had informed her of all I knew, she entreated me to enlist Monsieur Barbaro as a mediator between herself and her father, assuring me that she would rather die than become the wife of the monster who had dishonored her. I undertook to do it, and she gave me the promise of marriage used by the deceiver to seduce her, so that it could be shown to her father. In order to obtain Monsieur Barbaro's mediation in favor of the young Countess, it would have been necessary to tell him that she was under my protection, and I felt it would injure my protégée. I took no determination at first, and most likely one of the reasons for my hesitation was that I saw myself on the point of losing her, which was particularly repugnant to my feelings. After dinner, Count A.S. was announced as wishing to see Monsieur Barbaro. He came in with his son, the living portrait of his sister. Monsieur Barbaro took them to his study to talk the matter over, and within an hour they had taken leave. As soon as they had gone, the excellent Monsieur Barbaro asked me, as I had expected, to consult my heavenly spirit, and to ascertain whether he would be right in interfering in favor of Count A.S. He wrote the question himself, and I gave the following answer with the utmost coolness. "You ought to interfere, but only to advise the father to forgive his daughter, and to give up all idea of compelling her to marry her ravisher, for Steffani has been sentenced to death by the will of God." The answer seemed wonderful to the three friends, and I was myself surprised at my boldness. but I had a foreboding that Steffani was to meet his death at the hands of somebody. Love might have given birth to that presentiment. Monsieur de Bragadin, who believed my oracle infallible, observed that it had never given such a clear answer, and that Steffani was certainly dead. He said to Monsieur de Barbaro, "You had better invite the Count and his son to dinner here tomorrow. You must act slowly and prudently. It would be necessary to know where the daughter is before you endeavor to make the father forgive her." Monsieur Barbaro very nearly made me drop my serious countenance by telling me that if I would try my oracle, I could let them know at once where the girl was. I answered that I would certainly ask my spirit on the morrow, thus gaining time in order to ascertain beforehand the disposition of the father and the son. But I could not help laughing, for I had placed myself under the necessity of sending Steffani to the next world, if the reputation of my oracle was to be maintained. I spent the evening with the young countess, who entertained no doubt either of her father's indulgence or of the entire confidence she could repose in me. What delight the charming girl experienced when she heard that I would dine the next day with her father and brother, and that I would tell her every word that would be said about her. But what happiness it was for me to see her convinced that she was right in loving me, and that, without me, she would certainly have been lost in a town where the policy of the government tolerates debauchery as a solitary species of individual freedom. We congratulated each other upon our fortuitous meeting and upon the conformity in our tastes, which we thought truly wonderful. We were greatly pleased that her easy acceptance of my invitation, or my promptness in persuading her to follow and to trust me, could not be ascribed to the mutual attraction of our features, for I was masked, and her hood was then as good as a mask. We entertained no doubt that everything had been arranged by heaven to get us acquainted, and to fire us both, even unknown to ourselves, with love for each other. "Confess," I said to her in a moment of enthusiasm, and as I was covering her hand with kisses, "confess that if you found me to be in love with you, you would fear me." "Alas, my only fear is to lose you." That confession, the truth of which was made evident by her voice and by her looks, proved the electric spark which ignited the latent fire. Folding her rapidly in my arms, pressing my mouth on her lips, reading in her beautiful eyes neither a proud indignation nor the cold compliance which might have been the result of a fear of losing me, I gave way entirely to the sweet inclination of love, and, swimming already in a sea of delights, I felt my enjoyment increased 100-fold when I saw, on the countenance of the beloved creature who shared it, the expression of happiness, of love, of modesty, and of sensibility, which enhances the charm of the greatest triumph. She had scarcely recovered her composure when she cast her eyes down and sighed deeply. Thinking that I knew the cause of it, I threw myself on my knees before her, and speaking to her words of the warmest affection, I begged, I entreated her to forgive me. "What offense have I to forgive you for, dear friend? You have not rightly interpreted my thoughts. Your love caused me to think of my happiness, and in that moment a cruel recollection drew that sigh from me. Pray, rise from your knees." Midnight had struck already. I told her that her good fame made it necessary for me to go away. I put my mask on and left the house. I was so surprised, so amazed at having obtained a felicity of which I did not think myself worthy, that my departure must have appeared rather abrupt to her. I could not sleep. I passed one of those disturbed nights during which the imagination of an amorous young man is unceasingly running after the shadows of reality. I had tasted, but not savored, that happy reality, and all my being was longing for her who alone could make my enjoyment complete. In that nocturnal drama, love and imagination were the two principal actors. Hope, in the background, performed only a dumb part. People may say what they please on that subject, but hope is in fact nothing but a deceitful flatterer, accepted by reason only because it is often in need of palliatives. Happy are those men who, to enjoy life to its fullest extent, require neither hope nor foresight. In the morning, recollecting the sentence of death which I had passed on Steffani, I felt somewhat embarrassed about it. I wished I could have recalled it, as well for the honor of my oracle, which was seriously implicated by it, as for the sake of Steffani himself, whom I did not hate half so much, since I was indebted to him for the treasure in my possession. The Count and his son came to dinner. The father was simple, artless, and unceremonious. It was easy to read on his countenance the grief he felt at the unpleasant adventure of his daughter, and his anxiety to settle the affair honorably. But no anger could be traced on his features, or in his manners. The son, as handsome as the god of love, had wit and great nobility of manner. His easy, unaffected carriage pleased me, and wishing to win his friendship, I showed him every attention. After the dessert, Monsieur Barbaro contrived to persuade the Count that we were 4 persons with but one head and one heart, and the worthy nobleman spoke to us without any reserve. He praised his daughter very highly. He assured us that Steffani had never entered his house, and therefore he could not conceive by what spell, speaking to his daughter only at night and from the street under the window, he had succeeded in seducing her to such an extent as to make her leave her home alone, on foot, 2 days after he had left himself in his post-chaise. Then, observed Monsieur Barbaro, it is impossible to be certain that he actually seduced her, or to prove that she went off with him. Very true, sir, but although it cannot be proved, there is no doubt of it. And now that no one knows where Steffani is, he can be nowhere but with her. I only want him to marry her. It strikes me that it would be better not to insist upon a compulsory marriage, which would seal your daughter's misery, for Steffani is, in every respect, one of the most worthless young men we have amongst our government clerks. Were I in your place, said Monsieur de Bragadin, I would let my daughter's repentance disarm my anger, and I would forgive her. Where is she? I am ready to fold her in my arms, but how can I believe in her repentance when it is evident that she is still with him? Is it quite certain that in leaving C. she proceeded to this city? I have it from the master of the barge himself, and she landed within 20 yards of the Roman gate. An individual, wearing a mask, was waiting for her, joined her at once, and they both disappeared without leaving any trace of their whereabouts. Very likely it was Steffani there waiting for her. No, for he is short, and the man with the mask was tall. Besides, I have heard that Steffani left Venice 2 days before the arrival of my daughter. The man must have been some friend of Steffani, and he has taken her to him. But, my dear Count, all this is mere supposition. There are 4 persons who have seen the man with the mask, and pretend to know him, only they do not agree. Here is a list of 4 names, and I will accuse these 4 persons before the Council of 10, if Steffani should deny having my daughter in his possession. The list, which he handed to Monsieur Barbaro, gave not only the names of the 4 accused persons, but likewise those of their accusers. The last name, which Monsieur Barbaro read, was mine. When I heard it, I shrugged my shoulders in a manner which caused the three friends to laugh heartily. Monsieur de Bragadin, seeing the surprise of the Count at such uncalled-for mirth, said to him, "This is Casanova, my son, and I give you my word of honor that if your daughter is in his hands, she is perfectly safe, although he may not look exactly the sort of man to whom young girls should be trusted." The surprise, the amazement, and the perplexity of the Count and his son were an amusing picture. The loving father begged me to excuse him, with tears in his eyes, telling me to place myself in his position. My only answer was to embrace him most affectionately. The man who had recognized me was a noted pimp whom I had thrashed some time before for having deceived me. If I had not been there just in time to take care of the young Countess, she would not have escaped him, and he would have ruined her forever by taking her to some house of ill fame. The result of the meeting was that the Count agreed to postpone his application to the Council of Ten until Steffani's place of refuge should be discovered. "I have not seen Steffani for 6 months, sir," I said to the Count, "but I promise you to kill him in a duel as soon as he returns." "You shall not do it," answered the young Count very coolly, "unless he kills me first." "Gentlemen," exclaimed Monsieur de Bragadin, "I can assure you that you will neither of you fight a duel with him, for Steffani is dead." "Dead?" said the Count. "We must not," observed the prudent Barbaro, "take that word in its literal sense, but the wretched man is dead to all honor and self-respect." After that truly dramatic scene, during which I could guess the denouement of the play was near at hand, I went to my charming Countess, taking care to change my gondola 3 times, a necessary precaution to baffle spies. I gave my anxious mistress an exact account of all the conversation. She was very impatient for my coming, and wept tears of joy when I repeated her father's words of forgiveness. But when I told her that nobody knew of Steffani having entered her chamber, she fell on her knees and thanked God. I then repeated her brother's words, imitating his coolness. "You shall not kill him unless he kills me first." She kissed me tenderly, calling me her guardian angel, her savior, and weeping in my arms. I promised to bring her brother on the following day, or the day after that, at the latest. We had our supper, but we did not talk of Steffani or of revenge, and after that pleasant meal we devoted 2 hours to the worship of the God of love. I left her at midnight, promising to return early in the morning. My reason for not remaining all night with her was that the landlady might, if necessary, swear without scruple that I had never spent a night with the young girl. It proved a very lucky inspiration of mine, for, when I arrived home, I found the 3 friends waiting impatiently for me in order to impart to me wonderful news which Monsieur de Bragadin had heard at the sitting of the Senate. "Steffani," said Monsieur de Bragadin to me, "is dead, as our angel Paralis revealed it to us. He is dead to the world, for he has become a Capuchin friar. The Senate, as a matter of course, has been informed of it. We alone are aware that it is a punishment which God has visited upon him. Let us worship the author of all things, and the heavenly hierarchy which renders us worthy of knowing what remains a mystery to all men. Now we must achieve our undertaking and console the poor father. We must inquire from Paralis where the girl is. She cannot now be with Steffani. Of course God has not condemned her to be a Capuchin nun." I need not consult my angel, dearest father, for it is by his express orders that I have been compelled until now to make a mystery of the refuge found by the young countess. I related the whole story, except what they had no business to know, for, in the opinion of the worthy men who had paid heavy tribute to love, all intrigues were fearful crimes. Monsieur Dandolo and Monsieur Barbaro expressed their surprise when they heard that the young girl had been under my protection for a fortnight. But Monsieur de Bragadin said that he was not astonished, that it was according to cabalistic science, and that he knew it. We must only, he added, keep up the mystery of his daughter's place of refuge for the Count, until we know for a certainty that he will forgive her, and that he will take her with him to C, or to any other place where he may wish to live hereafter. He cannot refuse to forgive her, I said, when he finds that the amiable girl would never have left C if her seducer had not given her this promise of marriage in his own handwriting. She walked as far as the barge, and she landed at the very moment I was passing the Roman gate. An inspiration from above told me to accost her and to invite her to follow me. She obeyed as if she was fulfilling the decree of heaven. I took her to a refuge impossible to discover, and placed her under the care of a God-fearing woman. My 3 friends listened to me so attentively that they looked like 3 statues. I advised them to invite the Count to dinner for the day after next, because I needed some time to consult Paralis de modo tenendi. I then told Monsieur Barbaro to let the Count know in what sense he was to understand Steffani's death. He undertook to do it, and we retired to rest. I slept only 4 or 5 hours, and dressing myself quickly, hurried to my beloved mistress. I told the widow not to serve the coffee until we called for it, because we wanted to remain quiet and undisturbed for some hours, having several important letters to write. I found the lovely Countess in bed, but awake, and her eyes beaming with happiness and contentment. For a fortnight I had only seen her sad, melancholy, and thoughtful. Her pleased countenance, which I naturally ascribed to my influence, filled me with joy. We commenced, as all happy lovers always do, and we were both unsparing of the mutual proofs of our love, tenderness, and gratitude. After our delightful amorous sport, I told her the news, but love had so completely taken possession of her pure and sensitive soul that what had been important was now only an accessory. But the news of her seducer having turned a Capuchin friar filled her with amazement, and, passing very sensible remarks on the extraordinary event, she pitied Steffani. When we can feel pity, we love no longer, but a feeling of pity succeeding love is the characteristic only of a great and generous mind. She was much pleased with me for having informed my 3 friends of her being under my protection, and she left to my care all the necessary arrangements for obtaining a reconciliation with her father. Now and then we recollected that the time of our separation was near at hand. Our grief was bitter, but we contrived to forget it in the ecstasy of our amorous enjoyment. "Why cannot we belong forever to each other?" the charming girl would exclaim. "It is not my acquaintance with Steffani, it is your loss which will seal my eternal misery." But it was necessary to bring our delightful interview to a close, for the hours were flying with fearful rapidity. I left her happy, her eyes wet with tears of intense felicity. At the dinner table, Monsieur Barbaro told me that he had paid a visit to his relative, Steffani's mother, and that she had not appeared sorry at the decision taken by her son, although he was her only child. He had the choice, she said, between killing himself and turning friar, and he took the wiser choice. The woman spoke like a good Christian, and she professed to be one, but she spoke like an unfeeling mother, and she was truly one, for she was wealthy, and if she had not been cruelly avaricious, her son would not have been reduced to the fearful alternative of committing suicide or of becoming a Capuchin friar. The last and most serious motive which caused the despair of Steffani, who is still alive, remained a mystery for everybody. My memoirs will raise the veil when no one will care anything about it. The Count and his son were, of course, greatly surprised, and the event made them still more desirous of discovering the young lady. In order to obtain a clue to her place of refuge, the Count had resolved on summoning before the Council of 10 all the parties, accused and accusing, whose names he had on his list, with the exception of myself. His determination made it necessary for us to inform him that his daughter was in my hands, and Monsieur de Bragadin undertook to let him know the truth. We were all invited to supper by the Count, and we went to his hostelry, with the exception of Monsieur de Bragadin, who had declined the invitation. I was thus prevented from seeing my divinity that evening, but early the next morning I made up for lost time, as it had been decided that her father would on that very day be informed of her being under my care. We remained together until noon. We had no hope of contriving another meeting, for I had promised to bring her brother in the afternoon. The Count and his son dined with us, and after dinner Monsieur de Bragadin said, "I have joyful news for you, Count. Your beloved daughter has been found." What an agreeable surprise for the father and the son! Monsieur de Bragadin handed them the promise of marriage, written by Steffani, and said, "This, gentlemen, evidently brought your lovely young lady to the verge of madness when she found that he had gone from C without her. She left your house, alone, on foot, and as she landed in Venice, Providence threw her in the way of this young man, who induced her to follow him, and has placed her under the care of an honest woman, whom she has not left since, whom she will leave only to fall in your arms as soon as she is certain of your forgiveness for the folly she has committed." "Oh, let her have no doubt of my forgiving her," exclaimed the father, in the ecstasy of joy, and turning to me, "Dear sir, I beg of you not to delay the fortunate moment on which the whole happiness of my life depends." I embraced him warmly, saying that his daughter would be restored to him on the following day, and that I would let his son see her that very afternoon, so as to give him an opportunity of preparing her by degrees for that happy reconciliation. Monsieur Barbaro desired to accompany us, and the young man, approving all my arrangements, embraced me, swearing everlasting friendship and gratitude. We went out, all three together, and a gondola carried us in a few minutes to the place where I was guarding a treasure more precious than the golden apples of the Hesperides. But, alas, I was on the point of losing that treasure, the remembrance of which causes me even now a delicious trembling. I preceded my two companions in order to prepare my lovely young friend for the visit, and when I told her that, according to my arrangements, her father would not see her till on the following day, "Ah," she exclaimed with the accent of true happiness, "then we can spend a few more hours together. Go, dearest, go and bring my brother." I returned with my companions, but how can I paint that truly dramatic situation? Oh, how inferior art must ever be to nature! The fraternal love, the delight beaming upon those two beautiful faces, with a slight shade of confusion on that of the sister, the pure joy shining in the midst of their tender caresses, the most eloquent exclamations followed by still more eloquent silence, their loving looks, which seem like flashes of lightning in the midst of a dew of tears, a thought of politeness which brings blushes on her countenance when she recollects that she has forgotten her duty towards a nobleman whom she sees for the first time. And finally, there was my part, not a speaking one, but yet the most important of all. The whole formed a living picture to which the most skilful painter could not have rendered full justice. We sat down at last, the young Countess between her brother and Monsieur Barbaro on the sofa, I opposite to her on a low footstool. "To whom, dear sister, are we indebted for the happiness of having found you again?" "To my guardian angel," she answered, giving me her hand. "To this generous man who was waiting for me, as if heaven had sent him with the special mission of watching over your sister. It is he who has saved me, who has prevented me from falling into the gulf which yawned under my feet, who has rescued me from the shame threatening me, of which I then had no conception. It is to him I am indebted for all, to him who, as you see, kisses my hand now for the first time." And she pressed her handkerchief to her beautiful eyes to dry her tears, but ours were flowing at the same time. Such is true virtue, which never loses its nobleness, even when modesty compels it to utter some innocent falsehood. But the charming girl had no idea of being guilty of an untruth. It was a pure, virtuous soul which was then speaking through her lips, and she allowed it to speak. Her virtue seemed to whisper to her that, in spite of her errors, it had never deserted her. A young girl who gives way to a real feeling of love cannot be guilty of a crime or be exposed to remorse. Towards the end of our friendly visit, she said that she longed to throw herself at her father's feet, but that she wished to see him only in the evening, so as not to give any opportunity to the gossips of the place. And it was agreed that the meeting, which was to be the last scene of the drama, should take place the next day towards the evening. We returned to the Count's hostelry for supper, and the excellent man, fully persuaded that he was indebted to me for his honour as well as for his daughter's, looked at me with admiration and spoke to me with gratitude. Yet he was not sorry to have ascertained himself, and before I had said so, that I had been the first man who had spoken to her after landing. Before parting in the evening, Monsieur Barbaro invited them to dinner for the next day. I went to my charming mistress very early the following morning, and, although there was some danger in protracting our interview, we did not give it a thought, or, if we did, it only caused us to make good use of the short time that we could still devote to love. After having enjoyed, until our strength was almost expiring, the most delightful, the most intense voluptuousness in which mutual ardor can enfold two young, vigorous, and passionate lovers, the young Countess dressed herself, and, kissing her slippers, said she would never part with them as long as she lived. I asked her to give me a lock of her hair, which she did at once. I meant to have it made into a chain like the one woven with the hair of Madame F., which I still wore round my neck. Towards dusk, the Count and his son, Monsieur Dandolo, Monsieur Barbaro, and myself, proceeded together to the abode of the young Countess. The moment she saw her father, she threw herself on her knees before him, but the Count, bursting into tears, took her in his arms, covered her with kisses, and breathed over her words of forgiveness, of love, and blessing. What a scene for a man of sensibility! An hour later we escorted the family to the inn, and after wishing them a pleasant journey, I went back with my two friends to Monsieur de Bragadin, to whom I gave a faithful account of what had taken place. We thought that they had left Venice, but the next morning they called at the place in a peotta with 6 rowers. The Count said that they could not leave the city without seeing us once more, without thanking us again, and me particularly, for all we had done for them. Monsieur de Bragadin, who had not seen the young Countess before, was struck by her extraordinary likeness to her brother. They partook of some refreshments, and embarked in their peotta, which was to carry them, in 24 hours, to Ponte di Lago Oscuro, on the river Po, near the frontiers of the Papal States. It was only with my eyes that I could express to the lovely girl all the feelings which filled my heart. But she understood the language, and I had no difficulty in interpreting the meaning of her looks. Never did an introduction occur in better season than that of the Count to Monsieur Barbaro. It saved the honor of a respectable family, and it saved me from the unpleasant consequences of an interrogatory in the presence of the Council of 10, during which I should have been convicted of having taken the young girl with me, and compelled to say what I had done with her. A few days afterwards we all proceeded to Padua, to remain in that city until the end of autumn. I was grieved not to find Dr. Gozzi in Padua. He had been appointed to a benefice in the country, and he was living there with Bettina. She had not been able to remain with the scoundrel who had married her only for the sake of her small dowry, and had treated her very ill. I did not like the quiet life of Padua, and to avoid dying from ennui, I fell in love with a celebrated Venetian courtesan. Her name was Ancilla. Some time after, the well-known dancer Campioni married her and took her to London, where she caused the death of a very worthy Englishman. I shall have to mention her again in 4 years. Now I have only to speak of a certain circumstance which brought my love adventure with her to a close after 3 or 4 weeks. Count Medini, a young, thoughtless fellow like myself, and with inclinations of much the same cast, had introduced me to Ancilla. The Count was a confirmed gambler and a thorough enemy of fortune. There was a good deal of gambling going on at Ancilla's, whose favorite lover he was, and the fellow had presented me to his mistress only to give her the opportunity of making a dupe of me at the card table. And, to tell the truth, I was a dupe at first. Not thinking of any foul play, I accepted ill luck without complaining. But one day I caught them cheating. I took a pistol out of my pocket, and aiming at Medini's breast, I threatened to kill him on the spot unless he refunded at once all the gold they had won from me. Ancilla fainted away, and the Count, after refunding the money, challenged me to follow him out and measure swords. I placed my pistols on the table and went out. Reaching a convenient spot, we fought by the bright light of the moon, and I was fortunate enough to give him a gash across the shoulder. He could not move his arm and had to cry for mercy. After that meeting, I went to bed and slept quietly. But in the morning I related the whole affair to my father, and he advised me to leave Padua immediately, which I did. Count Medini remained my enemy through all his life. I shall have occasion to speak of him again when I reach Naples. The remainder of the year 1746 passed off quietly without any events of importance. Fortune was now favorable to me and now adverse. Towards the end of January 1747, I received a letter from the young Countess A.S., who had married the Marquis of She entreated me not to appear to know her, if by chance I visited the town in which she resided, for she had the happiness of having linked her destiny to that of a man who had won her heart after he had obtained her hand. I had already heard from her brother that, after their return to C, her mother had taken her to the city from which her letter was written, and there, in the house of a relative with whom she was residing, she had made the acquaintance of the man who had taken upon himself the charge of her future welfare and happiness. I saw her 1 year afterwards, and if it had not been for her letter, I should certainly have solicited an introduction to her husband. Yet peace of mind has greater charms even than love. But when love is in the way, we do not think so. For a fortnight I was the lover of a young Venetian girl, very handsome, whom her father, a certain Ramon, exposed to public admiration as a dancer at the theatre. I might have remained longer her captive, if marriage had not forcibly broken my chains. Her protectress, Madame Cecilia Valmarano, found her a very proper husband in the person of a French dancer called Binet, who had assumed the name of Binetti, and thus his young wife had not to become a Frenchwoman. She soon won great fame in more ways than one. She was strangely privileged. Time, with its heavy hand, seemed to have no power over her. She always appeared young, even in the eyes of the best judges of faded, bygone female beauty. Men, as a general rule, do not ask for anything more, and they are right in not racking their brain for the sake of being convinced that they are the dupes of external appearance. The last lover that the wonderful Binetti killed by excess of amorous enjoyment was a certain Moskiewski, a Pole whom fate brought to Venice 7 or 8 years ago. She had then reached her 63rd year. My life in Venice would have been pleasant and happy if I could have abstained from punting at basset. The ridotti were only open to noblemen who had to appear without masks, in their patrician robes, and wearing the immense wig which had become indispensable since the beginning of the century. I would play, and I was wrong, for I had neither prudence enough to leave off when fortune was adverse, nor sufficient control over myself to stop when I had won. I was then gambling through a feeling of avarice. I was extravagant by taste, and I always regretted the money I had spent, unless it had been won at the gaming table, for it was only in that case that the money had, in my opinion, cost me nothing. At the end of January, finding myself under the necessity of procuring 200 sequins, Madame Manzoni contrived to obtain for me from another woman the loan of a diamond ring worth 500. I made up my mind to go to Treviso, 15 miles distant from Venice, to pawn the ring at the Mont de Piete, which there lends money upon valuables at the rate of 5%. That useful establishment does not exist in Venice, where the Jews have always managed to keep the monopoly in their hands. I got up early one morning and walked to the end of the Canale Reggio, intending to engage a gondola to take me as far as Mestra, where I could take post-horses, reach Treviso in less than 2 hours, pledge my diamond ring, and return to Venice the same evening. As I passed along St. Job's Quay, I saw, in a 2-oared gondola, a country girl, beautifully dressed. I stopped to look at her. The gondoliers, supposing that I wanted an opportunity of reaching Mestra at a cheap rate, rowed back to the shore. Observing the lovely face of the young girl, I do not hesitate, but jump into the gondola and pay double fare on condition that no more passengers are taken. An elderly priest was seated near the young girl. He rises to let me take his place, but I politely insist upon his keeping it. End of chapter 18, part 2.
Episode 22,
Chapter 19, Part 1. I fall in love with Christine, and find a husband worthy of her. Christine's wedding. "These gondoliers," said the elderly priest, addressing me in order to begin the conversation, "are very fortunate. They took us up at the Rialto for 30 soldi on condition that they be allowed to embark other passengers, and here is one already. They will certainly find more." "When I am in a gondola, reverend sir, there is no room left for any more passengers." So saying, I gave 40 more soldi to the gondoliers, who were highly pleased with my generosity, thanked me, and called me excellency. The good priest, accepting that title as truly belonging to me, entreats my pardon for not having addressed me as such. "I am not a Venetian nobleman, reverend sir, and I have no right to the title of eccellenza." "Ah!" says the young lady, "I am very glad of it." "Well, why so, signora?" "Because when I find myself near a nobleman I am afraid. But I suppose that you are an illustrissimo." "Not even that, signora. I am only an advocate's clerk." So much the better, for I like to be in the company of persons who do not think themselves above me. My father was a farmer, brother of my uncle here, rector of P , where I was born and bred. As I am an only daughter, I inherited my father's property after his death, and I shall likewise be heiress to my mother, who has been ill for a long time, and cannot live much longer, which causes me a great deal of sorrow, but it is the doctor who says it. Now, to return to my subject, I do not suppose that there is much difference between an advocate's clerk and the daughter of a rich farmer. I only say so for the sake of saying something, for I know very well that, in travelling, one must accept all sorts of companions. Is it not so, uncle?" "Yes, my dear Christine, and as a proof, you see that this gentleman has accepted our company without knowing who or what we are." "But do you not think I would not have come if I had not been attracted by the beauty of your lovely niece?" At these words the good people burst out laughing. As I did not think that there was anything very comic in what I had said, I judged that my travelling companions were rather simple, and I was not sorry to find them so. "Why do you laugh so heartily, beautiful Damigella? Is it to shew me your fine teeth? I confess that I have never seen such a splendid set in Venice." "Oh! it is not for that, sir, although everyone in Venice has paid me the same compliment. I can assure you that in P all the girls have teeth as fine as mine. Is it not a fact, uncle?" "Yes, my dear niece." "I was laughing, sir, at a thing which I will never tell you." "Oh! tell me, I entreat you." "Oh! certainly not, never." "I will tell you myself," says the curate. "You will not!" she exclaims, knitting her beautiful eyebrows. "If you do, I will go away." "I defy you to do it, my dear. Do you know what she has said, sir, when she saw you on the wharf? 'Here is a very handsome young man who is looking at me, and would not be sorry to be with us.' And when she saw that the gondoliers were putting back for you to embark, she was delighted." While the uncle was speaking to me, the indignant niece was slapping him on the shoulder. "Why are you angry, lovely Christine, at my hearing that you liked my appearance, when I am so glad to let you know how truly charming I think you?" "Oh, you are glad for a moment. Oh, I know the Venetians thoroughly now. They have all told me that they were charmed with me, and not one of those I would have liked have ever made a declaration to me." "What sort of declaration did you want?" "There was only one sort for me, sir, the declaration leading to a good marriage in church, in the sight of all men. Yet we remained a fortnight in Venice, did we not, uncle?" "This girl," said the uncle, "is a good match, for she possesses 3,000 crowns. She has always said she would marry only a Venetian, and I have accompanied her to Venice to give her an opportunity of being known. A worthy woman gave us hospitality for a fortnight, and has presented my niece in several houses, where she made the acquaintance of marriageable young men. But those who pleased her would not hear of marriage, and those who would have been glad to marry her did not take her fancy. But do you imagine, reverend sir, that marriages can be made like omelets? A fortnight in Venice? That is nothing. You ought to live there at least 6 months. Now, for instance, I think your niece sweetly pretty, and I should consider myself fortunate if the wife whom God intends for me were like her. But even if she offered me now a dowry of 50,000 crowns, on condition that our wedding takes place immediately, I would refuse her. A prudent young man wants to know the character of a girl before he marries her, for it is neither money nor beauty which can assure happiness in married life. Well, what do you mean by character? Asked Christine. Is it beautiful handwriting? No, my dear, I mean the qualities of the mind and the heart. I shall most likely get married some time, and I have been looking for a wife for the last 3 years, but I am still looking in vain. I have known several young girls almost as lovely as you are, and all with a good marriage portion, but after an acquaintance of 2 or 3 months, I found out that they could not make me happy. In what were they deficient? Well, I will tell you, because you are not acquainted with them, and there can be no indiscretion on my part. One, whom I certainly would have married, for I loved her dearly, was extremely vain. She would have ruined me in fashionable clothes, and by her love for luxuries. Fancy! She was in the habit of paying 1 sequin every month to the hairdresser, and at least as much for the pomatum and perfumes. She was a giddy and foolish girl. Now I only spend 10 soldi in a year on wax, which I mix with goat's grease, and there I have an excellent pomatum. Another, whom I would have married 2 years ago, laboured under a disease which would have made me unhappy. As soon as I knew of it, I ceased my visits. Well, what disease was it? A disease which would have prevented her from being a mother, and if I get married, I wish to have children. All of that is in God's hands, but I know that my health is excellent, is it not, uncle? Another was too devout, and that does not suit me. She was so over scrupulous that she was in the habit of going to her confessor twice a week, and every time her confession lasted at least 1 hour. I want my wife to be a good Christian, but not bigoted. She must have been a great sinner, or else she was very foolish. I confess only once a month, and get through everything in 2 minutes. Is it not true, uncle? And if you were to ask me any questions, uncle, I should not know what more to say. One young lady thought herself more learned than I, although she would every minute utter some absurdity. Another was always low-spirited, and my wife must be cheerful. Hark to that, uncle! You and my mother are always chiding me for my cheerfulness. Another, whom I did not court long, was always afraid of being alone with me, and if I gave her a kiss, she would run and tell her mother. How silly she must have been! I have never yet listened to a lover, for we have only rude peasants in P , but I know very well that there are some things which I would not tell my mother. One had a rank breath, another painted her face, and indeed almost every young girl is guilty of that fault. I am afraid marriage is out of the question for me, because I want, for instance, my wife to have black eyes, and in our days almost every woman colours them by art, but I cannot be deceived, for I am a good judge. Are mine black? You are laughing. I laugh because your eyes certainly appear to be black, but they are not so in reality. Never mind, you are very charming in spite of that. Now that is amusing. You pretend to be a good judge, yet you say my eyes are dyed black. My eyes, sir, whether beautiful or ugly, are now the same as God made them. Is it not so, uncle? I never had any doubt of it, my dear niece. And do you not believe me, sir? No, no, they are too beautiful for me to believe that they are natural. Oh, dear me, I cannot bear it. Excuse me, my lovely Damigella, I am afraid I have been too sincere. After that quarrel we remained silent. The good curate smiled now and then, but his niece found it very hard to keep down her sorrow. At intervals I stole a look at her face, and I could see that she was very near crying. I felt sorry, for she was a charming girl. In her hair, dressed in the fashion of wealthy countrywomen, she had more than 100 sequins worth of gold pins and arrows which fastened the plaits of her long locks, as dark as ebony. Heavy gold earrings and a long chain, which was wound 20 times round her snowy neck, made a fine contrast to her complexion, on which the lilies and the roses were admirably blended. It was the first time that I had seen a country beauty in such splendid apparel. 6 years before, Lucy at Pezine had captivated me, but in a different manner. Christine did not utter a single word. She was in despair, for her eyes were truly of the greatest beauty, and I was cruel enough to attack them. She evidently hated me, and her anger alone kept back her tears. Yet I would not undeceive her, for I wanted her to bring matters to a climax. When the gondola had entered the long canal at Marghera, I asked the clergyman whether he had a carriage to go to Treviso, through which place he had to pass to reach P. "I intended to walk," said the worthy man, "for my parish is poor, and I am the same, but I will try to obtain a place for Christine in some carriage travelling that way." "You would confer a real kindness on me if you would both accept a seat in my chaise. It holds 4 persons, and there is plenty of room." "It is a good fortune which we were far from expecting." "Not at all, uncle. I will not go with this gentleman." "Why not, my dear niece?" "Because I will not." "Such is the way," I remarked, without looking at her, "that sincerity is generally rewarded." "Sincerity, sir! Nothing of the sort," she exclaimed angrily. "It is sheer wickedness. There can be no true black eyes now for you in the world, but as you like them, I am very glad of it." "You are mistaken, lovely Christine, for I have the means of ascertaining the truth." "What means?" "Only to wash the eyes with a little lukewarm rose water, or if the lady cries, the artificial colour is certain to be washed off." At those words the scene changed as if by a wand of a conjurer. The face of the charming girl, which had expressed nothing but indignation, spite, and disdain, took an air of contentment and placidity delightful to witness. She smiled at her uncle, who was much pleased with the change in her countenance, for the offer of the carriage had gone to his heart. "Now you had better cry a little, my dear niece, and il Signore will render full justice to your eyes." Christine cried in reality, but it was immoderate laughter that made her tears flow. That species of natural originality pleased me greatly, and as we were going up the steps at the landing place, I offered her my full apologies. She accepted the carriage. I ordered breakfast, and told a vetturino to get a very handsome chaise ready while we had our meal, but the curate said he must first of all go and say his mass. "Very well, reverend sir, we will hear it, and you must say it for my intention." I put a silver ducat in his hand. "It is what I am in the habit of giving," I observed. My generosity surprised him so much that he wanted to kiss my hand. We proceeded towards the church, and I offered my arm to the niece, who, not knowing whether she ought to accept it or not, said to me, "Do you suppose that I cannot walk alone?" "I have no such idea, but if I do not give you my arm, people will think me wanting in politeness." "Well, I will take it, but now that I have your arm, what will people think?" "Perhaps that we love each other, and that we make a very nice couple." "And if anyone should inform your mistress that we are in love with each other, or even that you have given your arm to a young girl?" "I have no mistress, and I shall have none in future, because I cannot find a girl as pretty as you in all Venice." "I am very sorry for you, for we cannot go again to Venice, and even if we could, how could we remain there 6 months? You said that 6 months was necessary to know a girl well." "I would willingly defray all your expenses." "Indeed? Then say so to my uncle, and he will think it over, for I could not go alone." "In 6 months you would know me likewise." "Oh! I know you very well already." "Could you accept a man like me?" "Why not?" "And will you love me?" "Yes, very much, when you are my husband." I looked at the young girl with astonishment. She seemed to me a princess in the disguise of a peasant girl. Her dress, made of gros de Tours, and all embroidered in gold, was very handsome, and cost certainly twice as much as the finest dress of a Venetian lady. Her bracelets, matching the neck chain, completed her rich toilet. She had the figure of a nymph, and the new fashion of wearing a mantle not having yet reached her village, I could see her most magnificent bosom, although her dress was fastened up to the neck. The end of the richly embroidered skirt did not go lower than the ankles, which allowed me to admire the neatest little foot, and the lower part of an exquisitely moulded leg. Her firm and easy walk, the natural freedom of all her movements, a charming look which seemed to say, "I am very glad you think me pretty," everything, in short, caused the ardent fire of amorous desires to circulate through my veins. I could not conceive how such a lovely girl could have spent a fortnight in Venice without finding a man to marry her, or to deceive her. I was particularly delighted with her simple, artless way of talking, which in the city might have been taken for silliness. Absorbed in my thoughts, and having resolved in my own mind on rendering brilliant homage to her charms, I waited impatiently for the end of the mass. After breakfast I had great difficulty in convincing the curate that my seat in the carriage was the last one, but I found it easier to persuade him on our arrival in Treviso to remain for dinner and for supper at a small, unfrequented inn, and I took all the expense upon myself. He accepted very willingly when I added that immediately after supper a carriage would be in readiness to convey him to P , where he would arrive in an hour after a pleasant journey by moonlight. He had nothing to hurry him on except his wish to say mass in his own church the next morning. I ordered a fire and a good dinner, and the idea struck me that the curate himself might pledge the ring for me, and thus give me the opportunity of a short interview with his niece. I proposed it to him, saying I could not very well go myself, as I did not wish to be known. He undertook the commission at once, explaining his pleasure at doing something to oblige me. He left us, and I remained alone with Christine. I spent an hour with her without trying to give her even a kiss, although I was dying to do so, but I prepared her heart to burn with the same desires which were already burning in me by those words which so easily inflame the imagination of a young girl. The curate came back and returned me the ring, saying that it could not be pledged until the day after the morrow in consequence of the festival of the Holy Virgin. He had spoken to the cashier, who had stated that if I liked the bank would lend me double the sum I had asked. "My dear sir," I said, "you would greatly oblige me if you would come back here from P to pledge the ring yourself. Now that it has been offered once by you, it might look very strange if it were brought by another person. Of course I will pay all your expenses." "Well, I promise you to come back." I hoped he would bring his niece with him. I was seated opposite to Christine during the dinner, and I discovered fresh charms in her every minute, but, fearing I might lose her confidence if I tried to obtain some slight favour, I made up my mind not to go to work too quickly, and to contrive that the curate should take her again to Venice. I thought that there only I could manage to bring love into play, and to give it the food it requires. "Reverend sir," I said, "let me advise you to take your niece again to Venice. I undertake to defray all expenses, and to find an honest woman with whom your Christine will be as safe as with her own mother. I want to know her well in order to make her my wife, and if she comes to Venice our marriage is certain." "Sir, I will bring my niece myself to Venice as soon as you inform me that you have found a worthy woman with whom I can leave her in safety." While we were talking I kept looking at Christine, and I could see her smile with contentment. "My dear Christine," I said, "within a week I shall have arranged the affair. In the mean time I will write to you. I hope that you have no objection to correspond with me." "My uncle will write for me, for I have never been taught writing." "What, my dear child! You wish to become a wife of a Venetian, and you cannot write?" "Is it then necessary to know how to write in order to become a wife? I can read well." "That is not enough, and although a girl can be a wife and a mother without knowing how to trace one letter, it is generally admitted that a young girl ought to be able to write. I wonder you never learned." "There is no wonder in that, for not one girl in our village can do it. Ask my uncle." "It is perfectly true, but there is not one who thinks of getting married in Venice, and as you wish for a Venetian husband you must learn." "Certainly," I said, "and before you come to Venice, for everybody would laugh at you if you could not write. I see that it makes you sad, my dear, but it cannot be helped. I am sad because I cannot learn writing in a week. I undertake, said her uncle, to teach you in a fortnight, if you will only practice diligently. You will know enough to be able to improve by your own exertions. It is a great undertaking, but I accept it, and I promise to work night and day and to begin tomorrow. After dinner I advised the priest not to leave that evening, to rest during the night, and I observed that, by going away before daybreak, he would reach P in good time, and feel all the better for it. I made the same proposal to him in the evening, and when he saw that his niece was sleepy, he was easily persuaded to remain. I called for the innkeeper, ordered a carriage for the clergyman, and desired that a fire might be lit for me in the next room, where I would sleep, but the good priest said it was unnecessary, because there were 2 large beds in our room, that one would be for me, and the other for him and his niece. We need not undress, he added, as we mean to leave very early, but you can take your clothes off, sir, because you are not going with us, and you would like to remain in bed tomorrow morning. Oh, remarked Christine, I must undress myself, otherwise I could not sleep, but I only want a few minutes to be ready in the morning. I said nothing, but I was amazed. Christine, then, lovely and charming enough to wreck the chastity of his Xenocrates, would sleep naked with her uncle. True, he was old, devout, without any ideas which would render such a position dangerous, yet the priest was a man, he had evidently felt like all men, and he ought to have known the danger he was exposing himself to. My carnal mindedness could not realize such a state of innocence, but it was truly innocent, so much so that he did it openly and did not suppose that anyone could not see anything wrong in it. I saw it all plainly, but I was not accustomed to such things, and felt lost in wonderment. As I advanced in age and in experience, I have seen the same custom established in many countries amongst honest people whose good morals were in no way debased by it, but it was amongst good people, and I could not pretend to belong to that worthy class. We had no meat for dinner, and my delicate palate was not over satisfied. I went down to the kitchen myself, and I told the landlady that I wanted the best that could be procured in Treviso for supper, particularly in wines. If you do not mind the expense, sir, trust to me, and I will undertake to please you. I will give you some Gatta wine. All right, but let us have supper early. When I returned to our room, I found Christine caressing the cheeks of her old uncle, who was laughing. The good man was 75 years old. Do you know what is the matter? He said to me. My niece is caressing me because she wants to leave me here until my return. She tells me that you were like brother and sister during the hour you spent alone together this morning, and I believe it, but she does not consider that she would be a great trouble to you. Oh, not at all, quite the reverse. She will afford me great pleasure, for I think her very charming. As to our mutual behaviour, I believe you can trust both of us to do our duty. I have no doubt of it. Well, I will leave her under your care until the day after tomorrow. I will come back early in the morning so as to attend to your business. This extraordinary and unexpected arrangement caused the blood to rush to my head with such violence that my nose bled profusely for the quarter of an hour. It did not frighten me, because I was used to such accidents, but the good priest was in a great fright, thinking that it was a serious hemorrhage. When I had allayed his anxiety, he left us on some business of his own, saying that he would return at nightfall. I remained alone with the charming, artless Christine, and lost no time in thanking her for the confidence she placed in me. I can assure you, she said, that I wished you to have a thorough knowledge of me. You will see that I have none of the faults which have displeased you so much in the young ladies you have known in Venice, and I promise to learn writing immediately. You are charming and true, but you must be discreet in P, and confide to no one that we have entered into an agreement with each other. You must act according to your uncle's instructions, for it is to him that I intend to write to make all arrangements. You may rely on my discretion. I will not say anything, even to my own mother, until you give me permission to do so. I passed the afternoon in denying myself even the slightest liberties with my lovely companion, but falling every minute deeper in love with her. I told her a few love stories, which I veiled sufficiently not to shock her modesty. She felt interested, and I could see that, Although she did not always understand, she pretended to do so, in order not to appear ignorant. When her uncle returned, I had arranged everything in my mind to make her my wife, and I resolved on placing her, during her stay in Venice, in the house of the same honest widow with whom I had found a lodging for my beautiful Countess A S. We had a delicious supper. I had to teach Christine how to eat oysters and truffles, which she then saw for the first time. Gatta wine is like champagne, it causes merriment without intoxicating, but it cannot be kept for more than 1 year. We went to bed before midnight, and it was broad daylight when I awoke. The curate had left the room so quietly that I had not heard him. I looked towards the other bed. Christine was asleep. I wished her good morning. She opened her eyes, and leaning on her elbow, she smiled sweetly. "My uncle is gone. I did not hear him." "Dearest Christine, you are as lovely as one of God's angels. I have a great longing to give you a kiss." "If you long for a kiss, my dear friend, come and give me one." I jump out of bed. Decency makes her hide her face. It was cold, and I was in love. I find myself in her arms by one of those spontaneous movements which sentiment alone can cause, and we belong to each other without having thought of it, she happy and rather confused, I delighted, yet unable to realize the truth of a victory won without any contest. An hour passed in the midst of happiness, during which we forgot the whole world. Calm followed the stormy gusts of passionate love, and we gazed at each other without speaking. Christine was the first to break the silence. "What have we done?" she said softly and lovingly. "We have become husband and wife." "What will my uncle say tomorrow?" "He need not know anything about it until he gives us the nuptial benediction in his own church." "And when will he do so?" "As soon as we have completed all the arrangements necessary for a public marriage." "How long will that be?" "About a month." "We cannot be married during Lent." "I will obtain permission." "You are not deceiving me?" "No, for I adore you." "Then you no longer want to know me better?" "No, I know you thoroughly now, and I feel certain that you will make me happy." "And will you make me happy too?" "I hope so." "Let us go up and go to church. Who could have believed that, to get a husband, it was necessary not to go to Venice, but to come back from that city?" We got up, and after partaking of some breakfast we went to hear mass. The morning passed off quickly, but towards dinner time I thought that Christine looked different to what she did the day before, and I asked her the reason of that change. "It must be," she said, "the same reason which causes you to be thoughtful." "An air of thoughtfulness, my dear, is proper to love when it finds itself in consultation with honour. This affair has become serious, and love is now compelled to think and consider. We want to be married in the church, and we cannot do it before Lent, now that we are in the last days of Carnival. Yet we cannot wait until Easter, it would be too long. We must therefore obtain a dispensation in order to be married. Have I not reason to be thoughtful?" Her only answer was to come and kiss me tenderly. I had spoken the truth, yet I had not told her all my reasons for being so pensive. I found myself drawn into an engagement which was not disagreeable to me, but I wished it had not been so very pressing. I could not conceal from myself that repentance was beginning to creep into my amorous and well disposed mind, and I was grieved at it. I felt certain, however, that the charming girl would never have any cause to reproach me for her misery. We had the whole evening before us, and as she had told me that she had never gone to a theatre, I resolved on affording her that pleasure. I sent for a Jew, with whom I procured everything necessary to disguise her, and we went to the theatre. A man in love enjoys no pleasure but that which he gives to the woman he loves. After the performance was over I took her to the casino, and her astonishment made me laugh when she saw for the first time a faro bank. I had not enough money to play myself, but I had more than enough to amuse her and to let her play a reasonable game. I gave her 10 sequins and explained what she had to do. She did not even know the cards, yet in less than an hour she had won 100 sequins. I made her leave off playing, and we returned to the inn. When we were in our room I told her how much money she had, and when I assured her that all the gold belonged to her, she thought it was a dream. "Oh, what will my uncle say?" she exclaimed. We had a light supper and spent a delightful night, taking good care to part by daybreak, so as not to be caught in the same bed by the worthy ecclesiastic. He arrived early, and found us sleeping soundly in our respective beds. He woke me, and I gave him the ring, which he went to pledge immediately. When he returned 2 hours later, he saw us dressed and talking quietly near the fire. As soon as he came in, Christine rushed to embrace him, and she shewed him all the gold she had in her possession. What a pleasant surprise for the good old priest! He did not know how to express his wonder. He thanked God for what he called a miracle, and he concluded by saying that we were made to ensure each other's happiness. Chapter 19. Part 2. The time to part had come. I promised to pay them a visit in the first days of Lent, but on condition that on my arrival in P I would not find anyone informed of my name or of my concerns. The curate gave me the certificate of birth of his niece and the account of her possessions. As soon as they had gone, I took my departure for Venice, full of love for the charming girl, and determined on keeping my engagement with her. I knew how easy it would be for me to convince my 3 friends that my marriage had been irrevocably written in the great book of fate. My return caused the greatest joy to the 3 excellent men, because, not being accustomed to see me for 3 days absent, M. Dandolo and M. Barbaro were afraid of some accident having befallen me, but M. de Bragadin's faith was stronger, and he allayed their fears, saying to them with Paralis watching over me I could not be in any danger. The very next day I resolved on ensuring Christine's happiness without making her my wife. I had thought of marrying her when I loved her better than myself, but after obtaining possession, the balance was so much on my side that my self-love proved stronger than my love for Christine. I could not make up my mind to renounce the advantages, the hopes which I had thought were attached to my happy independence. Yet I was the slave of sentiment. To abandon the artless, innocent girl seemed to me an awful crime of which I could not be guilty, and the mere idea of it made me shudder. I was aware that she was, perhaps, bearing in her womb a living token of our mutual love, and I shivered at the bare possibility that her confidence in me might be repaid by shame and everlasting misery. I bethought myself of finding her a husband in every way better than myself, a husband so good that she would not only forgive me for the insult I should thus be guilty of towards her, but also thank me at the end, and like me all the better for my deceit. To find such a husband could not be very difficult, for Christine was not only blessed with wonderful beauty, and with a well-established reputation for virtue, but she was also the possessor of a fortune amounting to 4,000 Venetian ducats. Shut up in a room with the 3 worshippers of my oracle, I consulted Paralis upon the affair which I had so much at heart. The answer was, "Serenus must attend to it." Serenus was the cabalistic name of M. de Bragadin, and the excellent man immediately expressed himself ready to execute all the orders of Paralis. It was my duty to inform him of those orders. "You must," I said to him, "obtain from the Holy Father a dispensation for a worthy and virtuous girl, so as to give her the privilege of marrying during Lent in the church of her village. She is a young country girl. Here is the certificate of birth. The husband is not yet known, but it does not matter. Paralis undertakes to find one." "Trust to me," said my father. "I will write at once to our ambassador in Rome, and I will contrive to have my letter sent by special express. You need not be anxious, leave it all to me. I will make it a business of state, and I must obey Paralis, all the more readily that I foresee that the intended husband is one of us 4. Indeed, we must prepare ourselves to obey." I had some trouble in keeping my laughter down, for it was in my power to metamorphose Christine into a grand Venetian lady, the wife of a senator, but it was not my intention. I again consulted the oracle in order to ascertain who would be the husband of the young girl, and the answer was that M. Dandolo was entrusted with the care of finding one, young, handsome, virtuous, and able to serve the republic, either at home or abroad. M. Dandolo was to consult me before concluding any arrangements. I gave him courage for his task by informing him that the girl had a dowry of 4,000 ducats, but I added that his choice was to be made within a fortnight. M. Bragadin, delighted at not being entrusted with the commission, laughed heartily. Those arrangements made me feel at peace with myself. I was certain that the husband I wanted would be found, and I only thought of finishing the carnival gaily, and of contriving to find my purse ready for a case of emergency. Fortune soon rendered me possessor of 1,000 sequins. I paid my debts, and the licence for marriage having arrived from Rome 10 days after M. de Bragadin had applied for it, I gave him 100 ducats, that being the sum it had cost. The dispensation gave Christine the right of being married in any church in Christendom. She would only have to obtain the seal of the episcopal court in the diocese in which the marriage was to take place, and no publication of banns was required. We wanted, therefore, but one thing, a trifling one, namely, the husband. M. Dandolo had already proposed 3 or 4 to me, but I had refused them for excellent reasons. At last he offered one who suited me exactly. I had to take the diamond ring out of pledge, and not wishing to do it myself, I wrote to the priest making an appointment in Treviso. I was not, of course, surprised when I found that he was accompanied by his young niece, who, thinking that I had come to complete all arrangements for our marriage, embraced me without ceremony, and I did the same. If the uncle had not been present, I am afraid that those kisses would have caused all my heroism to vanish. I gave the curate the dispensation, and the handsome features of Christine shone with joy. She certainly could not imagine that I had been working so actively for others, and as I was not yet certain of anything, I did not undeceive her then. I promised to be in P within 8 or 10 days, when we would complete all necessary arrangements. After dinner I gave the curate the ticket for the ring and the money to bring it out of pledge, and we retired to rest. This time, very fortunately, there was but one bed in the room, and I had to take another chamber for myself. The next morning I went into Christine's room and found her in bed. Her uncle had gone out for my diamond ring, and, alone with that lovely girl, I found that I had, when necessary, complete control over my passions. Thinking that she was not to be my wife, and that she would belong to another, I considered it my duty to silence my desires. I kissed her, but nothing more. I spent 1 hour with her, fighting like Saint Anthony against the carnal desires of my nature. I could see the charming girl full of love and at wonder at my reserve, and I admired her virtue and the natural modesty which prevented her from making the first advances. She got out of bed and dressed herself without shewing any disappointment. She would, of course, have felt mortified if she had the slightest idea that I despised her or that I did not value her charms. Her uncle returned, gave me the ring, and we had dinner, after which he treated me to a wonderful exhibition. Christine had learned how to write, and he gave me proof of her talent. She wrote very fluently and very prettily in my presence. We parted after my promising to come back again within 10 days, and I returned to Venice. On the second Sunday in Lent, M. Dandolo told me with an air of triumph that the fortunate husband had been found, and there was no doubt of my approval of the new candidate. He named Charles, whom I knew by sight, very handsome young man, of irreproachable conduct, and about 22 years of age. He was clerk to M. Ragionato, and godson of Count Algarotti, a sister of whom had married M. Dandolo's brother. Charles, said M. Dandolo to me, has lost his father and his mother, and I feel satisfied that his godfather will guarantee the dowry brought by his wife. I have spoken to him, and I believe him disposed to marry an honest girl whose dowry would enable him to purchase M. Ragionato's office. It seems to promise very well, but I cannot decide until I have seen him. I have invited him to dine with us tomorrow. The young man came, and I found him worthy of all M. Dandolo's praise. We became friends at once. He had some taste for poetry. I read some of my productions to him, and having paid him a visit the following day, he shewed me several pieces of his own composition, which were well written. He introduced me to his aunt, in whose house he lived with his sister, and I was much pleased with their friendly welcome. Being alone with him in his room, I asked him what he thought of love. "I do not care for love," he answered, "but I should like to get married in order to have a house of my own." When I returned to the palace, I told M. Dandolo that he might open the affair with Count Algarotti, and the count mentioned it to Charles, who said that he could not give any answer either one way or the other until he should have seen the young girl, talked with her, and enquired about her reputation. As for Count Algarotti, he was ready to be answerable for his godson. that is to guarantee 4,000 ducats to the wife, providing her dowry was worth that amount. These were the only preliminaries, the rest belonged to my province. Dandolo informed Charles that the matter was entirely in my hands. He called on me, and inquired when I would be kind enough to introduce him to the young person. I named the day, adding that it was necessary to devote a whole day to the visit, as she resided at a distance of 20 miles from Venice, that we would dine with her and return the same evening. He promised to be ready for me by daybreak. I immediately sent an express to the curate to inform him of the day on which I would call with a friend of mine whom I wished to introduce to his niece. On the appointed day Charles was punctual. I took care to let him know along the road that I had made the acquaintance of the young girl and her uncle as travelling companions from Venice to Mestra about 1 month before, and that I would have offered myself as a husband if I had been in a position to guarantee the dowry of 4,000 ducats. I did not think it necessary to go any further in my confidences. We arrived at the good priest's house 2 hours before midday, and soon after our arrival Christine came in with an air of great ease, expressing all her pleasure at seeing me. She only bowed to Charles, enquiring from me whether he was likewise a clerk. Charles answered that he was a clerk at Ragionato. She pretended to understand, in order not to appear ignorant. "I want you to look at my writing," she said to me, "and afterwards we will go to see my mother." Delighted at the praise bestowed upon her writing by Charles, when he heard that she had learned only 1 month, she invited us to follow her. Charles asked her why she had waited until the age of 19 to study writing. "Well, sir, what does it matter to you? Besides, I must tell you I am 17 and not 19 years of age." Charles entreated her to excuse him, smiling at the quickness of her answer. She was dressed like a simple country girl, yet very neatly, and she wore her handsome gold chains around her neck and on her arms. I told her to take my arm and that of Charles, which she did, casting towards me a look of loving obedience. We went to her mother's house. The good woman was compelled to keep to her bed, owing to sciatica. As we entered the room, a respectable looking man, who was seated near the patient, rose at the sight of Charles, and embraced him affectionately. I heard that he was the family physician, and the circumstance pleased me much. After we paid our compliments to the good woman, the doctor enquired after Charles's aunt and sister, and alluding to the sister who was suffering from a secret disease, Charles desired to say a few words to him in private. They left the room together. Being alone with the mother and Christine, I praised Charles, his excellent conduct, his high character, his business abilities, and extolled the happiness of the woman who would be his wife. They both confirmed my praises by saying that everything I said of him could be read on his features. I had no time to lose, so I told Christine to be on her guard during dinner, as Charles might possibly be the husband whom God had intended for her. "For me?" "Yes, for you. Charles is one of 1,000. You would be much happier with him than you could be with me. The doctor knows him, and you could ascertain from him everything which I cannot find time to tell you now about my friend." The reader can imagine all I suffered in making this declaration, and my surprise when I saw the young girl calm and perfectly composed. Her composure dried the tears already gathering in my eyes. After a short silence, she asked me whether I was certain that such a handsome young man would have her. The question gave me an insight into Christine's heart and feelings, and I quieted all my sorrow, for I saw that I had not known her well. I answered that, beautiful as she was, there was no doubt of her being loved by everybody. "It will be at dinner, my dear Christine, that my friend will examine and study you. Do not fail to shew all the charms and qualities with which God has endowed you, but do not let him suspect our intimacy." It is all very strange. Is my uncle informed of this wonderful change? No. If your friend should feel pleased with me, when would he marry me? Within 10 days. I will take care of everything, and you will see me again in the course of the week. Charles came back with the doctor, and Christine, leaving her mother's bedside, took a chair opposite to us. She answered very sensibly all the questions addressed to her by Charles, often exciting his mirth by her artlessness, but not shewing any silliness. "O charming simplicity! Offspring of wit and ignorance! Thy charm is delightful, and thou alone hast the privilege of saying anything without ever giving offence. But how unpleasant thou art when thou art not natural! And thou art the masterpiece of art when thou art imitated with perfection. We dined rather late, and I took care not to speak to Christine, not even to look at her, so as not to engross her attention, which she devoted entirely to Charles, and I was delighted to see with what ease and interest she kept up the conversation. After dinner, as we were taking leave, I heard the following words uttered by Charles, which went to my very heart: "You are made, lovely Christine, to minister to the happiness of a prince." And Christine? This was her answer: "I should esteem myself fortunate, sir, if you should judge me worthy of ministering to yours." These words excited Charles so much that he embraced me. Christine was simple, but her artlessness did not come from her mind, only from her heart. The simplicity of mind is nothing but silliness, that of the heart is only ignorance and innocence. It is a quality which subsists even when the cause has ceased to be. This young girl, almost a child of nature, was simple in her manners, but graceful in 1,000 trifling ways which cannot be described. She was sincere because she did not know that to conceal some of our impressions is one of the precepts of propriety, and as her intentions were pure, she was a stranger to that false shame and mock modesty which cause pretended innocence to blush at a word, or at a movement said or made very often without any wicked purpose. During our journey back to Venice, Charles spoke of nothing but of his happiness. He had decidedly fallen in love. "I will call tomorrow morning upon Count Algarotti," he said to me, "and you may write to the priest to come with all the necessary documents to make the contract of marriage which I long to sign." His delight and surprise were intense when I told him that my wedding present to Christine was a dispensation from the Pope for her to be married in Lent. "Then," he exclaimed, "we must go full speed ahead." In the conference which was held the next day between my young substitute, his godfather, and M. Dandolo, it was decided that the parson should be invited to come with his niece. I undertook to carry the message, and leaving Venice 2 hours before morning, I reached P early. The priest said that he would be ready to start immediately after mass. I then called on Christine, and I treated her to a fatherly and sentimental sermon, every word of which was intended to point out to her the true road to happiness in the new condition which she was on the point of adopting. I told her how she ought to behave towards her husband, towards his aunt and his sister, in order to captivate their esteem and their love. The last part of my discourse was pathetic and rather disparaging to myself, for, as I enforced upon her the necessity of being faithful to her husband, I was necessarily led to entreat her pardon for having seduced her. "When you promised to marry me, after we had both been weak enough to give way to our love, did you intend to deceive me?" "Certainly not." "Then you have not deceived me. On the contrary, I owe you some gratitude for having thought that, if our union should prove unhappy, it was better to find another husband for me, and I thank God that you have succeeded so well. Tell me now, what could I answer to your friend in case he should ask me, during the first night, why am I so different to what a virgin ought to be?" It is not likely that Charles, who is full of reserve and propriety, would ask you such a thing, but if he should, tell him positively that you have never had a lover, and that you do not suppose yourself to be different to any other girl. Will he believe me? He would deserve your contempt, and entail punishment on himself if he did not. But dismiss all anxiety, that will not occur. A sensible man, my dear Christine, when he has been rightly brought up, never ventures upon such a question, because he is not only certain to displease, but also sure that he will never know the truth, for if the truth is likely to injure a woman in the opinion of her husband, she would be very foolish indeed to confess it. "I understand your meaning perfectly, my dear friend. Let us, then, embrace each other for the last time." "No, for we are alone, and I am very weak. I adore thee as much as ever." "Do not cry, dear friend, for, truly speaking, I have no wish for it." That simple and candid answer changed my disposition suddenly, and instead of crying I began to laugh. Christine dressed herself splendidly, and after breakfast we left P. We reached Venice in 4 hours. I lodged them at a good inn, and going to the palace, I told M. Dandolo that our people had arrived, and it would be his province to bring them and Charles together on the following day, and to attend to the matter altogether, because the honour of the future husband and wife, the respect due to their parents and to propriety, forbade any further interference on my part. He understood my reasons and acted accordingly. He brought Charles to me, and I presented both of them to the curate and his niece, then left them to complete their business. I heard afterwards from M. Dandolo that they had all called upon Count Algarotti, and at the office of a notary, where the contract of marriage was signed, and that, after fixing a day for the wedding, Charles had escorted his intended back to P. On his return Charles paid me a visit. He told me that Christine had won by her beauty and pleasing manners the affection of his aunt, of his sister, and of his godfather, and that they had taken upon themselves all the expense of the wedding. "We intend to be married," he added, "on such a day at P , and I trust that you will crown your work of kindness by being present at the ceremony." I tried to excuse myself, but he insisted with such a feeling of gratitude and with so much earnestness that I was compelled to accept. I listened with pleasure to the account he gave me of the impression produced upon all his family and upon Count Algarotti by the beauty, the artlessness, the rich toilet, and especially by the simple talk of the lovely country girl. "I am deeply in love with her," Charles said to me, "and I feel that it is to you that I shall be indebted for the happiness I am sure to enjoy with my charming wife. She will soon get rid of her country way of talking in Venice, because here envy and slander will but too easily shew her the absurdity of it." His enthusiasm and happiness delighted me, and I congratulated myself upon my work. Yet I felt inwardly some jealousy, and I could not help envying a lot which I might have kept for myself. M. D'Aridolo and M. Barbaro having also been invited by Charles, I went with them to P . We found the dinner table laid out in the rector's house by the servants of Count Algarotti, who was acting as Charles's father, and having taken upon himself all the expense of the wedding, had sent his cook and his major domo to P . When I saw Christine, the tears filled my eyes, and I had to leave the room. She was dressed as a country girl, but looked as lovely as a nymph. Her husband, her uncle, and Count Algarotti had vainly tried to make her adopt the Venetian costume, but she had wisely refused. "As soon as I am your wife," she said to Charles, "I will dress as you please, but here I will not appear before my young companions in any other costume than the one in which they have always seen me. I shall thus avoid being laughed at and accused of pride by the girls among whom I have been brought up." There was in these words something so noble, so just, and so generous, that Charles thought his sweetheart a supernatural being. He told me that he had enquired, from the woman with whom Christine had spent a fortnight, about the offers of marriage she had refused at that time, and that he had been much surprised, for two of those offers were excellent ones. "Christine," he added, "was evidently destined by heaven for my happiness, and to you I am indebted for the precious possession of that treasure." His gratitude pleased me, and I must render myself the justice of saying that I entertained no thought of abusing it. I felt happy in the happiness I had thus given. We repaired to the church towards 11 o'clock, and were very much astonished at the difficulty we were experiencing in getting in. A large number of the nobility of Treviso, curious to ascertain whether it was true that the marriage ceremony of a country girl would be publicly performed during Lent, when, by waiting only 1 month, a dispensation would have been useless, had come to P . Everyone wondered at the permission having been obtained from the Pope. Everyone imagined that there was some extraordinary reason for it, and was in despair because it was impossible to guess that reason. In spite of all the feelings of envy, every face beamed with pleasure and satisfaction when the young couple made their appearance, and no one could deny that they deserved that extraordinary distinction, an exception to all established rules. A certain Countess of Tos, from Treviso, Christine's godmother, went up to her after the ceremony and embraced her most tenderly, complaining that the happy event had not been communicated to her in Treviso. Christine, in her artless way, answered with as much modesty as sweetness that the countess ought to forgive her if she had failed in her duty towards her, on account of her marriage having been decided on so hastily. She presented her husband, and begged Count Algarotti to atone for her error towards her godmother by inviting her to join the wedding repast, an invitation which the countess accepted with great pleasure. That behaviour, which is usually the result of a good education and a long experience in society, was in the lovely peasant girl due only to a candid and well balanced mind, which shone all the more because it was all nature and not art. As they returned from the church, Charles and Christine knelt before the young wife's mother, who gave them her blessings with tears of joy. Dinner was served, and, of course, Christine and her happy spouse took the seats of honor. Mine was the last, and I was very glad of it, but although everything was delicious, I ate very little, and scarcely opened my lips. Christine was constantly busy, saying pretty things to every one of her guests, and looking at her husband to make sure that he was pleased with her. Once or twice she addressed his aunt and sister in such a gracious manner that they could not help leaving their places and kissing her tenderly, congratulating Charles upon his good fortune. I was seated not far from Count Algarotti, and I heard him say several times to Christine's godmother that he had never felt so delighted in his life. When 4 o'clock struck, Charles whispered a few words to his lovely wife, and she bowed to her godmother, and everybody arose from the table. After the usual compliments, and in this case they bore the stamp of sincerity, the bride distributed among all the girls of the village, who were in the adjoining room, packets full of sugar plums which had been prepared beforehand, and she took leave of them, kissing them all without any pride. Count Algarotti invited all the guests to sleep at a house he had in Treviso, and to partake there of the dinner usually given during the day after the wedding. The uncle alone excused himself, and the mother could not come owing to her disease which prevented her from moving. The good woman died 3 months after Christine's marriage. Christine therefore left her village to follow her husband, and for the remainder of their lives they lived together in mutual happiness. Count Algarotti, Christine's godmother, and my 2 noble friends went away together. The bride and bridegroom had, of course, a carriage to themselves, and I kept the aunt and sister of Charles company in another. I could not help envying the happy man somewhat, although in my inmost heart I felt pleased with his happiness. The sister was not without merit. She was a young widow of 25, and still deserved the homage of men. But I gave the preference to the aunt, who told me that her new niece was a treasure, a jewel which was worthy of everybody's admiration, but that she would not let her go into society until she spoke the Venetian dialect well. Her cheerful spirits, she added, her artless simplicity, her natural wit, are like her beauty. They must be dressed in the Venetian fashion. We are highly pleased with my nephew's choice, and he has incurred everlasting obligations towards you. I hope that for the future you will consider our house as your own. The invitation was polite, perhaps it was sincere, yet I did not avail myself of it, and they were glad of it. At the end of 1 year, Christine presented her husband with a living token of their mutual love, and that circumstance increased their conjugal felicity. We all found comfortable quarters in the count's house in Treviso, where, after partaking of some refreshments, the guests retired to rest. The next morning I was with Count Algarotti and my 2 friends, when Charles came in, handsome, bright, and radiant. While he was answering with much wit some jokes of the count, I kept looking at him with some anxiety, but he came up to me and embraced me warmly. I confess that a kiss never made me happier. People wonder at the devout scoundrels who call upon their saint when they think themselves in need of heavenly assistance, or who thank him when they imagine that they have obtained some favour from him. But people are wrong, for it is good and right feeling which preaches against atheism. At the invitation of Charles, his aunt and sister had gone to pay a morning visit to the young wife, and they returned with her. Happiness never shone on a more lovely face. M. Algarotti, going towards her, enquired from her affectionately whether she had had a good night. Her only answer was to rush to her husband's arms. It was the most artless, and at the same time the most eloquent answer she could possibly give. Then, turning her beautiful eyes towards me, and offering me her hand, she said, "Monsieur Casanova, I am happy, and I love to be indebted to you for my happiness." The tears which were flowing from my eyes as I kissed her hand told her better than words how truly happy I was myself. The dinner passed off delightfully. We then left for Mestre and Venice. We escorted the married couple to their house, and returned home to amuse M. Bragadin with the relation of our expedition. This worthy and particularly learned man said 1,000 things about the marriage, some of great profundity, and others of great absurdity. I laughed inwardly. I was the only one who had the key to the mystery, and could realize the secret of the comedy. End of chapter 19.
Part 2.
Episode 5. Milan and Mantua. Chapter 20, Part 1. On Low Sunday, Charles paid us a visit with his lovely wife, who seemed totally indifferent to what Christine used to be. Her hair dressed with powder did not please me as well as the raven black of her beautiful locks, and her fashionable town attire did not, in my eyes, suit her as well as her rich country dress. But the countenances of husband and wife bore the stamp of happiness. Charles reproached me in a friendly manner because I had not called once upon them, and, in order to atone for my apparent negligence, I went to see them the next day with M. Dandolo. Charles told me that his wife was idolized by his aunt and his sister, who had become her bosom friend; that she was kind, affectionate, unassuming, and of a disposition which enforced affection. I was no less pleased with this favourable state of things than with the facility with which Christine was learning the Venetian dialect. When M. Dandolo and I called at their house, Charles was not at home. Christine was alone with his two relatives. The most friendly welcome was proffered to us, and in the course of conversation the aunt praised the progress made by Christine in her writing very highly, and asked her to let me see her copybook. I followed her to the next room, where she told me that she was very happy, that every day she discovered new virtues in her husband. He had told her, without the slightest appearance of suspicion or displeasure, that he knew that we'd spent 2 days together in Treviso, and that he had laughed at the well-meaning fool who had given him that piece of information in the hope of raising a cloud in the heaven of their felicity. Charles was truly endowed with all the virtues, with all the noble qualities of an honest and distinguished man. 26 years afterwards I happened to require the assistance of his purse, and found him my true friend. I never was a frequent visitor at his house, and he appreciated my delicacy. He died a few months before my last departure from Venice, leaving his widow in easy circumstances, and 3 well-educated sons, all with good positions, who may, for what I know, be still living with their mother. In June I went to the fair at Padua, and made the acquaintance of a young man of my own age, who was then studying mathematics under the celebrated Professor Succi. His name was Tognolo, but thinking it did not sound well, he changed it for that of Fabri. He became in after years Comte de Fabri, Lieutenant General under Joseph II, and died Governor of Transylvania. This man, who owed his high fortune to his talents, would perhaps have lived and died unknown if he had kept his name of Tognolo, a truly vulgar one. He was from Uderzo, a large village of the Venetian Friuli. He had a brother in the church, a man of parts, and a great gamester, who, having a deep knowledge of the world, had taken the name of Fabri, and the younger brother had to assume it likewise. Soon afterwards he bought an estate with the title of count, became a Venetian nobleman, and his origin as a country bumpkin was forgotten. If he had kept his name of Tognolo, it would have injured him, for he could not have pronounced it without reminding his hearers of what is called, by the most contemptible of prejudices, low extraction, and the privileged class, through an absurd error, does not admit the possibility of a peasant having talent or genius. No doubt a time will come when society, more enlightened, and therefore more reasonable, will acknowledge that noble feelings, honour, and heroism can be found in every condition of life as easily as in a class the blood of which is not always exempt from the taint of a misalliance. The new count, while he allowed others to forget his origin, was too wise to forget it himself, and in legal documents he always signed his family name as well as the one he had adopted. His brother had offered him 2 ways to win fortune in the world, leaving him perfectly free in his choice. Both required an expenditure of 1,000 sequins, but the abbé had put the amount aside for that purpose. My friend had to choose between the sword of Mars and the bird of Minerva. The abbé knew that he could purchase for his brother a company in the army of his imperial and apostolic majesty, or obtain for him a professorship at the University of Padua, for money can do everything. But my friend, who was gifted with noble feelings and good sense, knew that in either profession talents and knowledge were essentials, and before making a choice he was applying himself with great success to the study of mathematics. He ultimately decided upon the military profession, thus imitating Achilles, who preferred the sword to the distaff, and he paid for it with his life, like the son of Peleus, though not so young, and not through a wound inflicted by an arrow, but from the plague, which he caught in the unhappy country in which the indolence of Europe allows the Turks to perpetuate that fearful disease. The distinguished appearance, the noble sentiments, the great knowledge, and the talents of Fabris would have been turned into ridicule in a man called Tognolo, for such is the force of prejudices, particularly of those which have no ground to rest upon, that an ill-sounding name is degrading in this our stupid society. My opinion is that men who have an ill-sounding name, or one which presents an indecent or ridiculous idea, are right in changing it, if they intend to win honor, fame, and fortune, either in arts or sciences. No one can reasonably deny them that right, provided the name they assume belongs to nobody. The alphabet is general property, and every one has the right to use it for the creation of a word forming an appellative sound. But he must truly create it. Voltaire, in spite of his genius, would not perhaps have reached posterity under his name of Arouet, especially amongst the French, who always give way so easily to their keen sense of ridicule and equivocation. How could they have imagined that a writer, Arouet, could be a man of genius? And d'Alembert, would he have attained his high fame, his universal reputation, if he had been satisfied with his name of Monsieur le Rond, or Mr. All-Round? What would have become of Metastasio under his true name of Trapasso? What impression would Melanchthon have made with his name of Schwarzert? Would he then have dared to raise the voice of a moralist philosopher, of a reformer of the Eucharist, and so many other holy things? Would not Monsieur de Beauharnais have caused some persons to laugh and others to blush if he had kept his name of Beauvais, even if the first founder of his family had been indebted for his fortune to the fine quality expressed by that name? Would the Bourbeux have made as good a figure on the throne as the Bourbons? I think that King Poniatowski ought to have abdicated the name of Augustus, which he had taken at the time of his accession to the throne, when he abdicated royalty. The Colleoni of Bergamo, however, would find it rather difficult to change their name, because they would be compelled at the same time to change their coat of arms, the two generative glands, and thus to annihilate the glory of their ancestor, the hero Bartolomeo. Towards the end of autumn my friend Fabris introduced me to a family in the midst of which the mind and the heart could find delicious food. That family resided in the country on the road to Zero. Card-playing, love-making, and practical jokes were the order of the day. Some of those jokes were rather severe ones, but the order of the day was never to get angry and to laugh at everything, for one was to take every jest pleasantly or be thought a bore. Bedsteads would at night tumble down under their occupants, ghosts were personated, diuretic pills or sugar plums were given to young ladies, as well as comfits who produced certain winds rising from the Netherlands, and impossible to keep under control. These jokes would sometimes go rather too far, but such was the spirit animating all the members of that circle. They would laugh. I was not less inured than the others to the war of offence and defence, but at last there was such a bitter joke played upon me that it suggested to me another, the fatal consequences of which put a stop to the mania by which we were all possessed. We were in the habit of walking to a farm which was about half a league distant by the road, but the distance could be reduced by half by going over a deep and miry ditch across which a narrow plank was thrown, and I always insisted upon going that way, in spite of the fright of the ladies who always trembled on the narrow bridge, although I never failed to cross the first and to offer my hand to help them over. One fine day I crossed first so as to give them courage, but suddenly when I reached the middle of the plank it gave way under me, and there I was in the ditch, up to the chin in stinking mud, and, in spite of my inward rage, obliged, according to the general understanding, to join in the merry laughter of all my companions. But the merriment did not last long, for the joke was too bad, and everyone declared it to be so. Some peasants were called to the rescue, and with much difficulty they dragged me out in the most awful state. An entirely new dress embroidered with spangles, my silk stockings, my lace, everything was of course spoiled. But not minding it, I laughed more heartily than anybody else, although I had already made an inward vow to have the most cruel revenge. In order to know the author of that bitter joke, I had only to appear calm and indifferent about it. It was evident that the plank had been purposely sawn. I was taken back to the house, a shirt, a coat, a complete costume were lent me, for I had come that time only for 24 hours and had not brought anything with me. I went to the city the next morning, and towards the evening I returned to the gay company. Fabris, who had been as angry as myself, observed to me that the perpetrator of the joke evidently felt his guilt, because he took good care not to discover himself. But I unveiled the mystery by promising 1 sequin to a peasant woman if she could find out who had sawn the plank. She contrived to discover the young man who had done the work. I called on him, and the offer of a sequin, together with my threats, compelled him to confess that he had been paid for his work by Signor Demetrio, a Greek, dealer in spices, a good and amiable man of between 45 and 50 years, on whom I never played any trick except in the case of a pretty young servant girl whom he was courting and whom I had juggled from him. Satisfied with my discovery, I was racking my brain to invent a good practical joke, but to obtain complete revenge it was necessary that my trick should prove worse than the one he had played upon me. Unfortunately, my imagination was at bay. I could not find anything. A funeral put an end to my difficulties. Armed with my hunting knife, I went alone to the cemetery a little after midnight, and opening the grave of the dead man who had been buried that very day, I cut off one of the arms near the shoulder, not without some trouble, and after I had reburied the corpse, I returned to my room with the arm of the defunct. The next day, when supper was over, I left the table, and retired to my chamber as if I intended to go to bed, but taking the arm with me, I hid myself under Demetrio's bed. A short time after, the Greek comes in, undresses himself, puts his light out, and lies down. I give him time to fall nearly asleep; then, placing myself at the foot of the bed, I pull away the clothes little by little until he is half naked. He laughs and calls out, "Whoever you may be, go away and let me sleep quietly, for I do not believe in ghosts." He covers himself again, and composes himself to sleep. I wait 5 or 6 minutes, and pull again at the bedclothes, but when he tries to draw up the sheet, saying that he does not care for ghosts, I oppose some resistance. He sits up so as to catch the hand which is pulling at the clothes, and I take care that he should get hold of the dead hand. Confident that he has caught the man or the woman who was playing the trick, he pulls it towards him, laughing all the time. I keep tight hold of the arm for a few instants, and then let it go suddenly. The Greek falls back on his pillow without uttering a single word. The trick was played. I leave the room without any noise, and, reaching my chamber, go to bed. I was fast asleep when towards morning I was awoke by persons going about, and not understanding why they should be up so early, I got up. The first person I met, the mistress of the house, told me that I had played an abominable joke. "I? What have I done?" "Monsieur Demetrio is dying." "Have I killed him?" She went away without answering me. I dressed myself, rather frightened, I confess, but determined upon pleading a complete ignorance of everything, and I proceeded to Demetrio's room. And I was confronted with horror-stricken countenances and bitter reproaches. I found all the guests around him. I protested my innocence, but everyone smiled. The archpriest and the beadle, who had just arrived, would not bury the arm which was lying there, and they told me that I had been guilty of a great crime. "I am astonished, reverend sir," I said to the priest, "at the hasty judgment which is thus passed upon me, when there is no proof to condemn me." "You have done it," exclaimed all the guests. "You alone are capable of such an abomination; it is just like you. No one but you would have dared to do such a thing." "I am compelled," said the archpriest, "to draw up an official report." "As you please, I have not the slightest objection," I answered. "I have nothing to fear." And I left the room. I continued to take it coolly, and at the dinner table I was informed that Monsieur Demetrio had been bled, that he had recovered the use of his eyes, but not of his tongue or of his limbs. The next day he could speak, and I heard, after I had taken leave of the family, that he was stupid and spasmodic. The poor man remained in that painful state for the rest of his life. I felt deeply grieved, but I had not intended to injure him so badly. I thought that the trick he had played upon me might have cost my life, and I could not help deriving consolation from that idea. On the same day the archpriest made up his mind to have the arm buried, and to send a formal denunciation against me to the episcopal chancellorship of Treviso. Annoyed at the reproaches which I received on all sides, I returned to Venice. A fortnight afterwards I was summoned to appear before the Magistrato alla Blasfemia. I begged Monsieur Barbaro to enquire the cause of the aforesaid summons, for it was a formidable court. I was surprised at the proceedings being taken against me, as if there had been a certainty of my having desecrated a grave, whilst there could be nothing but suspicion. But I was mistaken, the summons was not relating to that affair. Monsieur Barbaro informed me in the evening that a woman had brought a complaint against me for having violated her daughter. She stated in her complaint that, having decoyed her child to the Zuecca, I had abused her by violence, and she adduced as a proof that her daughter was confined to her bed, owing to the bad treatment she had received from me in my endeavours to ravish her. It was one of those complaints which are often made in order to give trouble and to cause expense, even against innocent persons. I was innocent of violation, but it was quite true that I had given the girl a sound thrashing. I prepared my defence, and begged Monsieur Barbaro to deliver it to the magistrate's secretary. Declaration. I hereby declare that, on such a day, having met the woman with her daughter, I accosted them, and offered to give them some refreshments at a coffee house near by; that the daughter refused to accept my caresses, and that the mother said to me, "My daughter is yet a virgin, and she is quite right not to lose her maidenhood without making a good profit by it." "If so," I answered, "I will give you 10 sequins for her virginity." "You may judge for yourself," said the mother. Having assured myself of the fact by the assistance of the sense of feeling, and having ascertained that it might be true, I told the mother to bring the girl in the afternoon to the Zuecca, and that I would give her the 10 sequins. My offer was joyfully accepted. The mother brought her daughter to me, she received the money, and leaving us together in the garden of the Cross, she went away. When I tried to avail myself of the right for which I had paid, the girl, most likely trained to the business by her mother, contrived to prevent me. At first the game amused me, but at last, being tired of it, I told her to have done. She answered quietly that it was not her fault if I was not able to do what I wanted. Vexed and annoyed, I placed her in such a position that she found herself at bay, but, making a violent effort, she managed to change her position and debarred me from making any further attempts. "Why," I said to her, "did you move?" "Because I would not have it in that position." "You would not?" "No." Without more ado I got hold of a broomstick, and gave her a good lesson in order to get something for the 10 sequins which I had been foolish enough to pay in advance. But I have broken none of her limbs, and I took care to apply my blows only on her posteriors, on which spot I have no doubt that all the marks may be seen. In the evening I made her dress herself again, and sent her back in a boat which chanced to pass, and she was landed in safety. The mother received 10 sequins, the daughter has kept her hateful maidenhood, and, if I am guilty of anything, it is only of having given a thrashing to an infamous girl, the pupil of her still more infamous mother. My declaration had no effect. The magistrate was acquainted with the girl, and the mother laughed at having duped me so easily. I was summoned, but did not appear before the court, and a writ was on the point of being issued against my body, when the complaint of the profanation of a grave was filed against me before the same magistrate. It would have been less serious for me if the second affair had been carried before the Council of 10, because one court might have saved me from the other. The second crime, which, after all, was only a joke, was high felony in the eyes of the clergy, and a great deal was made of it. I was summoned to appear within 24 hours, and it was evident that I would be arrested immediately afterwards. Monsieur de Bragadin, who always gave good advice, told me that the best way to avoid the threatening storm was to run away. The advice was certainly wise, and I lost no time in getting ready. I have never left Venice with so much regret as I did then, for I had some pleasant intrigues on hand, and I was very lucky at cards. My 3 friends assured me that, within 1 year at the furthest, the cases against me would be forgotten, and in Venice, when public opinion has forgotten anything, it can be easily arranged. I left Venice in the evening, and the next day I slept at Verona. 2 days afterwards I reached Mantua. I was alone, with plenty of clothes and jewels, without letters of introduction, but with a well-filled purse, enjoying excellent health and my 23 years. In Mantua I ordered an excellent dinner, the very first thing one ought to do at a large hotel, and after dinner I went out for a walk. In the evening, after I had seen the coffee houses and the places of resort, I went to the theatre, and I was delighted to see Marina appear on the stage as a comic dancer, amid the greatest applause, which she deserved, for she danced beautifully. She was tall, handsome, very well made, and very graceful. I immediately resolved on renewing my acquaintance with her, if she happened to be free, and after the opera I engaged a boy to take me to her house. She had just sat down to supper with some one, but the moment she saw me, she threw her napkin down and flew to my arms. I returned her kisses, judging by her warmth that her guest was a man of no consequence. The servant, without waiting for orders, had already laid a plate for me, and Marina invited me to sit down near her. I felt vexed, because the aforesaid individual had not risen to salute me, and before I accepted Marina's invitation I asked her who the gentleman was, begging her to introduce me. "This gentleman," she said, "is Count Celi, of Rome. He is my lover." "I congratulate you," I said to her, and turning towards the so-called Count, "Sir," I added, "do not be angry at our mutual affection. Marina is my daughter." "She is a prostitute." "True," said Marina, "and you can believe the Count, for he is my procurer." At those words the brute threw his knife at her face, but she avoided it by running away. The scoundrel followed her, but I drew my sword and said, "Stop, or you are a dead man." I immediately asked Marina to order her servant to light me out, but she hastily put a cloak on, and taking my arm she entreated me to take her with me. "With pleasure," I said. The Count then invited me to meet him alone on the following day at the Casino of Pomi to hear what he had to say. "Very well, sir, at 4 in the afternoon," I answered. I took Marina to my inn, where I lodged her in the room adjoining mine, and we sat down to supper. Marina, seeing that I was thoughtful, said, "Are you sorry to have saved me from the rage of that brute?" "No, I am glad to have done so. But tell me truly who and what he is." "He is a gambler by profession, and gives himself out as Count Celi. I made his acquaintance here. He courted me, invited me to supper, played after supper, and, having won a large sum from an Englishman whom he had decoyed to his supper by telling him that I would be present, he gave me 50 guineas, saying that he had given me an interest in his bank. As soon as I become his mistress, he insisted upon my being compliant with all the men he wanted to make his dupes, and at last he took up his quarters at my lodgings. The welcome I gave you very likely vexed him, and you know the rest. Here I am, and here I will remain until my departure for Mantua, where I have an engagement as first dancer. My servant will bring me all I need for tonight, and I will give him orders to move all my luggage tomorrow. I will not see that scoundrel any more. I will be only yours, if you are free as in Corfu, and if you love me still." "Yes, my dear Marina, I do love you, but if you wish to be my mistress, you must be only mine." "Oh, of course. I have 300 sequins, and I will give them to you tomorrow, if you will take me as your mistress." "I do not want any money. All I want is yourself. Well, it is all arranged. Tomorrow evening we shall feel more comfortable." "Perhaps you are thinking of a duel for tomorrow? But do not imagine such a thing, dearest. I know that man. He is an arrant coward." "I must keep my engagement with him." "I know that, but he will not keep his, and I am very glad of it." Changing the conversation, and speaking of our old acquaintances, she informed me that she had quarrelled with her brother Petronio, that her sister was prima donna in Genoa, and that Bellino Thérèse was still in Naples, where she continued to ruin dukes. She concluded by saying, "I am the most unhappy of the family." "How so? You are beautiful, and you have become an excellent dancer. Do not be so prodigal of your favours, and you cannot fail to meet with a man who will take care of your fortune." "To be sparing of my favours is very difficult. When I love, I am no longer mine, but when I do not love, I cannot be amiable. Well, dearest, I could be very happy with you." "Dear Marina, I am not wealthy, and my honour would not allow me." "Hold your tongue, I understand you." "Why have you not a lady's maid with you, instead of a male servant?" "You are right, a maid would look more respectable, but my servant is so clever and so faithful." "I can guess all his qualities, but he is not a fit servant for you." Chapter 20. Episode 5. Milan and Mantua. Chapter 20. Part 2. The next day after dinner I left Marina, getting ready for the theatre, and having put everything of value I possessed in my pocket, I took a carriage and proceeded to the Casino of Pomi. I felt confident of disabling the false count, and sent the carriage away. I was conscious of being guilty of great folly in exposing my life with such an adversary. I might have broken my engagement with him without implicating my honour, but the fact is that I felt well disposed for a fight, and, as I was certainly in the right, I thought the prospect of a duel very delightful. A visit to a dancer, a brute professing to be a nobleman, who insults her in my presence, who wants to kill her, who allows her to be carried off in his very teeth, and whose only opposition is to give me an appointment. It seemed to me that if I had failed to come, I should have given him the right to call me a coward. The Count had not yet arrived. I entered the coffee room to wait for him. I met a good-looking Frenchman there, and I addressed him. Being pleased with his conversation, I told him that I expected the arrival of a man, and that as my honour required that he should find me alone, I would feel grateful if he would go away as soon as I saw the man approaching. A short time afterwards I saw my adversary coming along, but with a second. I then told the Frenchman that he would oblige me by remaining, and he accepted as readily as if I had invited him to a party of pleasure. The Count came in with his follower, who was sporting a sword at least 40 inches long, and had all the look of a cutthroat. I advanced towards the Count, and said to him dryly, "You told me that you would come alone." "My friend will not be in the way, as I only want to speak to you." "If I had known that, I would not have gone out of my way. But do not let us be noisy, and let us go to some place where we can exchange a few words without being seen. Follow me." I left the coffee room with the young Frenchman, who, being well acquainted with the place, took me to the most favourable spot, and we waited there for the 2 other champions, who were walking slowly and talking together. When they were within 10 paces, I drew my sword and called upon my adversary to get ready. My Frenchman had already taken out his sword, but he kept it under his arm. 2 to 1! exclaimed Celi. "Send your friend away, and this gentleman will go likewise. At all events, your friend wears a sword, therefore we are 2 against 2. "Yes," said the Frenchman, "let us have a 4-handed game." "I do not cross swords with a dancer," said the cutthroat. He had scarcely uttered those words when my friend, going up to him, told him that a dancer was certainly as good as a blackleg, and gave him a violent blow with the flat of his sword on the face. I followed his example with Celi, who began to beat a retreat, and said that he only wanted to tell me something, and that he would fight afterwards. "Well, speak." "You know me, and I do not know you. Tell me who you are." My only answer was to resume laying my sword upon the scoundrel, while the Frenchman was showing the same dexterity upon the back of his companion. But the 2 cowards took to their heels, and there was nothing for us to do but to sheathe our weapons. Thus did the duel end in a manner even more amusing than Marina herself had anticipated. My brave Frenchman was expecting someone at the casino. I left him, after inviting him to supper for that evening after the opera. I gave him the name which I had assumed for my journey and the address of my hotel. I gave Marina a full description of the adventure. "I will," she said, "amuse everybody at the theatre this evening with a story of your meeting. But that which pleases me most is that, if your second is really a dancer, he can be no other than Monsieur Baletti, who is engaged with me for the Mantua theatre." I stored all my valuables in my trunk again, and went to the opera, where I saw Baletti, who recognized me, and pointed me out to all his friends, to whom he was relating the adventure. He joined me after the performance, and accompanied me to the inn. Marina, who had already returned, came to my room as soon as she heard my voice, and I was amused at the surprise of the amiable Frenchman when he saw the young artist with whom he had engaged to dance the comic parts. Marina, although an excellent dancer, did not like the serious style. Those 2 handsome adepts of terpsichore had never met before, and they began an amorous warfare which made me enjoy my supper immensely, because, as he was a fellow artist, Marina assumed towards Baletti a tone well adapted to the circumstances, and very different to her usual manner with other men. She shone with wit and beauty that evening, and was in an excellent temper, for she had been much applauded by the public, the true version of the Celi business being already well known. The theatre was to be open only for 10 more nights, and as Marina wished to leave Milan immediately after the last performance, we decided on travelling together. In the meantime I invited Baletti (it was an Italian name which he had adopted for the stage) to be our guest during the remainder of our stay in Milan. The friendship between us had a great influence upon all the subsequent events of my life, as the reader will see in these memoirs. He had great talent as a dancer, but that was the least of his excellent qualities. He was honest, his feelings were noble, he had studied much, and he had received the best education that could be given in those days in France to a nobleman. On the third day I saw plainly that Marina wished to make a conquest of her colleague, and feeling what great advantage might accrue to her from it, I resolved on helping her. She had a post-chaise for 2 persons, and I easily persuaded her to take Baletti with her, saying that I wished to arrive alone in Mantua for several reasons which I could not confide to her. The fact was that if I had arrived with her, people would have naturally supposed that I was a lover, and I wished to avoid that. Baletti was delighted with the proposal. He insisted upon paying his share of the expenses, but Marina would not hear of it. The reasons alleged by the young man for paying his own expenses were excellent ones, and it was with great difficulty that I prevailed upon him to accept Marina's offer, but I ultimately succeeded. I promised to wait for them on the road, so as to take dinner and supper together, and on the day appointed for our departure I left Milan 1 hour before them. Reaching the city of Cremona very early, where we intended to sleep, I took a walk about the streets, and, finding a coffee-house, I went in. I made there the acquaintance of a French officer, and we left the coffee-room together to take a short ramble. A very pretty woman happened to pass in a carriage, and my companion stopped her to say a few words. Their conversation was soon over, and the officer joined me again. "Who is that lovely lady?" I inquired. "She is a truly charming woman, and I can tell you an anecdote about her worthy of being transmitted to posterity. You need not suppose that I am going to exaggerate, for the adventure is known to everybody in Cremona. The charming woman whom you have just seen is gifted with wit greater even than her beauty, and here is a specimen of it. A young officer, one amongst many military men who were courting her when Marshal de Richelieu was commanding in Genoa, boasted of being treated by her with more favour than all the others, and one day, in the very coffee-room where we met, he advised the brother officer not to lose his time in courting her, because he had no chance whatever of obtaining any favour. "My dear fellow," said the other officer, "I have a much better right to give you that piece of advice, for I have already obtained from her everything which can be granted to a lover." "I am certain that you are telling a lie," exclaimed the young man, "and I request you to follow me out." "Most willingly," said the indiscreet swain, "but what is the good of ascertaining the truth through a duel, and of cutting our throats, when I can make the lady herself certify the fact in your presence?" "I bet 25 louis that it is all untrue," said the incredulous officer. "I accept your bet. Let us go." The 2 contending parties proceeded together towards the dwelling of the lady whom you saw just now, who was to name the winner of the 25 louis. They found her in a dressing-room. "Well, gentlemen," she said, "what lucky wind has brought you here together at this hour?" "It is a bet, madam," answered the unbelieving officer, "and you alone can be the umpire in our quarrel. This gentleman has been boasting of having obtained from you everything a woman can grant to the most favoured lover. I have given him the lie in the most impressive manner, and a duel was to ensue, when he offered to have the truth of his boast certified by you. I have bet 25 louis that you would not admit it, and he has taken my bet. Now, madam, you can say which of us 2 is right." "You have lost, sir," she said to him, "but now I beg both of you to quit my house, and I give you fair warning that if you ever dare to show your faces here again, you will be sorry for it." The 2 heedless fellows went away dreadfully mortified. The unbeliever paid the bet, but he was deeply vexed, called the other a coxcomb, and a week afterwards killed him in a duel. Since that time the lady goes to the casino and continues to mix in society, but does not see company at her own house, and lives in perfect accord with her husband. "How did the husband take it all?" "Quite well, and like an intelligent, sensible man. He said that, if his wife had acted differently, he would have applied for a divorce, because in that case no one would have entertained a doubt of her being guilty." "That husband is indeed a sensible fellow. It is certain that, if his wife had given the lie to the indiscreet officer, he would have paid the bet, but he would have stood by what he had said, and everybody would have believed him. By declaring him the winner of the bet, she has cut the matter short, and she has avoided a judgment by which she would have been dishonored. The inconsiderate boaster was guilty of a double mistake, for which he paid the penalty of his life. But his adversary was as much wanting in delicacy, for in such matters rightly minded men do not venture upon betting. if the one who says yes is imprudent, the one who says no is a dupe. I like the lady's presence of mind. But what sentence would you pass on her? Guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. I am of the same opinion, and it has been the verdict of the public likewise, for she has since been treated even better than before the affair. You will see if you go to the casino, and I shall be happy to introduce you to her. I invited the officer to sup with us, and we spent a very pleasant evening. After he had gone, I remarked with pleasure that Marina was capable of observing the rules of propriety. She had taken a bedroom to herself, so as not to hurt the feelings of her respectable fellow dancer. When I arrived in Mantua, I put up at St. Mark's Hotel. Marina, to whom I had given a notice that my intention was to call on her but seldom, took up her abode in the house assigned to her by the theatrical manager. In the afternoon of the same day, as I was walking about, I went into a bookseller's shop to ascertain whether there was any new work out. I remained there without perceiving that the night had come, and on being told that the shop was going to be closed, I went out. I had only gone a few yards when I was arrested by a patrol, the officer of which told me that, as I had no lantern, and as 8 o'clock had struck, his duty was to take me to the guard-house. It was in vain that I observed that, having arrived only in the afternoon, I could not know that order of the police. I was compelled to follow him. When we reached the guard-house, the officer of the patrol introduced me to his captain, a tall, fine-looking young man, who received me in the most cheerful manner. I begged him to let me return to my hotel, as I needed rest after my journey. He laughed, and answered, "No, indeed, I want you to spend a joyous night with me, and in good company." He told the officer to give me back my sword, and, addressing me again, he said, "I only consider you, my dear sir, as my friend and guest." I could not help being amused at such a novel mode of invitation, and I accepted it. He gave some orders to a German soldier, and soon afterwards the table was laid out for 4 persons. The 2 other officers joined us, and we had a very gay supper. When the dessert had been served, the company was increased by the arrival of 2 disgusting, dissolute females. A green cloth was spread over the table, and one of the officers began a faro bank. I punted so as not to appear unwilling to join the game, and after losing a few sequins I went out to breathe the fresh air, for we had drunk freely. One of the 2 females followed me, teased me, and finally contrived, in spite of myself, to make me a present which condemned me to a regimen of 6 weeks. After that fine exploit I went in again. A young and pleasant officer, who had lost some 15 or 20 sequins, was swearing like a trooper because the banker had pocketed his money and was going. The young officer had a great deal of gold before him on the table, and he contended that the banker ought to have warned him that it would be the last game. "Sir," I said to him politely, "you are in the wrong, for faro is the freest of games. Why do you not take the bank yourself?" "It would be too much trouble, and these gentlemen do not punt high enough for me, but if that sort of thing amuses you, take the bank and I will punt." "Captain," I said, "will you take a 4th share in my bank?" "Willingly." "Gentlemen, I beg you to give notice that I will lay the cards down after 6 games." I asked for new packs of cards, and put 300 sequins on the table. The captain wrote on the back of a card, "Good for 100 sequins, O'Neilan," and placing it with my gold I began my bank. The young officer was delighted, and said to me, "Your bank might be defunct before the end of the 6th game." I did not answer, and the play went on. At the beginning of the 5th game my bank was in the pangs of death. The young officer was in high glee. I rather astonished him by telling him that I was glad to lose, for I thought him a much more agreeable companion when he was winning. There are some civilities which very likely prove unlucky for those to whom they are addressed, and it turned out so in this case, for my compliment turned his brain. During the 5th game a run of adverse cards made him lose all he had won, and, as he tried to do violence to Dame Fortune in the 6th round, he lost every sequin he had. "Sir," he said to me, "you have been very lucky, but I hope you will give me my revenge tomorrow." "It would be with the greatest pleasure, sir, but I never play except when I am under arrest." I counted my money, and found that I had won 250 sequins, besides a debt of 50 sequins due by an officer who played on trust, which Captain O'Neilan took on his own account. I completed his share, and at daybreak he allowed me to go away. As soon as I got to my hotel I went to bed, and when I awoke I had a visit from Captain Laurent, the officer who had played on trust. Thinking that his object was to pay me what he had lost, I told him that O'Neilan had taken his debt on himself, but he answered that he had only called for the purpose of begging of me a loan of 6 sequins on his note of hand, by which he would pledge his honour to repay me within 1 week. I gave him the money, and he begged that the matter might remain between us. "I promise it," I said to him, "but do not break your word." The next day I was ill, and the reader is aware of the nature of my illness. I immediately placed myself under a proper course of diet, however unpleasant it was at my age, but I kept to my system, and it cured me rapidly. 3 or 4 days afterwards Captain O'Neilan called on me, and when I told him the nature of my sickness he laughed, much to my surprise. "And then you were all right before that night?" he inquired. "Yes, my health was excellent." "I am sorry that you should have lost your health in such an ugly place. I would have warned you if I had thought you had any intentions in that quarter." "Did you know of the woman having—" "Zounds, did I not? It's only a week since I paid a visit to the very same place myself, and I believe the creature was all right before my visit." "Then I have to thank you for the present she has bestowed upon me." "Most likely, but it is only a trifle, and you can easily get cured if you care to take the trouble." "What? Do you not try to cure yourself?" "Faith, no. It would be too much trouble to follow a regular diet, and what is the use of curing such a trifling inconvenience, when I am certain of getting it again in a fortnight? 10 times in my life have I had that patience, but I got tired of it, and for the last 2 years I have resigned myself, and now I put up with it." "I pity you, for a man like you would have great success in love." "I do not care a fig for love. It requires cares which would bother me much more than the slight inconvenience to which we were alluding, and to which I am used now." "I am not of your opinion, for the amorous pleasure is insipid when love does not throw a little spice in it. Do you think, for instance, that the ugly wretch I met at the guard-room is worth what I now suffer on her account?" "Of course not, and that is why I am sorry for you. If I had known, I could have introduced you to something better." "The very best in that line is not worth my health, and health ought to be sacrificed only for love." "Oh, you want women worthy of love? There are a few here. Stop with us for some time, and when you are cured there is nothing to prevent you from making conquests." O'Neilan was only 23 years old. His father, who was dead, had been a general, and the beautiful Countess Borsati was his sister. He presented me to the Countess Zanardi Nerli, still more lovely than his sister, but I was prudent enough not to burn my incense before either of them, for it seemed to me that everybody could guess the state of my health. I have never met a young man more addicted to debauchery than O'Neilan. I have often spent the night rambling about with him, and I was amazed at his cynical boldness and impudence. Yet he was noble, generous, brave, and honourable. If in those days young officers were often guilty of so much immorality, of so many vile actions, it was not so much their fault as the fault of the privileges which they enjoyed through custom, indulgence, or party spirit. Here is an example. One day O'Neilan, having drunk rather freely, rides through the city at full speed. A poor old woman, who was crossing the street, has no time to avoid him. She falls, and her head is cut open by the horse's feet. O'Neilan places himself under arrest, but the next day he is set at liberty. He had only to plead that it was an accident. The officer Laurent not having called upon me to redeem his promissory note of 6 sequins during the week, I told him in the street that I would no longer consider myself bound to keep the affair secret. Instead of excusing himself, he said, "I do not care." The answer was insulting, and I intended to compel him to give me reparation, but the next day O'Neilan told me that Captain Laurent had gone mad and had been locked up in a madhouse. He subsequently recovered his reason, but his conduct was so infamous that he was cashiered. O'Neilan, who was as brave as Bayard, was killed a few years afterwards at the battle of Prague. A man of his complexion was certain to fall the victim of Mars or of Venus. He might be alive now if he had been endowed only with the courage of the fox, but yet the courage of the lion. It is a virtue in a soldier, but almost a fault in an officer. Those who brave danger with a full knowledge of it are worthy of praise, but those who do not realize it escape only by a miracle, and without any merit attaching itself to them. Yet we must respect those great warriors, for their unconquerable courage is the offspring of a strong soul, of a virtue which places them above ordinary mortals. Whenever I think of Prince Charles de Ligne, I cannot restrain my tears. He was as brave as Achilles, but Achilles was invulnerable. He would be alive now if he had remembered during the fight that he was mortal. Who are they that, having known him, have not shed tears in his memory? He was handsome, kind, polished, learned, a lover of the arts, cheerful, witty in his conversation, a pleasant companion, and a man of perfect equability. Fatal, terrible revolution! A cannon ball took him from his friends, from his family, from the happiness which surrounded him. The Prince de Waldeck has also paid the penalty of his intrepidity with the loss of one arm. It is said that he consoles himself for that loss with the consciousness that with the remaining one he can yet command an army. O you who despise life, tell me whether that contempt of life renders you worthy of it. The opera opened immediately after Easter, and I was present at every performance. I was then entirely cured, and had resumed my usual life. I was pleased to see that Baletti showed off Marina to the best advantage. I never visited her, but Baletti was in the habit of breakfasting with me almost every morning. He had often mentioned an old actress who had left the stage for more than 20 years, and pretended to have been my father's friend. One day I took a fancy to call upon her, and he accompanied me to her house. I saw an old, broken-down crone whose toilette astonished me as much as her person. In spite of her wrinkles, her face was plastered with red and white, and her eyebrows were indebted to India ink for their black appearance. She exposed one half of her flabby, disgusting bosom, and there could be no doubt as to her false set of teeth. She wore a wig which fitted very badly, and allowed the intrusion of a few grey hairs which had survived the havoc of time. Her shaking hands made mine quiver when she pressed them. She diffused a perfume of amber at a distance of 20 yards, and her affected, mincing manner amused and sickened me at the same time. Her dress might possibly have been the fashion 20 years before. I was looking with dread at the fearful havoc of old age upon a face which, before merciless time had blighted it, had evidently been handsome, but what amazed me was the childish effrontery with which this time-withered specimen of womankind was still waging war with the help of her blasted charms. Baletti, who feared lest my too visible astonishment should vex her, told her that I was amazed at the fact that the beautiful strawberry which bloomed upon her chest had not been withered by the hand of time. It was a birthmark which was really very much like a strawberry. "It is that mark," said the old woman, simpering, "which gave me the name of La Fragoletta." Those words made me shudder. I had before my eyes the fatal phantom which was the cause of my existence. I saw the woman who had 30 years before seduced my father. If it had not been for her, he would never have thought of leaving his father's house, and would never have engendered me in the womb of a Venetian woman. I have never been of the opinion of the old author who says, Nemo vitam velet si daretur scientibus. Seeing how thoughtful I was, she politely enquired my name from Baletti, for he had presented me only as a friend, and without having given her notice of my visit. When he told her that my name was Casanova, she was extremely surprised. "Yes, madam," I said, "I am the son of Gaetan Casanova of Parma." "Heavens and earth! What is this? Ah, my friend, I adored your father. He was jealous without cause, and abandoned me. Had he not done so, you would have been my son. Allow me to embrace you with the feelings of a loving mother." I expected as much, and for fear she should fall, I went to her, and received her kiss, and abandoned myself to her tender recollections. Still an actress, she pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, pretending to weep, and assuring me that I was not to doubt the truth of what she said. "Although," she added, "I do not look an old woman yet. The only fault of your dear father," she continued, "was a want of gratitude." I have no doubt that she passed the same sentence upon the son, for, in spite of her kind invitation, I never paid her another visit. My purse was well filled, and as I did not care for Mantua, I resolved on going to Naples, to see again my dear Thérèse, Donna Lucrezia, Pelo father and son, Don Antonia Casanova, and all my former acquaintances. However, my good genius did not approve of that decision, for I was not allowed to carry it into execution. I should have left Mantua 3 days later, had I not gone to the opera that night. I lived like an anchorite during my 2 months' stay in Mantua, owing to the folly I committed on the night of my arrival. I played only that time, and then I had been lucky. My slight erotic inconvenience, by compelling me to follow the diet necessary to my cure, most likely saved me from greater misfortunes, which, perhaps, I should not have been able to avoid. End of Chapter 20, Part 2.
Episode 5. Milan and Mantua. Chapter 21. My journey to Cesena in search of treasure. I take up my quarters in Franzia's house, his daughter Javotte. The opera was nearly over when I was accosted by a young man who, abruptly, and without any introduction, told me that as a stranger I had been very wrong in spending 2 months in Mantua without paying a visit to the natural history collection belonging to his father, Don Antonio Capitani, commissary and prebendal president. "Sir," I answered, "I have been guilty only through ignorance, and if you would be so good as to call for me at my hotel tomorrow morning, before the evening I shall have atoned for my error, and you will no longer have the right to address me the same reproach." The son of the prebendal commissary called for me, and I found in his father a most eccentric, whimsical sort of man. The curiosities of his collection consisted of his family tree, of books of magic, relics, coins which he believed to be antediluvian, a model of the ark taken from nature at the time when Noah arrived in that extraordinary harbour, Mount Ararat, in Armenia. He loaded several medals, one of Sesostris, another of Semiramis, and an old knife of queer shape, covered with rust. Besides all those wonderful treasures, he possessed, but under lock and key, all the paraphernalia of Freemasonry. "Pray tell me," I said to him, "what relation there is between this collection and natural history. I see nothing here representing the 3 kingdoms. What? You do not see the antediluvian kingdom, that of Sesostris and that of Semiramis? Are not those the 3 kingdoms?" When I heard that answer, I embraced him with an exclamation of delight, which was sarcastic in its intent, but which he took for admiration, and he at once unfolded all the treasures of his whimsical knowledge respecting his possessions, ending with the rusty blade which he said was the very knife with which St. Peter cut off the ear of Malek. "What?" I exclaimed. "You are the possessor of this knife, and you are not as rich as Croesus?" "How could I be so through the possession of the knife?" "In 2 ways. In the first place, you could obtain possession of all the treasures hidden underground in the states of the Church. Yes, that is a natural consequence, because St. Peter has the keys. In the second place, you might sell the knife to the Pope, if you happen to possess proof of its authenticity." "You mean the parchment?" "Of course I have it. Do you think I would have bought one without the other?" "All right, then. In order to get possession of that knife, the Pope would, I have no doubt, make a cardinal of your son, but you must have the sheath too." "I have not got it." "But it is unnecessary. At all events, I can have one made." "That would not do. You must have the very one in which St. Peter himself sheathed the knife when God said, 'Mitte gladium tuum in vaginam.' That very sheath does exist, and it is now in the hands of a person who might sell it to you at a reasonable price, or you might sell him your knife, for the sheath without the knife is of no use to him, just as the knife is useless to you without the sheath. How much would it cost me? 1,000 sequins. And how much would that person give me for the knife? 1,000 sequins, for one has as much value as the other. The commissary, greatly astonished, looked at his son and said, with the voice of a judge on the bench, "Well, son, would you ever have thought that I would be offered 1,000 sequins for this knife?" He then opened a drawer and took out of it an old piece of paper, which he placed before me. It was written in Hebrew, and a facsimile of the knife was drawn on it. I pretended to be lost in admiration, and advised him very strongly to purchase the sheath. "It is not necessary for me to buy it, or for your friend to purchase the knife. We can find out and dig up the treasures together." "Not at all. The rubric says in the most forcible manner that the owner of the blade, in vaginam, shall be one. If the Pope were in possession of it he would be able, through a magical operation known to me, to cut off one of the ears of every Christian king who might be thinking of encroaching upon the rights of the Church." "Wonderful indeed! But it is very true, for it is said in the Gospel that St. Peter did cut off the ear of somebody." "Yes, of a king." "Oh no, not of a king." "Of a king, I tell you. Enquire whether Malek or Melek does not mean king." "Well, in case I should make up my mind to sell the knife, who would give me the 1,000 sequins?" "I would. 1/2 tomorrow, cash down, the balance of 500 in a letter of exchange, payable 1 month after date." "Ah, that is like business. Be good enough to accept a dish of macaroni with us tomorrow, and under a solemn pledge of secrecy we will discuss this important affair." I accepted and took my leave, firmly resolved on keeping up the joke. I came back on the following day, and the very first thing he told me was that, to his certain knowledge, there was an immense treasure hidden somewhere in the Papal States, and that he would make up his mind to purchase the sheath. This satisfied me that there was no fear of his taking me at my word, so I produced a purse full of gold, saying I was quite ready to complete our bargain for the purchase of the knife. "The treasure," he said, "is worth millions, but let us have dinner. You are not going to be served in silver plates and dishes, but in real Raphael mosaic." "My dear commissary, your magnificence astonishes me. Mosaic is, indeed, by far superior to silver plate, although an ignorant fool would only consider it ugly earthenware." The compliment delighted him. After dinner he spoke as follows: "A man in very good circumstances, residing in the Papal States, and owner of the country house in which he lives with all his family, is certain that there is a treasure in his cellar. He has written to my son, declaring himself ready to undertake all expenses necessary to possess himself of that treasure, if we could procure a magician powerful enough to unearth it." The son then took a letter out of his pocket, read me some passages, and begged me to excuse him if, in consequence of his having pledged himself to keep the secret, he could not communicate all the contents of the letter. But I had, unperceived by him, read the word Cesena, the name of the village, and that was enough for me. Therefore, all that is necessary is to give me the possibility of purchasing the sheath on credit, for I have no ready cash at present. You need not be afraid of endorsing my letters of exchange, and if you should know the magician, you might go halves with him." "The magician is ready, it is I, but unless you give me 500 sequins cash down we cannot agree." "I have no money." Then sell me the knife. No, you are wrong, for now that I have seen it, I can easily take it from you. But I am honest enough not to wish to play such a trick upon you. You could take my knife from me? I should like to be convinced of that, but I do not believe it. You do not? Very well. Tomorrow the knife will be in my possession, but when it is once in my hands, you need not hope to see it again. A spirit which is under my orders will bring it to me at midnight, and the same spirit will tell me where the treasure is buried. Let the spirit tell you that, and I shall be convinced. Give me a pen, ink, and paper. I asked a question from my oracle, and the answer I had was that the treasure was to be found not far from the Rubicon. That is, I said, a torrent which was once a river. They consulted a dictionary, and found that the Rubicon flowed through Cesena. They were amazed, and, as I wished them to have full scope for wrong reasoning, I left them. I had taken a fancy, not to purloin 500 sequins from those poor fools, but to go and unearth the amount at their expense in the house of another fool, and to laugh at them all into the bargain. I longed to play the part of a magician. With that idea, when I left the house of the ridiculous antiquarian, I proceeded to the public library, where, with the assistance of a dictionary, I wrote the following specimen of facetious erudition. The treasure is buried in the earth at a depth of 17½ fathoms, and has been there for 6 centuries. Its value amounts to 2 millions of sequins, enclosed in a casket, the same which was taken by Godfrey de Bouillon from Matilda, Countess of Tuscany, in the year 1081, when he endeavoured to assist Henry IV against that princess. He buried the box himself in the very spot where it now is, before he went to lay siege to Jerusalem. Gregory VII, who was a great magician, having been informed of the place where it had been hidden, had resolved on getting possession of it himself, but death prevented him from carrying out his intentions. After the death of the Countess Matilda, in the year 1116, the genius presiding over all hidden treasures appointed 7 spirits to guard the box. During a night with a full moon, a learned magician can raise the treasure to the surface of the earth by placing himself in the middle of the magical ring called Maximus. I expected to see the father and son, and they came early in the morning. After some rambling conversation, I gave them what I had composed at the library, namely, the history of the treasure taken from the Countess Matilda. I told them that I had made up my mind to recover the treasure, and I promised them the 4th part of it, provided they would purchase the sheath. I concluded by threatening again to possess myself of their knife. "I cannot decide," said the commissary, "before I have seen the sheath." "I pledged my word to show it to you tomorrow," I answered. We parted company, highly pleased with each other. In order to manufacture a sheath, such as the wonderful knife required, it was necessary to combine the most whimsical idea with the oddest shape. I recollected very well the form of the blade, and, as I was revolving in my mind the best way to produce something very extravagant but well adapted to the purpose I had in view, I spied in the yard of the hotel an old piece of leather, the remnant of what had been a fine gentleman's boot. It was exactly what I wanted. I took that old sole, boiled it, and made in it a slit in which I was certain that the knife would go easily. Then I pared it carefully on all sides to prevent the possibility of its former use being found out. I rubbed it with pumice stone, sand, and ochre, and finally I succeeded in imparting to my production such a queer, old-fashioned shape that I could not help laughing in looking at my work. When I presented it to the commissary, and he had found it an exact fit for the knife, the good man remained astounded. We dined together, and after dinner it was decided that his son should accompany me, and introduce me to the master of the house in which the treasure was buried, that I was to receive a letter of exchange for 1,000 Roman crowns, drawn by the son on Bologna, which would be made payable to my name only after I should have found the treasure, and that the knife with the sheath would be delivered into my hands only when I should require it for the great operation. Until then the son was to retain possession of it. Those conditions having been agreed upon, we made an agreement in writing, binding all parties, and our departure was fixed for the day after the morrow. As we left Mantua, the father pronounced a fervent blessing over his son's head, and told me that he was Count Palatine, showing me the diploma which he had received from the Pope. I embraced him, giving him his title of Count, and pocketed his letter of exchange. After bidding adieu to Marina, who was then the acknowledged mistress of Count Arcorati, and to Baletti, whom I was sure of meeting again in Venice before the end of the year, I went to sup with my friend O'Neilan. We started early in the morning, travelled through Ferrara and Bologna, and reached Cesena, where we put up at the posting-house. We got up early the next day and walked quietly to the house of George Franzia, a wealthy peasant, who was owner of the treasure. It was only a quarter of a mile from the city, and the good man was agreeably surprised by our arrival. He embraced Capitani, whom he knew already, and leaving me with his family he went out with my companion to talk business. Observant as usual, I passed the family in review, and fixed my choice upon the eldest daughter. The youngest girl was ugly, and the son looked a regular fool. The mother seemed to be the real master of the household, and there were 3 or 4 servants going about the premises. The eldest daughter was called Geneviève, or Javotte, a very common name among the girls of Cesena. I told her that I thought her 18, but she answered, in a tone half serious, half vexed, that I was very much mistaken, for she had only just completed her 14th year. "I am very glad it is so, my pretty child." These words brought back her smile. The house was well situated, and there was not another dwelling round it for at least 400 yards. I was glad to see that I should have comfortable quarters, but I was annoyed by a very unpleasant stink which tainted the air, and which could certainly not be agreeable to the spirits I had to evoke. "Madame Franzia," said I, to the mistress of the house, "what is the cause of that bad smell?" "Sir, it arises from the hemp which we are macerating." I concluded that if the cause were removed, I should get rid of the effect. "What is that hemp worth, madame?" I inquired. "About 40 crowns. "Here they are. The hemp belongs to me now, and I must beg your husband to have it removed immediately." Capitani called me, and I joined him. Franzia showed me all the respect due to a great magician, although I had not much the appearance of one. We agreed that he should receive 1/4 of the treasure, Capitani another 1/4, and that the remainder should belong to me. We certainly did not show much respect for the rights of St. Peter. I told Franzia that I should require a room with 2 beds for myself alone, and an anteroom for bathing apparatus. Capitani's room was to be in a different part of the house, and my room was to be provided with 3 tables, 2 of them small and 1 large. I added that he must at once procure me a sewing girl between the ages of 14 and 18, She was to be a virgin, and it was necessary that she should, as well as every person in the house, keep the secret faithfully, in order that no suspicion of our proceedings should reach the Inquisition, or all would be lost. I intend to take up my quarters here tomorrow, I added. I require 2 meals every day, and the only wine I can drink is Gervaise. For my breakfast I drink a peculiar kind of chocolate which I make myself, and which I have brought with me. I promise to pay my own expenses in case we do not succeed. Please remove the hemp to a place sufficiently distant from the house, so that its bad smell may not annoy the spirits to be evoked by me, and let the air be purified by the discharge of gunpowder. Besides, you must send a trusty servant tomorrow to convey our luggage from the hotel here, and keep constantly in the house and at my disposal 100 new wax candles and 3 torches. After I had given these instructions to Franzia, I left him, and went towards Cesena with Capitani. But we had not gone 100 yards when we heard the good man running after us. "Sir," he said to me, "be kind enough to take back the 40 crowns which you paid to my wife for the hemp." "No, I will not do anything of the sort, for I do not want you to sustain any loss." "Take them back, I beg. I can sell the hemp in the course of the day for 40 crowns without difficulty." "In that case I will, for I have confidence in what you say." Such proceedings on my part impressed the excellent man very favourably, and he entertained the deepest veneration for me, which was increased, when, against Capitani's advice, I resolutely refused 100 sequins, which he wanted to force upon me for my travelling expenses. I threw him into rapture by telling him that on the eve of possessing an immense treasure, it was unnecessary to think of such trifles. The next morning our luggage was sent for, and we found ourselves comfortably located in the house of the wealthy and simple Franzia. He gave us a good dinner, but with too many dishes, and I told him to be more economical, and to give only some good fish for our supper, which he did. After supper he told me that, as far as the young maiden was concerned, he thought he could recommend his daughter Javotte, as he had consulted his wife, and had found I could rely upon the girl being a virgin. "Very good," I said. "Now tell me what grounds you have for supposing that there is a treasure in your house." "In the first place, the oral tradition transmitted from father to son for the last 8 generations. In the second, the heavy sounds which are heard underground during the night. Besides, the door of the cellar opens and shuts of itself every 3 or 4 minutes, which must certainly be the work of the devils, seen every night wandering through the country in the shape of pyramidal flames. If it is as you say, it is evident that you have a treasure hidden somewhere in your house. It is as certain as the fact that 2 and 2 are 4. Be very careful not to put a lock to the door of the cellar to prevent its opening and shutting of itself. Otherwise you would have an earthquake, which would destroy everything here. Spirits will enjoy perfect freedom, and they break through every obstacle raised against them. God be praised for having sent here, 40 years ago, a learned man who told my father exactly the same thing. That great magician required only 3 days more to unearth the treasure when my father heard that the Inquisition had given orders to arrest him, and he lost no time in ensuring his escape. Can you tell me how it is that magicians are not more powerful than the inquisitors? Because the monks have a greater number of devils under their command than we have. But I feel certain that your father had already expended a great deal of money with that learned man." "About 2,000 crowns." "Oh, more. I told Franzia to follow me, and, in order to accomplish something in the magic line, I dipped a towel in some water, and uttering fearful words which belonged to no human language, I washed the eyes, the temples, and the chest of every person in the family, including Javotte, who might have objected to it if I had not begun with her father, mother, and brother. I made them swear upon my pocket-book that they were not laboring under any impure disease, and I concluded the ceremony by compelling Javotte to swear likewise that she had her maidenhood. As I saw that she was blushing to the very roots of her hair in taking the oath, I was cruel enough to explain to her what it meant. I then asked her to swear again, but she answered that there was no need of it, now that she knew what it was. I ordered all the family to kiss me, and finding that Javotte had eaten garlic, I forbade the use of it entirely, which order Franzia promised should be complied with. Geneviève was not a beauty as far as her features were concerned. Her complexion was too much sunburnt, and her mouth was too large, but her teeth were splendid, and her underlip projected slightly, as if it had been formed to receive kisses. Her bosom was well made, and as firm as a rock, but her hair was too light, and her hands too fleshy. The defects, however, had to be overlooked, and altogether she was not an unpleasant morsel. I did not purpose to make her fall in love with me. With the peasant girl, that task might have been a long one. All I wanted was to train her to perfect obedience, which, in default of love, has always appeared to me the essential point. True that in such a case one does not enjoy the ecstatic raptures of love, but one finds a compensation in the complete control obtained over the woman. I gave notice to the father, to Capitani, and to Javotte, that each would, in turn and in the order of their age, take supper with me, and that Javotte would sleep every night in my anteroom, where was to be placed a bath in which I would bathe my guest 1/2 hour before sitting down to supper, and the guest was not to have broken his fast throughout the day. I prepared a list of all the articles of which I pretended to be in need, and giving it to Franzia, I told him to go to Cesena himself the next day, and to purchase everything without bargaining to obtain a lower price. Among other things, I ordered a piece, from 20 to 30 yards long, of white linen, thread, scissors, needles, storax, myrrh, sulphur, olive oil, camphor, 1 ream of paper, pens and ink, 12 sheets of parchment, brushes, and a branch of olive tree to make a stick of 18 inches in length. After I had given all my orders very seriously and without any wish to laugh, I went to bed highly pleased with my personification of a magician, in which I was astonished to find myself so completely successful. The next morning, as soon as I was dressed, I sent for Capitani, and commanded him to proceed every day to Cesena, to go to the best coffee-house, to learn carefully every piece of news and every rumour, and to report them to me. Franzia, who had faithfully obeyed my orders, returned before noon from the city with all the articles I had asked for. "I have not bargained for anything," he said to me, "and the merchants must, I have no doubt, have taken me for a fool, for I have certainly paid 1/3 more than the things are worth. So much the worse for them, if they have deceived you, but you would have spoilt everything if you had beaten them down in their price. Now, send me your daughter, and let me be alone with her." As soon as Javotte was in my room, I made her cut the linen in 7 pieces, 4 of 5 feet long, 2 of 2 feet, and 1 of 2 feet and a half. The last one was intended to form the hood of the robe I was to wear for the great operation. Then I said to Javotte, "Sit down near my bed and begin sewing. You will dine here and remain at work until the evening. When your father comes, you must let us be alone, but as soon as he leaves me, come back and go to bed." She dined in my room, where her mother waited on her without speaking, and gave her nothing to drink except St. Gervais wine. Towards evening her father came, and she left us. I had the patience to wash the good man while he was in the bath, after which he had supper with me. He ate voraciously, telling me that it was the first time in his life that he had remained 24 hours without breaking his fast. Intoxicated with St. Gervais wine he had drunk, he went to bed and slept soundly until morning, when his wife brought me my chocolate. Javotte was kept sewing as on the day before. She left the room in the evening when Capitani came in, and I treated him in the same manner as Franzia. On the third day it was Javotte's turn, and that had been the object I had kept in view all the time. When the hour came, I said to her, "Go, Javotte, get into the bath and call me when you are ready, for I must purify you as I have purified your father and Capitani." She obeyed, and within a quarter of an hour she called me. I performed a great many ablutions on every part of her body, making her assume all sorts of positions, for she was perfectly docile. But, as I was afraid of betraying myself, I felt more suffering than enjoyment, and my indiscreet hands, running over every part of her person, and remaining longer and more willingly on a certain spot, the sensitiveness of which is extreme. The poor girl was excited by an ardent fire, which was at last quenched by the natural result of that excitement. I made her get out of the bath soon after that, and as I was drying her I was very near forgetting magic to follow the impulse of nature. But, quicker than I, nature relieved itself, and I was thus enabled to reach the end of the scene without anticipating the denouement. I told Javotte to dress herself, and to come back to me as soon as she was ready. She had been fasting all day, and her toilet did not take a long time. She ate with a ferocious appetite, and the St. Gervais wine, which she drank like water, imparted so much animation to her complexion that it was no longer possible to see how sunburnt she was. Being alone with her after supper, I said to her, "My dear Javotte, have you been displeased at all I have compelled you to submit to this evening?" "Not at all. I liked it very much." "Then I hope that you will have no objection to get in the bath with me tomorrow, and to wash me as I have washed you." "Most willingly. But shall I know how to do it well?" "I will teach you, and for the future I wish you to sleep every night in my room, because I must have a complete certainty that on the night of the great operation I shall find you such as you ought to be." From that time Javotte was at her ease with me. All her restraint disappeared. She would look at me and smile with entire confidence. Nature had operated, and the mind of a young girl soon enlarges its sphere when pleasure is her teacher. She went to bed, and as she knew that she had no longer anything to conceal from me, her modesty was not alarmed when she undressed herself in my presence. It was very warm. Any kind of covering is unpleasant in the hot weather, so she stripped to the skin and soon fell asleep. I did the same, but I could not help feeling some regret at having engaged myself not to take advantage of the position before the night of the great incantation. I knew that the operation to unearth the treasure would be a complete failure, but I knew likewise that it would not fail because Javotte's virginity was gone. At daybreak the girl rose and began sewing. As soon as she had finished the robe, I told her to make a crown of parchment with 7 long points, on which I painted some fearful figures and hieroglyphs. In the evening, 1 hour before supper, I got into the bath, and Javotte joined me as soon as I called her. She performed upon me with great zeal the same ceremonies that I had done for her the day before, and she was as gentle and docile as possible. I spent a delicious hour in that bath, enjoying everything, but respecting the essential point, my kisses making her happy and seeing that I had no objection to her caresses, she loaded me with them. I was so pleased at all the amorous enjoyment her senses were evidently experiencing, that I made her easy by telling her that the success of the great magic operation depended on the amount of pleasure she enjoyed. She then made extraordinary efforts to persuade me that she was happy, and without overstepping the limits where I had made up my mind to stop, we got out of the bath highly pleased with each other. As we were on the point of going to bed, she said to me, "Would it injure the success of your operation if we were to sleep together?" "No, my dear girl, provided you are a virgin on the day of the great incantation, it is all I require." She threw herself in my arms, and we spent a delightful night, during which I had full opportunity of admiring the strength of her constitution, as well as my own restraint, for I had sufficient control over myself not to break through the last obstacle. I passed a great part of the following night with Franzia and Capitani, in order to see with my own eyes the wonderful things which the worthy peasant had mentioned to me. Standing in the yard, I heard distinctly heavy blows struck under the ground at intervals of 3 or 4 minutes. It was like the noise which would be made by a heavy pestle falling in a large copper mortar. I took my pistols, and placed myself near the self-moving door of the cellar, holding a dark lantern in my hand. I saw the door open slowly, and in about 30 seconds closing with violence. I opened and closed it myself several times, and, unable to discover any hidden physical cause for the phenomenon, I felt satisfied that there was some unknown roguery at work, but I did not care much to find it out. We went upstairs again, and, placing myself on the balcony, I saw in the yard several shadows moving about. They were evidently caused by the heavy and damp atmosphere, and as to the pyramidal flames, which I could see hovering over the fields, it was a phenomenon well known to me. But I allowed my 2 companions to remain persuaded that they were the spirits keeping watch over the treasure. That phenomenon is very common throughout southern Italy, where the country is often at night illuminated by those meteors which the people believe to be devils, and ignorance has called night spirits, or will-o'-the-wisps. Dear reader, the next chapter will tell you how my magic undertaking ended, and perhaps you will enjoy a good laugh at my expense. But you need not be afraid of hurting my feelings. End of chapter 21. Recording by Gilles Lehoux.
Episode 5. Milan and Mantua. Chapter 22. My great operation had to be performed on the following day. Otherwise, according to all established rules, I would have had to wait until the next full moon. I had to make the gnomes raise the treasure to the surface of the earth at the very spot on which my incantations would be performed. Of course, I knew well enough that I should not succeed, but I knew likewise that I could easily reconcile Franzia and Capitani to a failure by inventing some excellent reasons for our want of success. In the meantime, I had to play my part of a magician, in which I took a real delight. I kept Javotte at work all day, sewing together, in the shape of a ring, some 30 sheets of paper on which I painted the most wonderful designs. That ring, which I called Maximus, had a diameter of 3 geometric paces. I had manufactured a sort of sceptre or magic wand with a branch of olive brought by Franzia from Cesena. Thus prepared, I told Javotte that at 12 o'clock at night, when I came out of the magic ring, she was to be ready for everything. The order did not seem repugnant to her. She longed to give me that proof of her obedience, and, on my side, considering myself as her debtor, I was in a hurry to pay my debt and to give her every satisfaction. The hour having struck, I ordered Franzia and Capitani to stand on the balcony, so as to be ready to come to me if I called for them, and also to prevent anyone in the house seeing my proceedings. I then threw off all profane garments. I clothed myself in a long white robe, the work of a virgin's innocent hands. I allow my long hair to fall loosely. I place the extraordinary crown on my head, the circle maximus on my shoulders, and, seizing the sceptre with one hand, the wonderful knife with the other, I go down into the yard. There I spread my circle on the ground, uttering the most barbarous words, and after going round it 3 times, I jump into the middle. Squatting down there, I remain a few minutes motionless, then I rise, and I fix my eyes upon a heavy, dark cloud coming from the west, whilst from the same quarter the thunder is rumbling loudly. What a sublime genius I should have appeared in the eyes of my 2 fools, if, having a short time before taken notice of the sky in that part of the horizon, I had announced to them that my operation would be attended by that phenomenon. The cloud spreads with fearful rapidity, and soon the sky seems covered with a funeral pall, on which the most vivid flashes of lightning keep blazing every moment. Such a storm was a very natural occurrence, and I had no reason to be astonished at it, but somehow fear was beginning to creep into me, and I wished myself in my room. My fright soon increased at the sight of the lightning, and on hearing the claps of thunder which succeeded each other with fearful rapidity, and seemed to roar over my very head. I then realized what extraordinary effect fear can have on the mind, for I fancied that, if I was not annihilated by the fires of heaven which were flashing all around me, it was only because they could not enter my magic ring. Thus was I admiring my own deceitful work. That foolish reason prevented me from leaving the circle in spite of the fear which caused me to shudder. If it had not been for that belief, the result of a cowardly fright, I would not have remained 1 minute where I was, and my hurried flight would no doubt have opened the eyes of my 2 dupes, who could not have failed to see that, far from being a magician, I was only a poltroon. The violence of the wind, the claps of thunder, the piercing cold, and above all, fear, made me tremble all over like an aspen leaf. My system, which I thought proof against every accident, had vanished. I acknowledged an avenging God, who had waited for this opportunity of punishing me at one blow for all my sins, and of annihilating me, in order to put an end to my want of faith. The complete immobility which paralyzed all my limbs seemed to me a proof of the uselessness of my repentance, and that conviction only increased my consternation. But the roaring of the thunder dies away, the rain begins to fall heavily, danger vanishes, and I feel my courage reviving. Such is man, or at all events such was I at that moment. It was raining so fast that, if it had continued pouring with the same violence for a quarter of an hour, the country would have been inundated. As soon as the rain had ceased, the wind abated, the clouds were dispersed, and the moon shone in all its splendor, like silver in the pure blue sky. I take up my magic ring, and telling the 2 friends to retire to their beds without speaking to me, I hurry to my room. I still felt rather shaken, and, casting my eyes on Javotte, I thought her so pretty that I felt positively frightened. I allowed her to dry me, and after that necessary operation I told her piteously to go to bed. The next morning she told me that, when she saw me come in, shaking all over in spite of the heat, she had herself shuddered with fear. After 8 hours of sound sleep I felt all right, but I had had enough of the comedy, and to my great surprise the sight of Geneviève did not move me in any way. The obedient Javotte had certainly not changed, but I was not the same. I was for the first time in my life reduced to a state of apathy, and in consequence of the superstitious ideas which had crowded in my mind the previous night, I imagined that the innocence of that young girl was under the special protection of heaven, and that if I had dared to rob her of her virginity, the most rapid and terrible death would have been my punishment. At all events, thanks to my youth and my exalted ideas, I fancied that through my self-denying resolutions the father would not be so great a dupe, and the daughter not so unhappy, unless the result should prove as unfortunate for her as it had been for poor Lucy of Pasean. The moment that Javotte became in my eyes an object of holy horror, my departure was decided. The resolution was all the more irrevocable, because I fancied some old peasant might have witnessed all my tricks in the middle of the magic ring, in which case the most holy, or if you like, the most infernal Inquisition, receiving information from him, might very well have caught me, and enhanced my fame by some splendid auto da fe, in which I had not the slightest wish to be the principal actor. it struck me as so entirely within the limits of probability, that I sent at once for Franzia and Capitani, and in the presence of the unpolluted Virgin I told them that I had obtained from the seven spirits watching over the treasure all the necessary particulars, but that I had been compelled to enter into an agreement with them to delay the extraction of the treasure placed under their guardianship. I told Franzia that I would hand to him in writing all the information which I had compelled the spirits to give me. I produced, in reality, a few minutes afterwards, a document similar to the one I had concocted at the public library in Mantua, adding that the treasure consisted of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and 100,000 pounds of gold dust. I made him take an oath on my pocket book to wait for me, and not to have faith in any magician unless he gave him an account of the treasure in every way similar to the one which, as a great favour, I was leaving in his hands. I ordered him to burn the crown and the ring, but to keep the other things carefully until my return. "As for you, Capitani," I said to my companion, "proceed at once to Cesena, and remain at the inn until our luggage has been brought by the man whom Franzia is going to send with it." Seeing that poor Javotte looked miserable, I went up to her, and, speaking to her very tenderly, I promised to see her again before long. I told her at the same time that, the great operation having been performed successfully, her virginity was no longer necessary, and that she was at liberty to marry as soon as she pleased, or whenever a good opportunity offered itself. I at once returned to the city, where I found Capitani making his preparations to go to the fair of Lugo, and then to Mantua. He told me, crying like a child, that his father would be in despair when he saw him come back without the knife of St. Peter. "You may have it," I said, "with the sheath, if you will let me have the 1,000 Roman crowns, the amount of the letter of exchange." He thought it an excellent bargain, and accepted it joyfully. I gave him back the letter of exchange, and made him sign a paper by which he undertook to return the sheath whenever I brought the same amount, but he is still waiting for it. I did not know what to do with the wonderful sheath, and I was not in want of money, but I should have considered myself dishonoured if I had given it to him for nothing. Besides, I thought it a good joke to levy a contribution upon the ignorant credulity of a Count Palatine created by the grace of the Pope. In after days, however, I would willingly have refunded his money, but, as fate would have it, we did not see each other for a long time, and, when I met him again, I was not in a position to return the amount. It is therefore only to chance that I was indebted for the sum, and certainly Capitani never dreamt of complaining, for, being the possessor of gladium cum vagina, he truly believed himself the master of every treasure concealed in the Papal States. Capitani took leave of me on the following day, and I intended to proceed at once to Naples, but I was again prevented. This is how it happened. As I returned to the inn after a short walk, mine host handed me the bill of the play announcing 4 performances of the Didone of Metastasio at the Spada. Seeing no acquaintance of mine among the actors or actresses, I made up my mind to go to the play in the evening, and to start early the next day with post horses. A remnant of my fear of the Inquisition urged me on, and I could not help fancying that spies were at my heels. Before entering the house I went into the actress's dressing room, and the leading lady struck me as rather good looking. Her name was Narizzi, and she was from Bologna. I bowed to her, and after the commonplace conversation usual in such cases, I asked her whether she was free. "I am only engaged with the manager," she answered. "Have you any lover?" "No." "I offer myself for the post, if you have no objection." She smiled jeeringly, and said, "Will you take 4 tickets for the 4 performances?" I took 2 sequins out of my purse, taking care to let her see that it was well filled, and when she gave me the 4 tickets, presented them to the maid who was dressing her, and was prettier than the mistress, and so left the room without uttering a single word. She called me back. I pretended not to hear her, and took a ticket for the pit. After the first ballet, finding the whole performance very poor, I was thinking of going away, when, happening to look towards the chief box, I saw to my astonishment that it was tenanted by the Venetian Manzoni and the celebrated Juliette. The reader will doubtless remember the ball she gave at my house in Venice, and the smack with which she saluted my cheek on that occasion. They had not yet noticed me, and I enquired from the person seated next to me who was that beautiful lady wearing so many diamonds. He told me that she was Madame Querini, from Venice, whom Count Spada, the owner of the theatre, who was sitting near her, had brought with him from Faenza. I was glad to hear that Monsieur Querini had married her at last, but I did not think of renewing the acquaintance, for reasons which my reader cannot have forgotten, if he recollects our quarrel when I had to dress her as an abbé. I was on the point of going away when she happened to see me and called me. I went up to her, and, not wishing to be known by anyone, I whispered to her that my name was Farusi. Manzoni informed me that I was speaking to her excellency Madame Querini. "I know it," I said, "through a letter which I have received from Venice, and I beg to offer my most sincere congratulations to Madame." She heard me and introduced me to Count Spada, creating me a baron on the spot. He invited me most kindly to come to his box, asked me where I came from, where I was going to, etc., and begged the pleasure of my company at supper for the same evening. 10 years before he had been Juliette's friend in Vienna, when Maria Theresa, having been informed of the pernicious influence of her beauty, gave her notice to quit the city. She had renewed her acquaintance with him in Venice, and had contrived to make him take her to Bologna on a pleasure trip. Monsieur Manzoni, her old follower, who gave me all this information, accompanied her in order to bear witness of her good conduct before Monsieur Querini. I must say that Manzoni was not a well-chosen chaperon. In Venice she wanted everybody to believe that Querini had married her secretly, but at a distance of 50 leagues she did not think such a formality necessary, and she had already been presented by the general to all the nobility of Cesena as Madame Querini Papozzes. Monsieur Querini would have been wrong in being jealous of the Count, for he was an old acquaintance who would do no harm. Besides, it is admitted amongst certain women that the reigning lover who is jealous of an old acquaintance is nothing but a fool, and ought to be treated as such. Juliette, most likely afraid of my being indiscreet, had lost no time in making the first advances, but, seeing that I had likewise some reason to fear her want of discretion, she felt reassured. From the first moment I treated her politely, and with every consideration due to her position. I found numerous company at the general's, and some pretty women. Not seeing Juliette, I enquired for her from Monsieur Manzoni, who told me that she was at the faro table, losing her money. I saw her seated next to the banker, who turned pale at the sight of my face. He was no other than the so-called Count Celi. He offered me a card, which I refused politely, but I accepted Juliette's offer to be her partner. She had about 50 sequins. I handed her the same sum, and took a seat near her. After the first round she asked me if I knew the banker. Celi had heard the question. I answered negatively. A lady on my left told me that the banker was Count Alfani. Half an hour later, Madame Querini went 7 and lost. She increased her stake of 10 sequins. It was the last deal of the game, and therefore the decisive one. I rose from my chair, and fixed my eyes on the banker's hands. But in spite of that, he cheated before me, and Madame lost. Just at that moment the general offered her his arm to go to supper. She left the remainder of her gold on the table, and after supper, having played again, she lost every sequin. I enlivened the supper by my stories and witty jests. I captivated everybody's friendship, and particularly the general's, who, having heard me say that I was going to Naples only to gratify an amorous fancy, entreated me to spend a month with him and to sacrifice my whim. But it was all in vain. My heart was unoccupied. I longed to see Lucrezia and Thérèse, whose charms after 5 years I could scarcely recollect. I only consented to remain in Cesena the 4 days during which the general intended to stay. The next morning as I was dressing I had a call from the cowardly Alfani Celi. I received him with a jeering smile, saying that I had expected him. The hairdresser being in the room, Celi did not answer, but as soon as we were alone he said, "How could you possibly expect my visit?" "I will tell you my reason as soon as you have handed me 100 sequins, and you are going to do so at once." "Here are 50 which I brought for you. You cannot demand more from me." "Thank you. I take them on account, but as I am good-natured, I advise you not to show yourself this evening in Count Spada's drawing-rooms, for you would not be admitted, and it would be owing to me." "I hope that you will think twice before you are guilty of such an ungenerous act." "I have made up my mind. But now leave me." There was a knock at my door, and the self-styled Count Alfani went away without giving me the trouble of repeating my order. My new visitor proved to be the first castrato of the theatre, who brought an invitation to dinner from Narici. The invitation was curious, and I accepted it with a smile. The castrato was named Nicholas Peritti. He pretended to be the grandson of a natural child of Sixtus V. It might have been, so I shall have to mention him again in 15 years. When I made my appearance at Neritzi's house, I saw Count Alfani, who certainly did not expect me, and must have taken me for his evil genius. He bowed to me with great politeness, and begged that I would listen to a few words in private. "Here are 50 sequins more," he said, "but as an honest man you can take them only to give them to Madame Querini. But how can you hand the amount to her without letting her know that you have forced me to refund it? You understand what consequences such a confession might have for me. I shall give her the money only when you have let this place. In the meantime I promise to be discreet, but be careful not to assist fortune in my presence, or I must act in a manner that will not be agreeable to you. Double the capital of my bank, and we can be partners." "Your proposal is an insult." He gave me 50 sequins, and I promised to keep his secret. There was a numerous attendance in Neritzi's rooms, especially of young men, who after dinner lost all their money. I did not play, and it was a disappointment for my pretty hostess, who had invited me only because she had judged me as simple as the others. I remained an indifferent witness of the play, and it gave me an opportunity of realizing how wise Mohammed had been in forbidding all games of chance. In the evening after the opera, Count Celi had the faro bank, and I lost 200 sequins, but I could only accuse ill luck. Madame Querini won. The next day before supper I broke the bank, and after supper, feeling tired and well pleased with what I had won, I returned to the inn. The following morning, which was the 3rd day, and therefore the last but one of my stay in Cesena, I called at the general's. I heard that his adjutant had thrown the cards in Alfani's face, and that a meeting had been arranged between them for 12 o'clock. I went to the adjutant's room and offered to be his second, assuring him that there would be no blood spilled. He declined my offer with many thanks, and at dinner time he told me that I had guessed rightly, for Count Alfani had left for Rome. "In that case," I said to the guests, "I will take the bank tonight." After dinner, being alone with Madame Querini, I told her all about Alfani, alias Celi, and handed her the 50 sequins of which I was the depositary. "I suppose," she said, "that by means of this fable you hope to make me accept 50 sequins, but I thank you, I am not in want of money." "I will give you my word that I have compelled the thief to refund this money, together with the 50 sequins of which he had likewise cheated me." "That may be, but I do not wish to believe you. I beg to inform you that I am not simple enough to allow myself to be duped, and, what is worse, cheated in such a manner. Philosophy forbids a man to feel repentance for a good deed, but he must certainly have a right to regret such a deed when it is malevolently misconstrued and turned against him as a reproach. In the evening, after the performance, which was to be the last, I took the bank according to my promise. I lost a few sequins, but was caressed by everybody, and that is much more pleasant than winning, when we are not labouring under the hard necessity of making money. Count Spada, who had got quite fond of me, wanted me to accompany him to Bicicleta, but I resisted his entreaties, because I had firmly resolved on going to Naples. The next morning I was awoke by a terrible noise in the passage, almost at the door of my room. Getting out of my bed, I opened my door to ascertain the cause of the uproar. I see a troop of sbirri at the door of a chamber, and in that chamber, sitting up in bed, a fine-looking man who was making himself hoarse by screaming in Latin against that rabble, the plague of Italy, and against the innkeeper, who had been rascally enough to open the door. I inquire of the innkeeper what it all means. "This gentleman," answers the scoundrel, "who, it appears, can only speak Latin, is in bed with a girl, and the sbirri of the bishop have been sent to know whether she is truly his wife, all perfectly regular. If she is his wife, he has only to convince them by showing a certificate of marriage. If she is not, of course he must go to prison with her. Yet it need not happen, for I undertake to arrange everything in a friendly manner for a few sequins. I have only to exchange a few words with the chief of the sbirri, and they will all go away. If you can speak Latin, you had better go in and make him listen to reason." "Who has broken open the door of this room?" "Nobody. I have opened it myself with the key, as is my duty." "Yes, the duty of a highway robber, but not of an honest innkeeper." Such infamous dealing aroused my indignation, and I made up my mind to interfere. I entered the room, although I had still my nightcap on, and informed the gentleman of the cause of the disturbance. He answers with a laugh that, in the first place, it was impossible to say whether the person who was in bed with him was a woman, for that person had only been seen in the costume of a military officer, and that, in the second place, He did not think that any human being had a right to compel him to say whether his bedfellow was his wife or his mistress, even supposing that his companion was truly a woman. "At all events," he added, "I am determined not to give 1 crown to arrange the affair, and to remain in bed until my door is shut. The moment I am dressed I will treat you to amusing denouement of the comedy. I will drive away all those scoundrels at the point of my sword." I then see in a corner a broadsword and a Hungarian costume looking like a military uniform. I ask whether he is an officer. "I have written my name and profession," he answers, "in the hotel book." Astonished at the absurdity of the innkeeper, I ask him whether it is so. He confesses it, but adds that the clergy have the right to prevent scandal. "The insult you have offered to that officer, Mr. Landlord, will cost you very dear." His only answer is to laugh in my face. Highly enraged at seeing such a scoundrel laugh at me, I take up the officer's quarrel warmly, and asked him to entrust his passport to me for a few minutes. "I have 2," he says, "therefore I can let you have 1." And taking the document out of his pocketbook, he hands it to me. The passport was signed by Cardinal Albani. The officer was a captain in a Hungarian regiment belonging to the Empress and Queen. He was from Rome, on his way to Parma with dispatches from Cardinal Albani Alexander to Monsieur de Tillon, Prime Minister of the Infanta of Parma. At the same moment a man burst into the room, speaking very loudly, and asked me to tell the officer that the affair must be settled at once, because he wanted to leave Cesena immediately. "Who are you?" I asked the man. He answered that he was the vetturino, whom the captain had engaged. I saw that it was a regular put-up thing, and begged the captain to let me attend to the business, assuring him that I would settle it to his honour and advantage. "Do exactly as you please," he said. Then, turning towards the vetturino, I ordered him to bring up the captain's luggage, saying that he would be paid at once. When he had done so, I handed him 8 sequins out of my own purse, and made him give me a receipt in the name of the captain, who could only speak German, Hungarian, and Latin. The vetturino went away, and the sbirri followed him in the greatest consternation, except 2 who remained. "Captain," I said to the Hungarian, "keep your bed until I return. I am going now to the bishop to give him an account of these proceedings, and make him understand that he owes you some reparation. Besides, General Spada is here, and—" "I know him," interrupted the captain, "and if I had been aware of his being in Cesena, I would have shot the landlord when he opened my door to those scoundrels." I hurried over my toilet, and without waiting for my hair to be dressed, I proceeded to the bishop's palace, and making a great deal of noise, I almost compelled the servants to take me to his room. A lackey, who was at the door, informed me that his lordship was still in bed. "Never mind, I cannot wait." I pushed him aside and entered the room. I related the whole affair to the bishop, exaggerating the uproar, and making much of the injustice of such proceedings, and railing at a vexatious police daring to molest travellers and to insult the sacred rights of individuals and nations. The bishop, without answering me, referred me to his chancellor, to whom I repeated all I had said to the bishop, but with words calculated to irritate rather than to soften, and certainly not likely to obtain the release of the captain. I even went so far as to threaten, and I said that if I were in the place of the officer, I would demand a public reparation. The priest laughed at my threats; it was just what I wanted, and after asking me whether I had taken leave of my senses, the chancellor told me to apply to the captain of the sbirri. "I shall go to somebody else," I said, "reverend sir, besides the captain of the sbirri." Delighted at having made matters worse, I left him and proceeded straight to the house of General Spada, but being told that he could not be seen before 8 o'clock, I returned to the inn. The state of excitement in which I was, the ardour with which I had made the affair mine, might have led anyone to suppose that my indignation had been roused only by disgust at seeing an odious persecution perpetrated upon a stranger by an unrestrained, immoral, and vexatious police. But why should I deceive the kind reader, to whom I have promised to tell the truth? I must therefore say that my indignation was real, but my ardour was excited by another feeling of a more personal nature. I fancied that the woman concealed under the bedclothes was a beauty. I longed to see her face, which shame, most likely, had prevented her from showing. She had heard me speak, and the good opinion that I had of myself did not leave the shadow of a doubt in my mind that she would prefer me to her captain. The door of the room being still open, I went in and related to the captain all I had done, assuring him that in the course of the day he would be at liberty to continue his journey at the bishop's expense, for the general would not fail to obtain complete satisfaction for him. He thanked me warmly, gave back the 8 ducats I had paid for him, and said that he would not leave the city till the next day. "From what country," I asked him, "is your travelling companion?" "From France, and he only speaks his native language." "Then you speak French?" "Not one word." "That is amusing. Then you converse in pantomime?" "Exactly." "I pity you, for it is a difficult language." "Yes, to express the various shades of thought; but in the material part of our intercourse we understand each other quite well." "May I invite myself to breakfast with you?" "Ask my friend whether he has any objection." "Amiable companion of the captain," I said in French, "will you kindly accept me as a third guest at the breakfast table?" At these words I saw coming out of the bedclothes a lovely head, with dishevelled hair, and a blooming, laughing face, which, although it was crowned with a man's cap, left no doubt that the captain's friend belonged to that sex without which man would be the most miserable animal on earth. Delighted with the graceful creature, I told her that I had been happy enough to feel interested in her even before I had seen her, and that now that I had the pleasure of seeing her, I could but renew with greater zeal all my efforts to serve her. She answered me with the grace and the animation which are the exclusive privilege of her native country, and retorted my argument in the most witty manner. I was already under the charm. My request was granted. I went out to order breakfast, and to give them an opportunity of making themselves comfortable in bed, for they were determined not to get up until the door of their room was closed again. The waiter came, and I went in with him. I found my lovely Frenchwoman wearing a blue frock coat, with her hair badly arranged like a man's, but very charming even in that strange costume. I longed to see her up. She ate her breakfast without once interrupting the officer speaking to me, but to whom I was not listening, or listening with very little attention, for I was in a sort of ecstatic trance. Immediately after breakfast I called on the general, and related the affair to him, enlarging upon it in such a manner as to pique his martial pride. I told him that, unless he settled the matter himself, the Hungarian captain was determined to send an express to the cardinal immediately. But my eloquence was unnecessary, for the general liked to see priests attend to the business of heaven, but he could not bear them to meddle in temporal affairs. "I shall," he said, "immediately put a stop to this ridiculous comedy, and treat it in a very serious manner. Go at once to the inn," he said to his aide-de-camp. "Invite that officer and his companion to dine with me today, and repair afterwards to the bishop's palace. Give him notice that the officer who has been so grossly insulted by his sbirri shall not leave the city before he has received a complete apology, and whatever sum of money he may claim as damages. Tell him that the notice comes from me, and that all the expenses incurred by the officer shall be paid by him." What pleasure it was for me to listen to these words! In my vanity I fancied I had almost prompted them to the general. I accompanied the aide-de-camp, and introduced him to the captain, who received him with the joy of a soldier meeting a comrade. The adjutant gave him the general's invitation for him and his companion, and asked him to write down what satisfaction he wanted, as well as the amount of damages he claimed. At the sight of the general's adjutant, the sbirri had quickly vanished. I handed to the captain pen, paper, and ink, and he wrote his claim in pretty good Latin for a native of Hungary. The excellent fellow absolutely refused to ask for more than 30 sequins, in spite of all I said to make him claim 100. He was likewise a great deal too easy as to the satisfaction he demanded, for all he asked was to see the landlord and the sbirri beg his pardon on their knees in the presence of the general's adjutant. He threatened the bishop to send an express to Rome to Cardinal Alexander, unless his demands were complied with within 2 hours, and to remain in Cesena at the rate of 10 sequins a day at the bishop's expense. The officer left us, and a moment afterwards the landlord came in respectfully to inform the captain that he was free. But the captain having begged me to tell the scoundrel that he owed him a sound thrashing, he lost no time in gaining the door. I left my friends alone to get dressed, and to attend to my own toilette, as I dined with them at the general's. An hour afterwards I found them ready in their military costumes. The uniform of the Frenchwoman was of course a fancy one, but very elegant. The moment I saw her, I gave up all idea of Naples, and decided upon accompanying the 2 friends to Parma. The beauty of the lovely Frenchwoman had already captivated me. The captain was certainly on the threshold of 60, and, as a matter of course, I thought such a union very badly assorted. I imagined that the affair which I was already concocting in my brain could be arranged amicably. The adjutant came back with a priest sent by the bishop, who told the captain that he should have the satisfaction as well as the damages he had claimed, but that he must be content with 15 sequins. 30 or nothing, dryly answered the Hungarian. They were at last given to him, and thus the matter ended. The victory was due to my exertions, and I had won the friendship of the captain and his lovely companion. In order to guess, even at first sight, that the friend of the worthy captain was not a man, it was enough to look at the hips. She was too well made as a woman ever to pass for a man, and the women who disguise themselves in male attire and boast of being like men are very wrong, for by such a boast they confess themselves deficient in one of the greatest perfections appertaining to woman. A little before dinner time we repaired to General Spada's mansion, and the general presented the two officers to all the ladies. Not one of them was deceived in the young officer, but, being already acquainted with the adventure, they were all delighted to dine with the hero of the comedy, and treated the handsome officer exactly as if he had truly been a man, but I am bound to confess that the male guests offered the Frenchwoman homages more worthy of her sex. Madame Querini alone did not seem pleased, because the lovely stranger monopolized the general attention, and it was a blow to her vanity to see herself neglected. She never spoke to her, except to show off her French, which she could speak well. The poor captain scarcely opened his lips, for no one cared to speak Latin, and the general had not much to say in German. An elderly priest, who was one of the guests, tried to justify the conduct of the bishop by assuring us that the innkeeper and the sbirri had acted only under the orders of the Holy Office. "That is the reason," he said, "for which no bolts are allowed in the rooms of the hotels, so that strangers may not shut themselves up in their chambers. The Holy Inquisition does not allow a man to sleep with any woman but his wife." 20 years later I found all the doors in Spain with a bolt outside, so that travellers were, as if they had been in prison, exposed to the outrageous molestation of nocturnal visits from the police. That disease is so chronic in Spain that it threatens to overthrow the monarchy some day, and I should not be astonished if one fine morning the Grand Inquisitor was to have the king shaved and to take his place. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23. I purchase a handsome carriage and proceed to Parma with the old captain and the young French woman. I pay a visit to Javotte, and present her with a beautiful pair of gold bracelets. My perplexities respecting my lovely travelling companion. A monologue. Conversation with the captain. Tete-a-tete with Henriette. The conversation was animated, and the young female officer was entertaining everybody, even Madame Querini, although she hardly took the trouble of concealing her spleen. "It seems strange," she remarked, "that you and the captain should live together without ever speaking to each other." "Why, madam, we understand one another perfectly, for speech is of very little consequence in the kind of business we do together." The answer, given with graceful liveliness, made everybody laugh, except Madame Querini. Juliette, who, foolishly assuming the air of a prude, thought that its meaning was too clearly expressed. "I do not know any kind of business," she said, "that can be transacted without the assistance of the voice or the pen." "Excuse me, madam, there are some. Playing at cards, for instance, is a business of that sort." "Are you always playing?" "We do nothing else. We play the game of the faro, and I hold the bank." Everybody, understanding the shrewdness of this evasive answer, laughed again, and Juliette herself could not help joining in the general merriment. "But tell me," said Count Spada, "does the bank receive much?" "As for the deposits, they are of so little importance that they are hardly worth mentioning." No one ventured upon translating that sentence for the benefit of the worthy captain. The conversation continued in the same amusing style, and all the guests were delighted with the graceful wit of the charming officer. Late in the evening I took leave of the general, and wished him a pleasant journey. "Adieu," he said, "I wish you a pleasant journey to Naples, and hope you will enjoy yourself there." "Well, general, I am not going to Naples immediately. I have changed my mind, and intend to proceed to Parma, where I wish to see the Infante. I also wish to constitute myself the interpreter of those two officers who know nothing of Italian." "Ah, young man, opportunity makes a thief, does it not? Well, if I were in your place I would do the same."
I also bade farewell to Madame Querini, who asked me to write her from Bologna. I gave her a promise to do so, but without meaning to fulfil it. I had felt interested in the young Frenchwoman when she was hiding under the bedclothes. She had taken my fancy the moment she had shown her features, and still more when I had seen her dressed. She completed her conquest at the dinner table by the display of a wit which I greatly admired. It is rare in Italy, and seems to belong generally to the daughters of France. I did not think it would be very difficult to win her love, and I resolved on trying. Putting my self-esteem on one side, I fancied I would suit her much better than the old Hungarian, a very pleasant man for his age, but who, after all, carried 60 years on his face, while my 23 were blooming on my countenance. It seemed to me that the captain himself would not raise any great objection, for he seemed one of those men who, treating love as a matter of pure fancy, accept all circumstances easily, and give way good-naturedly to all freaks of fortune. By becoming the travelling companion of this ill-matched couple, I should probably succeed in my aims. I never dreamed of experiencing a refusal at their hands. My company would certainly be agreeable to them, as they could not exchange a single word by themselves. With this idea, I asked the captain, as we reached our inn, whether he intended to proceed to Parma by the public coach or otherwise. "As I have no carriage of my own," he answered, "we shall have to take the coach." "Well, I have a very comfortable carriage, and I offer you the 2 back seats if you have no objection to my society." "That is a piece of good fortune. Be kind enough to propose it to Henriette." "Will you, madam, grant me the favour of accompanying you to Parma?" "I should be delighted, for we could have some conversation. But take care, sir, your task will not be an easy one. You will often find yourself obliged to translate for both of us." "I shall do so with great pleasure. I am only sorry that the journey is not longer. We can arrange everything at supper time. Allow me to leave you now, as I have some business to settle." My business was in reference to a carriage, for the one I had boasted of existed only in my imagination. I went to the most fashionable coffee house, and, as good luck would have it, heard that there was a travelling carriage for sale, which no one would buy because it was too expensive. 200 sequins were asked for it, although it had but 2 seats and a bracket stool for a third person. It was just what I wanted. I called at the place where it would be seen. I found a very fine English carriage, which could not cost less than 200 guineas. Its noble proprietor was then at supper, so I sent him my name, requesting him not to dispose of his carriage until the next morning, and I went back to the hotel well pleased with my discovery. At supper I arranged with the captain that we would not leave Cesena until after dinner on the following day, and the conversation was almost entirely a dialogue between Henriette and myself. It was my first talk with a French woman. I thought this young creature more and more charming, yet I could not suppose her to be anything else but an adventuress, and I was astonished at discovering in her those noble and delicate feelings which denote a good education. However, as such an idea would not have suited the views I had about her, I rejected it whenever it presented itself to my mind. Whenever I tried to make her talk about the captain, she would change the subject of conversation, or evade my insinuations with a tact and a shrewdness which astonished and delighted me at the same time, for everything she said bore the impress of grace and wit. Yet she did not elude this question: "At least tell me, madam, whether the captain is your husband or your father?" "Neither the one nor the other," she answered, with a smile. That was enough for me, and in reality what more did I want to know? The worthy captain had fallen asleep. When he awoke I wished them both good night, and retired to my room with a heart full of love and a mind full of projects. I saw that everything had taken a good turn, and I felt certain of success, for I was young, I enjoyed excellent health, I had money and plenty of daring. I liked the affair all the better because it must come to a conclusion in a few days. Early the next morning I called upon Count Dandini, the owner of the carriage, and as I passed a jeweller's shop I bought a pair of golden bracelets in Venetian filigree, each 5 yards long and of rare fineness. I intended them as a present for Javotte. The moment Count Dandini saw me he recognized me. He had seen me in Padua at the house of his father, who was a professor of civil law at the time I was a student there. I bought his carriage on condition that he would send it to me in good repair at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Having completed the purchase, I went to my friend Franzia, and my present of the bracelets made Javotte perfectly happy. There was not one girl in Cesena who could boast of possessing a finer pair, and with that present my conscience fell at ease, for it paid the expense I had occasioned during my stay of 10 or 12 days at her father's house 4 times over. But this was not the most important present I offered the family. I made the father take an oath to wait for me, and never to trust in any pretended magician for the necessary operation to obtain the treasure, even if I did not return or give any news of myself for 10 years. Because, I said to him, in consequence of the agreement in which I have entered with the spirits watching the treasure, at the first attempt made by any other person, the casket containing the treasure will sink to twice its present depth, that is to say, as far as 35 fathoms, and then I shall have myself 10 times more difficulty in raising it to the surface. I cannot state precisely the time of my return, for it depends upon certain combinations which are not under my control, but recollect that the treasure cannot be obtained by anyone but I. I accompanied my advice with threats of utter ruin to his family if he should ever break his oath. In this manner I atoned for all I had done, for, far from deceiving the worthy man, I became his benefactor by guarding against the deceit of some cheat, who would have cared for his money more than for his daughter. I never saw him again, and most likely he is dead, but knowing the deep impressions I left on his mind, I am certain that his descendants are even now waiting for me, for the name of Farusi must have remained immortal in that family. Javotte accompanied me as far as the gate of the city, where I kissed her affectionately, which made me feel that the thunder and lightning had had but a momentary effect upon me, yet I kept control over my senses, and I congratulate myself on doing so to this day. I told her, before bidding her adieu, that her virginity was no longer necessary for my magic operations. I advised her to get married as soon as possible, if I did not return within 3 months. She shed a few tears, but promised to follow my advice. I trust that my readers will approve of the noble manner in which I concluded my magic business. I hardly dare to boast of it, but I think I deserve some praise for my behaviour. Perhaps I might have ruined poor Franzia with a light heart, had I not possessed a well-filled purse. I do not wish to inquire whether any young man, having intelligence, loving pleasure, and placed in the same position, would not have done the same, but I beg my readers to address that question to themselves. As for Capitani, to whom I sold the sheath of St. Peter's knife for rather more than it was worth, I confess that I have not yet repented on his account, for Capitani thought he had duped me in accepting it as security for the amount he gave me, and the count, his father, valued it until his death as more precious than the finest diamonds in the world. Dying with such a firm belief, he died rich, and I shall die a poor man. Let the reader judge which of the two made the best bargain. But I must return now to my future travelling companions. As soon as I had reached the inn, I prepared everything for our departure, for which I was now longing. Henriette could not open her lips without my discovering some fresh perfection, for her wit delighted me even more than her beauty. It struck me that the old captain was pleased with all the attention I shewed her, and it seemed evident to me that she would not be sorry to exchange her elderly lover for me. I had all the better right to think so, insomuch as I was perfection from a physical point of view, and I appeared to be wealthy, although I had no servant. I told Henriette that, for the sake of having none, I spent twice as much as a servant would have cost me; that, by me being my own servant, I was certain of being served according to my taste, and I had the satisfaction of having no spy at my heels, and no privileged thief to fear. She agreed with everything I said, and it increased my love. The honest Hungarian insisted upon giving me in advance the amount to be paid for the post horses at the different stages as far as Parma. We left Cesena after dinner, but not without a contest of politeness respecting the seats. The captain wanted me to occupy the back seat near Henriette, but the reader will understand how much better the seat opposite to her suited me. Therefore I insisted upon taking the bracket seat, and had the double advantage of shewing my politeness, and of having constantly and without difficulty before my eyes the lovely woman whom I adored. My happiness would have been too great if there had been no drawback to it. But where can we find roses without thorns? When the charming Frenchwoman uttered some of those witty sayings which proceed so naturally from the lips of her countrywomen, I could not help pitying the sorry face of the poor Hungarian, and wishing to make him share my mirth, I would undertake to translate in Latin Henriette's sallies. But far from making him merry, I often saw his face bear a look of astonishment, as if what I had said seemed to him rather flat. I had to acknowledge to myself that I could not speak Latin as well as she spoke French, and this was indeed the case. The last thing which we learn in all languages is wit, and wit never shines so well as in jests. I was 30 years of age before I began to laugh in reading Terence, Plautus, and Martial. Something being the matter with the carriage, we stopped at Forli to have it repaired. After a very cheerful supper, I retired to my room to go to bed, thinking of nothing else but the charming woman by whom I was so completely captivated. Along the road, Henriette had struck me as so strange that I would not sleep in the second bed in their room. I was afraid lest she would leave her old comrade to come to my bed and sleep with me, and I did not know how far the worthy captain would have put up with such a joke. I wished, of course, to possess that lovely creature, but I wanted everything to be settled amicably, for I felt some respect for the brave officer. Henriette had nothing but the military costume in which she stood, not any women's linen, not even one chemise. For a change she took the captain's shirt. Such a state of things was so new to me that the situation seemed to me a complete enigma. In Bologna, excited by an excellent supper, and by the amorous passion which was every hour burning more fiercely in me, I asked her by what singular adventure she had become the friend of the honest fellow who looked her father rather than her lover. "If you wish to know," she answered with a smile, "ask him to relate the whole story himself, only you must request him not to omit any of the particulars." Of course I applied at once to the captain, and having first ascertained by signs that the charming Frenchwoman had no objection, the good man spoke to me thus: "A friend of mine, an officer in the army, having occasion to go to Rome, I solicited a furlough of 6 months, and accompanied him. I seized with great delight the opportunity of visiting a city, the name of which has a powerful influence on the imagination, owing to the memories of the past attached to it. I did not entertain any doubt that the Latin language was spoken there in good society, at least as generally as in Hungary, but I was indeed greatly mistaken, for nobody can speak it, not even the priests, who only pretend to write it, and it is true that some of them do so with great purity. I was therefore rather uncomfortable during my stay in Rome, and with the exception of my eyes, my senses remained perfectly inactive. I spent a very tedious month in that city, the ancient queen of the world, when Cardinal Albani gave my friend dispatches for Naples. Before leaving Rome he introduced me to his eminence, and his recommendation had so much influence that the cardinal promised to send me very soon with dispatches for the Duke of Parma, Piacenza, and Guastalla, assuring me that all my travelling expenses would be defrayed. As I wished to see the harbour, called in former times Centum Caeli, and now Civita Vecchia, I gave up the remainder of my time to that visit, and I proceeded there with a cicerone who spoke Latin. I was loitering about the harbour when I saw coming out of a tartan an elderly officer and this young woman dressed as she is now. Her beauty struck me, but I should not have thought any more about it if the officer had not put up at my inn, and in an apartment over which I had a complete view whenever I opened my window. In the evening I saw that couple taking supper at the same table, but I remarked that the elderly officer never addressed a word to the young one. When the supper was over, the disguised girl left the room, and my companion did not lift his eyes from a letter that he was reading, as it seemed to me with the deepest attention. Soon afterwards the officer closed the windows, the light was put out, and I suppose my neighbours went to bed. The next morning, being up early as is my habit, I saw the officer go out, and the girl remained alone in the room. I sent my cicerone, who was also my servant, to tell the girl, in the garb of an officer, that I would give her 10 sequins for an hour's conversation. He fulfilled my instructions, and on his return he informed me that her answer, given in French, had been to the effect that she would leave for Rome immediately after breakfast, and that, once in that city, I should easily find some opportunity of speaking with her. I can find out from the vetturino, said my cicerone, where they put up in Rome, and I promise you to inquire of him. She left Civita Vecchia with the elderly officer, and I returned home on the following day. 2 days afterwards the cardinal gave me the dispatches, which were addressed to M. Dutillot, the French minister, with a passport and the money necessary for the journey. He told me with great kindness that I need not hurry on the road. I had almost forgotten the handsome adventuress, when, 2 days before my departure, my cicerone gave me the information that he had found out where she lived, and that she was with the same officer. I told him to try to see her, and to let her know that my departure was fixed for the day after the morrow. She sent me word by him that, if I would inform her of the hour of my departure, she would meet me outside the gate, and get into the coach with me to accompany me on the way. I thought the arrangement very ingenious, and during the day I sent the cicerone to tell her the hour at which I intended to leave, and where I would wait for her outside of the Porto del Popolo. She came at the appointed time, and we have remained together ever since. As soon as she was seated near me, she made me understand by signs that she wanted to dine with me. You may imagine what difficulty we had in understanding one another, but we guessed somehow the meaning expressed by our pantomime, and I accepted the adventure with delight. We dined gaily together, speaking without understanding, but after the dessert we comprehended each other very well. I fancied that I had seen the end of it, and you might imagine how surprised I was when, upon my offering her the 10 sequins, she refused most positively to take any money, making me understand that she would rather go with me to Parma, because she had some business in that city, and did not want to return to Rome. The proposal was, after all, rather agreeable to me. I consented to her wishes. I only regretted my inability to make her understand that, if she was followed by anyone from Rome, and if that person wanted to take her back, I was not in a position to defend her against violence. I was also sorry that, with our mutual ignorance of the language spoken by each of us, we had no opportunity of conversation, for I should have been greatly pleased to hear her adventures, which I think must be interesting. You can, of course, guess that I have no idea of who she can be. I only know that she calls herself Henriette, and that she must be a Frenchwoman, that she is as gentle as a turtle dove, and that she has evidently received a good education, and that she enjoys good health. She is witty and courageous, as we both have seen, I in Rome, and you in Cesena at General Spada's table. If she would tell you her history, and allow you to translate it for me in Latin, she would indeed please me very much, for I am sincerely her friend, and I can assure you that it will grieve me to part from her in Parma. Please to tell her that I intend to give her the 30 sequins I received from the Bishop of Cesena, and that if I were rich I would give her more substantial proofs of my tender affection. Now, sir, I shall feel obliged to you if you will explain it all to her in French. I asked whether she would feel offended if I gave her an exact translation. She assured me that, on the contrary, she wished me to speak openly, and I told her literally what the captain had related to me. With a noble frankness, which a slight shade of shame rendered more interesting, Henriette confirmed the truth of her friend's narrative, but she begged me to tell him that she would not grant his wish respecting the adventures of her life. Be good enough to inform him, she added, that the same principle which forbids me to utter a falsehood does not allow me to tell the truth. As for the 30 sequins which he intends to give me, I will not accept even one of them, and he will deeply grieve me by pressing them upon me. The moment we reach Parma, I wish him to allow me to lodge wherever I may please, to make no inquiries whatever about me, and in case he should happen to meet me, to crown his great kindness to me by not appearing to ever have known me. She uttered the last words of this short speech, which she had delivered very seriously, and with a mixture of modesty and resolution. She kissed her elderly friend in a manner which indicated esteem and gratitude rather than love. The captain, who did not know why she was kissing him, was deeply grieved when I translated what Henriette had said. He begged me to tell her that, if he was to obey her with an easy conscience, he must know whether she would have everything she required in Parma. You can assure him, she answered, that he need not entertain any anxiety about me. This conversation had made us all very sad. We remained for a long time thoughtful and silent, until, feeling the situation to be painful, I rose, wishing them good night, and I saw that Henriette's face wore a look of great excitement. As soon as I found myself alone in my room, deeply moved by conflicting feelings of love, surprise, and uncertainty, I began to give vent to my feelings as a kind of soliloquy, as I always do when I am strongly excited by anything. Thinking is not, in those cases, enough for me, I must speak out loud, and I throw so much action, so much animation into these monologues that I forget that I am alone. What I knew now of Henriette had upset me altogether. "Who can she be?" I said, speaking to the walls. "This girl who seems to have the most elevated feelings under the veil of the most cynical libertinism. She said that in Parma she wishes to remain perfectly unknown, her own mistress, and I cannot of course flatter myself that she will not place me under the same restrictions as the captain to whom she has already abandoned herself. Good bye to my expectations, to my money, to my illusions. But who is she? What is she? She must have either a lover or a husband in Parma, or she must belong to a respectable family, or perhaps, thanks to a boundless love for debauchery and to her confidence in her own charms, she intends to set fortune, misery, and degradation at defiance, and to try to enslave some wealthy nobleman. But that would be the plan of a madwoman, or a person reduced to utter despair, and that does not seem to be the case with Henriette. Yet she possesses nothing. True, but she refused, as if she had been provided with all she needed, the kind assistance of a man who has the right to offer it, and with whom in sooth she can accept without blushing, since she has not been ashamed to grant him favours with which love had nothing to do. Does she think that it is less shameful for a woman to abandon herself to the desires of a man unknown and unloved, than to receive a present from an esteemed friend, and particularly at the eve of finding herself in the street, entirely destitute in the middle of a foreign city, amongst people whose language she cannot even speak? Perhaps she thinks that such conduct will justify the faux pas of which she had been guilty with the captain, and give him to understand that she had abandoned herself to him only for the sake of escaping from the officer with whom she was in Rome. But she ought to be quite certain that the captain does not entertain any other idea. He shows himself so reasonable that it is impossible to suppose that he ever admitted the possibility of having inspired her with a violent passion, because she might have seen him once through a window in Civita Vecchia. She might possibly be right, and feel herself justified in her conduct towards the captain, but it is not the same with me, for with her intelligence she must be aware that I would not have travelled with them if she had been indifferent to me. She must know that there is but one way that she could obtain my pardon. She may be endowed with many virtues, but she has not the only one which could prevent me from wishing the reward which every man expects to receive at the hands of a woman he loves. If she wants to assume the prudish manners towards me and make a dupe of me, I am bound in honour to shew her how much she is mistaken. After this monologue, which made me still more angry, I made up my mind to have an explanation in the morning before our departure. I shall ask her, I said to myself, to grant me the same favours which she had so easily granted to her old captain, and if I meet with a refusal, the best revenge will be to shew her a cold and profound contempt until our arrival in Parma. I felt sure that she could not refuse me some marks of real or pretended affection, unless she wished to make a show of a modesty which certainly did not belong to her, and knowing that her modesty would only be all pretence, I was determined not to be a mere toy in her hands. As for the captain, I felt certain, from what he had told me, that he would not be angry with me if I risked a declaration, for as a sensible man he can only assume a neutral position. Satisfied with my wise reasoning, and with my mind fully made up, I fell asleep. My thoughts were too completely absorbed in Henriette for her not to haunt my dreams, but the dream which I had throughout the night was so much like reality that, on waking, I looked for her in my bed, and my imagination was so deeply struck with the delights of that night that, if my door had not been fastened with a bolt, I should have believed that she had left me during my sleep to resume her place near the worthy Hungarian. When I was awake, I found that the happy dream of the night which had turned my love for that lovely creature into a perfect amorous frenzy, and it could not be otherwise. Let the reader imagine a poor devil going to bed, broken down with fatigue and starvation. He succumbs to sleep, that most imperative of all human wants, but in his dream he finds himself before a table covered with every delicacy. What will then happen? Why, a very natural result. His appetite, much more lively than on the previous day, does not give him a minute's rest. He must satisfy it or die of sheer hunger. I dressed myself, resolved on making sure of the possession of the woman who had inflamed all my senses, even before resuming our journey. If I do not succeed, I said to myself, I will not go one step further. But in order not to offend against propriety, and not to observe the reproaches of an honest man, I felt that it was my duty to have an explanation with the captain in the first place. I fancy that I hear one of those sensible, calm, passionless readers, who have the advantage of what is called a youth without storms, or one of those whom old age has forced to become virtuous, exclaim, "Can anyone attach so much importance to such nonsense?" Age has calmed my passions down by rendering them powerless, but my heart has not grown old, and my memory has kept all the freshness of youth, and, far from considering that sort of thing a mere trifle, my only sorrow, dear readers, arises from the fact that I have not the power to practice, to the day of my death, that which has been the principal affair of my life. When I was ready, I repaired to the chamber occupied by my two travelling companions, and, after paying each of them the usual morning compliments, I told the officer that I was deeply in love with Henriette, and I asked him whether he would object to my trying to obtain her as my mistress. "The reason for which she begs you," I added, "to leave her in Parma and not to take any further notice of her, must be that she hopes to meet some lover of hers there. Let me have half an hour's conversation with her, and I flatter myself that I can persuade her to sacrifice that lover for me, and if she refuses me, I remain here. You will go with her to Parma, where you will leave my carriage at the post, only sending me a receipt, so I can claim it whenever I please." "As soon as breakfast is over," said the excellent man, "I shall go and visit the institute, and leave you alone with Henriette. I hope you may succeed, for I should be delighted to see her under your protection, when I part with her. Should she persist in her first resolution, I could easily obtain a vetturino here, and you could keep your carriage. I thank you for your proposal, and it would grieve me to leave you." Highly pleased at having accomplished half of my task, and at seeing myself near the denouement, I asked the lovely Frenchwoman whether she would like to see the sights of Bologna. "I should like it very much," she said, "if I had some other clothes, but with such a costume as this I do not dare show myself about the city." "Then you do not want to go out?" "No." "Can I keep you company?" "That would be delightful." The captain went out immediately after breakfast. The moment he had gone I told Henriette that her friend had left us alone purposely, so as to give me the opportunity of a private interview with her. "Tell me now whether you intended the order which you gave him yesterday to forget you, never to enquire after you, and not even to know you if he happened to meet you, from the time of our arrival in Parma, for me as well as for him." "It is not an order that I gave him. I have no right to do so, and I could not so far forget myself. It is only a prayer I addressed to him, a service which circumstances have compelled me to claim at his hands, and he has no right to refuse me. I have never entertained any doubt of his granting my command. As far as you are concerned, it is certain that I should have addressed the same prayer to you, if I had thought that you had any views about me. You have given me some marks of your friendship, but you must understand that if, under the circumstances, I am likely to be injured by the kind of attentions of the captain, yours would injure me much more. If you have any friendship for me, you should have felt all that." "As you know, I entertain great friendship for you. You cannot possibly suppose that I would leave you alone, without money, without resources, in the middle of a city where you cannot even make yourself understood. Do you think that a man who feels for you the most tender affection can abandon you when he has been fortunate enough to make your acquaintance, when he is aware of the sad position in which you are placed? If you think such a thing possible, you must have a very false idea of friendship, and should such a man grant your request, he would only prove that he is not your friend." "I am certain that the captain is my friend, yet you have heard him; he will obey me and forget me." "I do not know what sort of affection that honest man feels for you, or how far he can rely upon the control he may have over himself, but I know that if he can grant you what you have asked from him, his friendship must be of a nature very different from mine, for I am bound to tell you that it is not only impossible for me to afford you willingly the strange gratification of abandoning you in your position, But even that, if I go to Parma, you cannot possibly carry out your wishes, because I love you so passionately that you must promise to be mine, or I must remain here. In that case you must go to Parma alone with the captain, for I feel that, if I accompanied you any further, I should soon be the most wretched of men. I could not bear to see you with another lover, with a husband, not even in the midst of your family. In fact, I would fain see you and live with you forever. Let me tell you, lovely Henriette, that if it is possible for a Frenchwoman to forget, an Italian cannot do it, at least if I judge from my own feelings. I have made up my mind. You must be good enough to decide now, and to tell me whether I am to accompany you or to remain here. Answer yes or no. If I remain here, it is all over. I shall leave for Naples tomorrow, and I know that I shall be cured in time of the mad passion I feel for you. But if you tell me that I can accompany you to Parma, you must promise me that your heart will forever belong to me alone. I must be the only one to possess you, but I am ready to accept as a condition, if you like, that you shall not crown my happiness until you have judged me worthy of it by my attentions and by my loving care. Now, be kind enough to decide before the return of the too happy captain. He knows all, for I have told him how I feel. And what did he answer? That he would be happy to see you under my protection. But what is the meaning of that smile playing on your lips? Pray, allow me to laugh, for I have never in my life realized the idea of a furious declaration of love. Do you understand what it is to say to a woman in a declaration which ought to be passionate, but at the same time tender and gentle, the following terrible words: "Madam, make your choice, either one or the other, and decide instanter. Ha, ha, ha!" Yes, I understand perfectly. It is neither gentle, nor gallant, nor pathetic, but it is passionate. Remember that this is a serious matter, and that I have never yet found myself so much pressed by time. Can you, on your side, realize the painful position of a man who, being deeply in love, finds himself compelled to take a decision which may perhaps decide issues of life and death? Be good enough to remark that, in spite of the passion raging in me, I do not fail in the respect I owe you, that the resolution I intend to take, if you should persist in your original decision, is not a threat, but a worthy effort of a hero, which ought to call for your esteem. I beg of you to consider that we cannot afford to lose time. The word choose must not sound harshly in your ears, since it leaves my fate as well as yours entirely in your hands. To feel certain of my love, do you want to see me kneeling before you like a simpleton, crying and entreating you to take pity on me? No, madam, that would certainly displease you, and it would not help me. I am conscious of being worthy of your love. I therefore ask for that feeling, and not for pity. Leave me if I displease you, but let me go away, for if you are humane enough to wish that I should forget you, allow me to go far away from you so as to make my sorrow less immense. Should I follow you to Parma, I would not answer for myself, for I might give way to my despair. Consider everything well, I beseech you. You would indeed be guilty of great cruelty were you to answer now, "Come to Parma, although I must beg you not to see me in that city." Confess that you cannot, in all fairness, give me such an answer. Am I not right? Certainly, if you truly love me. Good God, if I love you! Oh yes! Believe me, my love is immense, sincere. Now, decide my fate. What? Always the same song? Yes. But are you aware that you look very angry? No, for it is not so. I am only in a state of uncontrollable excitement. In one of the decisive hours of my life, a prey to the most fearful anxiety. I ought to curse my whimsical destiny and the Sibri of Cesena. May God curse them too, for without them I should never have known you. Are you, then, so very sorry to have made my acquaintance? Have I not some reason to be so? No, for I have not given you my decision yet. Now I breathe more freely, for I am sure you will tell me to accompany you to Parma. Yes, come to Parma. End of chapter 23, and end of the Memoirs of Jacques Casanova, Volume 1, The Venetian Years, by Giacomo Casanova.